Chapter 1. I transcended my Captain America. Goodness gracious! Such an exclamation encapsulates not merely one individual's astonishment, but also signifies the conclusion of a life. As Roger beheld the pink, otherworldly truck hurtling toward him with alarming velocity, he could not help but question whether he was ensnared in a dream. After all, how could such a fantastical vehicle exist in reality? At least, as the truck barreled past him at an astonishing 120 miles per hour, Roger's thoughts echoed this sentiment. Child, it is time to transcend. Faced with the relentless, crushing force of the nation's most formidable heavy-duty truck, Roger scarcely had the opportunity to feel pain before his soul departed from this realm. In that moment, darkness enveloped him. When he reopened his eyes, he discovered he was indeed not dreaming but encased in ice. Outside, figures wielding ice picks were vigorously hacking at the frozen surface, as if to say, "Hang in there, buddy. We shall rescue you." Ah, what a cybernetic rescue. However, it was painfully apparent that Roger's hopes were misguided. These individuals were not there to save him. Having just been extracted from the ice by these strangers, his body frozen like an old popsicle had yet to regain sensation when they began dragging him toward a peculiar chair. This chair, replete with an SM aesthetic, was a sight he had only encountered in interrogation rooms or explicit films. Clearly, this group did not bear benevolent intentions. With no feeling in his body, Roger was left powerless, his only means of perceiving the world being his barely open eyes. He could only watch helplessly as the brutish figures, whose malevolent nature was evident from their countenances, secured him onto the SM chair. Once his arms and legs were firmly restrained, a strangely designed metallic helmet was affixed to his head. Before him stood a sinister figure, a blond man with piercing blue eyes, who approached and forcefully shook Roger's head. With a smirk that conveyed a mixture of pride, mockery, and an overwhelming sense of malevolence, he whispered in Roger's ear, "You squander your opportunities. Even if you vanquished Red Skull, what of it? Hydra shall never be eradicated. Sever one head, and two shall emerge in its place, ad infinitum." Captain Rogers, after nearly 70 years, you find yourself once again in the clutches of Hydra. Are you surprised? Is it unexpected? As he listened to the blond man's words, a large question mark materialized above Roger's head. What the hell? That infernal, otherworldly truck, what was its purpose? Is this still my homeland? No. The real question is this still Earth as I once knew it? Hydra? Could it truly be that nefarious organization from Marvel? He referred to me as Captain Rogers? I was just thawed from ice. Goodness gracious! Am I truly transported into the Marvel universe, reincarnated as Captain America, Steve Rogers? But wait. If I had transcended into Captain America, shouldn't Nick Fury have been the one to thaw me out? How'd I end up being freed by Hydra? Hold on. How could I have overlooked this? S.H.I.E.L.D. is likely infiltrated by Hydra operatives, making my capture by them entirely plausible. This is a disaster. The beginning was nothing short of catastrophic. Yet, Roger was never one to easily concede defeat, even if he was caught by Hydra at the onset. What of it? My destiny is determined by me. Not by fate. The path I tread is dictated by my own volition. Just as Roger's grand aspirations took root within him, reality struck with a brutal force. Ramlo, activate the brainwashing apparatus. From this day forth, Captain America shall cease to exist, and only our Hydra captain will remain. Upon the utterance of those words by the silver-haired elder, a robust man promptly pressed a button on Roger's chair without hesitation. Roger felt the metallic helmet upon his head constrict suddenly, enveloping his eyes, while an eerie blue light began to emanate from within. BZZZT. It was electrotherapy. ZZZZZ. I won't divulge anything to you. Roger felt a surge of energy radiate from the crown of his head, coursing throughout his entire being, as if every gate of his essence was on the verge of being flung open. To put it plainly, Roger was on the brink of expelling his very essence. Under the fierce stimulation of the current, his frozen body gradually began to regain sensation. His mind awakened, and fragments of memories belonging to the original captain. America began to merge with his own. Scrawny, enlistment, experimentation, super soldier serum, evolution into a muscular behemoth, clowning, rescuing comrades, battling Hydra, vanquishing the Red Skull, and ultimately plunging into the Arctic ice alongside the Tesseract. This encapsulated the life of Steve Rogers, the Captain America. Roger could distinctly sense that as these memories integrated, another soul within this body was slowly dissipating. The Captain Rogers, who steadfastly upheld his inner sense of justice throughout his life, did not reject him as an intruding spirit. Rather, he shielded himself from Hydra's brainwashing with his own essence. Perhaps this body, from the moment it awakened, housed not just the transposed Roger, but also the original owner, Captain Rogers. Upon learning from Hydra that 70 years had passed, he understood he no longer belonged to this era. These memories were the final gift bestowed by Captain Rogers to the new master of this body, a lingering connection to the world he once knew. As for Captain Rogers himself, he had likely journeyed to another realm to partake in a dance that had been delayed for 70 years. As the memories fully merged, the soul of Steve Rogers vanished entirely from this world. From this moment forth, Roger would embody Captain America himself. He would be a true man. With the essence of Captain America completely dissipated, Roger could no longer endure the intense electrotherapy of the brainwashing device, and his consciousness began to fade. In the final moments of his awareness, Roger heard the last words from the outside. The memories of Steve Rogers have been successfully eradicated. The brainwashing was a success. Now, we need only instill Hydra's ideology within him, and he will serve us as the Winter Soldier. Winter Soldier? Bucky. Time swiftly passed, and a year elapsed. In the affluent district of Manhattan, New York, in the year 2008, a cacophonous ringtone shattered the serenity of Steve's slumber, awakening him from the depths of his luxurious 500-square-foot villa. Amidst the plush surroundings, he carelessly brushed aside the two charming faces resting upon his chiseled chest, annoyance etched across his features as he answered the incessantly ringing phone on his bedside table. Regardless of your identity, unless you present me with a satisfactory justification, I solemnly swear to stuff your head into a PY. After a prolonged silence, the deep voice of Nick Fury resonated from the other end. Captain Rogers, I sometimes truly question how you were selected as a super soldier and subsequently hailed as Captain America, or perhaps the decades spent in the Arctic ice have left you mentally impaired? Recognizing Fury's voice, Steve let out a derisive chuckle, showing no leniency. Life is unpredictable, times advance, and people undergo transformations, do they not? Who would have imagined that decades later, my superior would turn out to be a walking cotton machine? Chapter 2, the Task Strengthening System. On the other end, Nick Fury was initially taken aback, but soon grasped the implications of Steve's words, responding with a voice laced with indignation. Captain Rogers, do you comprehend the gravity of your statement? With just that one sentence, I could render you a pariah, your reputation utterly tarnished. Are you flustered? I perceive your urgency, but do not rush. However, if you must, I could recommend a book to purify your soul. Would you be interested? Fury misconstrued Steve's jest as a sign of fear, his tone softening slightly as he retorted, "What book?" "It is an environmentally themed book entitled Protect the Turtles." Following Steve's quip, a cacophony of keyboard slamming echoed through the phone. Clearly, Steve's final remark had deftly breached Fury's defenses. After a considerable pause, Fury's voice returned, gritted with teeth. "Damn it, Rogers. You have 1 hour to report to the Triskelion, or you can forget about your salary for this month. Am I Captain America? Subject to your threats?" Steve scoffed. "Oh, do try to withhold a single cent from me if my pay is diminished by even a penny. I assure you that tomorrow's headlines will feature the director of SHLD oppressing a World War II veteran, robbing an American hero of his rightful wages. Coal Baron. Can you guess who will be the unfortunate one then?" The term Coal Baron rendered Nick Fury momentarily speechless. It appeared he truly dared not to act upon such threats if Steve were to follow through. Within an hour, the council overseeing S.H.I.E.L.D. would be inundating him with scathing calls in a more severe scenario. His position as director could be jeopardized due to public outcry.as for utilizing his authority to suppress news dissemination online. Fury could only concede that such measures would bear little fruit in America. When Steve directly leads a group for an in-person American traditional parade, the situation will only become more disadvantageous for him than it is online. The influence carried by the title of Captain America is such that even Nick Fury would hesitate to approach it carelessly. The more Nick Fury contemplates, the more he feels powerless against Steve. Damn it, Why is it that he, the epitome of the ideal American, is now overshadowed by a white man? Has society truly regressed to the 15th century? The more Nick Fury thinks, the angrier he becomes yet. In the end, he refrains from making harsh remarks to Steve, merely snorting coldly before hanging up the phone. This mission concerns your World War II friend, Howard Stark's only son. You can choose whether to participate or not. Steve gazed at the disconnected phone, stroking his chin in thought. This matter pertains to Howard Stark's son, which can only mean Tony Stark. Thus, the task Nick Fury mentioned must be related to Tony Stark's abduction by the Ten Rings. Poor Tony, who has become the captain of Hydra due to the changes brought about by the organization. Unexpectedly, he still finds himself kidnapped by the Ten Rings, just as in the original storyline. However, Tony's abduction presents an opportunity. Rescuing him should yield a substantial number of enhancement points. Indeed, as a time traveler, although Roger did not physically don the Captain America persona, his soul has intertwined with it. This does not imply that he lacks the essential system characteristic of a time traveler. He possesses one. The system has a simple and straightforward name: Strengthening System through Task Completion. As the name suggests, completing tasks grants enhancement points. These points serve a singular purpose: to enhance physical attributes. The enhancements are not categorized. They encompass strength, speed, defense, mental acuity, agility, and various other aspects, resulting in a holistic augmentation that fortifies all dimensions of his being. However, the activation of this system comes with a prerequisite. One must first join a faction and then fulfill the tasks assigned by that faction. Upon his arrival, Roger had no choice. He was immediately brainwashed and imprisoned by Hydra. Although the original essence of Captain America aided him in resisting the brainwashing, he became a scapegoat. Had he chosen to reject Hydra, his peak human physique, thrice enhanced, would still pose considerable risks in attempting to escape. After all, he would be confronted by armed Hydra operatives and the uncertain presence of the Winter Soldier lurking in the shadows. Even with the combat skills inherited from Captain America, he could not guarantee his survival in such a confrontation. Furthermore, upon careful consideration, he realized that aligning with Hydra would ultimately maximize his system's benefits. Why, you may ask? Let me enlighten you. Hydra is a parasitic entity in the world. From S point, H point, I point, E point, L point, D to various governments, down to mercenaries and assassin organizations, Hydra's influence permeates them all. As Hydra itself states, if you cut off one head, two more will emerge. During World War II, Captain America severed the most significant head of Hydra'd Red Skull. However, this very circumstance allowed Hydra to remain concealed in the shadows. Sprouting additional heads and lurking throughout the globe, their influence not diminished, but rather amplified. What does Steve's affiliation with Hydra signify? Does it not imply that he straddles both the light and dark realms, capable of undertaking any task assigned within that domain? This arrangement circumvents his allegiance to either the black or white factions, permitting him to accomplish tasks for the opposing side. For instance, his current identity is that of a dual agent, a covert operative embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. by Hydra. Not only can he execute missions for Hydra in secrecy, but he can also carry out overt assignments for S.H.I.E.L.D., thus reaping substantial rewards. You may wonder why, despite Steve's autonomous consciousness, Hydra places such unwavering trust in him, allowing him to return to S.H.I.E.L.D. as an undercover agent. This trust stems from the successful completion of Hydra's loyalty assessment. During the evaluation, the Hydra examiner posed the following inquiry. Hydra, will you sincerely fulfill the tasks assigned by Hydra? Steve, sincerely, more genuine than pure gold. The completion of tasks yield system rewards. His sincerity is indeed unwavering. Hydra, if tasked with assassinating the president and dismantling America, would you proceed? Steve, rising with a serious demeanor. When do we depart? I am fully prepared. He could hardly fathom the magnitude of enhancements he would gain upon completing such a mission. The examiner, observing the lie detector registering a full green, promptly declared that further testing was unnecessary. These two inquiries sufficiently demonstrated Hydra's effective indoctrination. The former Captain America had become a relic of the past. Thus, one of Hydra's leaders, Alexander Pierce, who is also Nick Fury's direct superior and the secretary of the council, confidently assigned him to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. as a double agent. Over the course of a year, Steve has successfully executed numerous missions, augmenting his physical attributes from a mere 3 points to an impressive 9 points. An ordinary human's peak physicality is rated at 1, while the original Captain America possessed a score of 3. While the numerical increase may appear modest, transitioning from 3 to 9, surpassing the human threshold of 1 signifies a profound transformation. Consider an ordinary individual, even at the pinnacle of human capability, their punching power hovers around 500 kg. However, Captain America, with a physicality thrice that of the human limit, experiences an enhancement far beyond mere tripling. His baseline strength commences at 3 tons, with full exertion capable of reaching over 10 tons. The advancement from 1 to 3 represents a more than tenfold increase. Now, with a physicality 9 times out of the human pinnacle, Steve's standard strength effortlessly exceeds 20 tons, and in moments of full exertion, approaches a staggering 100 tons. This numerical capability now rivals that of one of Marvel's most formidable figures, Spider-Man. Chapter 3. Natasha Romanoff's thoughts flitted through Steve's mind. Once he had resolved to undertake this mission, procrastination was not in his nature. He hastily picked up the trousers and white shirt from the floor and donned them. Just as he managed to pull up his pants and fasten 2 buttons on his shirt, 2 delicate, alabaster hands reached from behind him, deftly unfastening the buttons he had just secured. 2 soft figures pressed against Steve's back, their sultry voices weaving into his ears. "Captain Rogers, where are you so urgently heading this early? How about joining us for a morning workout first?" Turning to glance at the twin sisters, who gazed at him with a hunger for his perfect physique, Steve resolutely pushed them aside and declared with an air of righteousness, "No, I'm pressed for time and cannot spare a moment for morning exercises. You two deceived me yesterday, claiming our workout would last until evening. I awoke today, and I still need to work. I must go save the world. I cannot linger." It must be said that Steve's face possessed an undeniable charm, one that could easily deceive. Had anyone else uttered such a callous statement, they would have received a slap in return. Yet when Steve spoke, it was as if a divine light radiated from him, leaving the sisters without a hint of doubt, gazing up at him in admiration. "Captain Rogers, you are the greatest hero in the world. We will always await your return." Steve felt a tremor in his heart and turned back slightly. "No, I'm not a hero. You, my confidants, are the true heroes. However, burdened with the mission that accompanies the title of Captain America, I am destined to never find true love. Being with me would only hinder you, so it is best we part ways here. Waiting for me is not worth it." Without allowing the sisters a moment to express their heartfelt pleas, he hurriedly quickened his pace and fled from their villa. "Farewell, my 18th and 19th girlfriends." He cast one last glance at the villa before departing without looking back. Having spent a year in this world, aside from his routine tasks to grow stronger, he certainly indulged himself as well. With Steve Rogers' remarkably handsome visage and physique, he was never short of female company. Yet he would never allow himself to become ensnared by any one woman. His relationships were always ephemeral, rarely lasting beyond a month. Each time, he would seize the opportunity during a mission, leaving behind a similar trail of heartless dialogue, donning his trousers and departing. He embodied the very essence of Cad. However, Steve saw it differently. He merely wished to offer a home to all the women of the world. He believed in love for humanity. What fault was there in that? On another note, despite his libertine nature in matters of the heart, Steve approached his missions with utmost seriousness. He understood that all he currently enjoyed was a result of his relentless pursuit of power. With strength came the ability to negotiate and even dictate terms. Without it, he would merely be a pawn, a puppet of Nick Fury from S.H.I.E.L.D., or of Alexander Pierce from Hydra. Just like the original Captain America, Steve Rogers, being manipulated by Nick Fury as a mere pawn, or his close friend Bucky Barnes, controlled by Alexander as a relentless killing machine. With absolute power, he would possess the ability to alter everything. Just a little more, and he might not only liberate himself from restraint, but also free Bucky. With his physical prowess reaching a score of 10, as indicated by the system, a new ability is set to awaken, and he eagerly anticipates it. The rewards from the mission to save Tony will undoubtedly enhance his physical attributes significantly. As he contemplated this, a sleek black sports car executed a perfect drift, stopping mere centimeters from his toes. The driver's window rolled down, revealing a stunning visage that rivaled the glamorous twin cover girls, her captivating eyes winking at Steve. "Hey there, handsome, where are you headed? Need a lift?" This was not the first time Steve had been approached on the road. In fact, most of his previous girlfriends had made the first move. He hardly ever needed to initiate. The majority of those who approached him, whether women or men, were drawn by his physical allure. However, this encounter was different. The striking redhead before him was not merely seeking a casual dalliance. Her name was Natasha Romanoff, the infamous Black Widow, the deadly spider nurtured by Nick Fury. Yet, Steve felt no trepidation that this venomous spider would bite him. Without hesitation, he opened the passenger door and slid into the seat. "Agent Romanoff, it seems Nick Fury is quite concerned about Stark's situation, sending you his trump card, no less." Natasha started the car, shrugging nonchalantly. "Trump card? I hardly qualify. In truth, you are Nick Fury's true ace. He has stated that there is no mission you cannot accomplish. Therefore, this task does not involve me. I'm merely here to inform you that the detailed mission brief has been handed over to the Special Operations Team, and you're to lead them in Afghanistan. This operation is under your full command, and he only requires to see the results." With the formalities addressed, Natasha shifted to a more inquisitive demeanor. "By the way, did you upset Nick in some way? I sensed a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. It seems he has no desire to see you at the moment." Steve glanced at Natasha, who wore a curious expression, and casually replied, "It's nothing much, really. It's just that some individuals have elevated their social standing too high for their own good. They can no longer discern who is truly in charge. I merely pointed out some uncomfortable truths for certain people to recognize." Natasha raised an eyebrow, wisely choosing not to pursue the topic further. Even as a representative of the second most correct demographic in America, she refrained from voicing opinions on the first. With Natasha silent, Steve seized the opportunity for a moment of respite, closing his eyes to restore the emptiness that lingered after a series of relentless battles. Indeed, the ancients do not deceive me. There are truly no fields worn out by plowing, only oxen exhausted from toil. Even he, who surpasses ordinary mortals, must yield in the face of relentless battle. Natasha raced forth at a wild velocity befitting a five-star citizen of Los Santos, arriving at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Triskelion. As anticipated, Nick Fury had no desire to lay eyes upon her. Upon disembarking, she beheld a special operations team led by Rumlow, who had already stationed the Quinjet in the plaza of the Triskelion, awaiting her arrival. Nick Fury evidently wished to deny her entry altogether. After delivering her charge and exchanging brief pleasantries, Natasha bid farewell to Steve. That wretched coal magnate, Nick Fury, would not afford a top-tier female agent much respite. She was likely to embark on her next mission shortly. Poor Natasha, believing she had escaped her nightmare in the Red Room, remained oblivious to the fact that she had merely fallen into another dark hand. Chapter 4. On the Profession. One must look to Hydra. Steve mused briefly as he approached the Quinjet. After a year of unwavering dedication, he had ascended to the rank of captain within the Special Forces, possessing an intimate familiarity with his team. With a decisive gesture, he ushered his team aboard the Quinjet without uttering a single superfluous word. Once inside the cabin, Steve tore apart his white shirt and effortlessly accepted the deep blue stealth combat suit handed to him by Rumlow. After donning the attire and taking his seat, Rumlow presented Steve with his vibranium shield and a specially modified rifle equipped with a grenade launcher. "Captain, this mission may involve an entire terrorist faction. Besides the shield, you might find this useful," Rumlow remarked. Steve slung the shield across his back, reminiscent of a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, and examined the custom rifle. "Rumlow, you truly understand me. You prepare my favorite, the M4A1 Black Knight. However, wielding firearms feels rather primitive to me these days. Keep it for yourself. Such tools would only hinder my offensive speed." Steve toyed with the rifle momentarily before tossing it back to Rumlow. As the missions accumulated, his strength had grown exponentially, leading Steve to increasingly eschew firearms in favor of the visceral satisfaction of hand-to-hand combat. The exhilaration of engaging in physical contests with adversaries had become an obsession. Perhaps this was the byproduct of his newfound power, and he relished it. How long has that rascal Tony Stark been missing? Any leads? Rumlow produced 2 documents, one emblazoned with the emblem of S-H-I-E-L-D, and the other marked with Hydra's insignia. Disregarding the S-H-I-E-L-D document like refuse, he handed the Hydra file to Steve, stating, "Tony Stark has been missing for 2 months now. The inept agents under Nick Fury's command have failed to uncover even a shred of useful information during this time, collecting nothing but worthless data. However, our brothers in Afghanistan have managed to uncover some leads. It appears the Ten Rings made a significant move 2 months ago and have since gone silent. They likely captured Tony Stark and are conspiring in secrecy. Yesterday, our operatives in Afghanistan apprehended a lone member of the Ten Rings. We should be able to extract the location of Tony Stark's captivity from him. Observe, this is what true professionalism looks like. S-H-I-E-L-D may claim to be a global intelligence agency, eclipsing the likes of the FBI and CIA, yet when it comes to critical moments, they prove to be just as unreliable. When it comes to intelligence gathering, one must rely on Hydra." Steve, somewhat incredulous, inquired, "How could I have been unaware that Tony had been missing for 2 months? I assumed he had just recently disappeared. If memory serves, he managed to escape from captivity after about 3 months by crafting his own armor. It seems this mission is rather urgent. Otherwise, if Tony escapes on his own, my mission would be deemed a failure." Rumble shrugged, stating that Nick Fury's initial choice for the mission was not Steve, but rather the agents dispatched had all returned in failure. It was only out of sheer necessity that the task was entrusted to the captain with a flawless completion record. Furthermore, Steve had been rather occupied with the twins over the past couple of months, and this matter had little to do with Hydra. Thus, they refrained from disturbing him. Steve nodded in understanding, not displaying much surprise. He was no longer the upright and selfless Steve Rogers of yore. He selectively undertook missions issued by Nick Fury, favoring those with higher enhancement points, while outright rejecting tasks he found undesirable, thus evading Fury's control. This resulted in Fury's lack of trust in Steve. Unlike in the original narrative, where Fury would assign him core missions. Unless absolutely desperate, Fury seldom entrusted him with critical tasks. Steve remained unconcerned, choosing to take on fewer S-H-I-L-D missions while accepting more Hydra assignments. If the enigmatic Fury did not trust him, Hydra certainly did. Within Hydra, he had the liberty to select any mission, as they prioritized arrangements for him. Regardless of the nature of the tasks, be they light or dark, they all contributed to his empowerment, making no difference to him. This dynamic caused Steve's standing within S-H-I-L-D to rise slowly, while within Hydra, he ascended rapidly. Among the Hydra faction led by Alexander Pierce, aside from Pierce himself, Steve was among the highest ranks, surpassing even Crossbones Rumble. He stood on par with the infiltrating Hydra members within Congress, wielding the authority to mobilize most of Hydra's resources for his benefit, provided he did not commit any principled errors. For instance, the Special Operations Team embedded within S-H-I-E-L-D now belonged to him directly in Hydra. Their immediate objective was to infiltrate Hydra's stronghold in Afghanistan and extract the location where Tony was being held. This mission was to be executed swiftly. "Understood," Rumble affirmed, promptly commanding the pilot to head towards the Hydra base. The entire Special Operations Team comprised Hydra members, rendering any need for secrecy unnecessary. The Quinjet traveled swiftly, and Steve merely closed his eyes for a brief moment before arriving at Hydra's outpost in Afghanistan. He was taken aback to discover that Hydra had conformed to local customs, as the base also resembled a terror organization, substantial in scale and likely a formidable presence within the talent-rich landscape of Afghanistan. Truly, the soil nurtures its own kind. Steve, with an expressionless demeanor, exited the Quinjet amidst the watchful gazes of the division members and soon arrived at the location where a member of the Ten Rings had been detained. The 2 Hydra members stationed at the door bowed their heads and swiftly opened the iron gate for Steve and his fully armed Special Operations Team. As they stepped inside, the room was shrouded in darkness. Without opening the iron door, not a glimmer of light could be seen. Only the sunlight streaming through the entrance revealed a man, battered and clad in a white turban, suspended by chains from the ceiling. Steve gazed at the barely conscious man, his brow furrowed as he turned to the local Hydra member stationed at the door. "You've beaten him to this state, and yet he hasn't uttered a word?" he remarked incredulously. "I didn't expect the Ten Rings gang to possess such resilience." The two guards exchanged bewildered glances, both momentarily at a loss. Say what?" one stammered. Steve responded with a silent exasperation, while Rumlow remained equally speechless. The Special Forces team shared a collective disbelief. "Good heavens, you merely strike without inquiring?" Steve's forehead throbbed with indignation. "If you have no intention of asking anything, then why beat him?" The guards replied with an air of nonchalance. "It's the custom here. No matter who you are, even if you're the president, once captured by the local powers, one must first endure a beating before anything else is discussed." Chapter 5. Parachute? What parachute? Do you even hear yourself? What kind of custom is this? Steve, in disbelief, turned to Rumlow, wishing he could retract his earlier commendation of Hydra's professionalism. Professionalism? What a farce. What a wretched mess this is, truly believing themselves to be a local terror faction. Rumlow, equally speechless, conveyed with his gaze that there was little to be done. Hydra, in its quest for better infiltration, often recruited members from the local populace, thus naturally adopting their customs. Steve, face-palming, waved his hand in exasperation. "Just get out of here, we'll handle the rest." The two guards, sensing their blunder, hastily retreated. Once the two local simpletons departed, Steve grasped the white turban of the suspended man, lifting his drooping head. "Speak, where's Tony Stark?" To his surprise, the man, already battered and unrecognizable, was prepared. His cheeks bulging like a toad's, he suddenly unleashed a torrent of phlegm that had been brewing for who knows how long, aimed directly at him, resembling a Pokemon-esque water attack. But Steve, being none other than Captain America, a paragon of enhanced human capability, reacted with remarkable swiftness. In mere moments, he evaded the vile projectile with a lateral shift, managing to escape unscathed from the disgusting assault. In the realm of martial arts, speed is paramount. As long as I evade swiftly, I shall not fall victim, ha ha ha. However, while he succeeded in avoiding the loathsome spray, his deputy Rumlow was not so fortunate, receiving a full face of the man's foulness. Wiping the thick, bloodied phlegm from his face, Rumlow's rage flared, prompting him to draw his weapon in a fit of fury. "Damn it, if I don't shoot this bastard today, I'll change my name from Crossbones to your mother's Chicken Bones." Steve quickly restrained the agitated Rumlow, attempting to soothe him. "Calm down, old Rum. This is our only lead to find Tony Stark, and besides, it didn't inflict any real harm on you. We, as individuals of significance, must maintain composure." "To hell with that. You weren't the one who got spat on, of course. You can remain calm. You try it." Rumlow, incensed, raised his phlegm-covered hand towards Steve. Steve promptly released Rumlow, giving him a shove towards the other members of the Special Operations team. "Hold your deputy down, and under no circumstances are you to let go without my command." Though the team members, upon being collided with by Rumlow, wore expressions of distaste and reluctance, the deeply ingrained hierarchy of Hydra compelled them to obey their leader's orders, firmly restraining their deputy. Even with the repugnant liquid of Rumlow staining his hands, Steve dared not release his grip. Seizing the moment before Rumlow could break free, he urgently addressed the men from the Ten Rings. "You have witnessed your formidable display of force, which has undoubtedly enraged this formidable man before us. Should you fall into his grasp, a swift demise would be a luxury beyond your reach. Thus, I trust you recognize my identity. I am Captain America. If you divulge the location where Tony Stark is being held, I swear by my honor as Captain America that I will not take your life. What say you?" With this combination of intimidation and persuasion, Steve astonished the Ten Rings member, who had resigned himself to his fate. Who among us would willingly embrace death when the chance for survival is at hand? Moreover, Captain America's words carried a weight of trust. The man quickly capitulated, revealing the coordinates without the need for coercion, captivated by Steve's personal charisma. Once the coordinates were noted, the amiable expression on Steve's face vanished, replaced by a stoic demeanor as he turned towards Rumlow. "Now, release your deputy, Rumlow. He is yours to manage." The man initially stood stunned, before erupting in fury. "You are untrustworthy. I curse your ancestors." With that, Steve, amidst the man's furious invectives, departed leisurely. Awaiting him was an enraged lieutenant of Hydra, Crossbones, Ramlo Brock. Captain America's lack of integrity had nothing to do with Hydra's commander. 10 minutes later, when Ramlo returned, he was drenched in blood. It was evident that the unfortunate member of the Ten Rings had met a grim fate. The volume of blood splattered upon Ramlo suggested that the man had surely departed to meet his maker. Though here, it seemed he would encounter either Mephisto or the goddess of death instead. How tragic indeed. This incident imparts a valuable lesson. For the sake of one's own life, refrain from spitting indiscriminately. With the coordinates in hand, the Quinjet took flight, locating the hidden cave of the Ten Rings in less than an hour. Steve understood that it was now his turn to take center stage. As they approached, he commanded the rear hatch to be opened. Boldly peering down at the ground hundreds of meters below, "Ramlo, you and the Special Forces handle the outer perimeter and eliminate the lesser members of the Ten Rings. I alone shall rescue the foolish hostages within the cave. No one is to enter without my command. Understood?" Ramlo, having collaborated with Steve before, understood that the latter preferred to operate solo during critical missions, leaving the cleanup and minor skirmishes to others. The rationale behind Steve's approach was simple. The system's tasks required his personal execution. Only after the completion of each mission would the system notify him of the task's success and the rewards earned in reinforcement points. This made him too apprehensive to personally conduct the test, delegating the task to his subordinates instead, especially when it concerned someone as formidable as Tony Stark. As the aircraft hatch fully opened, Steve didn't even bother with a parachute, leaping straight into the void. "WOO-CHO-O." The air resonated with nothing but Steve's exhilarated battle cry. A bewildered new recruit beside Rumlow stammered, Did Captain Rogers even bring a parachute?" Rumlow shot him an amused glance and smirked. "No, he doesn't need one." The original Captain America had already been fearless enough to plunge hundreds of meters into the sea or onto solid ground. Now, with his physical prowess amplified several times over, Steve was utterly undaunted. A mere few hundred meters? Like walking on flat Earth. With a thunderous boom from the heavens, Steve descended like a human missile. His shield braced before him. Duant. Upon impact, he instantly crushed a Ten Rings terrorist, who had barely looked up at the noise, into a pulverized heap from head to toe. Rolling forward to disperse momentum, Steve surged ahead another dozen meters before hurling his shield in a lethal arc defying all laws of physics. It cleanly decapitated multiple terrorists guarding the cave entrance before ricocheting off the mountain wall, only to spin back seamlessly into his grasp. Absolutely preposterous. Chapter 6. Tony, your Uncle Rogers has come to rescue you. As for the principle behind it, Steve himself is quite unclear. Nevertheless, ever since he inherited the memories of the original Captain America, he has effortlessly mastered the art of wielding the shield with such flair. With exhilaration, Steve caught the returning shield, casually flicking off the bloodstains, revealing his dazzling white smile. Close combat is my innate talent, and the flying shield is my passion. After neutralizing the guards at the entrance, Steve did not linger. Amidst the cacophony of barking from the Ten Rings gang members surrounding him, he charged into the cave with ghostly speed, dodging a hail of bullets. As long as my speed is swift enough, the bullets cannot catch me. With a fierce thrust of his powerful arms, Steve burst into the cave, shattering the throats of two hapless ambushers lying in wait on either side of the entrance. Did they dare to attempt an ambush under my eagle-eyed gaze? Preposterous. With two lifeless bodies in tow, Steve pressed on, executing a powerful left kick around a corner ahead. The strike landed with a resounding thud. The first Ten Rings member, rushing from the depths of the cave, was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing against the wall and collapsing into a heap. The augmented strength from the super soldier serum, a terrifying force indeed. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from deeper within the cave as the Ten Rings squad on duty arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, they raised their weapons and fired at Steve. Bang, bang, bang. Steve remained unfazed, confident in his agility. Beyond 7 steps, their guns are swift. Within 7 steps, I'm a swift one. With acrobatic finesse, he gracefully dodged the barrage of bullets, swiftly closing the distance to the 10-ring squad. Despite their numbers, not a single bullet found its mark in the confined space of the cave. Was it due to his elegant movements? No, in fact, it was because Steve had cleverly utilized the two unfortunate souls as human shields. What does vibranium compare to human shields? Moreover, these two unfortunate souls served a dual purpose. Not only were they shields, but they could also be wielded as weapons. The tiger is about to enter the sheepfold. A cruel grin spread across Steve's face as he grasped their ankles, performing a slow-motion maneuver, using them to strike at the terrified 10-ring squad. This was his blood-pumping combination technique with the duo in his grasp. The scene can only be described as utterly brutal. Under the terrifying force of Steve's 20-ton strength, limbs and body parts of the 10 rings members flew in every direction. Not a single one who was struck remained intact, and by the time the carnage concluded, even the two unfortunate souls he wielded as weapons were reduced to mere legs in his grip. In a mere matter of seconds, the squad of more than 10 Rings members was effortlessly decimated by Steve. Meanwhile, deep within the cave, Tony, who was stealthily crafting components for the original suit of armor, perked up his ears, furrowing his brow. Do I hear sounds of struggle outside? The clamor of combat outside jolted Tony from his work on the armor components, his gaze darting toward the iron door in alarm. As he pressed his ear against the cold metal to listen more intently, a cacophony of gunfire and agonized screams erupted abruptly from beyond, only to cease within mere seconds, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Exchanging a pale-faced glance with his assistant, Insun, Tony knew better than to entertain naive hopes of rescue after 2 months of captivity. If the inept U.S. military had truly located him, they would have arrived long before now. Far more likely was the grim reality of rival terrorist factions clashing over territory, a commonplace occurrence in Afghanistan's volatile landscape, where extremist groups thrived. Even if, against all odds, rescuers had come, Tony harbored no illusions about his survival. The brutal 10 Rings terrorists would undoubtedly execute him rather than risk his liberation. Damn it, he seethed, sweat beading on his forehead as he surveyed the nearly completed armor components. At 90 completion, there was no time to finish the remaining 10, let alone assemble and activate the suit. Desperate, he jammed the door shut with a wrench, buying what little time he could while silently praying for a miracle that his would-be saviors might outpace the terrorists. Yet his covert observations of the cave's labyrinthine tunnels and dozens of armed guards left him skeptical. No force on Earth, no matter how elite, could navigate hundreds of meters of fortified passages swiftly enough to prevent his execution. Thud! The answer came sooner than expected. Under Tony and Insun's horrified stares, the iron door shuddered violently, its surface buckling inward with a grotesque, human-shaped dent. What the hell? Tony's mind reeled. Had the executioners arrived? Or was this another faction? And that dent, since when could a person do that? Crash! Before they could speculate further, the door exploded inward, hurling a terrorist's corpse into the room like a grisly projectile. Hey, little Tony, Uncle Rogers is here to save you. With a final kick that embedded the last guard into the ruined door, Steve sent both flying into the cavern before bounding inside, grinning like an overenthusiastic gorilla. Strengthen the point, I have arrived. However, Steve was immediately repelled by the foul odor emanating from within the cave. Ugh, Tony, you despicable scoundrel. Did you defile this place? The stench inside resembles the foulest excrement fermented since '82. Tony, taken aback by Steve's evident disgust at the cave's entrance, momentarily froze. You are. Steve, believing Tony had recognized him, instantly straightened up and raised his iconic star-shaped shield, embodying the very essence of Captain America. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed to him, indeed, I am the embodiment of justice, the hope of America, the world's first superhero. You are the scoundrel who took away my December cover girl last year. Tony's furious interruption cut through Steve's declaration. Steve, his mind nearly short-circuited. He never anticipated that Tony's first words would be such. Yet, upon reflection, the December cover girl? Wasn't she the very pair of alluring twin sisters he had just been dismissed by that morning? They had boasted about being cover models for a well-known magazine, and their dalliance with him coincided perfectly with last December. It seemed he had inadvertently claimed Tony's quarry. Chapter 7. I am the one who is being pursued. No. What do you mean by snatching? This is pure prowess. Steve grinned at Tony, saying, Kid, you've misunderstood something. Those twin sisters were not courted by me. Rather, they took the initiative to pursue me. I am the one being pursued. Tony, bewildered, responded, Are you even listening to yourself? Steve, observing Tony's confusion, took a deep breath and approached him earnestly, gently patting his shoulder. Young man, practice makes perfect. Those twin sisters are beyond your grasp. Allow your uncle to handle it. You may fulfill their material desires, but I am the one they spend to satisfy. Do you comprehend the disparity between us? Tony stood there, stunned, for the first time feeling utterly defeated. I barely felt a spark, and yet you've made me lose so thoroughly. Damn it. As a sort of uncle to Tony, Steve couldn't help but offer some consolation upon seeing his nephew so dejected. Don't lose heart, dear nephew. I have amicably parted ways with those twins. If you are willing to take a chance, perhaps you could still win their hearts with your financial prowess, though I suspect it may be futile. As once one has ridden an elephant, it's hard to imagine riding a pony again. Thanks for the consolation, but I don't have a habit of taking over. Tony swatted Steve's hand away, raising his middle finger in a gesture of gratitude. No need to mention it. I excel at offering comfort, Steve replied, graciously accepting Tony's thanks, feigning ignorance to the raised finger. An awkward silence enveloped the air. After a prolonged gaze at Steve, Tony finally spoke. I once heard countless legendary tales of you from my father. Yet, upon meeting you in person, I realize you are quite different from my expectations. Far removed from the divine embodiment my father described. Tony's inner turmoil deepened as he looked at the living embodiment of the man his father, Howard Stark, often spoke of with great reverence. The very individual he envied and admired, whose praises surpassed even those directed at his own son. Upon hearing Tony's familiar sentiments, Steve couldn't resist teasing. Oh, what is it? Are you going to say that there is a hint of green mingled in my blue eyes? This remark reminded Steve of a memorable line from Captain America, Civil War, where Baron Zemo expressed, I have been investigating you, studying you, and only now, at this close distance, have I discovered that there is a hint of green in your blue eyes. You too possess flaws. Much like Tony's expression, it conveyed the realization that Captain America was not the flawless figure the legends had portrayed. What eyes? I was referring to you as a person. You are not as rigid as I had envisioned, and your thoughts seem rather avant-garde. Tony finds it perplexing to comprehend Steve's line of reasoning. Is he speaking about matters concerning the eyes? Upon hearing this, Steve chuckled and patted Tony's shoulder once more. The essence of who I am has never been dictated by others. Your perception of me ought not to be shaped by external descriptions. Simply trust in what you observe. Tony pondered for a moment, his lips curling downwards, and extended his hand towards Steve. I suppose you are right. Regarding my savior, I should not rely on others' opinions to gauge his character. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Tony Stark, the current captain of Stark Industries. Steve smiled, reaching out to shake hands with the enlightened Tony. I am Steve Rogers, captain of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. After they released their grip, Tony raised an eyebrow. What unwieldy title you have. It sounds rather lacking in potential. How about joining my company as the head of security? I can offer you a starting salary of $100,000 a month. Tony's proposition stemmed from his genuine appreciation for Steve's capabilities, as well as a desire to repay him for saving his life. Even if Steve were to spend his days idling at Stark Industries, Tony could easily support him for a lifetime with that salary. Thank you, but I'm quite content with my current situation. My department operates within the United Nations framework, which sounds far more appealing than being a security chief at your company. Steve remained unfazed by Tony's extravagant offer. $100,000 a month is indeed substantial. Yet to Steve, money is merely a figure. Enough is sufficient, and he is not in want. Hydra, for all its faults, provides decent benefits. After a year of assignments, his bank account has swelled to over $10 million. Of course, this wealth is not solely derived from Hydra. A portion is also from missions completed for SHELD. However, Hydra accounts for 90% and SHIELD merely 10. There's no denying that Nick Fury is rather frugal. He has covertly siphoned funds from SHIELD to construct his numerous safe houses worldwide. Upon hearing that Steve's department operates within the UN system, Tony nodded and refrained from further persuasion. Instead, he introduced Ethan, who had been waiting for an opportunity to speak. This is Dr. Ethan. He was also captured by the Ten Rings. My survival from the recent terrorist attack was not merely luck. It was largely thanks to Dr. Ethan. Had he not performed surgery to extract the shrapnel from my body using electromagnetic plates and skillfully negotiated with the Ten Rings on my behalf, I would have perished long ago. Steve extended his hand to shake Ethan's, smiling as he said, "Dr. Ethan, it is an honor to finally meet you. I have heard tales of your remarkable feat of using a bottle of hand sanitizer to breach a biohazard crisis. Seeing you in person, it is clear that the legends are true." Ethan replied, "What hand sanitizer? What biohazard crisis? As a physics student, I find myself rather unfamiliar with biochemistry." Tony, too, is at a loss. The Captain America depicted by his father bears little resemblance to the man he knows, exhibiting a personality that is almost entirely distinct. He begins to wonder if his father, Howard Stark, was so enamored with Captain America that he unconsciously embellished the hero's image before him. However, in contrast to the flawless, almost superhuman portrayal of Captain America his father offered, he finds himself preferring the current, somewhat offbeat Steve Rogers. At the very least, this individual appears to embody the essence of a true human being. Chapter 8. The First Awakening Biofield. Steve, unperturbed by the bemusement of the two, waved his hand dismissively while pinching his nose, exclaiming, "Let us depart from this place. It is not conducive to reminiscing. Frankly, the stench here is unbearable, and I feel as though I am on the verge of suffocation." The aroma that lingered in this small cave was a testament to the 2 months of accumulated filth from Tony and Ethan's daily activities. Fortunately, Steve had skipped breakfast that day. Otherwise, he would have surely succumbed to the urge to vomit. Thus, his assertion that this was akin to a biohazard was not without merit. Tony nodded in agreement, having also grown weary of their dismal surroundings and eager to leave. "Me too," Ethan chimed in. With a shared consensus, the trio hastily made their way toward the cave's exit. Along the route, Tony marveled at the severed limbs strewn about, exclaiming in astonishment, "Captain America, not only does he differ from the rumors regarding his character, but his methods are shockingly brutal. Indeed, these wounds bore no resemblance to those inflicted by firearms. They appeared instead to be the result of sheer force and sharp instruments." Tony cast a glance at the blood-stained shield that Steve bore on his back. It became glaringly apparent who was responsible. To his surprise, the shield, once wielded by his father, was not employed for defense, but rather for the grim purpose of dismemberment, a testament to its status as the world's sole vibranium shield. In response, Tony could only exclaim, "Well done." Having endured torment at the hands of the Ten Rings for 2 long months, he yearned to tear apart those wretched bastards with his own hands, feeling no remorse for Steve's brutal tactics. Rather, he found solace in it. Did they truly believe that the foremost arms dealer in America had no temper? Just you wait, Ten Rings. Once I return, I shall uproot you entirely. Or I shall change my surname to Stark, and then to Shit Big Nut. Indeed, thanks to Steve's timely rescue and Ethan's self-sacrifice, Tony's mindset underwent a profound transformation. Although he had experienced some internal change and successfully created the iron armor, he had no intention of shutting down Stark Industries Weapons Division. Instead, he planned to unleash a ruthless retaliation against the Ten Rings with the technology derived from the iron armor and other military innovations he had devised. After all, at his core, Tony remained an arms dealer. It would be foolish to expect him to behave like the foolish superheroes depicted in films, repaying enmity with kindness. However, Steve remained oblivious to these thoughts and concerns, simply awaiting the system's notification of task completion in his mind. Finally, as he led Tony out of the cave, the system's prompt echoed in his consciousness. Shield task. Rescue Tony Stark completed. Reward granted. Enhancement points 500. Goodness gracious. Did you say 500? He exclaimed, astonished. To put this into perspective, over the past year, he had completed numerous tasks, yet the highest reward for any single task had never exceeded 100 points. Given that physical enhancements required 100 points each, this single task provided him with enough points for 5 enhancements. Alas, it appears that his endeavors throughout the previous year were only sufficient for a mere 6 enhancements. Thus, this singular task essentially equates to a year's worth of effort. One cannot help but acknowledge that he is indeed one of Marvel's chosen ones, with rewards that are nothing short of extravagant. This revelation has compelled Steve to resolve that he must henceforth engage in more quests related to the protagonists of Marvel. System: augment my physical constitution, allocate all points. Presently, the system offers only a function for enhancing physical attributes, and Steve has no intention of conserving these enhancement points. He promptly invests them all into his constitution. Consequently, his physical constitution has soared to a staggering 14 points, while his strength has doubled. However, the most significant surprise does not lie in the remarkable increase in strength, but rather in the newfound ability that awakens upon reaching a constitution of 10 points. With closed eyes, Steve senses the intangible yet undeniably existent layer enveloping his hands, a grin spreading uncontrollably across his face. Behold, the new ability, Biofield. Indeed, it is the concept of the biofield, akin to the extraordinary capability of Superman, Clark Kent, from the DC universe. The applications of the biofield are remarkably diverse. It serves to defend oneself, extend protection to external entities, facilitate flight, and even function as a form of telekinesis, among other uses. Its potential is vast, and like Superman himself, it embodies a form of idealism, theoretically capable of giving rise to countless other abilities derived from the biofield. Naturally, Steve, who has only just awakened his biofield, is not yet capable of achieving such feats, which are the province of seasoned powerhouses like Superman or the Silver Surfer. At present, he can merely utilize the biofield for the most fundamental purposes of self-protection and safeguarding others. For instance, despite possessing speed and strength that far exceed that of an ordinary human, he cannot confidently assert that he can save those he protects under the barrage of enemy fire, whether it be stray bullets or the terrifying force of his own several tons of strength. The risk of fatality for those he aims to protect remains ever present. Even with his vibranium shield, he cannot fend off every attack. After all, the shield is of limited size. Protecting himself with the vibranium shield is already a challenge, let alone safeguarding others. Yet, with the advent of the biofield, the scenario changes dramatically. He is now capable of providing comprehensive protection to himself through the biofield. Moreover, by making contact with objects or individuals, he can extend his biofield to envelop others within its protective embrace. This elucidates why Superman can effortlessly catch a rapidly descending airplane without sustaining damage, contrary to the claims of his detractors. It also explains why, despite merely standing in front of those he aims to protect, he can withstand extensive explosions without harm befalling them. All of this is attributed to the prowess of the biofield. Nonetheless, for Steve, the primary function of the biofield remains the protection of himself, while safeguarding others is a secondary consideration. Upon reaching a constitution level of 14, small-caliber thermal weapons no longer pose a significant threat to him. However, large-caliber thermal weapons still present a certain degree of danger, and missiles, in particular, remain a mortal peril. With the advent of the biological force field, while he may not withstand a nuclear bomb directly, conventional missiles can no longer inflict any harm upon him. The combination of an extreme strength of 200 tons and nearly invulnerable defense equates to an unwavering stance. Should the flight capabilities of the biological force field be further developed, he would essentially become invincible in urban warfare. Even a nuclear bomb would struggle to threaten him, as he could safely escape the blast radius before detonation, provided he could achieve sufficient velocity. Regarding the initial awakening of the biological force field, Steve is thoroughly satisfied. This has only heightened his anticipation for the next awakening of his abilities. However, the next awakening requires a constitution of 50 points, indicating a long journey ahead. Chapter 9. Agent 13, Sharon Carter, during the moment when Steve was attuning himself to the biopharmaceutical field, the special operations team outside had assembled after clearing the battlefield. The now calm Rumlow approached Steve to report on the mission. Captain, all members of the Ten Rings gang on site have been neutralized. C4 explosives have also been placed on the munitions in the cave. Well done. Prepare for extraction. Detonate the explosives after takeoff. Steve surveyed the scene, littered with corpses, and nodded in satisfaction. Although he was not entirely pleased with Hydra's performance in Afghanistan, Rumlow's team, a formidable special operations unit recognized by both S.H.L.D. and Hydra, had proven to be quite effective. For the Ten Rings, this assault by the special operations team was akin to a dimensional strike. Both in combat proficiency and weaponry, they utterly overwhelmed their adversaries. The 10 Ring small-caliber operatives failed to inflict even a single casualty on the dozen-strong special operations team. Tony was also scrutinizing this seemingly nefarious special operations squad and jokingly remarked to Steve, "Honestly, if I weren't aware of your true identity, I'd think you were the head of some villainous organization with this bloodthirsty crew around you." Steve replied, "I must admit, your judgment of character is quite astute." However, he refrained from voicing that thought aloud, instead asserting, "My team is a legitimate special operations unit certified by the United Nations, an elite force recognized worldwide. So their intimidating demeanor is entirely justified." Steve responded casually, and Tony nodded in acknowledgement. Initially, Tony's comment had been made in jest, and he gave little thought to Steve's reply. After all, how could Captain America possibly be a villain? And why would a villain come to his rescue? As everyone boarded the Quinjet for takeoff, Rumlow pressed the button on his remote control. Boom! Suddenly, the base of the 10 Rings below, along with Stark Industries munitions and Tony's prototype suit in the cave, was engulfed in a violent explosion. Tony refrained from speaking. He did not wish for anyone to acquire his iron suit, even if it consisted of hastily crafted parts. Thus, destruction was the most prudent course of action. Steve remained silent as well. He had little interest in the iron suit and certainly did not want Hydra to obtain it. He preferred Hydra to maintain its current covert status. If they were to acquire the iron suit, who could predict whether they might impulsively instigate a third world war? His intention was simply to utilize Hydra to grow stronger through missions, not to assist them in conquering the world. Time flew on the Quinjet. Steve did not escort Tony back to S.H.I.E.L.D., but instead took him directly to Stark Tower in New York. After sharing a few cheeseburgers with Tony, Steve decided not to linger and took his leave. Having returned after a 2-month absence, Tony had a plethora of issues to address, and he certainly did not wish to become embroiled in them. However, he did not return to S.H.I.E.L.D. He merely instructed Rumlow to return with the Special Forces team to submit their mission report. It was not only Nick Fury who wished to avoid him. He too had no desire to encounter the calculating gaze of the bald, one-eyed man. Were it not for the fact that he was still unable to contend with Captain Marvel, he would have already dealt a severe blow to Nick Fury, this pretentious individual, sending him to the depths of the sea. This man was more of a detriment than a benefit, both to him and to the world at large. "Captain Rogers, we have arrived." Happy's voice roused Steve from his reverie. Glancing out the car window, he realized they had reached the familiar neighborhood of Brooklyn. "Thank you for bringing me back, Happy. You may head back now." Steve expressed his gratitude to Happy, who was at the wheel, then opened the door of the Rolls-Royce, a model he could not name. After Rumlow had taken the team back to the Special Forces, Steve had intended to return on his own after finishing his cheeseburger. However, despite his lack of time, Tony had arranged for his personal bodyguard, Happy, to escort him home. Happy leaned out of the driver's seat, sincerely thanking Steve. "It is my honor to bring you back, Captain. Also, I am immensely grateful for your saving Tony. He is not just my employer, but also my best friend. He is the son of my comrade. Saving him is only natural, and you need not thank me." Steve smiled dismissively, waving his hand as he turned to walk towards his apartment. His residence was modest, a 2-bedroom flat with a vintage style provided by S.H.L.D. In truth, he did not often stay in this home. Most of the year had been spent at the residences of his previous 19 girlfriends. For instance, he had been residing at the villa of the twin sisters for the past 2 months, without returning even once. Nevertheless, despite this, the apartment remained spotless. Steve pursed his lips, realizing that his friendly neighbors had thoughtfully tidied up in his absence. Just as he was pondering this, a noise came from the ajar door, and a young woman with golden hair, embodying the sweet aesthetic typical of Western beauty, peeked inside. "Captain Rogers, is it you who has returned? Sharon? Please come in. I just completed a mission and thought it was time to return for a while. Thank you for taking care of the room during my absence." Steve welcomed Sharon inside and retrieved 2 bottles of cola from the refrigerator. They sat across from each other, and Sharon could not help but smile at Steve. "You are a hero of this nation. I am delighted to do anything for you." Steve chuckled lightly, choosing not to respond. Instead, he opened a cola can for Sharon and placed it before her. Sharon Carter, a prodigy trained by Nick Fury, was Agent 13 of S.H.I.L.D., and also the niece of Peggy Carter, Captain America's former love. However, she was not currently using that name. Instead, she operated under the alias Sharon Stone, under Nick Fury's orders, masquerading as his neighbor to secretly protect and monitor Steve. Unbeknownst to Nick Fury and Sharon Carter, Steve was already aware of Sharon's true identity, having discerned the information that eluded them. Steve harbored no animosity towards the young woman who idolized him, regardless of Sharon's prowess or her standing. He found no justification to act against her. Moreover, Sharon Carter bore no ill will towards him, nor could she effectively monitor his actions. With his capabilities, he could easily evade her. He had no intention of rendezvousing with Hydra in this location, rendering Sharon's vigilance inconsequential. Instead, she served as a delightful companion. As they settled down with a refreshing soda, Sharon's gaze had not wavered from Steve since her entrance. Casting a glance towards the refrigerator, her sparkling eyes filled with anticipation. She inquired, "Captain, you've been away for 2 months, and the pantry is bare. I happened to procure some fresh ingredients today. Would you care to sample my culinary skills?" Chapter 10. Natasha's Disappearance. A new mission. Steve gazed into Sharon's large, glistening eyes, a subtle arch of his brow, and a slow, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. How could one refuse such an enchanting woman's invitation? By serendipity, I possess a bottle of vintage red wine. A delightful meal accompanied by fine wine awaits us. Rising from his seat, Steve casually retrieved a bottle of 1982 Lafite, pilfered from Alexander Pierce during their Hydra mission. He then leaned slightly towards Sharon, extending his hand in a gentlemanly manner. Sharon observed the hand reaching for her, a fleeting flicker of hesitation passing through her eyes, soon replaced by unbridled joy as she unhesitatingly grasped Steve's warm hand. What does it matter? After all, Aunt Peggy and Captain never truly materialized, and the prospect of them rekindling is non-existent. I am not encroaching upon my aunt's territory. Hand in hand, they strolled towards Sharon's abode next door. Their dinner consisted of merely a few bites, and the wine was sipped in a token gesture. This evening's repast was evidently not focused on culinary delight, but rather on the indescribable desires of the human condition. When Steve awakened once more, it was already the following morning. The beauty who had accompanied him the previous night was absent, the door to the room ajar, wafting in the enticing aroma of sizzling meat from the dining area. One cannot deny the superior physical prowess of an agent, unlike his previous 19 girlfriends, who would be utterly exhausted after their encounters. Sharon was the only one capable of rising early to prepare breakfast. Reflecting on this, Steve donned the neatly arranged clothes Sharon had left on the bedside table and stepped out of the room. At that moment, Sharon emerged from the kitchen, balancing 2 hearty bacon sandwiches in her hands. She placed a plate, laden with a sandwich thrice the size of the other, before Steve, her voice soft and inviting. "You hardly ate last night, and, after a long evening, I figured you must be quite hungry, Captain." Steve rubbed his stomach, acknowledging that he indeed felt a pang of hunger. It is not merely the beauty that captivates, but the thoughtful and understanding beauty. Growing up with tales of Captain America, Sharon Carter, who had long harbored her own admiration for him, undoubtedly understood him best. Steve pulled Sharon onto his lap, inhaling the delicate fragrance of her hair as he took a generous bite of the sandwich. This is truly delightful. Such simple ingredients transformed into something exquisite by your culinary skills. Perhaps this is the magic of love," he mused. Sharon's cheeks flushed crimson at Steve's compliment, her heart racing as she gazed into his eyes, nearly overwhelmed by emotion. Years of agent training evaporated in an instant, her mind consumed solely by thoughts of Steve. How charming he is. How deeply I adore him. Captain Rogers. From now on, call me Steve. As the atmosphere thickened, the two drew ever closer. Closer still. You are the one and only sunshine, rainbow, little white horse, tick-tock, tick-tock. A jarring ringtone abruptly shattered the moment, interrupting their anticipated second round. Sharon Carter hastily distanced herself from Steve, returning to her seat with her head bowed like an ostrich. Steve furrowed his brow as he glanced at his phone, which displayed a call from Nick Fury, causing the veins on his forehead to throb. Damn it! How long is this wretched little horse going to keep this up? Initially inclined to hang up, the memory of Nick Fury delivering a task worth 500 enhancement points the previous day made him reconsider. He feared it might be a similar opportunity, so he reluctantly answered. Little horse, speak up. Give me one good reason within 10 seconds why I shouldn't come to your office and smash your other eye. Nick Fury refrained from retorting. He no longer dared to gamble with this ice-brained Captain America, unsure whether he was joking or serious. If this redneck snapped and truly came to obliterate his only good eye, where could he seek recourse? A shiver ran down Nick Fury's spine as he quickly explained. Believe me, I don't wish to disturb you right after your mission, but an extremely urgent situation has arisen. Just yesterday, I dispatched Agent Norman Novikov to Iran on a mission to escort a nuclear engineer back. However, just an hour ago, they were ambushed on their return journey. Natasha and the engineer's fates remain unknown, and I need you to rush to their aid. Frankly, had it not been necessary, Nick Fury would have preferred not to contact this foul-mouthed captain. Yet, one of SHIELD's most formidable agents, Black Widow, was missing in action during this mission. Sending another ordinary agent would likely lead to disaster. So after much deliberation, Nick Fury decided to call upon Steve, the superhuman. Steve's brow furrowed at the news of Natasha's ambush. It was truly absurd. He had just seen her yesterday, and now she was missing? What kind of attack could possibly overpower Natasha, the deadly spider? It's worth noting that during this early Marvel era, superheroes and villains were not yet ubiquitous. A top-tier agent like Black Widow was already considered a powerful figure in the T1 ranks. Previously, Steve might have weighed his options regarding the task based on his mood. However, having tasted the sweetness of saving Tony the day before, he no longer hesitated. This incident concerned another principal character in the Marvel Universe. Surely, like the task with Tony, the enhancement points would be substantial. All right, I'll take on this mission. Send me the coordinates where Natasha was last seen. I'll check it out. I've already sent it to your email. With that, Steve ended the call without further conversation with Nick Fury. Steve was seated just a short distance from Sharon, and their conversation with Nick Fury was audible to her. She gazed at Steve, her expression conflicted, hovering on the brink of speech. Naturally, Steve noticed her unusual demeanor and casually remarked, "If you have something on your mind or something you wish to express, feel free to speak up. Given the nature of our relationship, there is little that cannot be discussed, such as your identity as a spy." At his words, Sharon's pupils dilated in disbelief, and she abruptly stood, inadvertently knocking her plate off the table. Yet before it could hit the ground, Steve, without even turning his head, deftly reached out and caught the falling plate, effortlessly saving the sandwich that was about to tumble as well. Steve referred to this maneuver as the Steve Jolt. Chapter 11. Sharon Carter, completely captivated by Sharon was oblivious to Steve's display of skill. Her mind was consumed by his recent words. When did you realize? Steve swiftly finished his sandwich and casually offered the remaining half to the dazed Sharon. When did I realize? From a very first day I moved in here, coincidentally the day after a stunning neighbor moved in next door, I was already aware. Although I slept in the ice for decades, my experiences battling Hydra have made me acutely sensitive to those around me, particularly agents. While you play the role of a nurse almost flawlessly, there is, at the core, a fundamental difference between a nurse and an agent. You may have concealed the surface, but you cannot obscure the inherent brilliance that comes with being an agent. As Steve spoke, his smile gradually faded, replaced by a hint of nostalgia in his gaze. However, This was not the main reason I suspected you of being an agent. There's a more significant reason. Would you like to know what it is? Is it? Sharon stared blankly at Steve, her mind devoid, completely stripped of her discerning judgment as a top-tier agent. Love can blind a person, even one as skilled as Sharon Carter. Yet, Steve did not succumb to such blindness, for he was a cad. Nevertheless, what followed came from the depths of his heart, a sentiment rooted in the most profound memories of this body. With a gentle sigh, Steve continued, "Because in you, I see the shadow of an old acquaintance. The world's most formidable female agent, whose name is Peggy Carter." "Aunt Peggy," Sharon gasped, immediately covering her mouth, realizing she had inadvertently let slip a secret. However, she soon noticed that Steve remained unfazed by her revelation, his expression calm. "How do you know that Peggy is my aunt?" Sharon questioned, her curiosity piqued. Steve shook his head, speaking from his heart. "I don't know for certain. I merely have some suspicions. After all, it is rare to encounter an agent with such a striking resemblance to Peggy." In truth, Steve Rogers was unaware of Sharon's identity. It was the other soul within this body, Roger, who possessed that knowledge. Upon hearing this, Sharon's gaze towards Steve shifted, becoming somewhat peculiar. She whispered, "You've guessed my connection to Aunt Peggy, yet you still pursued me. Isn't that a bit twisted? The niece and her future uncle. This. Thinking about it is rather unsettling." Steve looked utterly bewildered. "What?" Sharon's voice became increasingly faint. "Because I am Peggy's niece, and you're her ex-boyfriend. Morally, isn't this a bit wrong?" Steve was left with a myriad of questions. "Wait, is that even right? Were you not the one who signaled me first? I am the one being pursued here. Now, you unexpectedly exhibit such callousness, accusing me of being in the wrong?" Ward expressed. However, as an emotionally intelligent man, Steve would never voice such sentiments. Instead, he adopted a different narrative, one that belonged to the original owner of this body. Sharon, Steve Rogers does not belong to this era. He belongs to 70 years ago, to the time when Peggy was still waiting for him. Now, although Peggy is still present, she no longer belongs to the me of today. She has her own life, a family, a husband, and 2 children. I should not intrude upon her. The former Steve had already perished the moment he awoke from his icy slumber. Realizing he had missed that dance with Peggy, what remains is merely a soul devoid of belonging in this era. And this soul is both lonely and free. He is not the Steve Rogers of 70 years past, but a brand new Steve Rogers, belonging to this contemporary age. Thus, whether you have fallen in love with me or I with you, there is no fault in it, and you need not bear any psychological burden as a result. For I am no longer the Steve Rogers of Peggy Carter. I belong to myself. Steve spoke in one breath without blushing or his heart racing, showing not a trace of guilt. Because these were sincere words, he had merely articulated the changes that had occurred to this body in a different manner. As for how these words should be interpreted, that would depend entirely on how Sharon chose to fill in the gaps herself. And Sharon did not disappoint Steve. In that moment, her formidable agent's imagination inconveniently kicked in, allowing her to conjure up a perfectly reasonable explanation for why Steve had become so recklessly unrestrained in his lifestyle after awakening, so starkly different from the character of legend. Imagine waking up to find that 70 years had passed, that all your former friends and comrades now hung upon memorial walls, that the one you loved had moved on without you, already with a husband and children of her own. Who could bear such a loss without faltering? This has also resulted in significant fluctuations in Steve's character, as he continuously strives to integrate himself into this entirely new era, embracing the individuals of this modern age. However, as Steve himself articulates, he feels like a solitary soul adrift in this epoch, unable to find perfect harmony with its inhabitants. This undoubtedly elucidates why Steve has changed girlfriends 19 times within a single year. He continues to seek his true self in this new era, in pursuit of a suitable companion. His greatness is truly remarkable, and my affection for him runs deep. Steve, you shall never again confront the new era alone. I shall remain by your side, eternally. Sharon, overwhelmed with compassion, rose to her feet and tenderly embraced Steve's head against her ample bosom. offering him a fleeting moment of solace in this unfamiliar era. Although Steve was unaware of the whimsical musings of a young lady named Sharon, it did not diminish the warmth he felt emanating from their embrace, an undeniable, physical sensation. After a moment of tenderness, Steve summoned his formidable willpower to extricate himself from Sharon's gentle haven and spoke, "I know you will always be by my side, for you are unlike any of them. You are the most extraordinary one to me." This was not the first time Steve had uttered such words. He often expressed this sentiment whenever he found himself with a new girlfriend of a different profession. To him, each unique career brought forth a distinctive charm, and he had never before experienced a partner who was a spy, not in the essence of Roger's soul. Thus, it was not an exaggeration to deem Sharon as the most exceptional among them. Sharon, of course, remained oblivious to these thoughts, having been thoroughly enchanted by Steve's sweet nothings, her infatuation for him deepening with every word. With eyes as soft as water, it was nearly impossible for any man to refrain from making a mistake in her presence. Yet, today, Steve managed to resist, for he had more pressing matters at hand. As much as I wish to linger a while longer, you have heard too. Natasha is currently missing, and I must depart at once. Chapter 12. She flees, he pursues. She cannot soar, although Sharon's thoughts were consumed by Steve. Her instincts as a seasoned agent prevailed. She promptly rose to retrieve the stealth combat suit Steve had worn the previous day, along with his signature vibranium shield. Steve, showing no hesitation, stripped off his clothes before her and donned the stealth attire, affixing the shield to the suit's back-mounted device. As the adage goes, clothes make the man. And the transformation was remarkable. Steve evolved from a cheerful and sunny boy into a composed and formidable super soldier. While Steve changed, Sharon donned her own SHIELD combat uniform and declared, "I will accompany you." However, Steve raised a hand to halt her, shaking his head. "No, this is not your mission. The adversary's capabilities are unknown, and even a top-tier agent like Natasha could falter. I cannot bear to see you in danger." Sharon was deeply touched by his concern and recognized the truth in his words. She understood that her presence might hinder him, so she relented. "I comprehend, but should you find yourself in peril, you must inform me. I swear, I will come to your rescue no matter the cost." Steve nodded, resolved, and turned to depart without delay. An hour later, in Iran, at a border location, a Quinjet descended from the heavens, landing near the edge of a cliff. The cockpit opened, and Steve emerged. This sight marked the last coordinates Nick Fury had transmitted before Natasha's disappearance. For this mission, he had chosen not to bring his Special Forces team, opting instead to venture alone. The enemy's information was shrouded in mystery, and a larger contingent would only encumber his search. Casting a glance at the wrecked Jeep lying at the cliff's base, he leaped effortlessly down, landing before the vehicle. The modest height of the cliff posed no challenge. He did not even need to bend his legs. He yanked off the deformed door of the Jeep, peering inside, and raised an eyebrow. There were traces of blood within, yet no body, and a laser-cut hole marred the vehicle's undercarriage. Clearly, Natasha had managed to escape with a nuclear engineer, having cut a path beneath the vehicle. This outcome was not surprising to Steve. After all, she was one of Marvel's protagonists, not easily subdued. Knowing Natasha was alive and that his mission had not failed, Steve felt a sense of calm wash over him. He began to scrutinize other clues. Soon, he discovered the true cause of the Jeep's crash, a prominent fist imprint on the hood, indicative of immense force that had forcibly halted the moving vehicle. The words fist and immense power conjured an image in Steve's mind. The Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes. If it is Bucky, then it is no wonder that Natasha is no match for him. Bucky has been injected with the counterfeit super serum created by Hydra's Dr. Zola and equipped with a powerful mechanical arm, rendering his combat prowess on par with that of the Captain America in his prime, and even slightly superior when Bucky is under the influence of darkness. In the early stages, Bucky could be considered Hydra's trump card. Alas, does that mean this mission has devolved into a dog-eat-dog scenario? He is now part of Hydra, yet he is tasked with rescuing a target of Hydra. Life's unpredictability is truly remarkable. However, Steve does not intend to abandon this mission. On the contrary, upon discovering that his opponent is the Winter Soldier, he feels an increased thrill. Indeed, what a serendipitous turn of events, as if fortune smiled upon him effortlessly. In the preceding year, it seemed that Pierce was concerned that a meeting between Bucky and himself would disrupt their brainwashing, hence he never allowed them to meet. At that time, Steve lacked the strength to topple Hydra and refrained from seeking out Bucky for fear of alarming the enemy. Now, with his awakened biological field, he can confidently assert that he is invincible within Hydra-S ranks. Even though he has yet to contemplate breaking free from Hydra, he is determined to transition from being a mere pawn to a player. Yet, what is a player without pieces? Thus, he must acquire some of his own. And Bucky, his former dear friend, undoubtedly represents an excellent piece, powerful and easily manipulated. Unexpectedly, before he could actively seek out Bucky, the latter has come to him. It appears that this mission will not only yield enhancements, but may also grant him a loyal piece, or perhaps a brother. After all, having inherited this body, it would be remiss to regard Bucky solely as a pawn. Nevertheless, the immediate priority is to locate Natasha swiftly. Otherwise, if Bucky finds her first, it could spell danger. As the Winter Soldier of Hydra, Bucky's actions are anything but benign. Even Black Widow might easily become a casualty if not careful. Scanning the surroundings, Steve's enhanced vision operated like a scanner, meticulously examining every detail of the cliffs. Indeed, in an inconspicuous corner, he discovered a distinct emblem belonging to S-H-I-E-L-D. This was a guiding marker left by Natasha for reinforcements, enabling them to discern her general direction of movement when communication with her was disrupted. Upon seeing this marker, instead of feeling relieved, Steve grew increasingly anxious for Natasha's safety, shaking his head. Natasha, your cleverness has backfired. You should not have used the S-H-L-D marker. For while this emblem is unique to S-H-I-E-L-D, known only to its insiders, the very individuals pursuing her are indeed insiders. It is none other than the Winter Soldier, the ace of Alexander Pierce, the Hydra leader who outranks Nick Fury. How could he be unaware of the meaning behind the S-H-I-E-L emblem? Therefore, Natasha is in grave danger. As anticipated by Steve, Natasha successfully led the nuclear engineer to a remote town on the Iranian border. This town, characterized by its primitive nature, boasted low, earthen structures with a lamentable scarcity of modern amenities. Barely a few light bulbs could be found. Yet it was precisely this lack of modernity that prompted Natasha to pause here. With minimal equipment and no signal sources, the likelihood of being tracked diminished significantly. However, rather than taking the engineer to the town's sole lodging, she prudently opted for an abandoned two-story residence as a temporary refuge. Upon entering a room within the building and leaning against the frigid wall, Natasha finally exhaled in relief and retrieved her powered-down satellite phone, intending to reactivate it to seek assistance from Nick Fury. Logically, one would expect that after a loss of contact, Nick Fury would sense something amiss and initiate a rescue. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to confirm her status and provide her precise location to him. Unbeknownst to Natasha, the markings she had left along her route, initially intended as signals for her allies, had now become clues for her adversaries. The Winter Soldier, tracing her path of markers, had now positioned himself atop a nearby building, armed with a thermal imaging sniper rifle, and aimed at her location. Danger loomed. As a top-tier agent and assassin, Natasha felt a sudden prickling of her arm hairs while holding the satellite phone. Her sixth sense was in frenzied alert. Instinctively, she shifted her body just as a bullet pierced the wall against which she leaned, striking her abdomen. Fortunately, due to her instinctive maneuver, the shot, while grievous, did not prove fatal. Chapter 13. Fear not, children, for Captain America has arrived. Yet alas, this shot irrevocably marked Natasha's farewell to her days in a bikini. However, Natasha's stroke of fortune did not extend to everyone within the confines of this room. The nuclear engineer, who had been seated across from her, was instantly dispatched with a fatal shot to the head. Damn it! Natasha could only utter in frustration as she hastily pressed her hand against her wound while dragging the engineer's lifeless body into the corner of the room. Checking for a pulse, she realized with horror that he was beyond saving. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead. How could the enemy arrive so swiftly? How did they discover our whereabouts? Was it a tracker, or had my markings been compromised? Though Natasha did not consider herself the most formidable of agents, she prided herself on being one of the best at remaining concealed. Throughout her escape, she had meticulously erased any traces of her flight. Even the most skilled search teams in the world would struggle to uncover her path so quickly. Thus, aside from a tracker or the potential discovery of her markings, she could fathom no other means by which the enemy could have traced her so swiftly. Yet, she had thoroughly checked and was certain that neither she nor the engineer bore any trackers. Even DS locator devices and satellite phones had been discarded and deactivated during her flight precisely to avoid detection by enemy counter-surveillance. Therefore, it could not have been a tracker. The only plausible truth was that her markings had indeed been uncovered. Natasha's expression darkened instantly. This not only indicated that her markings had been detected, but also implied that the adversary had penetrated DS exclusive identifiers, suggesting the presence of a mole within the organization. Bang! Yet, there was no time for her to ponder the implications of a traitor within A round object hurtled through the window, landing just a short distance from her feet. Grenade! Natasha's eyes widened as she instinctively kicked the engineer's body towards the grenade. Not pausing for a moment, she hurled herself toward the door, disregarding the pain from her gunshot wound. Boom! A tremendous explosion followed, scattering the engineer's remains throughout the room. Yet, it was this final sacrifice that afforded Natasha a stroke of luck, allowing her to survive the blast at such close range. Though she was propelled into the corridor by the shockwave. Coughing, she mused to herself that this mission was proving to be even more arduous than her experience in Budapest. Thud, thud, thud. Before Natasha could catch her breath on the ground, a series of ominous footsteps echoed from the depths of the corridor, and a black military boot appeared in her peripheral vision as it rounded the corner. Without raising her gaze, Natasha swiftly drew her weapon and fired several shots at the owner of that foot. Bang, 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 clink, clink, clink. However, the sound of bullets striking flesh was absent. Instead, the metallic clatter reverberated throughout the corridor. Natasha's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the newcomer, who effortlessly deflected her three-point shots with a single silver metallic arm. The intruder moved with astonishing speed, traversing the corridor of several meters in less than 2 seconds, delivering a ferocious kick aimed at Natasha's head. The sheer force of the wind generated by the strike warned her that being hit would spell her doom. Instead of retreating or attempting to block the attack, she raised her firearm and unleashed a barrage of bullets at the advancing Winter Soldier's face. After all, the most effective defense is always a decisive offense. As anticipated, the bullets were entirely deflected by his metallic arm. Yet this action compelled the Winter Soldier to halt his kick, granting Natasha an opportunity to counterattack. Like a nimble serpent, she ascended along the Winter Soldier's frame until she reached his head, ensnaring his arms with her legs while drawing a glimmering wire that shimmered with a lethal sheen, tightening it around his neck. If she secured this grip, even the mightiest of foes would meet their end. However, the Winter Soldier was quick to react. As Natasha clambered onto him, he thrust his neck backward, hurling her against the corridor wall. Seizing the moment of pain that distracted her, he forcefully extricated his metallic arm from her grasp, blocking the deadly wire aimed at his throat, and ultimately seized Natasha by her hair, flinging her away with brutal force. A modified human, Natasha landed gracefully after executing a backward somersault, acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between them. A singular thought flashed through her mind upon realizing her opponent's enhanced nature. Without hesitation, she pivoted and dashed into the adjacent room, leaping through the window. Facing a modified human, she had no intention of engaging further. She was merely a trained, ordinary person, not a super soldier like Steve. The winds howled as she fled. Natasha, embodying the pinnacle of human capability, demonstrated remarkable resilience. An ordinary individual would have succumbed to a gunshot wound or been incapacitated by an explosion. Yet, she was still capable of retaliation and escape. However, the Winter Soldier, a super soldier, was evidently faster. Before she could put much distance between them, a grenade whistled through the air, exploding beside her and sending her hurtling once more. Boom! Goodness, this was the second time today she had been blown up. The proximity of the blast left her feeling as though her very insides had been rearranged, rendering her unable to rise again. Overwhelmed by the cacophony of startled cries, Natasha glimpsed the dark figure of death approaching her with relentless intent. Was this to be her end? Damn it! She still had so much unfinished business. She had yet to find her sister. With a fierce determination, Natasha struggled to rise, but the Winter Soldier's frigid gaze offered no trace of compassion, denying her the chance to regain her footing. As he removed the spent shell from his grenade launcher and loaded a fresh round, he aimed it directly at the prostrate Natasha and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Whoosh! Boom! The grenade struck true, erupting in a violent explosion. Natasha was finished, or so it seemed. Fear not, dear children, for Captain America has arrived. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, the anticipated image of Natasha being blown apart did not materialize. Instead, a towering figure, gripping a shield adorned with the colors red, silver, and blue, emerged before the Winter Soldier. A flicker of confusion crossed the Winter Soldier's eyes as he pondered how this individual could possibly withstand the full force of a grenade's blast with merely a small shield. This was utterly unfathomable. Yet, the biofield manifested itself as an astonishing phenomenon, not only shielding Steve from the explosion, but also ensuring that Natasha remained entirely unscathed behind him. Though a hint of perplexity lingered in his mind, the Winter Soldier's actions were swift. Realizing the grenade had failed, he raised his weapon and began to fire at Steve. In a symbolic gesture, Steve positioned his shield in front of him, effectively using the biofield to deflect all incoming bullets. At the same time, he turned to glance at Natasha, revealing a broad grin. I haven't arrived too late, have I, little spider? Natasha did not respond immediately. Instead, she stared in disbelief at the bullets that fell like cookies from various parts of Steve's body. Wait, my friend, is this correct? It's one thing for the bullets, striking your vibranium shield, to be flattened. But how is it that those hitting your leg are crushed as if they had struck the shield as well? Chapter 14. The Winter Soldier defeated as the bullets rapidly depleted from his firearm. The Winter Soldier realized the futility of his weapon against Steve and discarded it. With the swiftness of a cheetah, he charged towards Steve, delivering a blow with enough force to shatter rock towards the back of Steve's head. Natasha, having first-hand experience of the Winter Soldier's formidable strength, noticed that Steve's attention remained fixated on her, oblivious to the impending attack from behind. She urgently warned, "Be careful behind you." Steve, though aware of the rushing wind behind him, remained unperturbed. A resounding thud echoed as the Winter Soldier, empowered by his mechanical arm, unleashed a punch weighing several tons, which Steve effortlessly intercepted without turning around. No matter how forcefully the Winter Soldier struck, Steve's arm remained unyielding. With a physical constitution rated at 14, Steve's baseline strength commenced at several tons, peaking at an extraordinary 200 tons, far beyond what the Winter Soldier, with his maximum of merely 3 points, could contend with. Your peak output pales in comparison to my baseline. What do you intend to fight me with? Steve mused, exerting a slight pressure with his palm, causing the Winter Soldier's mechanical arm to emit a distressing sound under the strain. Steve had little interest in engaging in a prolonged battle, for such a contest would be anything but gratifying. In the Winter Soldier's bewildered gaze, Steve seized his iron fist and delivered a decisive elbow strike to his temple, effectively shutting him down. Is that it? Natasha glanced between Steve and the unconscious Winter Soldier he was holding, her mind swirling. How could a super soldier, who had effortlessly overpowered her, be so easily subdued by Captain America? What did that make her arduous struggle? Was she truly that lacking in skill? For the first time, Natasha found herself questioning her own capabilities. How could she have been pursued to the brink by someone so easily vanquished by Steve? To this, Steve could only remark that even among super soldiers, there exists disparity. It was not that the Winter Soldier was weak. Rather, he was simply unmatched in strength. With one hand lifting Bucky and the other reaching out to Natasha, Steve jested, "Can you still get up? If you need me to carry you back." It will cost you extra beyond the mission fee. Natasha shot him a glare, retorting, "Humph. Others must pay to carry me. You think you can charge me? I can walk on my own." Determined to rise, Natasha attempted to stand, but, having endured 2 explosions at close range, without the aid of a kind engineer to shield her from the second, she found herself unable to maintain her footing. Just as she managed to rise partially, she collapsed again. Seeing her predicament, Steve ceased his teasing, securing his shield on his back, and with a single arm, he scooped her up in a princess carry. To his surprise, Natasha did not stubbornly refuse, but instead wrapped her arms around his neck, resting her head against his sturdy shoulder. "Thank you, Steve." Steve cast a glance at Natasha, who lay in his arms with her eyes closed, remaining silent as he carried Bucky with one hand and cradled Natasha with the other, making his way toward the Quinjet parked outside the town. After returning to the Quinjet and performing a rudimentary cleaning and bandaging of Natasha's wounds, Steve did not hastily initiate the departure. Instead, he gazed at Natasha, contemplating how to persuade her to conceal the matter of the Winter Soldier. It was imperative that Nick Fury remained oblivious to Bucky's situation. Otherwise, this man, who sought to control everything, would undoubtedly concoct malicious schemes against Bucky. However, before he could formulate his words, Natasha, who leaned back in her seat with her eyes closed in repose, spoke first. "Though I am unaware of the reasons, rest assured, I will not disclose anything regarding him. I was ambushed by a mysterious individual during this mission, who subsequently killed the nuclear engineer. You arrived just in time to assist, and the assailant, unable to withstand your intervention, fled. That encapsulates the entirety of this mission. Astute as ever." Natasha discerned from the outset that Steve was deeply concerned about the assailant. With her exceptional talent for reading people, she also recognized his desire to keep the assailant's identity a secret. Thus, rather than waiting for Steve to fabricate a flimsy excuse to deceive her, she chose to be perceptive and proactive. "Thank you." Steve paused momentarily, nodding in acknowledgement to Natasha before proceeding to the cockpit with the unconscious Bucky. The advantage of dealing with an intelligent individual is that one need not articulate their intentions. The other party comprehends effortlessly. After placing Bucky in the passenger seat, Steve activated the Quinjet and departed from the location. Natasha's mission to escort the nuclear engineer had ultimately failed. However, Steve's mission was deemed successful. The voice of the system resonated in his mind. S-H-I-E-L-D. Mission: rescue the missing Natasha. Completed. Mission reward: 300 enhancement points. This reward paled in comparison to the one for saving Tony, falling short by a substantial 200 enhancement points. Yet remained considerable, equivalent to several, if not a dozen, ordinary tasks worth of enhancement points. This confirmed the notion that missions related to Marvel's protagonists indeed offered significantly greater rewards than standard tasks. Steve retained his habit of not hoarding enhancement points, directly allocating all 300 points to his physical attributes. His physique elevated from 14 to 17 points. His strength surged from a limit of 200 tons to 250 tons, with his baseline strength nearing 100 tons. At present, he could be likened to a diminutive Hulk in terms of strength. Had he possessed such power when that fateful truck from an alternate dimension collided with him, it would not have been Steve Rogers who transcended into the Marvel Universe, but rather a wretched pink truck. As the most common vehicle for traversing dimensions, Roger truly wished to see it experience the thrill of crossing into another realm. Just imagine, a truck becoming the protagonist in a story set in an alternate world. It could prove far more captivating than the typical human narrative. Indeed, considering the existence of Transformers in the comic book universe, the notion of a truck as the main character is not entirely implausible. In Steve's whimsical musings, the Quinjet swiftly returned to America. After escorting the injured Natasha to the medical department of S-H-I-E-L-D, Steve accompanied Bucky back to his safe house located in New York. Not only does Nick Fury possess a safe house, but Steve also has his own sanctuaries. Although they are not as ubiquitous as Fury's, he does have a select few. The one he is currently leading Bucky to is situated in the most vibrant part of New York City, Hell's Kitchen. This place, which even the devil would commend, is undoubtedly the most fitting refuge. Here, AM Lang of nefarious forces and street heroes traverse the streets and alleys. Even the New York police prefer to keep their distance from the affairs here, rendering it almost a no man's land. It can be said that this is the ultimate hiding place. Of course, establishing a safe house in Hell's Kitchen necessitates a certain level of prowess. Otherwise, the safety of such a refuge will be compromised. Nevertheless, the security of his safe house is indeed quite high, as it is not only located in Hell's Kitchen, but also within the tallest skyscraper at its heart, the Fisk Towers. The owner of this edifice is none other than Wilson Grant Fisk, the underground emperor of New York and indeed of all America, known as Kingpin. Chapter 15. The Scorpion and the Bullseye, a gesture of affection from Kingpin to understand why Steve has a safe house within the formidable edifice of Kingpin. One must hark back to a certain Hydra mission from the previous year. As one of Hydra's premier enforcers, Steve was not only tasked with executing missions for Nick Fury of S.H.I.L.D., but was also embroiled in some less-than-savory assignments dispatched by Hydra itself. On one occasion, he received a routine heist assignment from Hydra, aimed at intercepting a military convoy transporting a newly extracted rare metal from the depths of the earth, just outside New York City. However, upon arrival at the designated location, Steve discovered that someone had beaten Hydra to the prize. The military transport was adorned with an array of darts, and in that instant, Steve comprehended the identity of his rival. In all of New York, there was only one individual who relished in both darting his foes and leaving them with a piercing reminder. Kingpin's most trusted lieutenant, the infamous Bullseye, renowned for his lethal accuracy with any projectile. As the de facto captain of Hydra, could Steve possibly endure this affront? Clad in his black and red Hydra battle attire, he stormed into Kingpin's towering structure, battling his way from the ground floor to the penthouse. Eventually, he seized Bullseye, the Scorpion, and confronted the grand mastermind of the building, Kingpin himself. After a rather cordial exchange, Kingpin, sporting a bruised visage, begrudgingly returned the rare metal that Bullseye had pilfered and, in an unexpected turn of events, expressed his admiration for Steve's prowess. He insisted on gifting Steve an entire floor of his building as a token of friendship. Reluctantly accepting this lavish offer, Steve transformed it into a secure sanctuary, a resplendent refuge featuring a bar, entertainment room, gym, and even a swimming pool, an opulent hideaway that Steve had never before encountered. It was no wonder he acquiesced to Kingpin's overture. The temptation was simply too great. Fast forward to the present. Steve retrieved an exquisite bottle of wine from the shelf, pouring 2 glasses. He placed one before the still unconscious Bucky and sat down opposite him, his glass in hand. Bucky's mask had been removed, revealing his striking features. Taking a sip of the fine wine, Steve reclined on the plush sofa and remarked nonchalantly, "Stop feigning. We are both super soldiers, and I am well aware of my own strength. You should have awakened over half an hour ago." In that very moment, as if stirred from a deep slumber, Bucky lunged at him with the ferocity of a wild beast. However, Steve effortlessly restrained him with a single hand, pinning Bucky's face against the marble tabletop, which cracked under the pressure. "It seems my attempt at a physical reboot of you has not yielded the desired results," Steve quipped, raising an eyebrow as he held down the thrashing Bucky. In the Avengers, Natasha successfully rebooted Hawkeye Barton, who was under the control of the Mind Scepter, through sheer physical force. So why isn't it working now? Could it be that Steve hasn't hit Bucky hard enough? Lost in thought, Steve eyed Bucky's forehead, contemplating whether another forceful attempt might just do the trick. A sudden chill ran down Bucky's spine as he struggled, his forehead practically glowing with ominous foreboding. His mind cleared abruptly, and even Steve's face seemed oddly familiar. Handsome, even. Noticing Bucky had stopped resisting and was now staring at him blankly, Steve lowered his eager fist and unceremoniously tossed Bucky back onto the opposite couch. Better not risk it, he thought. The brute force reboot method was far too unreliable. What if he ended up frying Bucky's CPU? Or worse, sending him to meet the real Steve in the afterlife? That would be unforgivable. So, Steve opted for a more diplomatic approach. Pouring Bucky another drink, he handed it over and asked, "So, anything coming back to you? Well, I say who I am." Bucky remained silent, refusing the glass, his gaze fixed on Steve. Unfazed, Steve shrugged. Hydra's brainwashing techniques were cult-level effective. Expecting his admittedly very handsome face alone to jog Bucky's memory was perhaps overly optimistic. Still, he had come prepared. Rising, Steve walked to the TV and inserted a stack of tapes before settling back beside Bucky, raising his glass with a nod toward the screen. Relax, pal. You're not going anywhere. Might as well enjoy the show. It's about your past. Don't you want to know? Bucky shot him a wary glance, but, recognizing the insurmountable gap in their strength, chose not to resist. Instead, he turned his attention to the screen, curious despite himself. Unconsciously, he found he didn't team-mind Steve's presence. Worse, some part of him trusted the man. Then, opening strike. The first frame was an old photograph, a group of soldiers in uniform, and there, front and center, himself and the man beside him. A sharp pain lanced through Bucky's skull as fragmented memories flickered. Smirking, Steve let the tape roll. A narrator's voice filled the room. This rare photograph captures Captain America, Steve Rogers, and his closest brother-in-arms, Captain Bucky Barnes, during World War II, the founding members of the Howling Commandos, assembled to combat Hydra. The footage unfolded, weaving Steve's story with Bucky's, their childhood bond. Their brotherhood, each frame a hammer against the walls in Bucky's mind. After successfully enlisting once more, Steve faced repeated rejections. Upon learning that Bucky had been captured by Hydra, Steve, undeterred by the peril, bravely infiltrated Hydra's stronghold alone and rescued Bucky, along with numerous soldiers. Through their trials, they discovered the profound bond of friendship and the grave threat that Hydra posed to the world. Together with the soldiers Steve had liberated, they resolutely formed a squad, named the Howling Commandos, to combat Hydra. Under Captain America's valiant leadership, this team achieved remarkable victories against Hydra. However, the path of war is never without its tribulations. Triumphs are often accompanied by defeats, and achievements come with losses. In the course of one mission, Bucky, in a selfless act to save Steve, was tragically shot down into the abyss. Heartbroken and enraged, Steve chose to confront Hydra directly, seeking retribution for his dear friend Bucky by holding Red Skull accountable. Ultimately, Hydra was vanquished under the courageous resistance of Captain America, Steve Rogers. Alas, in his pursuit of Red Skull, to avert the destruction of the city by the latter's aircraft, Captain America made the fateful decision to sacrifice himself, plunging into the vast, desolate Antarctic ice along with Red Skull. Chapter 16. I, Captain Hydra. The primary narrative has concluded. What follows are mere fragments of Steve and Bucky's quotidian life documented on film. As Bucky watches the latter part of the video, reminiscing about the moments he shared with Steve, an agonizing headache begins to take hold of him. Thud. Eventually, unable to endure the pain any longer, Bucky collapses to the ground, his expression contorted in agony as he strikes the earth with such force that it creates a substantial crater. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Fragmented memories drill into his mind like a power tool, blending with his present recollections in a chaotic whirl. The memories of Bucky Barnes and the Winter Soldier intertwine, inflicting not only physical suffering, but also profound psychological torment. On one side lies the benevolent, sunny recollections of Bucky, while on the other lurk the cold, dark memories of the Winter Soldier. Light and shadow, two distinct personas, vie for dominion over this vessel. Observing Bucky's face contorted in pain, Steve can only imagine the exquisite torment he must be experiencing. After a moment of silence, Steve places his hands on Bucky's shoulders. His tone resolute. Bucky, believe in yourself. You can conquer this. You are not the Winter Soldier. You are Bucky Barnes, my brother. No matter what, I will always stand by your side. Together, we shall face this, just as you have always been there for me. Bucky lifts his trembling gaze to Steve, the icy coldness in his eyes beginning to thaw, replaced by a complex emotion that does not belong to the Winter Soldier. Steve, I remember now. I seem to have committed many heinous acts and taken the lives of countless innocents. A flicker of joy ignites in Steve's heart, though he sighs outwardly as he helps Bucky to his feet, offering comfort. Bucky, this is not your fault. You were brainwashed by Hydra and turned into a weapon, devoid of self-awareness. The fault lies not with the weapon, but with those who wield it. Bucky, though somewhat soothed by Steve's words, maintains a somber tone. But they ultimately perished at my hands, including our former ally against Hydra, Howard. Steve pats his shoulder. The past cannot be altered, but we can endeavor to rectify the wrongs we have committed. For instance, regarding Howard, though his death is irreversible, we can find a way to honor his memory. His son, Tony Stark, is currently ensnared in a whirlpool of crisis. We can seek to make amends for Howard's demise through him. While this song, Bucky is momentarily taken aback. In his guise as the Winter Soldier, his mind was consumed solely with missions and murder, leaving no room for anything else. Thus, he was entirely unaware that Howard had a son. Steve nods, succinctly recounting the events of Tony's abduction by the Ten Rings. I suspect that Tony's abduction was not a mere accident, but rather a deliberate act orchestrated by a traitor within Stark Industries who leaked his itinerary, intending to kidnap or even eliminate Tony. Although I have rescued Tony from the Ten Rings, as long as the traitor remains within Stark Industries, his peril will never truly dissipate. Upon hearing this, Bucky furrowed his brow, seemingly struck by a sudden realization. Struggling to recall memories of the Winter Soldier, he abruptly turned to Steve and exclaimed, "I remember now. Howard's death was due to a security route being divulged by someone within Stark Industries to Hydra. That is why Hydra sent me to assassinate the Howards and acquire Howard's replicated super soldier serum. The individual responsible for the leak at Stark Industries was Obadiah Stane." A flicker of understanding ignited in Steve's eyes. It became clear that Howard's demise was also a consequence of Obadiah Stane's betrayal to Hydra. This individual had evidently been plotting against Stark Industries for some time. Steve stroked his chin and remarked to Bucky, "Obadiah is now the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries. It appears that Tony's abduction by the Ten Rings is also intricately linked to him. Does that not place Howard's child in grave danger? We must act swiftly to assist him." Bucky, upon hearing this, felt a surge of urgency. Having regained his memories and the knowledge of having killed a former friend, he yearned for redemption. If Howard's only child were to perish at the hands of the very person who had once betrayed him, Bucky feared he would never forgive himself. Steve nodded thoughtfully before shaking his head. "We certainly must help, but not at this moment. We have a more pressing matter to attend to." Bucky's brow knitted in confusion as he questioned, what could possibly be more important than the life of Howard's child? Steve sighed and replied, "Have you forgotten? Although you have temporarily regained your memories, the control commands are still in Hydra's possession, and you remain at risk of being manipulated again. In the previous films, while Hydra had access to the commands to control the Winter Soldier, they did not possess the complete set. Moreover, controlling and deprogramming are two entirely different matters. Even with the full control commands, it would be unrealistic to completely reverse Bucky's brainwashing." As Steve articulated this, Bucky recalled the gravity of the situation, collapsing onto the ground in despair. "Indeed, as long as Hydra's agents are on the hunt, I could be recontrolled at any moment. If I were to seek out Howard's child now, it might inadvertently endanger him." Observing Bucky's despondent demeanor, a smirk crept upon Steve's lips as a mischievous thought crossed his mind. He drawled, "In fact, Hydra has already found you. You just haven't realized it yet." Bucky's pupils dilated in alarm as he immediately crouched down, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Has Hydra arrived? Where are they? Steve clapped his hands, crossed his arms, and lifted his chin. Far away in the heavens, yet near at hand, I, Steve Rogers, the captain of Hydra. Bucky stared in disbelief. "Steve, not now, please stop joking." His expression was one of utter exasperation. To assert that Captain America is affiliated with Hydra is akin to claiming that Jean is an undercover agent. It's simply absurd. Steve shrugged helplessly, recognizing that his dashing good looks often led to disbelief. "Ah, Grandpa, your grandson is calling again." The abrupt ringing of a phone shattered the awkward silence between the two. Without glancing at the caller ID, Steve already knew who was on the other end. His contacts each had distinctive ringtones. For instance, Nick Fury's personal tone was My Little Pony. The ringtone designated for grandson calling belonged to Alexander Pierce. Steve retrieved his phone from his pocket and raised the screen toward Bucky. "Look, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Here comes that old Hydra serpent, Pierce." Upon seeing Alexander Pierce's name illuminate the screen, Bucky felt a paralyzing fear wash over him. As the head of the most formidable Hydra faction and his former master during his time as the Winter Soldier, Bucky was all too familiar with him. It was precisely this recognition that filled him with dread, not just at the thought of the caller, but at the horrifying realization that what Steve had said was, in fact, true. Captain America had genuinely allied himself with Hydra. Chapter 17. Pierce's Compromise. New mission. Without waiting for Bucky's confirmation, Steve raised a finger to signal him to remain silent. He then answered his incessantly ringing phone. Hello, grandson. No, it's Director Pierce. What is your directive? Could you explain why you took the Winter Soldier? Pierce wasted no time and directly inquired about the matter that concerned him. Steve was not surprised that Pierce knew he had taken the Winter Soldier, although Natasha's credibility was generally trustworthy. As she had assured him she would keep it confidential, the sequence of events was too telling. Pierce had just dispatched the Winter Soldier to eliminate that nuclear engineer, and moments later, Nick Fury sent Steve to rescue him. It was evident that Pierce was aware of the situation. After all, most of S.H.I.E.L.D. had become H.Y.D.R.A., and even their own system had been termed Hydra S.H.I.E.L.D. Consequently, all actions of S.H.I.L.D. were undoubtedly under Pierce's scrutiny. Thus, the Winter Soldier's disappearance was clearly attributed to Steve in Pierce's mind. Steve had no intention of concealing his actions from Pierce, so he spoke candidly, because I care for him. Bucky is essentially my brother. It is only logical for him to be by my side, is it not? On the other end of the line, Pierce fell silent for a moment, attempting to reason with Steve, but he is no longer the Bucky you once knew, and you're not the Steve you used to be. Those two individuals perished over 70 years ago. You are no longer connected. You are now the captain of HYDRA, and he is the Winter Soldier of HYDRA. For your sake, and his, you should not cross paths again. While Pierce attempted to reason with him, Steve responded with defiance. So what? I enjoy doing this. Either you return the Winter Soldier to me, or you send someone to settle this with me directly. I'm indifferent either way. At that moment, in the top-level office of the Triskelion, Pierce rubbed his temples in frustration before the grand floor-to-ceiling windows. This man truly possessed an audacity that was unyielding. However, he had no intention of confronting Steve. There was a reason Steve had risen to a position second only to Pierce himself within Hydra in just 1 year. And that reason was singular. He was immensely powerful. Regardless of the difficult tasks assigned by HYDRA, Steve consistently accomplished them flawlessly, demonstrating strength that seemed to grow with each challenge. The latest data report from the Special Operations Team indicated that Steve Rogers had recently showcased a level of power several times greater than what he initially exhibited. A Captain America with 3 times the peak human capability nearly brought Hydra to its knees. If a Captain America with capabilities exceeding 10 times that of a peak human were to oppose HYDRA, Pierce would likely find himself unable to sleep at night. Moreover, Steve was actively undergoing Hydra's loyalty tests every month. Each time the test results were revealed, loyalty remained remarkably high, devoid of any inclination to betray Hydra. Thus, Pierce found no justification for a reckoning. Of course, the primary reason was Steve's formidable strength. In the event of a true reckoning, the outcome of who would ultimately face judgment remained uncertain. Engaged in an internal battle of reason, Pierce ultimately allowed logic to prevail, relinquishing his pursuit of Steve. With a hint of resignation, he inquired, "Do you truly intend to take away the Winter Soldier?" "Indeed," Steve affirmed. "You must understand that the Winter Soldier is a sharp blade in my arsenal. To take him is akin to severing my arm. What does it matter? Am I not also an arm of yours? Is my robust arm not equal to your two?" Pierce found himself momentarily speechless, sensing an underlying discord in Steve's words, yet unable to pinpoint it. After some contemplation without resolution, he opted for a more straightforward explanation. "That is not my intent. What I mean is, if you take my arm, you must return the favor. Everything in this world demands a price, does it not? Hey, old man, I've been working for you for a year now. If you have something to say, just say it. If you continue to speak in riddles, I might just head to your office right now. Do you believe that?" The relationship between Steve and Charles was not quite as dire as it appeared. In fact, it was rather amicable. A year prior, as the brainwashed Captain America, Hydra's esteem for him was evident. His initial role was not as a mere foot soldier, but rather as Hydra's secret weapon, one who could only be commanded by the leader, Alexander Pierce. Thus, significant missions were directly entrusted to him by Pierce, fostering a solid rapport between the two. Pierce even dedicated time to reclaiming Steve's wages from his 70 years of slumber from the American military, amounting to over $100,000, as well as $4 million for the unauthorized use of his image by the American government throughout those decades. This rapid influx of wealth turned him into a millionaire almost instantly after joining Hydra, having completed only 2 missions. In Pierce's words, "These are all you rightfully deserve. No one should suffer, especially not my future right-hand man." Consequently, Steve's impression of Pierce soared far above that of Nick Fury. If memory serves, in the original narrative, Steve's employment under Nick Fury not only involved cleaning up his messes, but also came with a rather meager salary. The notion of reclaiming military pay and image compensation was simply absurd, a mere fantasy. Fury appeared to be nothing more than a pure opportunist. In reality, Steve found himself in a position where he was left with nothing, tasked with cleaning up after Nick Fury, effectively reduced to a mere servant. Awakening to a reversal of roles, he found himself grappling with the absurdity of the situation. Thus, after Roger's transference into Captain America's persona, his disdain for Nick Fury only intensified. However, this time, Steve would be disappointed, as the Hydra leader, Pierce, who had always allocated ample resources for every mission, intended to take advantage of Steve once more. This assignment was originally intended for you as well. Completing it would not only grant you $1 million bonus, but also elevate your standing within Hydra. However, given that you took the Winter Soldier, forget about the bonus and the promotion. Consider it compensation for losing my right-hand man. Steve's lips twitched slightly as he silently retracted the label of Pierce being a decent boss. How petty, but fine, you're the one in charge. So what's the mission this time? On the other end, Pierce's mouth curled into a faint smirk, his foul mood from losing the Winter Soldier suddenly lifting. It seemed Captain Hydra was still his Captain Hydra, not Captain America. After all, the latter would never compromise his so-called conscience to serve Hydra. With a light tone, Pierce continued, "The mission takes place in San Francisco, California. A corporation called the Life Foundation has retrieved an extraterrestrial parasitic organism from outer space. I want you to bring them to Hydra. Be warned, these alien parasites latch onto human hosts, causing irreversible damage to internal organs. Maintain maximum vigilance during the operation. After losing one arm, the Winter Soldier, I'd rather not lose my other one." Steve blinked in confusion. Did this old man just insult me, using the very words I mentally threw at him earlier? The mission details, along with the Winter Soldier's activation and deactivation codes, will be sent to your inbox. Complete the task swiftly. Goodbye. Before Steve could fire back, Pierce ruthlessly ended the call, leaving no room for retaliation. Chapter 18. Times have changed. We must use magic to defeat magic. Steve stared at Bucky in bewilderment and, with a slight grimace, asked, "Did that golden-haired old fellow just insult me?" Bucky, even more perplexed than Steve, was still grappling with the revelation of Steve's familiarity with Alexander and the vast information that had flowed between them. After being under Hydra's control for 70 years, he had only just regained his self-awareness thanks to his dear friend. Yet now, that same friend had turned and revealed himself to be affiliated with Hydra. The irony of the situation left Bucky feeling utterly confounded. He felt as though his very mind was on the verge of overheating. Observing Bucky's expression of existential doubt, Steve realized it was time for him to employ his persuasive skills. "You must be wondering why I joined Hydra and why I have such a close relationship with one of its leaders, Pierce, correct?" Bucky remained silent, but fixed his gaze intently on Steve, awaiting an explanation. Steve feigned a sigh, his eyes heavy with sorrow as he approached the grand floor-to-ceiling window, leaving Bucky to contemplate the weight of his story. "Bucky, times have changed. In this era of indulgence and excess, the straightforward approach we once cherished is no longer viable. In the past, strength was paramount. Now, it is power that reigns supreme. Can you imagine? In this day and age, anyone with power, even an unremarkable individual, can assume the role of our superior. Does that not strike you as absurd? After a moment of silence, Bucky nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is quite absurd back in their day, although the status of black individuals had improved somewhat. The American government was merely promoting the notion of equality within the military to encourage more black men to enlist, all while secretly using them as cannon fodder, a truth that everyone understood but dared not speak aloud. In their time, the idea of a black man becoming their boss was utterly unattainable. It seemed that the times had indeed transformed, however. Bucky still struggled to comprehend how this related to Steve's affiliation with Hydra. While the situation of black individuals was undeniably outrageous, he could not fathom why Steve would align himself with the very organization they had once fought so fiercely to eradicate. Steve let out another deep sigh, turning to gaze earnestly at Bucky. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a mysterious halo around him. Though Bucky could not discern Steve's features obscured by shadow, he sensed a heavy aura emanating from him. Bucky's expression grew serious, and he straightened his posture, ready to listen intently to Steve's forthcoming words. Bucky, do you not yet understand? We are here to seize power. For 70 years, Hydra has been content to lurk in the shadows like a rat, gnawing away at the authority of governments worldwide. Today, Hydra's influence is deeply entrenched across the globe, having thoroughly infiltrated even the largest intelligence organizations. It is not something that can be overturned by just the two of us, even if we are fortunate enough to sever one of its heads once more. Can you assure me that in the shadows unseen by us, it will not sprout even more? Thus, we must combat magic with magic. If we cannot defeat it, we shall join it. As long as we stand tall within Hydra and wield sufficient power, then Hydra shall no longer possess those elusive heads beyond our sight. As long as we exist within Hydra, it shall forever remain under our vigilant watch. If we achieve the utmost mastery over Hydra and command its greatest authority, it shall inevitably collapse without a fight. Do you comprehend? Applause. Clap, clap, clap. After Steve's declaration, he began to applaud for himself. Bucky, deeply shaken by Steve's words, sensed that while something felt amiss, there was also a profound sense of logic in them. If they become part of Hydra, then Hydra shall always be under their scrutiny. If they ascend to the head of Hydra, it shall crumble upon itself. Old man, he makes a valid point. Observing Bucky's skeptical expression, Steve seized the moment to divert the conversation. Now, let us set aside matters of Hydra for the moment and address the more pressing issue at hand, the directive for your control release sent by old Pierce. Indeed, upon mentioning his control release directive, Bucky, who had been under control for 70 years, trembled and could think of nothing else. Steve retrieved a laptop and logged on a Hydra's exclusive website. There, without surprise, lay an email from Pierce entirely in Russian. Steve's expression darkened. Did I strike you as one who understands Russian? He turned to Bucky beside him and inquired, can you comprehend it? Naturally, the Winter Soldier, governed by Russian commands, was well versed in the language. Bucky nodded and leaned in closer, his face lighting up with excitement. As it turns out, the directive for release requires the subject to recite their control command and then establish a new command that only they know, rendering the previous command void and thus achieving liberation. Although Bucky's explanation was somewhat convoluted, Steve grasped the essence of his message. The brainwashing by Hydra is irreversible. The implanted control commands are challenging to eliminate through physical means unless reversed through aggressive deprogramming. However, it is possible for the subject to regain control over themselves and set a new directive, thereby effecting an unconventional escape from control. While this method does not completely eradicate the risks associated with being controlled, it remains the best option available thus far. Although Steve possesses considerable strength, he has yet to unlock any telepathic capabilities. His biofield powers, while somewhat esoteric, remain at a foundational stage, making it improbable for him to utilize them to dispel the brainwashing. To thoroughly liberate Bucky from the implanted control directive, he would require the Mind Stone. Though that artifact currently resides in Thanos' possession, is best left unconsidered for now. Soon after Bucky recited a string of rapid Russian control commands, he established new directives for himself. After a moment of silence, He leaned close to Steve's ear and whispered a few words. Steve's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Why are you sharing the new control commands with me?" Bucky, gazing at him with deep affection, replied with a smile, "Because in this unfamiliar era, I only trust you, Steve. If Hydra still has a contingency plan against me, at least you can use these commands to bring me back." A mischievous grin spread across Steve's face as he teased, "Aren't you afraid I might use these commands to control you?" Bucky shrugged, his eyes reflecting nothing but trust. "Not at all. I believe in you. Even if one day you were to control me, there would undoubtedly be a reason behind it." Steve felt a surge of emotion deep within his heart. With a brother like this, what more could one desire? No wonder in Captain America: Civil War, the captain was willing to defy the entire world to protect Bucky. For if the roles were reversed, Bucky would also unhesitatingly stand against the world for Steve. In his past life, he had felt indignant towards Steve for his alliance with Bucky against Iron Man. Now, having been reborn as Steve, he could only think how delightful. The two shared a heartfelt gaze. Nothing happened. A day later, in San Francisco, California, at the Life Foundation's research base, whoosh, a shadow streaked across the night sky as the dark red shield pierced the chest of a guard atop the left watchtower, sending him plummeting down. Before the guard in the opposite tower could raise the alarm, another shadow was hurled by Steve. This time, it was not a shield, but a person. Crack! Bucky landed gracefully in the watchtower, seizing the guard's neck with precision and lifting him off the ground, silencing his open mouth. With a swift motion, he crushed the guard's neck with his iron grip. Discarding the lifeless body, Bucky's eyes were filled with coldness, devoid of any compassion. Chapter 19. Eddie and Venom. Prior to their arrival, Steve and his companion had already perused the mission dossier of the Life Foundation. It was evident that none among the personnel, from the proprietor down to the guards, possessed any redeeming qualities. In their pursuit of the extraterrestrial parasite, known as the symbiote, they had ensnared countless innocent vagrants for illicit biological experiments. The number of innocent lives lost at their hands surely numbered in the hundreds, if not more. Thus, it could be said that no one among them was guiltless. Silently eliminating 2 sentries, Bucky descended from the towering watchtower, deftly retrieving the shield from the body that had plummeted to the ground. He then opened a small door adjacent to the tower, handing the shield to Steve, who was entering from outside, and inquired, "What is our plan moving forward? Or do you even have a plan?" Indeed, although the two had arrived at the Life Foundation with the intent to seize the symbiote, a specific strategy had yet to be established. However, Steve, ever confident, responded with a smile. "Of course I have a plan. The plan is to infiltrate undetected, eliminate all the guards here, and abscond with the symbiote." While the Life Foundation might pose a formidable challenge to the average individual, for Steve, a mere mortal, it was hardly more daunting than facing the Ten Rings gang single-handedly. Baffling, Bucky mused, momentarily taken aback. After decades apart, has Steve's bloodlust grown so profound? Nevertheless, he did not voice any dissent, trusting that Steve had his reasons. Moreover, given the heinous acts committed by these individuals, they were undoubtedly deserving of their fate. The duo worked in seamless harmony, one assuming the role of aggressor while the other maintained vigilance, advancing in a coordinated manner to quietly dispatch the outer perimeter of guards. However, just as they were poised to penetrate the inner sanctum of the base, an unexpected alarm blared throughout the facility. Steve and Bucky exchanged a glance, both furrowing their brows. Their recent actions had been executed with precision, leaving no guard with the opportunity to raise the alarm. They had chosen their battlegrounds within blind spots of the surveillance, even disposing of the bodies. Thus, it seemed improbable that they would be discovered so swiftly, before they could dwell on their confusion for long. The cause of the alarm became apparent. A disheveled, somewhat bow-legged man burst forth from the depths of the Life Foundation's laboratory, pursued by a throng of armed guards. It was clear that this individual was the catalyst of the base's alarm. Hidden in the shadows, Steve squinted, recognizing the bow-legged man. "Eddie Brock." Bucky paused, glancing at Steve. "Do you know that fellow?" Steve casually explained. Yes, he was quite well known back in America, having reported on numerous significant stories. He is essentially a super tabloid journalist. Bucky nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion, for as a centenarian, he found himself somewhat out of touch with the modern vernacular of this new era. For instance, the paparazzo Steve refers to, although he understands it signifies a journalist, still finds it rather peculiar. However, what business does a reporter have here? As Steve observed Eddie vaulting over a 3-meter barbed wire fence, a subtle smile graced his lips. Recently, Eddie had offended the director of the Life Foundation, resulting in the loss of both his job and his girlfriend. It seemed he had come here to gather some sensational news for revenge. Yet, it appeared that this fellow had acquired something extraordinarily remarkable. Come, let's follow. Our target should be him. Eddie's abnormal leaping ability clearly indicated that Venom had already bonded with him. Having accepted the mission from Hydra the previous day to retrieve the symbiote, Steve could not allow Eddie to escape so easily. A failure of a Hydra mission might be trivial, but failing a system task would be a significant loss. As one of the protagonists in the Marvel Universe, the rewards for Venom's enhancements could not possibly be meager. Eddie sprinted ahead, pursued by the guards of the Life Foundation, while Steve and Bucky trailed behind, quietly neutralizing one lagging guard after another. Once Eddie had climbed to the top of a grand tree, the leader of the guards, Scott, realized something was amiss when he lost sight of his target. The once formidable pursuit team, originally consisting of dozens, had dwindled to merely a handful. This was decidedly unsettling. Scott was drenched in cold sweat, feeling as though he had transformed from hunter to prey in an instant. The situation was dire. Everyone formed a back-to-back perimeter, on high alert. The remaining guards, under Scott's frantic orders, also recognized the discrepancy in their numbers and gathered beneath the very tree where Eddie was hiding, backs pressed together. Guns aimed at the ominous depths of the forest. Ironically, this was the very tree where Eddie perched, leaving him thoroughly alarmed, fearing he had been discovered. However, he soon perceived something was amiss. The guards pursuing him were not looking toward his treetop, but rather into the shadowy abyss of the forest, as if something terrifying lurked there. "Oh, Eddie, a colossal creature is approaching from that direction. You must flee at once." While Eddie pondered the situation, the symbiote Venom suddenly spoke, startling him so much that he nearly tumbled from the tree. Fortunately, the guards below were too engrossed in their tense vigilance toward the forest to notice him above. Eddie, in a state of panic, scanned his surroundings, attempting to locate the source of the voice. "Good heavens! Who is speaking? Where are you? Stop searching. I am within you, Eddie. I am conversing with you in your mind. You cannot find me." The gruff voice resonated once more, and Eddie realized it indeed emanated from within his own head. "Damn it! What are you, and how do I expel you from my body? Are you certain? A presence has emerged from the forest that even I find alarming. If I leave you now, you will surely perish." Although the coarse voice in Eddie's mind was laced with jest, its tone was grave. Venom sensed the encroaching aura of danger drawing ever closer. Before Eddie could respond to Venom, a deep, ominous sound of footsteps echoed through the forest. A glimmer of cold light appeared first, followed by a shield emerging like a dragon. The iconic shield manifested before the person, flying out from the darkness like a fleeting shadow, piercing deeply into the grand tree where Eddie stood after dispatching 3 guards. The tree trembled violently, nearly severed in half by the shield, causing Eddie to cling tightly to the swaying trunk in fear. The remaining guards, witnessing the gruesome fate of their comrade, frantically opened fire towards the direction from which the shield had come. The sharp clanging of metal resonated through the night sky with an unusually crisp clarity. Amidst the storm of bullets, Steve strolled out from the woods, hands casually tucked in his pockets, completely unfazed by the projectiles aimed at him. At his current speed, he could easily evade the bullets, but he found no need to dodge. With the biological force field in play, was there any point in evading? Steve did not rush forward. Instead, he lifted his gaze to the pale-faced Eddie atop the tree, flashing a broad smile and waving his hand. Chapter 20. Steve, almost bitten by the big baby Eddie, perched atop a tree, felt a jolt of alarm as he noticed Venom glancing in Steve's direction. "Oh no," he thought, "I've been discovered." The guards below, sensing Steve's gaze, instinctively looked up and spotted Eddie trembling in the treetop. "Oh no, not again." Eddie's heart raced as he saw the guards pointing their weapons at him. Surely, they wouldn't shoot him outright. He had nowhere to hide. His instincts proved correct, for the guard were indeed preparing to fire. Scott, the leader, glared with determination, aiming his gun at Eddie while shouting to his comrades, "Keep suppressing that guy. I'll take down this damn thief, and we'll retreat with his body." The adversary was impervious to their attacks, and Scott was desperate to eliminate the target, even if it meant carrying away a corpse. However, their focus remained fixated on Steve and Eddie, completely oblivious to the deadly figure swiftly approaching from behind. By the time Scott sensed the ominous rush of wind behind him, it was too late. He turned just in time to see a silver fist rapidly enlarging in his field of vision. Boom! Not everyone possesses the resilience to withstand a punch from Bucky as Steve does. Most would meet a fate akin to Scott's. Of course, young Spider-Man would merely exclaim, "Wow, dude, you have a metal arm. That's so cool." Returning to the matter at hand, Scott's blood and brain matter splattered across the faces of the surviving guards, who then realized their leader had transformed into a headless specter. In their panic, they aimed their weapons at the suddenly appearing Bucky, yet they remained oblivious to the greater threat looming behind them. A more intense gust of wind surged forth, and there stood Steve, having seemingly teleported from 100 meters away. With swift precision, Steve grasped the unsuspecting guards by the back of their heads, his fingers pressing into their skulls like bowling balls, and with a mighty lift, he unleashed a whirlwind that obliterated the parking lot. It is often said, never turn your back on your enemies. The remaining guards were sent sprawling by Steve's nearly unimaginable strength, their souls departing for the heavens before their bodies even touched the ground. Bucky sidestepped to avoid the two corpses hurtling towards him, a perplexed expression hidden beneath his black mask. Good heavens, what has gotten into my Steve? His bloodlust exceeds even that of his Winter Soldier days. Steve casually discarded the two severed heads, the bodies of their former owners having vanished under the force of his might. He stepped closer to the towering tree, waving at the astonished Eddie, silently signaling him to brace himself. What? Eddie was utterly bewildered. Have you lost your voice? Without allowing Eddie a moment of confusion, Steve swiftly thrust his right hand into the tree trunk, seizing the deeply embedded vibranium shield and twisting it with brutal force. With a resounding crack, the tree exclaimed, "I am irreparably shattered." Steve's unyielding strength tore the tree asunder, causing it to topple backward amidst Eddie's desperate screams. As Eddie watched the ground rush toward him, fear compelled him to shut his eyes, bracing himself for an imminent collision. I believe I understand why our compatibility is so remarkably high. I am a complete failure in Clint's eyes, while you are the epitome of cowardice on this planet. The venomous taunts echoing in his mind jolted Eddie from his terror, and he realized that the anticipated pain had not arrived. Rather, he merely felt a constriction around his neck. Glancing back, he beheld a silver arm hoisting him aloft, belonging to the very individual who had obliterated the security chief pursuing him. Bucky caught Eddie and unceremoniously tossed him before Steve. Eddie stumbled and fell to his knees, awkwardly facing Steve. "Oi, I never anticipated that you're not only a coward, but also a homosexual. However, I doubt this occasion is suitable for your human indulgences." Eddie exclaimed, "Damn it, you scoundrel, silence yourself. I am not gay. I haven't even spoken yet, but your orientation is certainly debatable." Steve regarded Eddie, whose height barely reached his waist, and instinctively covered his precious assets, retreating a couple of steps. Although it seemed improbable, it was wise to maintain a distance to prevent Eddie from taking a bite. After all, while Eddie might be G, he was certainly not. A straight man has two cardinal rules. One must never allow others to view their browser history, and one must never let anyone misconstrue their sexual orientation. As a staunch heterosexual, Eddie forgot to rise, remaining on his knees while crawling towards Steve, fervently explaining, No, no, no. I truly am not gay. I just lost my balance, and I wasn't even speaking to you. Please don't misunderstand. Good grief. Why is this person still trying to bite me?" Steve thought, growing increasingly skeptical of Eddie's claims. With every step Eddie advanced, Steve retreated. It became a comical chase, akin to a bird flapping its wings, yet unable to escape. It was only when Steve plunged half of his shield into the earth that Eddie was compelled to halt. Breathing heavily, Steve patted his chest, reflecting that executing missions for Hydra last year had not been nearly as harrowing as being pursued by Eddie. Damn it. If you dare take another step forward, next time it won't be the shield buried in the ground. It will be you 6 feet under. He warned. Stay right there and speak plainly, understood? Faced with the threat of death, Eddie finally recalled that the figure before him was a merciless demon. He quickly nodded, understood, but I truly am not gay. I was merely saying that I was talking to. Yet, Eddie found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to explain. Surely he could not admit to conversing with the alien parasite within him. Who would ever believe that? Hey, guess what? At that moment, there happened to be someone who would believe it. Steve seized Eddie by the collar, lifting him effortlessly and removing the black hood that concealed his identity. Eddie swiftly turned his head, tightly closed his eyes, and pleaded loudly, no. Let's talk this through. Please don't take off the hood. I understand the rules. If you see my face, I cannot be spared. You mustn't remove it. Steve was momentarily speechless. Was this kid watching too many movies? This is Marvel, not a scene from Let the Bullets Fly. Even if you shut your eyes, you could still be killed. He tapped Eddie's forehead with his finger and leisurely remarked, What I mean is, since you are unwilling to speak, perhaps you could let the other charming fellow inside you come out to converse with me instead. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Eddie abruptly opened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Steve and finally recognizing his true identity. You're Captain America. Before Eddie could utter another word, a menacing black head emerged from behind him, suddenly inching closer to Steve. Are you looking for me? Slap. Oh my goodness. What on earth? Truly hideous. Venom suddenly appeared, and instinctively, Steve swatted his hand, sending the approaching black head flying away, startling him into using a local dialect. Venom, bewildered, blinked his large white eyes, his expression one of grievance. You humans are truly lacking in manners. You call me out, and when I actually show up, you're displeased. Feeling embarrassed, Steve cleared his throat a couple of times and replied, Ahem, my apologies. Upon seeing your rather colorful appearance, I couldn't help but react. Next time, perhaps you could change your hue, and I assure you my reaction will be far less dramatic. Venom, upon hearing this, grew even angrier and retorted, Change my color? How dare you? This color is inherent to me. How can I change it? Can you transform into black yourself? Steve shrugged, difficult to say. While I cannot, it is indeed possible that the next Captain America could very well be of a darker hue. Chapter 21. The symbiote in hand Venom's sinister black visage curled into a disdainful smile, if that is your perspective. Then my future offspring could very well be of other colors, perhaps even the detestable red. Steve raised an eyebrow at Venom's crow-like beak, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. You might be right. Your future progeny could indeed be red, and who knows, they might even surpass you, yearning to devour you whole. Isn't it true that symbiotes often harbor a paternal resentment, with each generation growing stronger? Venom's expression darkened. You are far too knowledgeable. I detest your blunt truths, human. The reason Venom was the weakest symbiote among the Clinter was that it belonged to the first generation. Yet, symbiotes typically grow stronger with each iteration, making the first generation inherently the weakest. Stung by the truth, Venom wished to retreat back into Eddie's body, but just as it turned to do so, a large hand firmly seized its tail. Venom exclaimed, What the? How can you grasp a symbiote? Are you not aware that we are non-Newtonian entities? Struggling briefly, Venom realized that the disparity in strength between itself and Steve was insurmountable. It could not break free from his grasp. Human, you brought this upon yourself. With a fierce determination in its large white eyes, Venom decided to detach from Eddie and lunge toward Steve. Though this human's words were foul, he was the strongest being Venom had encountered. If it could bond with him as a host, it would not be inferior to any symbiote, even the most formidable leader. Riot. However, imagination is often a beautiful illusion, while reality can be harsh. Venom, salivating, dove headfirst toward Steve, successfully attaching itself to the biological force field. Thud! With a muffled thump, Venom's head dented inward, clutching its forehead and emitting a wail reminiscent of Tomcat. Steve pinched Venom between two fingers, smacked his lips, and shook his head. What a hard-headed lad. Bashing your head against a biological force field is akin to an egg colliding with a rock. Those symbiotes are touted as being omnipresent, I regret to inform you that a biological force field possesses no openings. Captain America, I presume you desire that dark entity within me, and now that you have acquired it, may I take my leave? Eddie, who outwardly appeared to be quite intimidating, now bore a cautious demeanor as he inquired of Steve. Faced with Eddie's endearing contrast, Steve contemplated for a moment. There was no chance of returning Venom to Eddie, yet he had no intention of harming him. As one of Marvel's protagonists, Steve sensed that he might receive future missions concerning Eddie. After some reflection, he retrieved a business card from his pocket and handed it to Eddie with a gentle smile. This is your freedom. You are certainly free to go. However, having crossed the life foundation, you may find yourself in considerable trouble ahead. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call this number. Certainly, this endeavor comes at a cost. Although he can currently only undertake tasks issued by Hydra, he has discovered a loophole, just as the missions infiltrated by Hydra within S.H.I.L.D. are counted among Hydra's assignments. He can leverage his advanced Hydra clearance to directly post Eddie's entrusted task on a Hydra's internal task network, thus allowing him to accept it as if it were a Hydra mission. In this manner, even if the task is not officially a Hydra assignment, he can integrate it into the system's tasks and acquire enhancement points. He is truly a genius. Without awaiting Eddie's response, Steve swiftly departed with Bucky, making their way to the Life Foundation's experimental base. If memory serves, there was not only Venom in the lab, but also another symbiote still alive. If they hastened, they might just salvage it. Most of the guards at the experimental base had been dispatched to pursue Eddie, leaving only a handful to pose no significant threat. Soon, the duo had neutralized all opposition, making their way directly to the symbiote laboratory. However, Steve arrived just in time to witness a grim scene. Of the three symbiotes, aside from Venom, one yellowish symbiote was already lifeless. The remaining deep blue symbiote was in a similarly dire state, having languished within an incompatible host for far too long, rendering it exceedingly weak. He surmised that had he delayed any longer, it too would have succumbed. Gazing at the feeble, deep blue symbiote, a spark of inspiration ignited within Steve. Pierce had requested that he return with a symbiote, and this half-dead specimen would suffice for his report. As for Venom, what was Venom to him? He had only encountered this languishing symbiote aside from the deceased yellow one. Bucky exchanged a knowing glance with Steve, intuitively grasping his ulterior motive. He retrieved two sealed containers specifically designed for symbiotes from the laboratory. Bucky handed one to Steve while he opened the other, then unleashed a powerful punch that shattered the tempered glass confining the symbiote. The already weakened, deep blue symbiote, detecting Bucky's robust presence, instinctively detached from its host and lunged toward him. Yet, even at its peak strength, a symbiote would find it challenging to ambush Bucky in its current frail state. A frontal assault was futile. Bucky swiftly intercepted the symbiote, accurately securing it within the sealed container and promptly closing the lid before it could escape. Steve then attempted to capture Venom in a similar manner. However, Venom clung tenaciously to his arm, refusing to enter the container. The diminutive yet fierce Venom protested, "No, I refuse to go in. Without a host for an extended period, deprived of nutritional sustenance, I too shall weaken and perhaps meet the same fate as those two." Steve was certainly aware of this. He consoled the symbiote, Venom, whose large head loomed before him, saying, "I understand you require phenethylamine from within a human body, correct? Do not fret. Chocolate contains that substance as well, and I assure you, you shall have your fill." With that, Steve manipulated the biofield surrounding his body to encase the still protesting Venom within a sealed container. While he did not intend to hand Venom over to Hydra, he also had no desire to allow it to bond with him. Although the symbiote offered a significant enhancement to combat prowess, even Spider-Man, renowned for his strength, experienced a remarkable increase in power when bonded with Venom. However, the advantages of such a symbiote were accompanied by equally conspicuous drawbacks. Possessing self-awareness, it could easily influence its host and even directly usurp control. While the Venom he held did not seem to amplify the darker impulses typically associated with Spider-Man's symbiote, its self-awareness was, in fact, more robust and active than that of Spider-Man's. This notion was difficult for Steve to accept. The thought of harboring a parasite that might vie for control over his own body filled him with unease. Chapter 22. The tension-filled encounter between Bucky and Pierce. The biological force field could withstand all external assaults, but the inner defenses were not as certain. Particularly since Steve's biological force field was still in its nascent stage, he was reluctant to take any risks. The power augmentation bestowed upon him by Venom might allow him to complete a few more missions and perhaps catch up. If he were to be overtaken by Venom, it would undoubtedly be a grave miscalculation. As a time traveler, he held no faith in the notions of camaraderie or bonds with symbiotes. Steve and Bucky each carried a sealed container housing the symbiote, hastily evacuating from the Life Foundation's research facility. By the time Dr. Drake, the head of the Life Foundation, arrived with reinforcements, Steve and Bucky were already savoring bowls of beef noodles in New York's Chinatown. However, Steve's bowl contained no beef, as he abstained from eating it. Before they could take more than a few bites, the restaurant's door swung open. Alexander Pierce, impeccably dressed in a suit, sauntered into the noodle shop and unceremoniously took a seat beside Bucky, addressing Steve across the table with a languid tone. "What's this? You didn't order a bowl for me?" Without lifting his gaze, Steve slurped the broth of his beef noodles, devoid of beef, until he finished the soup with a contented burp. Bucky, tense since Alexander's arrival, caught Steve's eye. "Relax, Bucky. Trust me, that old man can no longer control you. Even if you were to give him a beating, he wouldn't stand a chance." Alexander smiled faintly, patting Bucky's shoulder, and jested, "The captain speaks the truth. You are indeed free now, and I can no longer exert control over you. However, I would advise against assaulting me. Although I am no longer your superior, I still hold the position of Secretary General of the Council, and an attack on me would constitute an international incident." Bucky's expression darkened at Alexander's facade of reassurance, which veiled a subtle threat. His metal arm clenched tightly, creating a series of ominous clicks. That wretched scoundrel had controlled him into killing countless innocents, and now he still held a high position within the United Nations. Was there any hope left for this damned world? A sharp sound suddenly interrupted the charged atmosphere between Bucky and Alexander. Steve placed the sealed container, housing the deep blue symbiote, on the table and pushed it towards Alexander. "Enough of this childish banter. Do you find it amusing to bully the young, old man? You, young? By age, you're both decades older than I. How do you muster the audacity to utter such words?" Alexander retorted casually, shaking the sealed container to listen to the faint sounds emanating from within, nodding in satisfaction. Steve shook his finger and said, "I beg your pardon, but I am an admirer of beauty. I judge solely by appearance, disregarding actual age. Anyone who is pleasing to the eye, regardless of being thousands of years old, I can affectionately call sister. As for your face, which could trap flies with its wrinkles, it is only fitting for me to refer to you as Old Dang. It is no wonder that Nick Fury is often exasperated by you. Your tongue is truly unappealing. Isn't this a result of your Hydra indoctrination? Had it not been for the dark thoughts you implanted in my mind, I would still be the sunny, kind-hearted, upright, and handsome Captain America, wouldn't I?" Cough, cough. Pierce, upon hearing this, quickly cleared his throat and surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one was within earshot. With a resigned expression, he whispered, "First and foremost, do not discuss Hydra in public. Secondly, it is not simply your Hydra, it is our Hydra, and you're a part of it now." Steve shrugged indifferently and retorted, "So, Hydra is aware of the need for discretion in public? Then, may I inquire why? Whenever Hydra operatives meet, they feel compelled to exchange greetings of Hail Hydra? Are you unaware that we now reside in an era of superhumans, where even the faintest whisper holds the potential for discovery?" Pierce fell into contemplation at Steve's words. Previously, he had not considered it, but now, reflecting on it, the practice of whispering Hail Hydra during their meetings indeed seemed rather foolish. "Thank you for your suggestion. This is a matter I had overlooked. Upon my return, I shall address this issue." Steve nodded, refraining from further mockery of Pierce. He reminded him of this because the current influence of Hydra still served a purpose for him. He certainly did not desire for Hydra to be prematurely exposed due to such a profoundly foolish slogan. "You may take your leave now. Your presence here is making it difficult for my dear Bucky to eat." He added, and one more thing. The symbiote within is not being cared for adequately by the Life Foundation. If you do not act swiftly, it may not survive much longer. Pierce frowned, cursing the incompetence of the Life Foundation for neglecting such a vital extraterrestrial organism. He cast a deep glance at Steve and asked, "Is this the only symbiote you brought back?" With sincerity etched across his face, Steve patted his chest and proclaimed, "I assure you, on my honor as Captain America, when I discovered them, aside from one deceased specimen, this is the only living one remaining in the laboratory." Steve's demeanor was unflinching and earnest, showing no signs of deceit, while his companion Bucky could not help but lower his head. "My Steve has become not only more ruthless, but also more brazen." In truth, Steve was not entirely lying. He had indeed brought venom from outside, not from the laboratory, so even a lie detector would find no fault in his words. In summary, old Steve was in the clear. "Very well, I believe you." Pierce nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, and snapped his fingers. In the next moment, Rumble entered the dining area, carrying a sealed container containing the symbiote. Steve cast a glance at him, clutching his chest with an expression of utter heartbreak. "Oh, Crossbones, as my direct deputy, to think you would stray before my very eyes is truly disheartening." Crossbones shrugged, a look of resignation on his face. "What can I say? The one who pays my salary is not you, Captain. The bonus from the minister is simply too enticing to refuse, you understand. Your argument holds merit. After all, my salary comes from that old man, too. However, while you're receiving bonuses for this mission, I am left without any compensation from that old coot. You simply must buy me a drink to make amends. Of course, that's no issue. Once the task concludes, arrange a time, and the drinks will flow. Will 1982 Lafite suffice? Forget your uncle's stinky shoes. Would you drink 1982 Coca-Cola? I wouldn't, I prefer Pepsi." Rumble observed as the two exchanged playful banter and made plans to drink together afterward. He then carried the symbiote and followed Pierce out. In contrast to Pierce, the cunning strategist, Steve found it far more agreeable to befriend a warrior like Crossbones. As long as one is not his enemy, Crossbones, with his clear-cut sense of loyalty, evident from their past confrontations, was not at all difficult to get along with. Particularly, it seemed that Crossbones harbored a hint of admiration for Steve, which quickly fostered a solid friendship between them. At least on the surface, their relationship appeared quite amicable. It is indeed remarkable how these two, who are sworn enemies in both film and comic, have forged a friendship in this universe. It truly elicits a sense of wonder at the unpredictable nature of fate. Chapter 23. Steve's need for calcium. After Alexander and Crossbones departed with the symbiote, the system's voice reverberated at an opportune moment. "Hydra mission. Retrieve the Life Foundation symbiote completed. Reward granted. Enhancement points 300. A surge of joy filled Steve's heart as he realized he had acquired another 300 enhancement points. Without hesitation, he allocated the entire amount to his physical constitution. In an instant, his constitution soared from 17 to 20 points. Although surpassing the 20-point threshold did not awaken a new ability, as crossing the 10-point mark had, Steve distinctly sensed that his biological field had grown stronger. Not only had its coverage expanded, but it had also become more refined. Most importantly, it seemed he could fly. Flight, one of humanity's most primal desires. Regardless of gender, as long as one does not suffer from acrophobia, who among us did not harbor dreams of soaring through the skies in childhood? Steve was no exception. He yearned to take to the skies immediately and gaze down upon the vastness of the world below. However, it was evident that this was not an opportune moment for a test flight. He certainly did not wish to see headlines tomorrow declaring that Captain America had flown away to escape the cost of a bowl of beef noodle soup without beef. Bucky, observing the sudden uplift in Steve's mood, inquired with a hint of confusion, "Steve, what are you laughing about? Why the sudden burst of joy?" "Because my wife has given birth." Steve instinctively began to respond, but quickly realized that he was not in the grand land of China, and no one would comprehend his jest. Clearing his throat, he continued, "What I meant to say is that after handing over the symbiote to Hydra, you have completely severed ties with them. I am rejoicing for your newfound freedom, my brother." Hearing this, Bucky felt a warmth in his heart, followed by a bittersweet smile. "This is all thanks to you, Steve. If it weren't for you, I shudder to think how much longer I would have remained under Hydra's control, and how many more innocent lives would have been stained with blood on my hands. Yet I have committed too many wrongs. I believe my remaining days will be spent atoning for my past mistakes. Steve almost instinctively interjected, "No, Bucky, you will not be alone. I will always stand by your side," facing the task of making amends together. As soon as he uttered those words, Steve found himself momentarily taken aback. His mouth seemed to react faster than his mind could process. He had not yet formulated a response. However, he soon found solace in the realization that the original Steve's attachment to Bucky ran deep, ingrained in his very being. Yet, Steve had no intention of shirking the responsibilities of the original. He genuinely aimed to accompany Bucky in confronting them. On one hand, the original's soul had saved his life, and it was only natural for him to assist Bucky. On the other hand, Bucky's past actions were intimately intertwined with the core figures of the Marvel narrative. In the process of aiding Bucky in his quest for redemption, he could also conveniently undertake a few system tasks, so why not indulge? However, Steve patted Bucky on the shoulder, revealing a broad smile. Yet redemption is not just a momentary affair. We have just returned from a taxing endeavor. One must know when to relax. Now is our time to unwind. Bucky paused, shaking his head as he solemnly replied, "Steve, I'm not in the mood to relax right now." A week later, on Malibu Beach. Oh, what a sight. Steve lounged on a beach chair, embracing Sharon, who was clad in a revealing bikini, while he watched Bucky, lost in thought, surfing with two women, having more fun than himself. Is this what you call being unenthused? Goodness, Bucky, you seem to have quite the charm. I never imagined you could attract women as effortlessly as I do. I brought you here to unwind, and in just a week, you've cycled through 8 companions. Today alone, you managed to charm 2 at once. If this is what you call being unenthused, then I too desire such a state. Clearly, they were of different ilk, unable to connect on the same wavelength. He couldn't fathom how the earnest Steve of his past had mingled with the playful Bucky. As Steve pondered, Bucky emerged from the waves, one woman on each arm, approaching him. It must be said Bucky's allure and charisma were undeniable, clad in nothing but baggy shorts, showcasing his perfect abs, and with his hair casually tousled. He had become the center of attention among the beachgoers. The other focal point was, without a doubt, the even more strikingly handsome Steve. However, with Sharon by his side, any woman daring to approach him was swiftly deterred by her uniquely frosty gaze. Thus, over the past few days, while Bucky had charmed 8 women, Steve had yet to engage with a single one. Yet, he remained unbothered. He was quite satisfied with Sharon and had no intention of seeking other company. As a man of traditional values, he believed in the pursuit of lasting companionship. Just look at it. Last year, he had only dated a mere 20 women. Compared to Bucky's 8 in 7 days, he was practically a paragon of tradition. Hey, Steve, aren't you going to join the fun? Lying here soaking up the sun, isn't all that thrilling, is it? Bucky approached Steve, a noticeably brighter smile gracing his face compared to a few days prior. Steve, relishing the fruit Sharon was feeding him, remained lazily sprawled like a languid fish, chewing on the sweet morsels as he mumbled, "What is so uninteresting about sunbathing? Don't you know it's good for calcium? Little Sharon has been taking too much calcium from me these days. I must replenish." At this, Bucky was momentarily taken aback, while Sharon's face flushed crimson. The 2 women on either side of Bucky immediately grasped the implication, bursting into laughter. Sharon, overwhelmed with embarrassment, buried her face in Steve's chest, her cheeks aflame, stirring a warmth within Steve's heart. To avoid any misunderstandings, Steve quickly straightened himself, concealing his embarrassment. He cleared his throat and earnestly explained, "Ahem, please do not misconstrue my words. I was referring to genuine calcium. Having been frozen in ice for decades without basking in the sun, it is indeed time for some sunlight." He added, "And you, my friend, are not much better off. Sleeping in a freezer every day. I suggest you join me in enjoying some sunshine." "You're incorrigible," Bucky sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Could such words be spoken so freely? Did he not notice the presence of others nearby? What if someone overheard? With this thought in mind, Bucky whispered a few words to the 2 ladies beside him and unhesitatingly released his hold around their waists. "Very well then, since you, my dear, have matters to attend to, we shall take our leave." But do not forget about us. Remember to keep in touch. The two elegantly slender women planted a playful kiss on Bucky's cheeks, one on each side, and then, after exchanging a knowing wink with the seemingly indifferent Steve, reluctantly turned to depart. Chapter 24. Heartache for Steve. Steve remained indifferent to the insinuations of the two young women. Once they departed, he jestingly remarked to Bucky, "I take back what I said earlier. You certainly don't need to join me in replenishing calcium. Is it truly entertaining for you to merely pluck and not partake?" Bucky, despite being surrounded by a different female companion each day, had only engaged in daylight revelries with them, entirely eschewing any nocturnal escapades. Good heavens! Pursuing romance without indulging in nighttime activities is akin to constructing a temple without collecting offerings. Are you merely engaging in philanthropy? Moreover, it is my temple you are building with my funds. Bucky, feeling the palpable disdain from Steve, expressed his own helplessness. Do not regard me with such scorn. It is not that I lack appetite, but rather that they are already bound by husbands or boyfriends. Some even have multiple. How am I to proceed? Upon hearing this, Steve's eyes gleamed with a mixture of astonishment and frustration as he pointed an accusatory finger at Bucky, exclaiming, "My goodness! I previously assumed you had some peculiar preference or male physiological issue, which is why you merely gaze and do not partake. It turns out you are concerned about their marital status. For heaven's sake, do you not realize this is a significant advantage? Such a waste. Such a monumental waste. You are truly squandering opportunities. Do you not fear divine retribution?" In response to Steve's dramatic lamentations, Bucky merely smirked, bemused. "What do you mean by marital status is an advantage? And as for fearing lightning, I believe I would be the one struck if I were to accept their advances. I would much prefer to seek a single lady with whom I share a genuine connection." Steve gazed at Bucky in disbelief, finding it hard to fathom that in such a promiscuous country, someone would utter the notion of genuine connection. Good heavens, you ought to shave your head and braid the back like a Qing dynasty individual. How can you be so antiquated? This is the liberally spirited America. If you truly wish to find a genuine partner, you may well have to queue outside a primary school, and even then, you might not secure a place in line. Bucky retorted, "Wait, my friend, are you truly suggesting what I think you are? Queuing outside a primary school? You must be jesting. To seek a genuine partner in such a place is utterly absurd. Time has merely passed 70 years. America cannot have descended into such a state." Steve responded, "It is hard to say. Even the Boy Scouts, protected by congressional law, have been embroiled in numerous scandals, so my perspective is relatively conservative. All right, enough of that. You're giving me a headache. We've rested long enough. Let us return," Bucky said, rubbing his temples and gesturing for Steve to cease. He feared that if Steve continued his nonsensical discourse, he might lose his composure. At this moment, he no longer sought his true love. He simply yearned to return to the warmth of his cozy home with Steve. Steve observed Bucky's visibly distressed demeanor and decided to forego further teasing. Instead, shifting the conversation, "There's no rush to head home. Do you truly believe I brought you to Malibu merely for leisure? Isn't that the case?" Bucky replied, perplexed. "Of course not. Recreation is merely a secondary aspect. My true intention is to assist you in securing employment." "Employment? What could I possibly do here?" Bucky inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. After severing ties with Hydra, he had gained his freedom, but, understandably, lost his job as well, leaving him devoid of financial resources. After all, one would not expect Hydra to remunerate a brainwashed weapon of war, would they? Steve was an exception, as his conditioning was not absolute. He retained personal emotions, and a salary was part of Hydra's ploy to win him over. However, the former Winter Soldier, devoid of any sentiment, had functioned solely as a ruthless killing machine. Everything he needed had been provided by Hydra, even his undergarments. Following his departure from Hydra, Bucky was left with nothing but a combat uniform. Even the funds for his recent romantic pursuits had come from Steve. Though Steve was unconcerned, Bucky did not intend to rely on him indefinitely. Thus, upon hearing Steve's proposition of finding him a job, Bucky did not object, but remained curious about the potential opportunities available to him. The Malibu Beach area was affluent, and aside from his brute strength and lethal skills, he possessed little else. Would he be employed as a bodyguard for the wealthy? Yet, the affluent already had personal security. Who would hire an untested rogue like him? Well, you might be surprised. After a moment of calm, Steve, with Sharon by his side, stood up and smiled mysteriously. Did you not express a desire for redemption? I have found you an opportunity that offers both atonement and the chance to associate with the affluent. Redemption and mingling with the wealthy. While these terms might seem innocuous when viewed separately, together they sparked a sudden realization in Bucky's mind. Could it be? Steve's subsequent words confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, we are to meet our esteemed nephew, Tony Stark. They arrived at the opulent 10880 Malibu mansion. Following the address Tony had provided, Steve led Bucky and Sharon to this lavish estate, one that stood out even among Malibu's grand residences, and could not help but let out a soft whistle. Suddenly, his previously perceived wealth of over $10 million felt woefully inadequate. Standing before Tony's ostentatious mansion, he doubted even a fraction of his savings could afford a restroom within. Truly, the disparity between fortunes was infuriating. As Steve approached the futuristic entrance and prepared to knock, the door slid open automatically. At that moment, a slightly mechanical, magnetic voice resonated. "Good afternoon, Captain Rogers. I am Jarvis, the intelligent butler. It is a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Stark has instructed that should you arrive, no announcement is necessary. You may enter the mansion directly, as he has granted you full access privileges." Steve raised an eyebrow at the remark, reluctantly acknowledging that while Tony's words could be rather sharp, his attention to detail was commendable. The last time he had rescued Tony, he had returned him to Stark Tower, never having visited his villa. Yet, Tony had still granted him access to the villa, clearly not regarding his lifesaver as a stranger in the least. "Hello, Jarvis. Is that rascal Tony at home? Mr. Stark is currently in the underground laboratory. Would you like me to inform him of your arrival?" "Yes, please do. Thank you." Although Tony had open all access for him, Steve was not about to take such liberties, especially since he was accompanied by two others, given that Tony was most likely working on the Mark II. Barging in without prior notice would indeed be rather presumptuous. Chapter 25. The thrill brought by the iron armor Jarvis guided Steve and the others to the living room, providing them with an array of beverages through a household robot, demonstrating exceptional service. In a matter of moments, footsteps echoed from the basement entrance, and a slightly disheveled Tony, sporting a fresh bruise, jogged up with a familiar exuberance. "Hey, look who's here. Isn't this my centenarian Uncle Rogers? A busy man, it's been far too long," Tony exclaimed, approaching Steve for a brief embrace, his face alight with joy. For reasons unbeknownst to him, upon seeing Steve, he felt an unparalleled sense of security that had eluded him since his return. As they released each other, Steve glanced at the grease stains Tony had left on his attire and quipped, "In reality, it has only been a week since our last encounter. Moreover, what's with your shabby appearance? And those injuries on your face? Did the Ten Rings gang abduct you again?" Tony nonchalantly grabbed a drink from the nearby robot and downed it, exhaling heavily before responding, "Has it really only been 7 days? My apologies. I've scarcely accumulated 10 hours of sleep in that time, so my sense of time has become somewhat distorted. You see, those who have been kidnapped often lack a sense of security, and insomnia is a common consequence." Steve observed Tony's pronounced dark circles and frowned. "You can't continue like this. Regardless of how vital your research may be, you mustn't sacrifice your health." Tony waved his hand dismissively, brimming with excitement. "It's just a few days. I've endured worse before. Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. Enough of this. Come with me. I'll show you the fruits of my labor over the past few days. I guarantee it will astonish you, old relic." With that, Tony pushed Steve forward, intent on taking him to the underground lab. Meanwhile, Bucky and Sharon, who had been overlooked, felt a twinge of awkwardness as Tony was about to whisk Steve away. You two carry on. We'll just wait here for a bit." Only after their remark did Tony notice the two seated on the couch. "Oh, you brought friends along?" Steve face-bombed in exasperation, sighing, "Tony, you really ought to get some sleep. I sense your mind is becoming a bit muddled. Is it fair to say he truly is Tony?" He couldn't even notice the two lively individuals before him while insisting he was fine. Why are you nagging like my dad? Trust me, I'm perfectly all right. Just come see my new creation. I'll sleep right after, I promise. Once Tony set his mind on something, nothing could sway him. Today, if he didn't let Steve witness his latest masterpiece and leave him utterly astounded, he wouldn't be able to rest. All right, I can't argue with you. After all, I am your uncle. Let us go take a look, albeit reluctantly. Observing Tony, who seemed eager to prove himself to the adults, Steve, although aware that the surprise Tony spoke of was the Iron Man's suit, nodded in agreement. He had resolved that once they finished, if Tony remained reluctant to sleep, he would resort to some physical means to aid his slumber. He certainly did not wish for Tony, this long-term system task machine, to suffer an untimely demise. Upon hearing Steve's acquiescence, Tony's face lit up with joy, and he turned to beckon Bucky and Sharon. All right, you two should join us as well. You are friends of Steve, and I trust you. Steve felt a warmth in his heart and decided that when the time came for physical assistance, he would be gentle. Tony excitedly led the trio into his futuristic underground laboratory, enthusiastically describing the numerous masterpieces and luxury cars he had collected along the way. However, aside from Sharon, Steve and Bucky, the two World War II brutes, could hardly appreciate the significance of the paintings or the luxury vehicles. They felt these abstract artworks were not much better than the scribbles they had seen in their textbooks. As for the luxury cars, they deemed them inferior to the bulletproof SUVs used by S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. At least the bulletproof SUVs had a solid feel when driving over obstacles, while these so-called luxury vehicles seemed prone to airborne mishaps at the slightest bump. As Steve and Bucky wandered through the Gallery of Wonders, they finally arrived at today's main attraction. A pure silver humanoid armor stood majestically at the center of the laboratory. Capturing everyone's attention, the masterpieces and luxury cars paled in comparison to this metallic marvel. Not only Bucky and Sharon, but even Steve, who was well aware of the suit's identity, found himself entranced by its sci-fi metallic allure. To be honest, prior to seeing the actual suit, Steve had not felt much anticipation due to his prior exposure through films. He believed he possessed the same attributes as the Iron Man's suit, super strength and an invulnerable physique, if not superior. Yet, upon witnessing this epic-making creation firsthand, Steve realized how naive his previous thoughts had been. The human body and armor were incomparable. They represented two distinct realms of excellence. A perfect physique was impressive, but this Iron Man suit was undeniably stunning. Cool, dazzling, awesome. Tony, you are truly a genius. Unable to resist, Steve stepped forward to caress the Iron Man suit, feeling that its texture surpassed even that of a supermodel's smooth skin. Observing Steve's captivated demeanor, Tony's expression brimmed with pride. A breath he had held for decades finally escaped him. Dad, can you see me from above? Your idol, Captain America, is utterly astonished by the iron body I created. Your son is no less than Captain America. With a playful slap on Tony's shoulder, Steve grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. Nephew, what are you daydreaming about? You're grinning like a fool. Quickly activate the armor. Your Uncle Rogers is eager to immerse himself within it, yearning to personally experience the thrill it offers. As Tony listened to Steve's words, an unsettling feeling lingered in his mind. Though it was true that one must enter the armor to genuinely savor the exhilaration of piloting it, there was something about Steve's phrasing that felt distinctly off. Shaking his head, Tony decided to dismiss the thought. He harbored no objections to Steve operating his Mark II. After all, Steve had saved his life, and he would never refuse even a mere test drive, let alone a request for an entire suit. However, Tony pointed to the wound on his face as a cautionary reminder, saying, "Are you certain you wish to give it a try? Keep in mind that I have only just completed the assembly of the Mark II and have yet to conduct any practical piloting tests. Even when I was merely experimenting with certain components, I ended up in this state. Without any piloting experience, you might find yourself injured far worse than I am." Chapter 26. The vulnerable Tony. Upon hearing this, Steve waved his hand dismissively, radiating confidence. What nonsense is this? Am I afraid of getting hurt? Who do you think I am? I am the illustrious Captain America. Have you forgotten how I rescued you from that cave? It was my robust physique that charged us through danger. Even if your iron contraption were to malfunction, I would remain unscathed. Enough chatter. Hurry and help me don the armor. With Steve's resolute words, Tony ceased his protests, shrugging his shoulders and snapping his fingers. Jarvis, assist this boastful centenarian in donning his attire and grant him operational access to Mark II. Understood, sir. Captain Rogers has been granted operational access to Mark II. Captain Rogers, please proceed to the designated area for assistance in donning Mark II. Following Jarvis's considerate virtual guidance, Steve walked to the designated spot, arms outstretched, standing obediently. He then remarked to Tony, not to criticize, Tony, but with such advanced technology, why is the process of wearing it so cumbersome? Aren't you concerned that one day you might find yourself in a predicament without time to remove it? Tony, his forehead lined with frustration, gritted his teeth and retorted, Be quiet. This is merely the second generation. I will refine the donning process later. No need for your unsolicited advice. As he spoke, Tony maneuvered the armor, first placing the helmet atop Steve's head, hoping to prevent any further outlandish remarks. Yet, could a mere helmet truly silence Steve? Absolutely not. Hey, Tony, has this iron contraption gone unwashed? There's an odd scent inside, reminiscent of a brand new vehicle. Once fully armored, Steve exclaimed, Ow, is this suit a size too small? Why does it feel so constricted down there? Or is it that your measurements are simply minuscule? Steve's impromptu lesson left the billionaire utterly undone. Damn it, Steve. What in the world are you babbling about? Tony's frustration escalated, veins bulging on his forehead as he could no longer tolerate Steve's incessant banter. He launched himself at Steve, intending to kick him, but was swiftly intercepted by Bucky and Sharon, who restrained his arms. Yet, Tony could not contain his indignation, pointing an accusing finger at Steve. You impertinent fool, my armor has undergone rigorous sterilization, equipped with an air filtration system. There is no way it could emit any foul odor. Perhaps it is you who neglected dental hygiene after consuming something unpleasant this morning. And as for the armor being small, you think everyone possesses your American posterior? With a rear end as ample as yours, who wouldn't feel constricted? And regarding my dimensions, rest assured, my equipment could spin you like a top. In the face of Tony's exasperation, Steve, now fully adorned in the armor, stepped down from the platform, his voice laced with a mechanical undertone of mockery. See, you're getting flustered. If it's not small, then why the rush? Your urgency only reinforces my point. Tony pointed at Steve, speechless with anger, feeling somewhat vulnerable for the first time in decades. He had never before been bested in words, and now he was experiencing the same emotional turmoil that others felt when confronted with his sharp tongue. Steve, observing Tony's flustered state, swore he hadn't meant any harm. It was merely a habitual quip, one he hadn't anticipated would provoke such a strong reaction. Fearing that Tony might faint from rage, Steve swiftly shifted the topic, inquiring, Genius, why is it so dark before me? How do I activate this thing? Do I press F? Taking a deep breath to steady his tumultuous emotions, Tony gritted his teeth and retorted, What do you think this is, a GTA game? Fool, this is high technology. It requires an arc reactor as its power source to function. As he spoke, Tony retrieved a spare arc reactor and affixed it to the suit's chest, connecting it to the energy source. If Tony were to don the suit himself, he wouldn't need an additional arc reactor, as he already had one built into his chest. However, Steve did not possess such a luxury and therefore needed to install one separately. Once the suit powered up successfully, its eyes illuminated with a blue glow, and with JARVIS successfully online, Tony tapped Steve's helmet and said, Hey JARVIS, deliver a user manual for this ancient relic in a format even he can comprehend. Following Tony's command, the suit displayed a dummy manual that was easy to understand. Steve, a super soldier with a physical prowess of 20, found that this enhancement not only increased his strength, but also his intellect. However, more often than not, his superior brain advised him to focus solely on wielding his immense power, dismissing unnecessary complexities. In less than a minute, Steve had read and fully grasped the operation of the extensive manual. With palms open, activating the thrusters in his hands, legs, and back simultaneously, Steve piloted the suit, Mark II, into a smooth ascent. To Tony's disbelief, Steve executed a flip in the air and performed several intricate maneuvers with flair. How is this possible? How can you achieve such mastery after only a minute of piloting? Tony thought, recalling the countless trials he endured during his own experiments. He had hoped to witness Steve struggle, yet the rogue managed to impress on his first attempt. With his arms crossed behind him, maintaining balance using only the leg and back thrusters, Steve smugly declared, "Talent. All I can say is talent. It's all about the basics. If you're struggling, just practice more." Without further ado, he added, "Genius. I must take your precious creation for a joyride." Joyride? Wait. Before Tony could voice his doubts, Steve ramped up the thruster power, crashing through the ceiling and shooting skyward. Tony, nearly grinding his teeth to dust, managed to squeeze out, "There's a door in the basement. You idiot." Steve, already soaring through the skies, paid little heed to the trivial losses that Tony faced. Such matters were nothing more than mere pennies to him. The twilight enveloped the sky, casting a dim hue over the landscape. As Steve piloted the Mark II, he ascended with unrestrained enthusiasm, letting out exhilarated whoops akin to a jubilant primate. "Oh yeah, just like that. Faster. Push it to the limit, my magnificent machine." In no time, Steve accelerated to the Mark II's maximum speed of 3 Mach, trailing behind him a long, shimmering wake of Mach rings. The altitude reached a staggering height of over 10,000 meters, and from this vantage point, the city below appeared as a radiant miniature toy, astonishingly diminutive. Glancing down, Steve's face, concealed beneath the armor, radiated sheer excitement. He had not anticipated that his inaugural flight experience would not involve the biokinetic flight capabilities, but rather the operation of this advanced technological suit of armor. This unexpected aerial adventure could be summed up in one word: exhilarating. Chapter 27. Steve soaring freely. Captain Rogers, a reminder. Your current altitude is dangerously high, and the exterior of the Mark II is beginning to ice over. For your safety, it is advisable to immediately descend. At this, Steve recalled the issue of ice formation on the armor. In the original narrative, both Tony and Ironmonger had suffered from this issue during their first flights. The distinction lies in the fact that, like him, Tony had the foresight of JARV assess warnings, yet he recklessly pursued a record-breaking altitude, ultimately relying on a manual restart of his armor to survive. Ironmonger, on the other hand, was led astray by Tony, who exploited the information gap to lure him into the sky, where he subsequently encountered icing and plummeted to the ground, only to survive due to his armor being far more robust than the Mark III. Steve couldn't help but scoff. Despite both losing power, Ironmonger fell from a height of thousands of meters and emerged unscathed, ready to continue his assault on Tony. Yet, the War Machine, which only fell from 1,000 meters, resulted in Rhodey being left partially paralyzed, allowing the Skrulls to take advantage and replace him. It was indeed a perplexing inconsistency. Nevertheless, that was a matter for another time and not Steve's concern. The paramount task at hand was to soar, to ascend, to fly. If Tony dared to challenge the risks of ice formation, how could Steve shy away? He too was determined to reach greater heights. JARVIS. Unleash full power and ascend. I shall challenge the utmost limits and demonstrate to Tony where his armor falls short. With control over the armor, Steve pressed on, and JARVIS could do little but acquiesce to Steve's command, allowing the Mark II to continue its pursuit of the skies. However, before the armor became entirely encased in ice, JARVIS alerted Tony in the villa. In truth, Tony, who had been vigilantly monitoring the status of the Mark II, had already discerned Steve's intentions upon witnessing the ascent on his screen. Although in the original story Tony had recklessly pursued the limits of the Mark II, now, as an observer rather than the pilot, he felt a knot of anxiety tightening in his throat, fully aware of the peril involved. Damn it, who taught this guy to be so reckless? Thank you. That would be you, Steve quipped. Tony immediately attempted to utilize his authority to remotely guide the Mark II back to safety, only to discover that the signal from the Mark II had abruptly vanished. A chill of dread coursed through him as he realized, it's over. The armor has iced over and lost power beside him. Bucky, who had been utterly perplexed, and a still-dazed Sharon now grasped the gravity of the situation and shared in the rising panic. Bucky, under Tony's astonished gaze, leaped several meters high, vaulting over the gaping hole Steve had created, scanning the skies in search of his friend. Meanwhile, Sharon rushed to the control panel, urgently calling out Steve's name, desperate for a response. Only Tony is acutely aware that their efforts are in vain. The Mark II, piloted by Steve, has lost all signals and is unlikely to respond. Furthermore, they find themselves at an altitude exceeding 10,000 meters, rendering visual observation impossible, unless, of course, Superman from DC were to arrive. Their only recourse now is to fervently hope that Steve had diligently perused the Mark II manual beforehand, knowing precisely how to manually activate the armor's auxiliary wings and restart the system. The unfortunate reality is that the rogue had barely glanced at the manual for less than a minute. In such a brief span, even Tony could not have fully comprehended the extensive tome of instructions, let alone committed it to memory. Sweat beading on his brow, Tony felt a growing dread that Steve might soon be joining his late father in an eternal meeting with the devil. Meanwhile, what is our captain up to amidst this turmoil? To their astonishment, he is still ascending. Indeed, although the armor has lost its propulsion, it continues to surge upwards, albeit at a significantly reduced speed, plummeting from its peak velocity of 3 Mach to approximately 1 Mach. The situation has shifted. It is no longer the armor carrying Steve aloft, but rather Steve bearing the heavy armor into the skies. This marks the first occasion since Steve's physical capabilities soared to 20 points, awakening his flight abilities through his biological field, that he employs this newfound power for flight. This explains his lack of concern over the armor potentially icing over. Even without propulsion, he retains the ability to soar. Naturally, he could envelop the armor in his biological field to prevent ice formation. Yet he refrains from doing so, as that would deprive Tony of discerning the armor's flaws. After several minutes of the armor being devoid of power, Steve finally comes to a halt, not due to reaching his flight limits, but rather because the atmosphere at this altitude is nearly devoid of oxygen. With a constitution of 20 points, he can endure in oxygen-deprived conditions for hours. Yet he is far from achieving the ability to survive without it. Birar. It's quite chilly as the frigid temperature of the armor's exterior began to seep within. Steve recognized it was time to retreat. He had no desire to test whether his current biological field could withstand the frigid void of space. To behold the magnificent entirety of Earth with his own eyes is a worthy endeavor in itself. With a final glance at the Earth, now fully visible, Steve sighed in awe before retracting his biological field and plummeting straight downwards. The awakened system of the biological field also requires stamina. Thus, every bit saved is a bit wisely conserved. Falling requires no effort. He could simply activate his biological field to halt his descent just before landing. A balance of conservation and expenditure is essential. However, to Tony's eyes, the scenario appeared dramatically different. As Steve descended to a certain height, Tony, after considerable effort, managed to detect the plummeting Mark II with his satellite, and his heart sank. Good grief. This guy truly has not read the manual. The armor system has not rebooted at all. Steve is in free fall. Yet the more he observed, the more it felt awry. Tony gazed at the projected landing coordinates of Steve, calculated by Jarvis, and it appeared to be precisely the location of his villa. Good grief. This fellow ascended to tens of thousands of meters, and upon descent, managed to strike his own property with such accuracy. Should one deem this fortunate or unfortunate? A hunk of metal plummeting from such an altitude possesses destructive potential equivalent to that of a missile. Tony hastily alerted Sharon and the stoic figure of Bucky atop the roof. "Hey there, lovely lady, and you, the cool gentleman up above, you must evacuate. The landing site is right here, and soon it is highly likely to be reduced to mere ruins." Chapter 28. Bewildered, I can't fly. Upon hearing these words, Bucky and Sharon felt a heavy weight in their hearts, fully comprehending the implication behind Tony's statement. The impact of landing from such heights could decimate a villa spanning over 1,000 square meters. It was evident that Steve could only have lost propulsion and plummeted freely to generate such catastrophic force. Yet, despite understanding that the villa had transformed into a perilous zone. Neither chose to depart. Bucky remained atop the building, gazing at the night sky where a silvery meteor streaked faintly across the heavens, his eyes devoid of fear, only filled with a sense of resignation. If Steve were indeed dead, what significance did his existence hold in a time that was not his own? He would rather meet his end alongside Steve in this very place. Sharon felt similarly. While Bucky's sentiments were rooted in brotherhood, hers stemmed from love. She had vowed to remain by Steve's side eternally, and she intended to honor that promise, even if it meant embracing death. As for Tony, he had no intention of leaving. His hands deftly manipulated the virtual screen before him, activating the mechanical arms within the villa, striving to create a buffer zone in the shortest time possible. If he worked swiftly enough, relying on the formidable shock absorption of Mark II, perhaps Steve could yet survive. "Come on, move," Tony urged, his hands leaving afterimages as he worked alongside Jarvis, pushing the villa's mechanical arms to their limits. To the astonishment of Bucky and Sharon, Tony indeed managed to construct a colossal air cushion of high-strength fibers, 5 stories tall, on the rooftop of the villa in mere minutes before Steve's descent. The speed of his execution was nothing short of terrifying. Steve, reclining with his hands behind his head, reveling in the embrace of gravity's descent, caught sight of the large mushroom-like structure below from a kilometer away, leaving him utterly perplexed. What on earth is that? Wasn't I falling towards the villa? Have I somehow traveled through time again? Upon closer inspection, Steve noticed that Tony and the others stood anxiously beside the giant mushroom, and he quickly grasped the situation. It appeared they had anticipated his fall and had procured this enormous mushroom to cushion his landing. However, instead of descending onto it, he chose to hover above the giant mushroom. Tony and the others were bewildered. After toiling for what felt like an eternity, with his hands nearly cramping, Tony looked up at the suspended Steve, his mind filled with questions. "Wait, buddy, you rebooted the armor system without a word. Hold on, that is not right." Tony observed that the Mark II armor remained disconnected from Jarvis, its exterior encrusted with frost, and its thrusters inactive, rendering him even more perplexed. "Wait, how on earth are you flying? Did Falcon give you a boost? Is this some sort of showboating?" Amidst Tony's confusion, Steve piloted the frost-imbued armor down, step by step, leaving a trail of icy shards as he approached Tony. "Hey, nephew, astonished are you? I can fly too." Steve's body trembled as the icy shell of his armor shattered, sending fragments splattering onto Tony's face. The frigid sensation jolted him from his stupor. Once Jarvis reconnected to Mark II, Tony ceased to ponder the inexplicable phenomenon of Steve's flight. Without hesitation, he assumed a stern demeanor and forcefully directed Mark II to the control panel, promptly removing Steve's armor. Subsequently, he instructed Bucky and Sharon to restrain Steve for a comprehensive body scan. Once they confirmed that Steve exhibited no abnormalities, the trio released him. Throughout the ordeal, Steve offered no resistance, acutely aware of his own culpability, which had caused unnecessary alarm for the three. After the trio delivered a series of verbal admonitions, the matter was finally laid to rest. Simultaneously, Tony, spurred by this incident, recognized multiple deficiencies in Mark II and began preparations for the creation of the upgraded Mark III. The Mark III would employ a novel aerospace-grade titanium alloy, feature a revamped donning mechanism, and boast a plethora of new functionalities, marking a comprehensive enhancement. Until the Mark III was completed, Tony firmly declared that he would not permit Steve to utilize Mark II again. It was far too terrifying. Moreover, Tony planned to craft a bespoke suit of armor specifically for Steve. To this, Steve did not object. Although his strength had diminished the necessity for the augmentation provided by the armored suit, one must ponder, which man could resist the allure of a suit of armor? As Lu Sun once articulated, a man may not favor women, yet he shall invariably harbor an affection for a suit of armor. Steve wholeheartedly concurred with Mr. Lu Sun. Especially after experiencing the exhilarating thrill of piloting the armor, Steve found himself utterly disinterested in any other pursuits, save for those involving women. Once Tony completed his custom suit of armor, Steve envisioned that his escapade with the ladies would no longer involve driving a car, but rather soaring in his armored suit. However, since Tony intended to fashion his own version. He was determined to ensure that everything was of the highest caliber. This resolve extended not only to the technology of the armor, but also to its energy source. Although Tony's original arc reactor was exceptional, it remained tethered to human technological limitations, rife with ingenuity and hardship. He needed to discover a more potent yet harmless energy source for the armor. An idea flickered in Steve's mind, recalling the new elemental technology Howard had left for Tony, inspired by the Tesseract. He remembered that, in the original narrative, Nick Fury had entrusted the remnants Howard left within S.H.I.E.L.D. to Tony. Subsequently, Tony had unearthed clues from a recording, utilizing the architectural model left by his father to forge the new element. This new element entirely supplanted the palladium used in the original reactor, effectively resolving Tony's most dire palladium poisoning dilemma. This matter held significant importance. He needed to find an opportunity to broach it with Tony, prompting him to assign a task that would involve Hydra, thus converting it into a system mission. However, he first needed to devise a plan to discreetly retrieve Howard's remnants from S.H.I.E.L.D. Cough, cough. To extract them for Tony. Then, he would guide Tony to uncover the concealed secrets of a new element hidden within Howard's model. Yes, that shall be the course of action. No more performances. Let's choose a day to rob S.H.I.E.L.D. Far away in the Sankey building, Nick Fury sneezed, suddenly feeling a chill on his back, as if someone were plotting against him. The more Steve pondered, the more feasible it seemed. He forcefully patted Tony on the shoulder, revealing a broad grin. My dear nephew, with your uncle by your side, you have nothing to fear. Tony, caught off guard by Steve's sudden gesture, nearly stumbled to the ground and retorted angrily, Damn it! What madness has seized you? You're still alive, so why should I seek blessings? Though the tradition of burning incense is not customary in America, Tony, having studied Wing Chun with a master from China for 2 years, understood the significance of such a ritual. However, in his view, was it not an offering intended for the departed? Chapter 29. The new element and Bucky's guilt. Steve lightly tapped on Tony's chest reactor, a mischievous smile gracing his face like a quintessential rogue uncle. When I say incense, it isn't in the sense you might think. However, even if it were, it is I who is offering the incense to you, my dear boy. Don't presume I'm unaware, although that contraption in your chest has saved your life. The palladium within it poses a constant threat to your existence. Tony's pupils dilated in disbelief. How do you know that? The critical palladium element within the reactor was known only to him and Ethan, who had assisted him at the time. There should be no third party aware of it. Steve smirked, pride evident in his expression. Because I'm a genius. I grasped the internal structure of your little gadget at a mere glance. Upon hearing Steve's boastful claim, Tony regarded him with skepticism. A genius? You, a muscle-bound brute? Why don't you recite the basic 118 elements for me? Then, Steve could hardly recall all 118 elements and cleared his throat awkwardly, adeptly shifting the conversation. Ahem, that's irrelevant. The crucial point is that the periodic table actually comprises 119 elements. Tony scoffed, his disdain for Steve growing. If you can't even remember them, at least get the count right. I've been right in calling you a muscle-bound simpleton. Are you implying that you've created a new element? Unfazed by Tony's mockery, Steve shrugged. Of course, I lack that capability, but your father did. Howard once discovered a new element within the Tesseract, but the limitations of his time prevented him from synthesizing it. He bequeathed this element, filled with infinite possibilities, to you, believing that your talents would enable its creation. It could entirely replace the palladium in your reactor. This new element is your father's final gift to you, a gift that could save your life. Tony stood frozen, a complex array of emotions swirling in his eyes, gratitude intertwined with regret. He did not question the veracity of Steve's words, for he believed in his father's capabilities and trusted that Steve would not deceive him using the memory of his deceased father. After a prolonged silence, Tony murmured in a somber tone, Honestly, that old man. Even after all this time, he still thinks of saving me, yet. The last words I spoke to him the day of his accident were nothing but complaints. The atmosphere thickened with sorrow, enveloping all present in a heavy silence. Bucky, who had been quietly observing from the side, felt an overwhelming wave of guilt threaten to engulf him upon hearing Tony's lament. He instinctively reached out towards Tony's back, yearning to confess everything and reveal his sins. However, Steve swiftly placed a hand on Bucky's shoulder, shaking his head in silent communication that now was not the opportune moment for such revelations. To confess to Tony at this juncture would benefit neither of them. Tony and Bucky currently share no significant bond, even though Steve saved Tony's life, which rapidly elevated their relationship. However, when it comes to the death of his parents, the mere acquaintance between Tony and Bucky holds no weight. Tony would undoubtedly lose his composure and seek vengeance against Bucky without hesitation. Of course, Steve does not perceive any wrongdoing in Tony's desire for revenge. Were he in Tony's position, he would likely make the same choice, and his actions would not be as restrained as those depicted in Tony's original narrative. If he were to inhabit Tony's body, Bucky would not only face physical dismemberment, but his very name would be twisted beyond recognition. Yet, he is not Tony Stark. He is Steve Rogers, Bucky's brother. Steve's soul has saved him, and he cannot stand idly by while Tony seeks to kill Bucky. Moreover, Tony's act of killing Bucky would ultimately resolve nothing. Once the dust settles, Tony might come to the realization that the fault does not lie with Bucky himself. He may find himself ensnared in a spiral of self-doubt, descending into darkness. After all, Bucky is merely a weapon of Hydra. The true fault lies with those who wield such weapons, and fundamentally, Bucky is not to blame. Although this assertion may seem tenuous on an emotional level, it remains the stark reality from a rational perspective. He acknowledges that, in this regard, he is being unfair to Tony, resembling a biased advocate for Bucky. Nevertheless, Steve intends to compensate Tony in other ways, not with new elements, but by addressing a mistake Tony made that parallels Bucky's. The young witch, who also lost her parents indirectly due to Tony, will undoubtedly seek vengeance against him in the future. Bucky, controlled to kill Tony's parents, and the missile created by Tony that was used to take Wanda's parents' lives, are fundamentally the same. The error lies not with the weapon, but with its wielder. This time, Steve protects Bucky, and next time, he will equally protect Tony. Consider it a form of reparation for the young man. Just as Steve prevents Bucky from confessing, communicating through a glance, Tony's teasing voice cuts through. Are you two exchanging glances? Goodness, don't tell me this brooding boy is actually your boyfriend. If my dad knew his idol, Captain America, was gay, he might never rest in peace. Steve looks at Tony, who has recovered from his sorrow, pats Bucky to suggest he remain calm, and embraces Sharon beside him. Though Bucky is quite handsome, I regret to inform you that I'm not into that. He is not my type. This lovely lady is your aunt, my girlfriend, Sharon Carter. Sharon leans against Steve, smiling gently at Tony. Don't mind Steve's nonsense. Just call me Sharon. Okay, Sharon. It's a pleasure to meet you. Tony responds with an okay hand gesture before turning to Bucky. And what about this silent, brooding fellow? What is his name? Bucky, noticing Tony's gaze upon him, musters a faint smile that bears a striking resemblance to Howard's features. Bucky Barnes. Tony raised an eyebrow. Your name sounds rather familiar. I feel as though I have encountered it somewhere before. In any case, it is a pleasure to meet you. Bucky opened his mouth, yet no sound escaped. The mere sight of Tony's face evoked memories of that fateful night when Howard perished at his hands. Howard had been calling out his name then. It was all his fault. Noticing Bucky retreating into his shell once more, Steve interjected. Of course it sounds familiar, for by lineage. You ought to address him as Uncle Barnes. He continued, I have come today to introduce you to Uncle Barnes, who will serve as your personal bodyguard to ensure your safety. Upon hearing this, Tony nodded thoughtfully, only to suddenly pivot and glare at Steve. Wait, what the hell are you saying? A bodyguard is one thing. I've just witnessed this guy's skills. He is more than qualified for the role. But what is this nonsense about Uncle? Don't think just because you're a friend with my father and he's a generation older, that you can take liberties with me. You damn bastard. Chapter 30. Congratulations. Tony, you now have two uncles. Steve anticipated Tony's reaction and flashed a mischievous grin, saying, we both have our respective roles. I shall call you my dear nephew. And you may refer to me as Steve. Naturally, my friends cannot take advantage of our familial hierarchy. However, Buck certainly does not exploit you. He was a friend of Howard back in the day, a member of our Howling Commandos. Thus, You ought to address him as uncle, and there is no fault in that." Upon hearing this, Tony wore a grimace akin to having consumed something unpleasant. The sight of Bucky, who appeared even younger than himself, only intensified his sense of familiarity, as if he had seen this individual in photographs from his father's past. Tony surveyed the surroundings, his expression darkening. "Oh no, the most mature-looking one, have unwittingly become the youngest in this gathering. Here we are, for individuals, two uncles, a girlfriend of one uncle, and I alone as the junior." Steve patted the incredulous Tony on the back, a smile breaking through his attempts to suppress it. "Do not be disheartened, dear nephew. This is, in fact, a fortunate development, is it not? Bucky's bond with Howard is profound, and like me, he is a trustworthy uncle you can rely upon. You should know that upon hearing of your abduction by the 10 Rings and the traitor within your company, Bucky has implored me several times to assist you in overcoming this turmoil." With that, Tony finally reconciled with the reality before him. He nodded at Bucky, his tone softening. "While I believe I can manage the challenges ahead, I appreciate the offer, but I shall not address you as uncle." Bucky quickly nodded, a genuine smile gracing his lips. "Of course, you need not call me uncle. Simply refer to me as Bucky Barnes. I shall not regard you as a junior, for all of this is merely what I ought to do for you." Tony, oblivious to the hint of guilt in Bucky's words, attributed it solely to the depth of Bucky's friendship with his father, Howard. He nodded and turned to Steve. "Look at Barnes, another friend of my father. He is so humble and amiable. Why can't you emulate his exemplary character? Must you always wield your status as an uncle to assert your superiority over me?" "Oh, all right, dear nephew, I understand," Steve replied with a hearty agreement, resolutely refusing to change. Tony sighed. "Engaging with you feels like playing the lute to a cow. Very well. Call me what you will. But tell me, how did you come to know of the traitor within my company? Have you conducted a covert investigation?" Steve replied calmly. "It is quite simple. Your route was designated as a secure military pathway. It is hardly susceptible to terrorist attacks, indicating that someone must have leaked your itinerary. Aside from those in Stark Industries, only the military would possess such knowledge. The military would never divulge such information. An attack on you under their protection would serve no beneficial purpose to them. Thus, it must be someone from within your company, as your demise would only benefit the upper echelons of Stark Industries." Tony nodded in acknowledgement of Steve's assertion. He indeed harbored suspicions regarding the presence of a traitor within the company, yet had not yet confirmed any potential candidates. "You are correct. Do you have a suspect in mind?" Steve responded with a decisive nod. "Certainly. I have perused the photographs of the upper echelons of Stark Industries. There is a malevolent bald man named Obadiah Stane. His countenance alone reveals his nefarious nature. I would wager that he is the traitor." Upon hearing Steve's analysis, Tony's expression was one of incredulity. A malevolent bald man and a mere glance at his face. "And you suspect Obadiah of treachery? Are you serious?" "To be frank, Obadiah was a friend of my father's. After my parents perished in that tragic accident, he was the one who upheld Stark Industries during my years of despair and pulled me back from the abyss, allowing me to reclaim control of the company. He is the least likely candidate for a traitor." Steve pursed his lips, dismissively retorting, "What makes that impossible? He was merely a business partner of your father, and such commercial acquaintances are often the most unreliable. For his own gain, why wouldn't he betray you? You are not his son. To him, your demise would only serve to further his interests." He continued, "Besides, regarding your security route, who in Stark Industries, apart from your secretary, Pepper Potts, knows about it? Deep down, you are aware of this, yet you comfort yourself by denying it, aren't you?" Each of Steve's words pierced Tony's heart, his cerulean eyes seemingly capable of penetrating Tony's innermost thoughts, rendering Tony speechless in rebuttal. For Tony was acutely aware that Steve's assertions might well be the truth. Observing Tony's continued obstinacy, Steve sighed. "I understand that after Howard's death, that man had a substantial influence over you. It is only natural that you are reluctant to accept him as a traitor. However, facts are immutable. Once investigated, I can readily present evidence of his treachery before you. Trust your Uncle Rogers. My keen eyes, honed through decades of battle, have never misjudged an enemy harboring hostility. Tony silently scoffed. In reality, you have only spent a few years on the battlefield. The rest of your decades were spent encased in ice. Provoked by Tony's retort, Steve, flustered with indignation, pointed at him. Damn it. You insolent brat, be quiet. Adults are speaking. Children should not interrupt. In any case, just trust your uncle. Seeing Steve's anger escalate, Tony quickly raised his hands in surrender. All right, I believe you. However, promise me that I will handle this matter myself, and you shall not interfere. Steve calmed down, shrugging nonchalantly. If you wish to resolve it on your own, then by all means. However, from this day forth, Bucky will remain by your side for your protection until your crisis is entirely resolved. Understood? Tony decided to handle the situation on his own, seizing the opportunity to retrieve Howard's artifacts left at S.H.I.E.L.D. He signaled an affirmative with an OK, expressing his confidence. The presence of a trustworthy and formidable ally like Bucky certainly afforded him a greater sense of security. Although his Iron Man suit was complete, he could not wear it at all times. There would inevitably be moments when he had to remove it. Bucky's presence effectively mitigated the risk of being ambushed when he was without his armor. Suddenly, Tony paused in thought. Why did he say again? Having been kidnapped by the Ten Rings once, it was undeniable that he had become considerably more cautious. In the original narrative, had he been accompanied by a competent and trustworthy bodyguard, perhaps Obadiah would not have succeeded in his ambush. Happy might excel as a driver and director, but his capabilities as a bodyguard were decidedly lacking. Chapter 31. Tony's monetary abilities. Upon hearing Tony's agreement, Steve nodded. This time, both the prototype in Tony's cave and the cave itself had been obliterated, making it highly unlikely for Ironmonger to make a comeback. Instead, it was merely a common man, Obadiah, who posed no significant threat with Bucky by Tony's side. Nevertheless, for the sake of caution, Steve turned to Bucky and instructed, Bucky, keep an eye on things. If Obadiah shows even the slightest hint of wrongdoing, or if Tony exhibits any signs of mercy, you are to eliminate that malevolent bald head without hesitation. Understood, Bucky replied with a cold nod. Tony, feeling somewhat embarrassed, twitched his lips and interjected, Hey, is it really appropriate for you two to conspire so loudly in front of me? Steve glanced at him and replied calmly, I said, adults are speaking. You should refrain from interrupting. Me? A child? Tony pointed at himself, attempting to argue, but soon realized that in the presence of these two centenarians, he indeed seemed quite juvenile. He decided to adopt Steve's tactic of changing the subject, asking, setting aside Obadiah for now, how are you able to fly just now? And why does Bucky appear so youthful? Has he also been injected with the super soldier serum? Having addressed the pertinent matters, Tony posed two questions that had piqued his curiosity. He had clearly witnessed Bucky's remarkable leap and Steve's flight in armor. In response, Steve casually fabricated a story. Firstly, I am the sole possessor of the authentic super soldier serum in the world. As for my flying ability, it likely stems from the mutations caused by the serum during my decades of cryogenic stasis in Antarctica. Upon awakening, not only has my strength continually increased, but my ability to fly has also developed over time. Regardless, since the genuine super soldier serum has been lost to history, no one truly knows its full effects. Being the only recipient, I can assert whatever I wish. Is there such a thing as mutation in the super soldier serum? Tony paused, taken aback, before realization dawned on him, and he responded with a hint of understanding, but then again, it's possible. A couple of years ago, the military attempted to replicate your serum and ended up creating a mutated green behemoth. That fellow possesses strength even more terrifying than yours. Steve cast a knowing glance at the imaginary version of Tony in his mind. Although he was aware that Hulk's mutation resulted from gamma radiation, he refrained from contradicting Tony and continued. As for Bucky, he was unfortunately captured by Hydra after a fall during a mission against them. They conducted body modifications on him and injected him with their counterfeit super soldier serum. Subsequently, Hydra brainwashed him into a cold, emotionless weapon, keeping him frozen in stasis except during missions. Thus, Bucky, like me, retains his youthful appearance, and it was only recently that I managed to restore his self-awareness. At this moment, Sharon, who had been quietly listening and never interjecting during the men's conversation, suddenly turned her gaze towards Steve, her mouth opening to voice a question. However, anticipating her reaction, Steve tightened his grip around her arm, effectively stifling her almost uttered inquiry. Nevertheless, even so, she was still profoundly shaken, unable to fathom that Hydra, vanquished by the captain and Aunt Peggy, could still linger in existence. Bucky, standing nearby, felt his entire body stiffen as he slowly turned his head towards Steve. "No way. Buddy, is this true? Just moments ago, you urged me not to confess, and now you're revealing everything?" Steve met Bucky's gaze with a reassuring look, conveying his reliability. Indeed, after Steve recounted Bucky's story, Tony displayed little astonishment at Hydra's continued existence. Instead, he expressed a flicker of sympathy towards Bucky, patting him on the shoulder. "No wonder you've been so quiet from the start. It must have been tough for you all these years. Hydra likely coerced you into committing many heinous acts against your will. However, don't be too hard on yourself. It's not your fault. Hydra is to blame. As an arms dealer, I am often branded as a murderer and a warmonger, so I can relate to your plight." Steve regarded Tony's attempt to console Bucky with a peculiar expression, musing to himself. "I hope you can maintain this perspective when you learn that Hydra manipulated Bucky into killing your parents." Indeed, when events do not directly affect oneself, viewing them from a third-person perspective often elicits a vastly different attitude compared to when one is personally involved. Even Iron Man, Tony Stark, is not exempt from this truth. Shaking his head, Steve decided to put aside these thoughts. His purpose for coming here had been fulfilled, and it was nearly time for him to depart. "Since you two seem to be getting along well, from today onward, Bucky will be under your care. Listen closely to your Uncle Barnes, got it? Geez, do you really think I'm a child?" Tony, feeling sympathetic towards Bucky, exhibited no aversion towards him and flipped Steve the bird to indicate his understanding. Steve chuckled, turned to leave, and suddenly recalled something. He pivoted back to Tony and said, "By the way, the new element your father left for you has crucial clues in a model of a future building. Make sure to find it and study it. Additionally, there's a piece of your father's legacy at S.H.E.L.D. If you assign me a mission, I'll retrieve it for you." Tony nodded, but then questioned, "My father has a legacy at S.H.L.D.? How come I wasn't aware of this? And why do you need me to assign you a mission to go get it?" Steve raised his fist, impatiently retorting, "Stop with the questions. Just give me the assignment. I still work at S.H.I.E.L.D. As Howard Stark's son, you have the right to inherit his legacy. I need a valid reason to go collect it, understand?" Under Steve's imposing demeanor, Tony reluctantly nodded. "All right then. I'll officially task you with retrieving my father's legacy from S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon completion, the fee will be $10 million. Steve's eyes widened in shock. "How much? Good heavens. I never anticipated that he merely wanted Tony to assign a task, allowing himself to accept a mission with an unexpected bonus." Tony, observing Steve's astonishment, felt a surge of satisfaction. The prospect of witnessing that incredulous expression for a sum of $1 million was utterly priceless. With a smug grin, reminiscent of a Dragon King, Tony continued, "So what now? If you feel it is insufficient, I can certainly continue to increase the sum, 20 million, 30 million. Even $100 million. Is that sufficient? Or shall I add more?" With each additional 10 million from Tony, Steve felt a tremor coursing through him, nearly transforming him into a mere instrument of vibration. He quickly intervened to halt Tony's extravagant display. Stop. 10 million is quite enough. Do not add any more. If you do, I fear I might succumb to the temptation of retiring on the spot, surrendering myself to a life of hedonistic indulgence." Steve had not forgotten that his ultimate goal was to continually grow stronger, not merely to amass wealth. As long as he had enough money to meet his needs, he must not allow it to corrupt his mind. When his strength became sufficiently formidable, he could simply declare that he would forego beef. What price could possibly be too high then? Chapter 32. Sharon Carter, corrupted by Steve. Tony raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery dancing across his face. Well, I must say I never expected this shameless old fellow to possess such remarkable self-restraint. I thought you might succumb to temptation, and let me add more." Steve let out a cold snort, his expression one of righteous indignation as he retorted, "Humph. I am Captain America. Would I ever be swayed by something as foul and repugnant as money? To be frank, I have never touched money, nor do I hold any interest in it." Upon hearing this, Tony replied languidly, "Oh, is that so? In that case, I shall refrain from using that stinking currency to insult the esteemed Captain America. Might I trouble you to retrieve my father's heirloom for me, free of charge?" Without a word, Steve took Sharon's hand and turned to leave, as if resolutely committed to a course of action, leaving Tony with a parting remark. "Once the task is accomplished, deposit $10 million into my account. If it falls short by even a penny, I shall break your legs." Once they exited the seaside villa and reached Sharon's vehicle, before she could even inquire, Steve spoke first. "Sharon, do you trust me?" Steve understood that the key was to take the initiative to lead the way, leaving the woman with no alternative but to follow. Sharon paused for a moment, then responded with unwavering conviction, "Of course. I trust you more than anyone else in this world." Internally, Steve felt a sense of satisfaction at Sharon's faith, though his exterior remained grave. "Since you trust me, I must ask you not to delve too deeply into the matter of Hydra for now. I cannot divulge too much information at this point, as the depths of this situation are perilous and beyond your grasp. All I can tell you is that Hydra still exists. Indeed, it is right before our eyes, and even S-H-I-L-D is not entirely secure." Sharon's pupils dilated in shock, her mind racing with suspicions. Could it be that even S-H-I-E-L-D has been infiltrated? Steve nodded, his expression imbued with significance. "Indeed, as I mentioned before, my extensive past conflicts with Hydra have rendered me acutely aware of the agents around me, particularly those affiliated with Hydra. It was shortly after my awakening that I sensed something amiss within S-H, as if an invisible pair of eyes were constantly watching my every move. Surveillance." A jolt ran through Sharon as she instinctively thought of Nick Fury. After all, it was Nick Fury who had tasked her with monitoring Steve. Could it be that Nick Fury is connected to Hydra? God, surely not. Sharon was taken aback by her own conjecture, momentarily rendered speechless. Meanwhile, a subtle smirk crept onto Steve's lips as he continued to entice her. "Do you know where I found Lieutenant Barnes, who is under Hydra's control? It was during the last mission to rescue Natasha. He was the very assassin pursuing Natasha and the nuclear engineer she was escorting. Barnes tracked Natasha down using the special S-H-I-E-L-D rescue markers she left behind, ultimately leading him to the engineer. As a senior S-H-I-E-L-D agent, you must comprehend the implications of this, correct?" Upon hearing those words, Sharon felt her composure begin to waver. She was acutely aware of the implications. It meant that there was undoubtedly a Hydra infiltrator within S-H-I-E-L-D, and their rank was certainly significant. Each high-ranking agent within S-H-I-E-L-D bore unique markers, and as a level 7 agent, Black Widow Natasha was among the elite who could comprehend the significance of such markings. These elite agents were personally selected by Nick Fury, and it was unthinkable that there could be a mole among them. If such a betrayal existed, it could only indicate a grave error in Fury's judgment during the selection process. Sharon, having been skillfully led by Steve, inquired once more, "Does Bucky have any recollection of the Hydra individual who controlled him upon regaining consciousness?" "No," Steve replied with a decisive shake of his head. Fabricating a lie, Bucky mentioned that this person was exceedingly cautious and that he never glimpsed their true face. He could only recall that this figure remained shrouded in shadows, their entire being obscured, save for a row of strikingly white teeth. Cautious, dark, and with white teeth, Sharon's intuition was almost certain that this individual was Nick Fury. After all, within the entirety of S-H-I-E-L-D, there was not a single African-American agent above level 7, apart from Fury himself. Are you suggesting that Nick Fury is affiliated with Hydra? If he is indeed the one controlling Bucky, then why would he send you to rescue Natasha? Isn't that contradictory? Steve remained unperturbed by this query, calmly elucidating, because he needs to establish his innocence in this matter. Consider Natasha's mission to escort the nuclear engineer. It was directly ordered by Nick Fury, and only he could facilitate Bucky in locating Natasha with such precision and speed. To deflect suspicion from himself, he dispatched a representative capable of gaining trust to rescue Natasha, and my identity was undoubtedly the most effective in absolving him of any suspicion. He likely believed that with the coordinates of Natasha's location provided by him, Bucky could eliminate the nuclear engineer and Natasha before I arrived. However, he underestimated Natasha and, even more so me, he never anticipated that Natasha would successfully escape from Bucky, nor did he foresee my rapid arrival, which not only ensured Natasha's survival, but also resulted in the loss of Bucky as a formidable weapon. Observing that Sharon was nearly convinced, Steve produced the final piece of evidence to tip the scales. Moreover, my doubts regarding Nick Fury are not unfounded. Throughout the year since my awakening, upon sensing anomalies within S.H.I.L.D., I've been covertly investigating both the organization and Fury himself. I discovered that funds within S.H.I.E.L.D. are often siphoned off by Fury for inexplicable reasons, with the purpose of that money remaining unknown, likely being utilized to cultivate Hydra operatives. Furthermore, Fury frequently vanishes for extended periods, and, at times, he feels like an entirely different person compared to our last encounter. Have you not sensed any of this? Upon hearing this, Sharon fell into a momentary daze, her heart fully convinced by Steve's words, and she felt an unusual unease regarding Nick Fury's past actions. Little did Sharon know that Nick Fury's misappropriation of funds was intended to establish safe havens for her across the globe. She was also unaware that his frequent disappearances were to confer with the Skrulls, and, at times, the peculiar demeanor he exhibited was due to being impersonated by a Skrull, resulting in his true self being obscured. Once suspicion arises, the accusation has already taken root. Contemplating the various doubts surrounding Nick Fury, Sharon unhesitatingly aligned herself with Steve. What shall we do now? Nick Fury is currently the director of S.H.I.L.D., and without substantial evidence, we are utterly powerless against him. Chapter 33. Nick Fury in a sack. Steve nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Nick Fury possessed immense power, far beyond the capacity of mere mortals like us to challenge. For now, we must bide our time, gathering substantial evidence to bring him down. Thus, I require your assistance in covertly monitoring Nick Fury, documenting any of his suspicious behaviors, and reporting back to me. Sharon immediately agreed without hesitation. Understood. I will continue to serve as Nick Fury's Agent 13, diligently observing his every anomaly. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., you're the only one I can trust. I have faith that you will not let me down. A faint smile graced Steve's lips as he gently caressed Sharon's flushed cheek upon hearing her words, then accelerated the vehicle, departing. The thought of turning the very person Nick Fury had tasked with monitoring him against him filled Steve with a delightful sense of glee. Oh, dear colleague, I hope you can safeguard your own secrets as I do. Otherwise, should your dubious dealings be uncovered, the charges against you would far exceed my own treason for joining Hydra. My allegiance to Hydra, at worst, constitutes an act of betrayal. Yet you, my $1 commodity, are implicated in treason against humanity and crimes against the human race. Colluding with the Skrulls, once exposed, would surely brand you upon the pillar of humanity's disgrace. A month later, Steve had initially believed retrieving Howard's belongings from S.H.I.E.L.D. would be a simple task. However, to his surprise, when he approached Nick Fury on behalf of Tony, that unscrupulous scoundrel shamelessly lied, claiming that Howard had left no possessions at S.H.I.L.D. Was he still coveting Howard's research and technology, intending to keep it for the inept scientists at S.H.I.L.D. to decipher? Very well. If Nick Fury would not relinquish them, Steve resolved to procure them himself. Yet, as he scoured the entirety of the Triskelion, even managing to locate the Terrigen crystals, he found not a trace of Howard's possessions. This was utterly absurd. Just how well did Nick Fury conceal these items? Was the level of secrecy akin to that of the Tesseract? As these thoughts consumed him, an epiphany struck Steve after a month of fruitless searching. How had he not considered this sooner? Howard had indeed researched the Tesseract during his lifetime and was one of its principal investigators. The new element was inspired by the Tesseract. Thus, it was entirely plausible that Howard's belongings were sealed alongside the Tesseract. Fuming at the wasted month, Steve donned his CS-GO mask and, seizing the opportunity while Nick Fury was in the restroom, stealthily approached him from behind, placing a sack over his head and dragging him into a stall for a vigorous beating. Damn it! If I were not currently outmatched by Captain Marvel, I would have tossed this turtle, HG, into the depths of the Manhattan River. After thoroughly thrashing Nick Fury, Steve exited the restroom, only to receive a message from Pierce, instructing him to visit the council floor. Steve was taken aback. Could it be that the moment he departed, that wretched black egg had already reported him? He quickly dismissed the thought. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Though he had aimed to kill Nick Fury, he had hoped to awaken to at least the next day. There was no way he could have reported him so swiftly. Moreover, Nick Fury had recently offended him and had soon thereafter been ambushed and beaten. As the king of spies, he could surmise that only the uncouth Captain America would dare to strike against him at S.H.I.L.D. headquarters. For the greater good, it was highly probable that Nick Fury, that black-skinned, green-haired turtle, would swallow his pride. So, was it Pierce seeking him regarding a Hydra mission? That would mean another opportunity to earn enhancement points. With the Howard Stark relic mission stalled for a month and no enhancement points accrued, Steve's eyes brightened, and he quickened his pace toward the elevator. On the top floor, in the Minister's office of the council, Steve kicked open the office door with a firm thud, barely glancing at Pierce, and brazenly plopped himself into the chair opposite, casually grabbing an apple from the table and taking a hefty bite. "Seems you're in a good mood today, Captain Rogers," Pierce remarked. "Well, it's obvious I'm excited about receiving a new mission," Steve retorted, but as he looked up to deliver a customary quip, he was met with the sight of Pierce's face, swollen and resembling a pig's head. He couldn't help but spray bits of apple across Pierce's face. You old coot, what happened to your face? Did you also get ambushed and turn into a pig's head?" Steve laughed, pointing at Pierce, whose face mirrored that of the blackened Nick Fury, his laughter echoing like that of a hefty child. Thud, thud, thud. Pierce retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe away the apple remnant from his face. Rapping the table with authority, he coldly huffed. "Humph. This is all you're doing. If it weren't for you, I would look like this. And I nearly lost my life because of it. Wow, you old man. Don't let a mouth run wild. I'll accuse you of slander. I distinctly remember having taken down a certain someone, not a white pig." Though witnessing Pierce's misfortune amused Steve, he would not stand for baseless accusations. "I never claimed you did it, but you're certainly connected. Do you recall the symbiote you entrusted to me a month ago? What's the matter? Did you let it die on your watch?" Steve continued, biting into the apple, reclining back in his chair with an air of comfort. By the time he found that symbiote, it was already on the brink of death, so its demise would not be surprising. Pierce sniffed again. "Hydra is not as incompetent as that group of fools at the Life Foundation. Although the symbiote was in a weakened state when you retrieved it, our researchers managed to find the essential survival substance it required, phenethylamine found in the human body. We successfully revived it by allowing it to consume numerous incarcerated villains." Steve raised an eyebrow and clapped dismissively. "Congratulations are in order. Our Hydra folks are truly remarkable." He continued, "So, your current predicament is related to the symbiote, is it? Given that Pierce has mentioned the symbiote, it stands to reason that his pig-headedness is indeed connected." As expected, Pierce darkly nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. Although we managed to rescue the symbiote at the cost of lives, subsequent experiments involving its fusion with human subject have encountered complications." Intrigued, Steve sat up straight, donning a curious expression. "Oh? What kind of complications? Do share, it would delight me." "Ahem. It warrants analysis." He recalled that he still had a sample of symbiote venom stored away. If there were indeed issues with the fusion of the symbiote and its host that he was unaware of, gaining early insight could help him avert potential pitfalls. Chapter 34. The rambling Deadpool. Though Pierce found Steve's schadenfreude quite exasperating, he had no intention of concealing the necessity of Steve's involvement. Given the recent unexpected incident, he required Steve's expertise, for he was indeed the only one capable of addressing the situation at hand. Pierce gathered his thoughts and began to elucidate. The initial research on the symbiote had been progressing smoothly, akin to the data pilfered from the Life Foundation. Hosts that became symbiote-infested experienced a significant enhancement in their physical prowess, comparable to super soldiers like yourself and the Winter Soldier. Therefore, having lost the Winter Soldier, I hastened to research on the symbiote, eager to regain that lost limb. As he spoke, Pierce shot a piercing glare at Steve, evidently still harboring resentment towards him for forcibly taking the Winter Soldier. However, the unabashed Steve seemed entirely unperturbed, merely indulging in the fruits from Pierce's desk. While Pierce begrudged Steve's appropriation of the Winter Soldier, he too held a grudge against Pierce for his exploitation of the symbiote. Seizing the moment, Steve munched away, determined to reclaim the funds he felt had been unjustly taken from him. Thus, I simply continued to munch away, observing Steve's complete disregard for their discussion. Pierce's face twitched in irritation. He swore that had it not been for the impending mission that necessitated Steve's presence, he would have unceremoniously expelled him from the room. Taking a deep breath, Pierce repeatedly reassured himself that he had already lost the most effective limb in the Winter Soldier and could not afford to lose Steve. His second arm. It must be said, Pierce truly lived up to being Nick Fury's mentor. His mindset was far more resilient than that of the brooding man himself. Soon, he composed himself, his countenance returning to tranquility as he continued. However, with deeper human experimentation on the symbiote, we discovered that the requirements for a host were exceedingly stringent. Should the symbiote remain within an incompatible host for an extended period, not only would the host face organ failure and eventual death, but the symbiote itself would gradually weaken, leading to its demise. Thus, in order for our soul symbiote to survive, I began the search for a compatible host. Emphasizing the word soul, Pierce cast a meaningful glance at Steve, clearly aware of certain truths. Yet Steve remained unfazed, adopting a demeanor akin to that of a defiant pig, unbothered by boiling water. Even if you know I'm harboring the symbiote, what of it? Go ahead, strike me. As Steve's strength grew, so too did his audacity, drawing him closer to a certain individual draped in a star-spangled cloak. Pierce, faced with Steve's indifference, could only persist in his narrative. The diligent pursuit bore fruit. In an unforeseen twist of fate, I found the most suitable host for the symbiote, albeit simultaneously making one of my gravest errors in judgment. This individual possessed an extraordinary self-healing ability, rendering concerns over organ failure from prolonged symbiote infestation utterly irrelevant. Furthermore, his brain produced an abundance of phenethylamine, perfectly fulfilling the symbiote's demands for this substance. He appeared to be the quintessential host, perfectly crafted for the symbiote. However, in my impatience, I overlooked a crucial issue: the controllability of the symbiote after its fusion with that individual. As fate would have it, chaos ensued, and he lost control. At this juncture, Pierce produced a tablet and played a video, placing it before Steve. As Steve glanced down at the screen, the first thing that caught his attention was that familiar SM electric chair. He thought he would never forget that ridiculous contraption that nearly electrocuted him. His gaze then shifted to the figure slumped in the chair, clad in a tight red costume. Daredevil? Steve's first instinct was to think of the blind lawyer from Hell's Kitchen. Yet, the moment the figure spoke, it utterly dismantled Steve's assumption. Good heavens! My rear end feels as if my uncle had me when I was 7. Please tell me that during my unconscious state, my virginity has not been lost. Without waiting for the person to raise their head, Steve recognized that cheeky voice. Wade Wilson, Deadpool, that infuriating fellow cursed by Thanos to live forever. Damn it! Is this not the Marvel Cinematic Universe? How did Fox's Deadpool intrude here? Just as this thought crossed Steve's mind, Deadpool seemed to engage with him through the screen. Looking directly at the camera. You ask why I am here? Haven't you seen Deadpool 3? Didn't you know I was sold back to Marvel and Disney by that damn Fox? Steve was perplexed. He couldn't help but tap the screen, confirming that the video had a progress bar, indicating it was a recording rather than a live broadcast, leaving him utterly bewildered. Is this not a recording? Has this guy evolved his abilities to the point where he can converse with him across both screen and time? Amidst Steve's incredulity, Deadpool continued to ramble. However, I have reclaimed my rights from Marvel. As a beloved figure, Shun-Ti, I be treated like royalty, making a grand entrance as an awe-inspiring Avenger. Yet here I am, in a place darker than my uncle's basement. This grim atmosphere surely does not belong to the neighboring DC universe. Oh my gosh, could it be that I was not sold to Marvel by Fox, but rather to DC? Is this an utterly surreal crossover? Hello, to the dashing figure lurking in the shadows. I see you. May I ask if this is the renowned Arkham talent market of DC? If so, I must say you've certainly found the right person. With my flair, I would thrive amidst the talent-rich Arkham. The people here are so eloquent. It feels just like home, and I absolutely adore this place. By the way, could you arrange for your boss, Batman, to sign something for me? Ideally, on my fabulously pert posterior. Thus, should such nefarious individuals attempt to incapacitate me again, any thoughts of my dear little chrysanthemum shall be quelled by the righteous Batman. Of course, if by chance the adversary is the benevolent Batman himself, this signature may very well transform into a succubus tattoo, which would undoubtedly lead to my own delightful experience. Bang! Just outside the screen, Steve could hardly bear to listen any longer. His impulse to leap into the frame and deliver a thrashing to this individual became overwhelming, when suddenly, his timely substitute appeared. A powerful fist landed forcefully upon Deadpool's incessantly chattering mouth, abruptly silencing his incessant prattle. Ramlu emerged from the shadows, lifting Deadpool's mask with a palpable air of impatience. You are the first individual in this chair to possess such a gift for gab. While I find it somewhat gratifying that your foul mouth can still utter words in this predicament, the nonsense you spout is quite unwelcome. Therefore, from this moment forth, I command you to silence that wretched mouth. Otherwise, I shall sever your tongue and stitch your lips shut, rendering you eternally mute. Do you comprehend? Chapter 35. The Deadpool Possessed by a Symbiote. Deadpool shook his head and looked up at Ramlo, his mask seeping crimson from the punch he had just received, forming a chillingly eerie smile at his mouth. Even the merciless Crossbones felt a shiver run down his spine, instinctively taking a step back and resting his hand on his gun at his waist. Deadpool tilted his head, fixating on Ramlo, his voice rasping with a deranged laughter. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Oh, I remember now. You're the one who idolizes Iron Man, the little wretch who can smash through 10 War Machine captains. I know you, ha ha ha. Confronted by the frenzied laughter of Deadpool, Ramlo felt his unease intensifying. Unable to suppress himself, he drew his gun and attempted to strike Deadpool on the temple with an elbow, hoping to forcibly interrupt his nonsensical ramblings once more. However, this time, rather than halting Deadpool, it only incited his laughter to escalate further. Hey, I know you. In the future, you'll be crushed into a grotesque bulldog like me by a building. I know you. You'll meet your demise at the hands of Captain America, and you shall perish with your eyes wide open. Ha ha. The once frenzied Crossbones, relentless in his assault on Deadpool, suddenly regained his composure upon hearing Captain America's name. Retracting his bloodied elbow, Ramlo smirked coldly. I thought you possessed some extraordinary foresight, but it turns out you are merely a mad dog. Let me tell you, while I might meet my end in an attack on someone in the future, that someone will never be the captain, for he is my captain now, the leader of Hydra. Upon concluding his statement, Ramlo pressed down heavily on the red button on the chair, and a metallic helmet enveloped Deadpool's laughing head, initiating the familiar electric brainwashing process that Steve had once known. This time, perhaps in a spirit of vengeance, Ramlo cranked the voltage to its maximum. I won't tell you anything. Ha 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 ha. This is exhilarating. It's coming. Listening to Deadpool's delirious cries of pain mixed with pleasure emanating from the video, Steve felt an odd chill, reminiscent of a breeze against his more sensitive areas. He couldn't help but recall the day a year ago when he nearly met a shocking fate himself. Those were the days of his lost youth. However, unlike Steve, Deadpool lacked a second soul within him to withstand the electric shocks. Thus, he was predictably overwhelmed by the current. Observing the video, Steve noted Deadpool's pants had darkened and become soaked, a look of sympathy crossing his face. Yet, witnessing the seemingly joyous expression on Deadpool's visage, Steve began to question whether it was indeed urine. As the brainwashing continued, Deadpool succumbed to unconsciousness amidst his cerebral climax, and the apparatus emitted a green light, signaling the successful erasure of Deadpool's memories. After implanting Hydra's control commands, Pierce emerged from the shadows, carrying a glass container filled with deep blue liquid. He placed the container on the ground and retreated a few steps alongside Ramlo, as four glass walls suddenly rose around the chair where Deadpool sat. As the glass wall door connected seamlessly to the ceiling, sealing Deadpool and the container completely, the glass vessel opened automatically. A deep blue symbiote, akin to a venomous serpent, slithered out, encircling Deadpool in a sinuous dance. Upon reaching the damp region of Deadpool's trousers, it humanely arched backward, opting to ascend the chair's backrest and infiltrate his body through the nape of his neck. Silence ensued. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After a brief moment of tranquility, a piercing and harrowing scream erupted from Deadpool. The Hydra organization was well aware that an incompatible host would endure excruciating agony upon the symbiote's parasitic invasion. Yet, astonishingly, this agonizing scream did not emanate from the host, but rather from the symbiote itself. The deep blue entity bubbled vigorously across Deadpool's exterior, with tendrils extending from within him, coalescing into a semi-ethereal, grotesque silhouette before him. This spectral symbiote writhed in distress, as if desperate to escape its host, seemingly confronted by something profoundly terrifying. However, at that moment, two crimson hands suddenly enveloped the struggling symbiote from behind. "My dear, you're named Chaos, are you not? Why have you entered, only to hastily depart? Do you not find delight in my chaotic mind? Come back. Let us return to chaos, chaos upon chaos." Ha ha ha! With a blood-smeared grin that appeared even more menacing than the symbiote, Deadpool raved as he frantically pressed the symbiote back into his being. When his efforts proved futile, Deadpool resorted to tearing off his mask and savagely biting at the symbiote, forcefully swallowing it piece by piece. Witnessing this unsettling scene, Pierce, watching the video, immediately recognized the gravity of the situation and pressed the emergency response button beside him. The next instant, within the glass-sealed chamber, a white, icy fog erupted from all directions, enveloping Deadpool in a chilling embrace, instantly saturating the entire room with an Arctic chill. Following extensive research, Hydra had concluded that cryogenic methods, in addition to flames and ultrasonic waves, offered a third effective means of countering the symbiote. Compared to fire and sound waves, freezing was less lethal but could effectively suppress the symbiote's activity. In their studies of symbiote parasitism, instances of host rage had occurred, but the freezing spray often proved remarkably effective in calming both the symbiote and its host. However, this time, Pierce miscalculated. He had only considered the suppressive effect of the freezing spray on the symbiote, neglecting the fact that Deadpool himself was far from ordinary. The spray not only thwarted Deadpool's attempts to consume the symbiote, but also compelled the symbiote to retreat back into Deadpool's body due to the external icy atmosphere. Hydra's assistance had inadvertently escalated the situation. Amidst the freezing fog, the sounds of restraints snapping echoed as a towering figure slowly rose from the chair. Boom! A thunderous crash resounded. A colossal blue visage, adorned with blood-red eyes and a mouth full of sharp, menacing teeth, suddenly crashed violently against the glass wall. Astonishingly, the tempered glass, capable of withstanding heavy machine gun fire, succumbed to the force, fracturing into a web of cracks. The scene unveiled the formidable Deadpool, now nearly 3 meters tall, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation after being possessed by a symbiote. The previously dark and somber chamber erupted into a blinding red light, accompanied by the shrill blare of alarm bells. A multitude of fully armed special operations personnel surged through the entrance, encircling the glass-sealed chamber with their weapons trained on the disoriented Deadpool, now under the chaotic influence of the symbiote. The symbiote-infused Deadpool surveyed his surroundings, extending his long, crimson tongue to tease his sharp teeth, revealing a chillingly cruel grin. "Your fear smells utterly tempting. I wonder how it tastes." Chapter 36. Steve. The opportunist with the symbiote enhancing his abilities, Deadpool shattered the reinforced glass wall with a single punch. The deafening crash echoed as he charged into the crowd like a ferocious beast, heedless of the hail of bullets raining upon him. delivering a brutal feast of severed heads. Gunfire, screams, roars, and the sounds of chewing reverberated throughout the expansive chamber. The scene descended into chaos. And it was during this tumult that Pierce's pig-headedness was struck by the symbiote-empowered Deadpool. Had it not been for the desperate protection of the half-superhuman Ramlo, utilizing the symbiote's fear of flames to repel Deadpool with a flamethrower, Pierce might have met his demise that day. "Ah, you remind me of Crossbones, a member of Hydra. We shall meet again." Deadpool, momentarily deterred by the flamethrower, flashed a grin at Ramlo, sated from his carnage, and without further ado, he smashed through a wall and swiftly fled the Hydra base. The video concluded here. As Steve finished watching, he noticed that Pierce's countenance had darkened ominously. Having spent a lifetime hunting eagles, he was ironically pecked in the eye by one. Even Captain America had succumbed to his influence, brainwashed into becoming a Hydra operative. Yet he found himself outmaneuvered by an insignificant youth. This was the most intolerable outcome for Pierce. That damned individual had not only taken away the symbiote, but, more critically, had unveiled Hydra's secrets. Thus, his orders were clear: locate that individual with utmost urgency. Capture him alive if possible. If not, eliminate him without hesitation. During the recent massacre by Deadpool, Steve, having finished the last bite of his apple, did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he reclined comfortably in his chair. His legs sprawled across Pierce's desk and playfully wiggled his fingers at him. Pierce, understanding the implication, promptly declared, "This mission carries a reward of $1 million, and I shall elevate your rank within Hydra." Steve remained unmoved, shaking his finger in defiance, and seized the opportunity to negotiate. "Boss, this is no ordinary assassination. It is an epic task worthy of Wong Wei's poetry. Considering the formidable power of that creature in the video, do you truly believe this reward is sufficient? You must increase the payment." Pierce's expression darkened as he pondered, finally gritting his teeth. "I can double the reward and grant you an additional rank. But anything beyond that is out of the question. If it comes to that, I would rather send someone to expend lives to eliminate that monster." Steve extended a finger, adding a final condition. "Upon the successful completion of this task, you must ensure that all relics of Howard, concealed by Nick Fury, are handed over to me by any means necessary." While Nick Fury might refuse to comply based on rank, given that Steve's standing within S.H.I.E.L.D. was still beneath Hydra's, Pierce, despite being of equal rank to Fury, held the highest position within S.H.I.E.L.D. However, Pierce, as the Secretary General of the Security Council, holds a direct supervisory role over S.H.I.E.L.D., placing him subtly above Nick Fury. Furthermore, Pierce was the one who introduced Nick Fury into S.H.I.E.L.D., making it all the more improbable for Fury to refuse him. Without hesitation, Pierce nodded in agreement, as this was indeed a trivial matter for him. Should Nick Fury dare to defy him, Pierce would not hesitate to descend upon him with a whip, propelling him back to the 17th century to remind him who the true master is. "Very well, I shall accept this task." Steve, sensing the favorable outcome, acquiesced. In truth, even if Pierce had not sweetened the deal, Steve would have accepted the assignment due to the system's compulsion. After all, tasks involving Deadpool and the symbiote would undoubtedly yield substantial enhancements. He would never refuse a mission pertaining to Marvel's protagonists. However, the prospect of earning a bit more and elevating his rank within Hydra was too tempting to resist. It is worth noting that there are a total of 10 levels within Hydra. He is currently at level 6, and with 2 more levels, he could ascend to level 8. Level 10 is reserved exclusively for the heads of Hydra, while level 8 is already considered high-ranking within the organization. Most significantly, upon attaining level 8, Steve would gain access to one of Hydra's secret weapons, the intelligent life form, Dr. Zola. Having stored his consciousness in the computer room before his demise, Zola is, in many respects, more powerful online than the current Jarvis. For the Deadpool incident, Pierce had even preemptively granted Steve temporary access to level 8, allowing Dr. Zola to assist him in completing the task, with a formal upgrade to follow upon its conclusion. Once outside Pierce's office, Steve activated the hidden earpiece in his ear. "Dr. Zola? Ah, here I am. Captain Rogers. It is a pleasure to see you again after nearly 70 years, especially in the capacity of a teammate. Steve thought, what an odd tone Zola has. He grew weary of conversing with the diminutive artificial intelligence and issued a command. Dr. Zola, please monitor the network at all times. Notify me immediately upon discovering the whereabouts of the escaped symbiote and its host. I have been monitoring the entire network since the symbiote's host fled from Hydra. However, regrettably, the Hydra base was not connected to the internet at that time, so I was unable to track its movements. After a moment of contemplation, Steve had a sudden inspiration. Narrow your monitoring range to focus on New York City, particularly Queens. We must not overlook any suspicious individuals there. Understood. I will concentrate the surveillance on Queens, New York. Though Dr. Zola was somewhat perplexed by Steve's directive, he promptly acquiesced. Steve's emphasis on Queens was not arbitrary. It is well known that symbiotes in the Marvel Universe have a peculiar affinity for Spider-Man, regardless of whether they ultimately bond with him. There is a high probability of an encounter with the web-slinger. In the comics, Deadpool is a close friend of Spider-Man, and Spider-Man is equally drawn to him. Although the Peter of this world remains uncertain of his age, Steve has a strong intuition that Deadpool is likely to seek out his counterpart from another universe. The inclusion of Deadpool in this realm suggests that it is not merely a cinematic universe, but rather a confluence of various realities. Perhaps, at this moment, Peter has already acquired his spider abilities. There exists a straightforward method to discern this. One could simply inquire about the age of Peter Parker at this time. If he is merely a child, then he belongs to the cinematic universe, still years away from gaining his spider powers. Conversely, if he is a high school-aged youth, it is probable that he has already embraced his abilities. However, as this thought crossed Steve's mind, he refrained from immediately instructing Dr. Zola to investigate information regarding Peter Parker. He wished to avoid inadvertently drawing the attention of Hydra to the young hero, leading him to a fate similar to his own. Transforming into a Hydra version of Spider-Man, Steve harbors a genuine fondness for someone as inherently good as Spider-Man. Upon returning to his office at the Special Operations Department, Steve retrieved his phone and dialed Kingpin. He requested that Kingpin keep an eye out for any new faces in Hell's Kitchen and any occurrences of beheadings, if either arose. He asked to be informed. Aside from the possibility of seeking out Peter Parker, the chaotic Hell's Kitchen undoubtedly serves as an excellent hideout for Deadpool, whose personality aligns well with the environment. Kingpin readily agreed and extended an invitation for Steve to share a drink when convenient. Steve casually deferred, promising to do so next time before ending the call. With Kingpin, business transactions are acceptable, but deeper connections are unnecessary. The reason Steve sought Kingpin's assistance in monitoring Hell's Kitchen lies in the area's minimal surveillance, a nearly non-existent level of monitoring, to be precise. Dr. Zola's capabilities regarding surveillance, they're virtually non-existent. After all, Hell's Kitchen maintains a simple way of life, rarely employing high-tech equipment. Of course, this absence of cameras is not due to a fear of being caught in illicit dealings, for in Hell's Kitchen, all transactions are inherently unlawful, a rather amusing irony. Peter, where are you, Peter? On the streets of Queens, Ben Parker, his hair graying, called out loudly for his nephew, Peter Parker. Unbeknownst to Ben, the Peter Parker he has been searching for is silently perched above him on an iron framework, listening to his calls without any response. Chapter 37. Deadpool and Spider-Boy Peter's emotions were now in a tumultuous state. Just yesterday, after discovering his father's connection to Oscorp, he had infiltrated Oscorp Tower under an assumed identity and was subsequently bitten by a genetically modified spider. After a night of restless anticipation, he awoke to find his body undergoing extraordinary transformations. First and foremost, his previously nearsighted vision had miraculously been restored overnight, now sharp enough to perceive even the smallest particles of dust suspended in the air. Moreover, it was not only his eyesight that had improved. His strength had surged to an astonishing degree. His once frail physique effortlessly detached a doorknob, and a mere twist of his wrist was enough to wrench off a faucet. The school bullies who had once tormented him now appeared as fragile as infants before him, easily sent sprawling with a gentle shove. He could leap several meters into the air, shattering the basketball hoop with ease. These remarkable changes instilled in Peter, who had long battled feelings of inadequacy, a newfound confidence. He even mustered the courage to ask out his crush, Gwen Stacy, who surprisingly accepted his invitation for a date. All of this filled Peter with unbounded exhilaration. However, life is seldom a smooth journey. It is rife with obstacles. The incident with the mutated spider had ignited within Peter a desire to uncover more about his father's past. Thus, he sought out Dr. Curtis Connors, a former colleague of his father at Oscorp. Utilizing a formula left behind by his father, he successfully gained Dr. Connors' trust, collaborating with him to advance the research on limb regeneration. Yet in his fervor, he neglected to heed Uncle Ben's request to pick Aunt May up that evening, resulting in a stern reprimand from Uncle Ben upon his return. Overwhelmed by emotion, Peter found himself lashing out for the first time, uttering words that felt excessively harsh even to him. This left him feeling guilty and heartbroken, compelling him to storm out in frustration. He vowed to keep his distance. Yet in his moment of forgetfulness regarding his newfound strength, he shattered the door in his wake. Now, back in the present, Peter sat on a metal frame, silently watching as Uncle Ben, calling his name, walked further away. Unsure of how to confront his uncle, Peter leapt down from the frame. With a heavy heart, he trudged toward the convenience store, hoping to purchase a bottle of milk to calm his frayed nerves. Alas, he found himself a mere penny short of the price, and the merciless owner reclaimed the milk from him. Oh, how the world seemed to mock him. While others drowned their sorrows in alcohol, Peter sought solace in dairy. He couldn't even muster $2 to buy a single bottle of milk. If Steve were here, he would undoubtedly have treated Peter to an entire case of premium milk. After all, not all milk is created equal, and not everyone can become Spider-Man. Peter's potential to emerge as the most beloved neighbor was not without merit. Regrettably, Steve was not present. At that moment, he was cradling Sharon, fresh from their battle, drifting into a peaceful slumber. Although Pierce urged him to locate Deadpool with utmost urgency, Steve, who clocked out promptly at 6, paid little mind to such matters, adhering strictly to his schedule. No matter how pressing the situation, he resolved to address it only after returning to work the following day. In Steve's absence, Peter, however, managed to enjoy a glass of milk. A kind-hearted robber uncle, during a heist at a convenience store, casually tossed the milk, which the proprietor had attempted to reclaim, to Peter. Consequently, Peter felt no obligation to assist the distressed store owner, dismissing the matter entirely. Shortly thereafter, he heard a gunshot, followed by the screams of the crowd. Instinctively, Peter glanced toward the source of the gunfire, realizing it was the very direction for which Uncle Ben had departed to find him, causing his heart to drop. No, please, not Uncle Ben. As he prayed fervently, Peter dashed against the tide of panicking people toward the sound of the shot, moving with such speed that even Bolt would weep with envy. Fortunately, he did not witness the horrific sight of his Uncle Ben collapsing from a gunshot wound. Unfortunately, a towering, deep blue monster now loomed before his uncle. The creature held the very kind-hearted robber in its grasp, and, amidst the horrified gazes of the robber, Peter, and Uncle Ben, it opened its gaping maw and bit off the robber's head. After a few chews, it swallowed the chaotic remains of Deadpool, licking its lips in anticipation as it turned its attention toward the elderly man before it. "Stop, Ward!" Peter cried out, fearing the monster would next target Uncle Ben. Ignoring the imminent danger, he charged at the chaotic Deadpool with fervor, delivering a powerful kick that sent the creature flying over 100 meters, crashing into a building. How did you do that?" Uncle Ben exclaimed, astonished. Compared to his recent brush with death, he was more baffled by the terrifying strength displayed by his nephew. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the deep blue monster disregard bullets, yet now it had been sent sprawling by Peter's kick. What immense force must that entail? "Uncle Ben, this isn't the time for discussion. You need to leave here immediately," Peter urged. Just as he finished speaking, a chilling sensation crept up his spine, and the hairs on his arms stood on end. Without a moment to spare, he instinctively pushed Uncle Ben away. In the next instant, Peter was seized from behind by the chaotic Deadpool, who leapt away with him, vanishing into the dark streets of the night. "Peter!" Uncle Ben cried out, left alone to mourn the loss of his nephew. Meanwhile, Steve, sound asleep, was abruptly awakened by a ringing phone. Groggy and irritable, he begrudgingly picked up his phone to find a call from Dr. Zola. His brow furrowed. Damn it, this is a virtual person, and I can't even punch him. Glancing at Sharon, still deep in slumber, Steve donned his earbuds and answered Zola's call. Zola, even if your consciousness resides in the network, I swear that unless you provide me with a compelling reason, I will immediately go to Nevada and download a 360 antivirus software onto your server. Dr. Zola, I apologize for waking you at such a late hour, Captain, but you instructed me to notify you immediately upon receiving any symbiote information. Steve raised an eyebrow, surprised that news had arrived so swiftly. Where is it? The last known location is Roosevelt Avenue in Queens, just 2 minutes ago. The target is likely still in Queens. That suffices. Steve, too lazy to change his clothes, leaped out of the window clad only in shorts and a white t-shirt. It was late, and he aimed to resolve this matter swiftly and return home to sleep. After Steve departed, Sharon, who had been peacefully slumbering in the bedroom, opened her eyes, sensing the lingering warmth beside her. Silently, she rose to the kitchen to prepare a late-night snack. She didn't care what Steve was up to at this hour. She simply knew he would be hungry upon his return. Bang! On the rooftop of a residential building, Peter was heavily slammed onto the ground by the chaotic Deadpool. Damn it! You ungrateful Parker! I just saved your uncle, and you repay me by kicking me away. Do you have any idea how deeply that kick has wounded my tender spirit? The disheveled Deadpool, whose appearance was enough to scare children, wore a look of grievance as he lamented at Peter on the ground. Peter performed a swift roll, propping himself up cautiously as he glared at Deadpool and demanded, "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Deadpool, upon hearing this, flashed Peter a heart gesture and winked. "Because I am your forever good buddy." Your beloved little Deadpool Peter immediately retorted, "Nonsense. I don't recall having a 3-meter-tall creature who enjoys eating human brains as a friend. I detest the term smurf. I prefer red since it is our couple's color with that." Deadpool stepped out of the symbiote's influence, revealing his original red and black suit. Peter gazed at the humanoid Deadpool in astonishment. "Wow, you're actually human." Deadpool shrugged. "You could say that. But I prefer to affectionately refer to myself as a mongrel, as I now possess not only the healing factor of a badger, but also a parasitic alien within me." Peter stood upright, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. "So your name is Mongrel? I must say that is a rather straightforward and comprehensible name." Chapter 38. The Arrival of Steve, an Overwhelming Force. Deadpool, with a smirk, remarked, "You are quite the little nuisance. Has no one ever informed you of your distinct lack of emotional intelligence? This is self-deprecation. Do you comprehend? It is solely for me to mock myself. My name is Wade Wilson, though you may also refer to me by my stage name, Ryan Reynolds. However, I would prefer you to call me Deadpool, just as I enjoy calling you Little Spider." Through their recent exchange, Peter sensed that Deadpool bore him no malice, his attitude shifting from wariness to a burgeoning fondness for his kindred spirit. "Little Spider? Are you referring to me? That sounds rather charming. Although I do not go by that name currently, I might consider it for my superhero moniker in the future. Ooh, you might owe me a royalty fee for that." "Royalty fee? Are you planning to go to South Korea to secure that title? Do I need to pay for it? South Korea? Perhaps not. I fear that if I were to go, I might lose my Deadpool IP altogether and instead have it appropriated by that shameless nation. It is quite possible." Deadpool conceded with a chuckle. After exchanging a few more playful jests, their bond grew stronger. Peter extended his hand to Deadpool, saying, "While I have reservations about your rather gruesome methods in rescuing Uncle Ben, I am genuinely grateful to you. Had it not been for your intervention, I believe I would have regretted it for a lifetime. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Peter Parker, and from this day forward, we are friends. Should you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Deadpool's eyes sparkled with delight as he eagerly grasped Peter's hand, unable to contain his excitement. "This is wonderful. You are my very first Spider-Man friend since I became the live-action Deadpool. It is truly remarkable. You see, in live action, the challenges are far greater than in comics where they merely need to put pen to paper to connect us. The live-action version is fraught with copyright issues and budget constraints. Moreover, the actor portraying me, the one named Ryan, lacks the clout to afford any of the 3 live-action Spider-Man actors to share the screen with him. A little secret. Even my solo film was financed through unconventional means. While you may not be my beloved classic Tobey Maguire Spider-Man, I must say, your Andrew Garfield portrayal is quite commendable. You are my second favorite live-action Spider-Man. Even Peter, whose thoughts often wandered to unconventional realms, found himself momentarily stunned by Deadpool's exuberance, his mind momentarily derailed. What do you mean by live action? What comics? And what is this about 3 versions sharing the screen? Are there really that many different iterations of Tobey Maguire, Andrew Garfield, and Little Spider? At the mention of this, Deadpool, who alone could articulate the intricacies within his mind, became animated and insisted on sharing his thoughts with Peter. Let me enlighten you. Spider-Man is Marvel's most coveted IP. Those editors, driven by profit, have concocted countless variations of your character. In fact, Little Spider is not solely you. In other parallel universes, your girlfriend Gwen can also. Cough cough. As Deadpool was about to spoil another universe for Peter, a sudden cough from above interrupted him. Instantly alert, both Deadpool and Peter turned their attention to the source of the sound. In a flash, Deadpool was enveloped by the symbiote, transforming into a 3-meter-tall blue giant. Peter, too, half-crouched, adopting a spider-like stance of vigilance. In perfect unison, they raised their gazes to the night sky, where an enigmatic figure had appeared overhead. With golden hair and striking blue eyes, he was undeniably handsome, and a simple white t-shirt could hardly conceal his explosive physique. It was he. Yes, it was him. Our hero, the one and only. Captain America. Steve gazed down at them, and under their watchful eyes descended straight onto the rooftop. Deadpool quickly nudged Peter beside him, exclaiming with excitement, "Look, look, he's about to land in true superhero style." Superhero landing. With a thud, Steve landed with his hands on his hips, one knee slightly bent in a pose reminiscent of his homeland. Deadpool's cheers abruptly halted, unable to refrain from a sarcastic remark. "Why does it feel like you, with that Captain America face, land like a big baby? Honestly, if you shot lasers from your eyes right now, I wouldn't even be surprised. Believe me, if I could shoot lasers from my eyes, the first thing I would do is weld that foul mouth of yours shut." Steve lifted his gaze slightly, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Standing at a mere 188 meters, his presence felt as commanding as if he were 188 meters tall. Meanwhile, the symbiote on the towering Deadpool and Peter Spider sense went haywire, warning them of impending danger, as if 2 giant red danger signs loomed above. Clearly, this imposter resembling Captain America was not here for friendly discourse. After all, those of good intent do not come uninvited, do they? With a swift motion, Deadpool transformed his right hand into a massive, deep blue, menacing spiked hammer. Looks like there's no room for negotiation then. Steve glanced at the oversized hammer in Deadpool's hand, scoffing. "It's not that there's nothing to discuss. It's that you simply lack the standing to engage with me." "Ah, so arrogant. Then prepare to taste my hammer's wrath." Deadpool, never one to back down, lunged at Steve with his oversized, makeshift weapon. In a display of flair, Steve met Deadpool's gigantic spiked hammer with a straightforward punch, showing no signs of concern or preparation. With a resounding thud, Deadpool's weapon exploded upon impact. Blood, flesh, and symbiotic matter splattered everywhere as Deadpool's entire arm was obliterated. "Damn it. Fuck. You blasted my girlfriend to bits. You son of a bitch." Deadpool roared in agony, disregarding the pain from his severed arm, and opened his mouth wide, ready to swallow Steve whole. With a swift motion, Steve raised both hands, each firmly pressing against Deadpool's snapping jaws, a chilling smile gracing his lips. "You wish to bite me? Heh, I've longed to do this to your foul mouth. Are you ready?" The symbiotic entity of Deadpool possessed a jaw strength rivaling that of a megalodon, yet under the strain of Steve's mortal arms, it would not close, only emitting a series of indistinct whimpers. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Steve, unable to comprehend the sounds, was relieved by his ignorance. For had he understood, he might have been tempted to thrust his entire fist into Deadpool's stomach, pulling out his intestines to whip him with them. Such a gruesome tableau would likely never pass muster. Fortunately, the oblivious Steve refrained from such actions. Instead, he exerted his strength, and amidst the agonizing sounds of flesh tearing, he gradually and methodically separated Deadpool's upper and lower jaws, severing his entire mandible. Thud, I must admit, your appearance without a mouth is far more pleasing to the eye. Chapter 39. The Veterans Affairs Office. Steve carelessly cast the bloody jaw of Deadpool onto the ground, casting a satisfied glance at the voiceless figure before him. He hoisted the barely conscious body and prepared to depart. Oi, stop. Let go of my friend. You failure. The voice belonged to Peter, despite not yet being Spider-Man, stood trembling and pointing at himself. How intriguing. Rather than fleeing in terror from such a gruesome scene, he dared to shout at me. Hatred for spiders, you truly surprise me. In truth, Peter had never encountered such bloody chaos, his eyes filled with fear, and his legs quivered like two vibrating rods. However, Deadpool was his friend, who had just saved his Uncle Ben, and he could not stand idly by. A mere turn of Steve's body caused Peter to involuntarily retreat 2 steps, yet he summoned his courage to confront Steve once more. Let him go. I want to allow you to take Deadpool. Steve did not mock Peter for his retreat. Rather, he found admiration in the boy's bravery. Experiencing fear is not shameful. It proves that Peter is indeed a person of flesh, blood, and emotion. Overcoming fear and facing it head-on is what earns respect. This demonstrated that at merely 17 years of age, Peter possessed the rare qualities that could lead him to become a superhero, unlike many of his peers who were still entangled in the trials of schoolyard bullying. Thus, Peter Parker truly embodied the destined Spider-Man. Even the barely alive Deadpool managed to raise his remaining left hand above his head, forming a heart shape toward Peter, his mangled mouth producing indistinct sounds. Woo-woo. Young man, do you wish to dance too? A smirk appeared on Steve's lips as he decided to tease this still-growing little spider. Then come forth, defeat me, and you shall earn this unique human sensory cup in my grasp. It will be your reward. The sensory cup. Peter paused, quickly realizing, you scoundrel, that is my friend, not some sensory cup. Enraged, Peter lunged at Steve with the speed surpassing even the symbiotic Deadpool, reaching for the friend he sought to rescue. Yet, Steve merely sidestepped with ease, evading the grasp. Peter did not relent. He relied on his agility and swiftness, continually attacking Steve. Regardless of Peter's speed, Steve remained just a fraction quicker, eluding each of Peter's attempts by the narrowest of margins. Peter's speed and agility were impressive, often overshadowing his strength. Indeed, Spider-Man's foremost impression is one of velocity and flexibility. Yet, in comparison to Steve, he fell significantly short in power, speed, and agility. Currently, Steve's physique was at least 3 times that of the young Spider, allowing him to effortlessly evade Peter's assaults, akin to walking a dog. Too slow, Steve remarked. Your hands must move faster than your legs. Do not fixate solely on a single target. One must master the art of diversifying one's attacks. Quick reflexes allow one to execute such strategies, but remember, never employ the knowledge imparted by your mentor in their presence. Steve strolled leisurely, guiding the inexperienced Peter while deftly avoiding Deadpool. As Peter's movements began to slow noticeably, Steve decided he had had his fill of the exercise. With a swift sidestep and a well-placed foot, he sent the somewhat fatigued and distracted Peter tumbling, like a top, towards the edge of the rooftop. Just as it seemed Peter was about to plummet, a strong arm seized the back of his collar, yanking him back from the brink, his half-roll body still on the verge of falling. After unceremoniously depositing the now terrified Peter onto the rooftop, Steve lifted the still-dangling Deadpool and remarked, I'm sorry, kid. It appears you want TB receiving today's real-life sensory experience reward. So let us call it day. It's time for you to head home. A good child shouldn't keep their family worrying. Peter sat on the ground, shaken, ready to voice his thoughts, but Steve anticipated him and spoke first. Rest assured, your friend will not perish. No one can bring about his demise. As he tossed a business card to Peter, he turned and waved. I was quite pleased with today's warm-up. Should you encounter any insurmountable issues, feel free to reach out. I am at your service for 8 hours a day. Don't ask why not 24. I don't take calls after hours. Farewell. With that, Steve ascended into the air, leaving Peter alone on the rooftop, staring blankly at the card in his hand. World War II Veteran Agency, Director, Steve Rogers, part-time Captain America. Agency introduction. What to do when the enemy is too formidable to defeat. Call Captain America. What if you are besieged by an unscrupulous foe? Call Captain America. What if your family is in danger? Call Captain America. No matter the challenge, Captain America can provide a perfect solution. So if you wish to live without regrets, dial the agency number. 0. Fair pricing, no deception, and most importantly, the director is truly handsome, making him the unparalleled choice for resolving your various dilemmas. Peter stared at the peculiar business card in his hand, a smirk tugging at his lips. So that guy really is Captain America. In this day and age, even Captain America has to take on side gigs. Shaking his head, he tucked away the card and turned to head home. However, he remained oblivious to the small patch of deep blue, viscous liquid clinging to the hem of his pants. That was the remnants of symbiote fragments scattered after Deadpool's arm had exploded. As for the business card Peter received, it was inspired by Steve's previous experience of handing a card to Eddie. He intended to establish a unique agency dedicated to addressing various peculiar problems, exclusively serving the protagonists of the Marvel Universe. Much like Eddie of yore and Peter of the present, only those Marvel protagonists deemed valuable to Steve and capable of providing him with enhancement points are worthy of receiving his business card. This inevitably raises a question. How can you, Captain America, engage in such preferential treatment? Is a hero's life more significant than that of an ordinary person? To this, Steve might retort, let us hope such keyboard warriors do not cross his path in reality, lest he shatter their teeth and hollow out their insides, subsequently offering them as a trophy to Hulk. He has always held a profound disdain for moral coercion. Those who dare to impose their ethics upon him should brace for a physical confrontation. He has had enough of this nonsense. Ahem, of course, these sentiments merely reflect the persona of Roger residing within Steve and bear no relation to the benevolent original Captain America or the author. Chapter 40. The Formidable Steve Hydra. American Division Base. Boom! A resounding roar echoed through the sky as Steve descended alongside Deadpool, making a dazzling entrance amidst swirling sand and dust. The Hydra guards within the base were initially taken aback, yet upon recognizing Steve, they all bowed their heads in reverence, unwilling to meet his gaze. This reaction stemmed from the fact that Steve's reputation within Pierce's Hydra was a double-edged sword. Fortunately, Steve's prowess was undeniable ever since he joined their ranks. Their mission success rate had skyrocketed impressively. With their captain in action, there was scarcely a task he could not accomplish. Consequently, even the lesser agents of Hydra benefited from his impeccable record, which in turn elevated their overall performance and significantly increased their salaries. This enviable status made them the object of admiration among other Hydra divisions, who, when interacting with them, could not help but feel inferior. Other divisions attempted to assert themselves, only to be met with data charts that boasted superior achievements. Our Hydra captain carries the team with a score of 13-0. You merely bask in victory. Dare to bark at us. Sit down before our captain. This respect for Steve was well earned, as he genuinely brought them both benefits and honor. Yet, there was an underlying fear due to Steve's rather brutal methods. He showed no mercy during missions, leaving no survivors and not even the remains of his enemies intact. Such was the case during the operation to rescue Tony Stark, where the Cave of the Ten Rings became a gruesome hellscape, littered with dismembered bodies. Even his teammates felt a chill upon entering the cave to clean up and set C4, fearing that in a moment of fervor, their captain might turn on them as well. Do not dismiss this as improbable. On the contrary, it was quite a likely scenario, for Steve was merciless not only towards outsiders, but also within his own ranks. On one occasion, a Hydra head by the name of Baron Strucker, sporting a monocle, came to their division to negotiate with their leader, Pierce, claiming he wished to borrow the captain for the purpose of studying super serum to produce a new batch of superhumans. Somehow, this information reached the captain's ears, and within 10 minutes, he stormed into the base, eliminating all of Strucker's subordinates without a word. He then shattered the monocle in front of everyone, forcefully embedding the shattered glass into Strucker's eye, transforming him from a pretentious monocle wearer into a one-eyed man akin to Nick Fury. Had it not been for Director Pierce intervening just in time, Hydra would have lost yet another head that day. This was no longer the Captain America they knew. It was as if their ancestor had returned. Ever since that incident, Alexander Pierce had issued a decree within Hydra. Do not provoke Steve Rogers. Those who do will face the consequences. The decree remains prominently displayed on their Hydra intranet, even now. Steve, indifferent to their demeanor, navigated through with ease, arriving swiftly at the innermost depths of the base. Pierce, with his back turned, was largely engulfed in shadow, evidently having awaited his arrival for quite some time. "You have arrived," he stated. "I have come, but I fear my timing is less than opportune." "No, your arrival is indeed timely. I anticipated that my most capable Hydra captain would efficiently resolve all my concerns, hence my prolonged wait here." Steve cast a scrutinizing glance at Pierce, still attempting to maintain an air of superiority in the shadows. Smirking, he remarked, "No, I truly believe my timing is quite poor. Perhaps you should check what you're wearing beneath that suit before speaking further. Are you really here trying to impress me while donning Winnie the Pooh pajamas?" "Pierce, damn it. I specifically chose a dimly lit area and turned my back to this fool, yet he still saw through my ruse." Indeed, he was right. Beneath my suit, I am clad in pajamas. When Dr. Zola informed Steve of the symbiote Deadpool's whereabouts, he naturally relayed this to Pierce, the leader. Upon learning that Steve had set out, Pierce felt assured that matters were securely in hand. Known for his remarkable efficiency, Steve's promptness compelled Pierce to hastily abandon his morning routine and rush to the Hydra division in America, prepared to personally oversee the retrieval of the symbiote Steve would bring back. Originally, he intended to change attire upon reaching the Hydra base, but Steve arrived sooner than he anticipated. Barely having set foot inside, Steve was already there, leaving Pierce with no choice but to hastily don a suit over his pajamas outside. After all, who could have foreseen that this man could actually fly? While exasperated, Pierce's apprehension towards Steve intensified. Even without the ability to fly, Steve had already been a considerable headache. Now, with this newfound power, he posed an even greater challenge. Unless Pierce was willing to risk exposure by deploying weapons of mass destruction, Hydra could no longer threaten a flying Steve. It was no wonder that the former Hydra leader, Red Skull, had succumbed to Steve. This man was simply extraordinary. Not only did his prowess seem to grow exponentially, but he continually unveiled new surprises awaiting their discovery. Pierce found himself somewhat admiring how the old Hydra had managed to endure under the captain's command for so long. Fortunately, he had managed to brainwash Steve into becoming one of his own before the captain regained his full strength, ensuring Hydra would not repeat the mistakes of Red Skull. Now, he could only hope that Steve's conditioning would not falter. Previously, he had never harbored such concerns, but ever since Deadpool's brainwashing failure, a sense of unease had begun to take root. Perhaps such a formidable captain had never truly been successfully brainwashed from the outset. However, it seems improbable. Had there truly been a failure, Captain America would not have engaged in such sordid deeds for Hydra. In the shadows, Pierce's expression fluctuated, yet Steve perceived his demeanor with clarity. With his physical prowess reaching a remarkable 20 points, the night appeared as bright as day, and no obstruction could hinder his vision. Every subtle expression on Pierce's face and the Winnie the Pooh pajamas he donned were vividly apparent to him. The very reason he brazenly flew in with Deadpool was to showcase his aerial prowess. Reality is not a constricted film. Possessing the capability, yet choosing to conceal, it foolishly only leads to being exploited to one's demise. In the realm of reality, it is only by exhibiting strength and invincibility that one garners respect. The more formidable one appears, the greater the rewards, and the more significant one's voice becomes. Chapter 41. The first employee of the agency, Deadpool. Take, for instance, the present moment. It is time for his formidable influence to manifest. Steve, holding Deadpool aloft, tilted his chin defiantly and declared, "Old Pierce, spare me the idle chatter. I have brought you the man, but this one is mine." A question mark slowly materialized above Pierce's head. "What nonsense are you spouting now? Taking away the Winter Soldier was one thing, but now you wish to claim the symbiote intended for compensation? Are you planning to drain my resources dry?" "Absolutely not. Do not even think about it." Steve was unfazed by Pierce's response. He had already devised a plan. He simply released what appeared to be a held Deadpool, who was, in reality, being suppressed by a biological force field. Hey Wade, show him what you've got. Let him witness your prowess. Deadpool instantly understood, having nearly recovered during the journey. He sprang into action, executing a backflip and a series of military-style punches. Hey, huh, who, Deadpool's display of martial prowess was so vigorous that he left several large craters in the concrete floor. Steve gestured toward Deadpool with a thumbs up, feigning the demeanor of a well-meaning friend. Did you see that? This lunatic is no ordinary threat. You cannot possibly contain him with your meager resources. He is a disaster waiting to happen. Who knows? One day, he might just feast upon your head when hunger strikes. Deadpool. Steve shot a glare at Deadpool, who immediately grasped the implication and bared his teeth, growling at Pierce. Woof, woof, woof. That's right. If you keep me around, I will surely gnaw off that wretched golden-haired head of yours, reminiscent of Trump. Pierce, feeling both exasperated and resigned, thought, are you two not even pretending to act? Communicating with your eyes in front of me. However, there was no denying that Steve was right. Even if he were to retain Deadpool, Hydra might struggle to keep him in check, and an uncontrollable Deadpool could pose a significant threat. Hydra's pride has never rested upon sheer might or advanced technology. Rather, their strength lies in infiltration and mind control. Yet, brainwashing would be utterly ineffective on this madman, and infiltration would be even more futile. Thus, Hydra had no viable means of managing Deadpool. Rubbing his temples, Pierce pondered for a long while before finally conceding, I will allow you to take him. But he cannot be completely severed from Hydra like the Winter Soldier. He must complete a certain amount of Hydra tasks each year, just like you. Deal. Steve replied without a moment's hesitation. Deadpool, am I really being sold like this? Pierce, should I have stipulated more conditions? Deadpool and Pierce exchanged glances, each surprised by the other's reaction. Deadpool's frustration boiled over, the deep blue symbiote on his head writhing like tentacles in a physical manifestation of his anger. What do you take me for? A black slave to be traded for a mere dollar? Believe me, I can bite. Before Deadpool could finish, Steve calmly raised a finger. A monthly salary of $100,000, and the Avengers will reserve a position for you. Pierce also raised a finger. Bonuses for missions undertaken for Hydra will be calculated separately, starting at $100,000 per task. Deadpool trembled with excitement and promptly knelt before them, embracing their legs. Father, you two are truly my dear fathers. Thus, it was settled. They would sign the contract imminently. Pierce, feeling a mix of annoyance and relief that this character was taken on by Steve, thought that such a mercenary might one day betray Hydra for money. Under Steve's command, at least Steve could keep him in check through sheer force. With a weary sigh, Pierce dismissed Deadpool, clapping his hands as Rumlow entered with several boxes. These are the Howard relics you requested, not only from S.H.I.E.L.D., but also some unused items brought back by the Winter Soldier. You may take them with you. Your task bonuses and permissions will be updated shortly. Now, take this fellow out of my sight. I will notify you of the tasks he needs to complete, and as his direct superior, you will also be held accountable if he encounters any issues. Is that clear? Since the boss has spoken, of course, there are no problems. Steve replied with a casual okay gesture, allowing Pierce's words to pass through one ear and out the other. Accountability? What a joke. Who in Hydra would dare hold him responsible? Steve might accept the blame, but would anyone dare to enforce it? Pierce merely feigned seriousness when the time came. The most he could do was deduct a little from Deadpool's task bonuses as a token gesture. Waving him off, Steve commandingly said, Wade, grab the items and let's go. All right, Daddy. No problem, Daddy. Deadpool responded eagerly, using his symbiotic tendrils to lift Howard-S relics, cheerfully following Steve. I am not your good big brother from now on. Just call me Steve Rogers. Wow, without finding my father, you truly are Captain America. At first, I thought you were that jerk Pyro. That ridiculous Pyro? You must be mistaken. That guy hasn't even been shot into space yet to become a little fireman. And don't call me Daddy. Okay, Daddy. No problem, Daddy. As the two bickered, the previously solemn and eerie atmosphere of the Hydra base lightened considerably. Steve escorted Deadpool out of Hydra, but instead of returning home, he headed toward Tony's seaside villa. First, He needed to hand over Howard's relics to Tony for the completion of the task. Secondly, he could not allow this unpredictable character to stay at his home. He feared that with Deadpool's eccentricity, he might find himself and Sharon interrupted during their private moments by Deadpool peering at them from under the bed. Primarily concerning the second point, Steve found it quite unacceptable. He believed that Deadpool was certainly capable of such deeds. As fate would have it, he was in the process of establishing an agency, and Deadpool would be his first recruit. Bucky would also be included, even though he had yet to discuss it with him. It was needless to say that Bucky would undoubtedly join as well. Therefore, Steve intended to bring Tony into the fold as well, primarily to enlist him as a benefactor of him. Not that, but rather as a sponsor responsible for funding, providing equipment, and assisting in the construction of the agency's office and accommodations for the staff. Reflecting on this, Steve felt quite considerate, having arranged everything for Tony. All he needed to do was execute the plan. Truly, he was deserving of the title of Tony's good uncle. Lost in his own sentiments, Steve had already arrived above Tony's villa. Before he even descended, his voice had preceded him. "Hey there, dear nephew. Look what your Uncle Rogers has brought you for Christmas. Hurry up and come out to express your gratitude." Chapter 42. A helmet that can be crushed with a squeeze, however. Steve waited for a moment, but did not receive the anticipated kneeling welcome from young Nikki. Instead, a poised blonde woman emerged from the villa. Clad in a tailored white suit, she bore a polite smile and greeted Steve. "Captain Rogers, good to meet you. I am Pepper Potts, Mr. Stark's assistant. He has asked me to invite you inside to wait for a moment. He is currently, somewhat indisposed." Noticing the subtle unease in Pepper's expression, Steve narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss, and gradually descended from the air. "Pepper, it's a pleasure to meet you. However, I must first see my nephew and my dear friend Bucky. Your nuanced expression gives me the distinct impression they might be engaged in some indiscreet activity." With that, Steve entered the villa alongside Deadpool, disregarding Pepper's attempts to obstruct him as he made a beeline for the underground laboratory. "Captain Rogers, Mr. Stark said for you to wait upstairs. He will be with you shortly." Steve possessed access rights to the villa, rendering Pepper's verbal intervention powerless. "Wait. Stay up top. Unless I instruct otherwise, do not allow Miss Potts to disturb our trio. Understood?" "Understood, boss," Deadpool replied, positioning his imposing figure to block Pepper, a menacing grin causing her to halt in her tracks, helplessly watching as Steve proceeded into the underground laboratory. "Damn you, Tony. What on earth are you up to? Have you forgotten the value of respect for your elders? I even brought you a gift this time." As Steve stepped into the laboratory, he was greeted by a cacophony of sounds. He found Tony, with the assistance of mechanical arms, donning his armor, clearly attempting to conceal something. Bucky stood nearby, looking as though he was on the verge of speaking, but held back. Steve furrowed his brow and quickly approached, snatching the facial armor that Tony was about to affix to his face from the mechanical arm. "What the hell are you doing? Get out of your shell right now, or I swear I will tear it apart with my bare hands and drag you out like a roast chicken." Tony swiftly turned his head, avoiding eye contact with Steve, yet stubbornly retorted, "Stop bragging. My updated Mark III utilizes aerospace-grade titanium alloy, capable of withstanding dozens of tons of external pressure. Do you really think you can tear titanium apart with your hands?" Steve remained silent, merely scoffing as he exerted his strength. With a sickening metallic crunch, Steve single-handedly crumpled the steel helmet into a mass of scrap metal. Tony, witnessing this spectacle, involuntarily leaned back in disbelief, swallowing hard. "Good heavens, are you even human? That's aerospace-grade titanium. How can you manipulate it like it's mere clay? I don't care what grade it is. If you don't come out now, I'll tear your armor apart, even if it's made of vibranium, believe it or not." Although Tony was skeptical, having witnessed Steve effortlessly crush a titanium alloy helmet, he dared not maintain his bravado any longer. He reluctantly raised his hand in surrender, saying, all right, you win. I'll come out. Just don't actually tear it apart. Crushing a helmet may only cost a few tens of millions, and I could easily reconstruct it. However, if you were to destroy the entire suit, even the mere cost of a few $100 million would be trivial compared to the time and effort it would take to recreate it. Listening to Tony's extravagant remarks, Steve gazed at the crumpled heap that was once a helmet, feeling as though a knife had pierced his heart. Damn it, Tony, you wretched capitalist. This single broken helmet is worth more than all my possessions combined. Now I understand why that little mustache man sought to conquer Europe. Your suit, worth hundreds of millions, is no different from a loaf of bread selling for hundreds of thousands of marks back in the day. No wonder your armor is named Mark. Perhaps I should hang you from a street lamp right now. In response to Steve's heartfelt tirade, Tony merely snapped his fingers nonchalantly. Jarvis, charge this German captain, who wishes to hang me from a street lamp, 20 million. 10 million for returning my father's relics, and another 10 million to silence him. Received, ding. Account credited, 20,000,000. Current balance, 34,567,890. 00. Upon hearing the delightful notification from his phone, Steve's expression transformed from one of heartfelt anguish to a warm, amiable demeanor. Oh, isn't this, my dear nephew? You are far from being a wretched capitalist. You are, in fact, a benevolent philanthropist showing compassion to an aged, empty nester like me. If anyone dares to speak ill of such a kind soul, I shall be the first to retaliate. Huh. The first to retaliate will undoubtedly be yourself. It seems you are engaged in a battle of wits with your own mind. Tony chuckled, casting a scornful glance at Steve. This fellow changes his demeanor quicker than he can change his clothes. Steve replied wistfully, if you're willing to pay me another 10 million, I wouldn't mind engaging in a little self-competition, although I haven't done that in quite some time. Is that what you call a serious competition? Irrespective of the seriousness, just tell me, is it self-competition or not? Believe it or not, you might actually have a point. All right, let us put an end to our juvenile banter. Now, tell me what is going on. Steve raised his hand and grasped Tony's chin, turning his face, which he had been reluctant to reveal. Upon seeing the fresh wounds and the dark circles under his eyes, he exclaimed, Ah, I wondered why you were so evasive. It turns out you've been beaten into a panda. I'm not criticizing you, but why is it that every time I see you, you bear new injuries? Just how insufferable must your face be? Realizing he could no longer hide the truth, Tony swatted Steve's hand away and rolled his eyes. Do you think I wanted this? Jarvis, please assist me in removing the Mark III. As the mechanical arms methodically disassembled the armor encasing Tony, he stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground, only to be caught by Steve, whose quick reflexes saved him from a fall. It was then that Steve observed that Tony bore not only facial injuries but also multiple contusions and bruises across his body, with one leg even limping, which accounted for his near tumble. Ouch! What on earth are you doing? I have only witnessed such severe blunt force trauma on naive individuals who unwittingly wandered into the wrong neighborhood. You can't possibly be one of those foolish souls, can you? He was not jesting. The bruises adorning Tony's form indeed resembled those inflicted upon an unsuspecting outsider, mercilessly assaulted by a group wielding baseball bats. Chapter 43. Ivan Vanko and Obadiah Stane. I am certainly not one to be considered a fool, nor do I frequent the African-American community. The injuries I bear are not mere consequences of a blunt instrument. In truth, they were inflicted upon me by a hulking figure wielding a missile. Had I not been clad in my Mark II armor, the consequences would have been far graver than mere contusions and bruises. What you see now is but a monochrome reflection of my plight. Tony, even in his current state, retains the audacity to mock himself. Steve turned to the silent Bucky beside him, inquiring, what on earth transpired in my absence? You were by his side. How could you allow him to end up in such a dire predicament? Was I not clear in instructing you to eliminate that malevolent, bald-headed fiend, Obadiah Stane, at the first sign of trouble? Bucky, shaking his head in resignation, replied, No, it was not Obadiah's doing, or rather, not directly attributable to him. Steve remained silent, merely assisting Tony into a chair and crossing his arms, attentively awaiting Bucky's continuation. Bucky resumed, after your departure. Tony devised two plans for vengeance. One aimed at retaliating against the 10 rings in Afghanistan, and the other to investigate the evidence of Obadiah's betrayal. Tony, donning his Iron Man suit, personally ventured to Afghanistan, obliterating the 10 rings' strongholds in his quest for retribution. Meanwhile, I accompanied Miss Pepper, who is well acquainted with Stark Industries, to gather evidence regarding Obadiah's treachery. Both endeavors initially met with success. Tony dismantled every 10 Rings outpost in Afghanistan, and with Miss Pepper's assistance, I procured incontrovertible evidence of Obadiah's betrayal. Even when Obadiah attempted to thwart us upon discovering our findings, sending his subpar henchmen after us, I easily dispatched them all. Upon Tony's return from Afghanistan, he utilized this evidence to incarcerate Obadiah and reclaimed his shares, thereby regaining full control of Stark Industries. "Stop. Wait a moment," Steve interjected, having grasped the unfolding situation, casting a frustrated glance at Tony. "Oh my heavens, Tony, are you playing the role of some sort of Batman? Sending your enemies to prison. What kind of deranged notion is that? Do you wish for him to harbor even greater animosity towards you while incarcerated, only to escape and seek vengeance, potentially harming innocent bystanders in the process? I cannot believe such a classic trope from foolish films has materialized in my reality." I was merely trying to, Tony began to explain, but Steve pounded the table, interrupting him. "Silence. You fool currently lack the standing to speak. Bucky, please tell me the subsequent developments do not mirror what I just outlined." Bucky fell into a contemplative silence, eventually nodding with great difficulty. "Indeed, Obadiah has escaped from prison, but the situation is even more dire than you have described. Not only has he sought vengeance against Tony upon his escape, but he has also allied himself with another individual who harbors a similar animosity towards Tony. It is this very person who has inflicted such grievous injuries upon him." Bucky, raising his gaze to the void, intoned solemnly, "Jarvis, please project the information regarding the assailant on Tony." During this time, Bucky had completely earned Tony's trust, possessing the same unrestricted access to the villa as Steve, along with the privilege to utilize Jarvis. "Understood, Sergeant Barnes," Jarvis replied. Upon hearing this title, Bucky momentarily stiffened, casting a glance at Tony, a flicker of guilt crossing his features. The last time he had heard the title Sergeant Barnes had been from Tony's father, Howard. Mistaking Bucky's expression for remorse over failing to protect him, Tony offered reassurance. "Hey, Barnes, do not be too hard on yourself. You have truly done your utmost during this time. Frankly, without you, Pepper and I might very well have met our demise at the hands of Obadiah and that other individual. It is one thing to evade a direct assault, but it is another to guard against treachery. Tony could not be clad in his armor at all times. Had it not been for Bucky, who was equally adept in the arts of stealth and assassination, he might have indeed fallen victim to Obadiah's retribution." Steve, disregarding the banter between Tony and Bucky, focused intently on the silhouette projected by Jarvis, instantly comprehending the reason behind Tony's current predicament, despite being encased in his iron armor. The figure was a burly man adorned with tattoos, his long hair adding to the oppressive aura that permeated even through the screen. Ivan Vanko. How intriguing that this antagonist from Iron Man 2 has made an early appearance and is collaborating with Obadiah Stane. One is wealthy, the other possesses technical prowess, and both harbor a deep-seated hatred for Tony. They truly are a formidable duo. Before witnessing Ivan Vanko, Steve had felt considerable irritation at Tony's folly. However, upon seeing Vanko, he resolved to forgive Tony's missteps this time. The rationale? If he could transform the supervillain pairing into a system task, it would undoubtedly yield a wealth of enhancement points. After all, one could argue that, in strict terms, the difficulty has doubled, and thus the rewards should reasonably follow suit. A sinister smile crept across Steve's lips as he regarded the intense exchange between Tony and Bucky. Where are these two fellows now? As an elder to Tony, I am eager to have a thorough discussion with them regarding the injuries inflicted upon my dear nephew. Tony and Bucky, upon witnessing the malevolent grin on Steve's face, could not help but silently mourn for Obadiah and his companion. With a smile, Captain America reminded them that life and death are unpredictable. The last time they had seen such a smile from Steve was amidst the carnage of the Ten Rings gang and during the infiltration of the Life Foundation by the formidable foe known as Null. Although it seemed that Obadiah and Steve were doomed under Tony's watchful eye, Tony resignedly shrugged his shoulders. As much as I loathe to admit it, Obadiah's newfound associate possesses remarkable skills. Not only has he managed to replicate my arc reactor and Iron Man suit, but even J.A.R.V.I.S. is unable to trace their signal. Steve furrowed his brow in response, though he was not particularly surprised. After all, Ivan Vanko's father had been Howard's partner in the development of the original arc reactor, only to be ousted from Stark Industries when he attempted to sell the technology to the former Soviet Union. Nevertheless, Ivan inherited his father's knowledge, and with Obadiah's financial backing, he was not far behind Tony, especially in the realm of the Iron Man suit. Both men were formidable in their ability to craft arc reactors from scratch. However, Ivan's father paled in comparison to Tony's father, Howard. The generation of reactor technology he bequeathed to his son was certainly inferior to the precious new element Howard left for Tony. Steve approached Tony without hesitation, lifting his shirt to reveal the darkening veins surrounding the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest. It appears you've been utilizing the Iron Man suit quite extensively this past month. Palladium poisoning has begun to spread. It's high time you switched to the new element your father left you. With a clap of his hands, Steve called out, "Wade, bring the items over." Chapter 44. An unexpected system surprised Deadpool, who had been eagerly awaiting upstairs, slid down the staircase with a box in hand and burst into the underground laboratory, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, yes. Is it finally my turn to shine as the protagonist? Oh, how splendid. Is this the fabled underground lair of Iron Man, capable of producing any outrageous high-tech marvel?" Like a child entering a grand garden for the first time, Deadpool's curiosity brimmed as he explored every corner of the laboratory. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon something astonishing, and his white-eyed mask widened in disbelief. Wow, readers, look at this. Isn't this the iron armor that saved Marvel from bankruptcy back in 2008? Hey folks, this certainly deserves a grand selfie, don't you think? Let us all drop a 1 in the comments and shout eggplant together with this epic iron armor. With that, Deadpool pulled out his phone and struck various poses next to the iron armor, ensuring to leave an empty space in the frame as if an invisible companion were joining him for the selfie. Tony Stark, observing Deadpool's antics with his armor while muttering to himself, turned to Steve with a look of exasperation. "Where did you find this tight-suited lunatic? Who's he talking to?" Steve sighed wearily, covering his face. He conversing with a group of non-existent, high-dimensional male models from another realm. Tony blinked in surprise. "Who? High-dimensional models? Are you losing it too?" Not wishing to delve deeper into the topic, Steve redirected the conversation. "I told you, you would understand. Just treat whatever he says as nonsense. Now let us move past this tedious subject and see what gifts Uncle has brought you." "These are not gifts. Gifts are free. I already paid you 10 million for these," Tony retorted, shifting his focus to the relics of Howard that Deadpool had brought, opening the box to examine its contents piece by piece. Bucky approached Tony's side, joining him in reminiscing over Howard's past belongings, both men lost in memories. Meanwhile, although Steve possessed the memories of the original Captain America, his empathy was not as profound, so he refrained from joining their nostalgia, instead seizing the moment to check the system rewards. Hydra mission: capture and return the escaping symbiote and host. Completed. Reward: enhancement points 400. Wow, not bad. Perhaps due to Deadpool's involvement, this time, bringing back the symbiote-infested Deadpool yielded 100 more enhancement points than the last time we retrieved a symbiote from the Life Foundation. Hydra mission: assist Tony in retrieving father's relics. Completed. Reward: 200 enhancement points. This was rather unremarkable, falling short by 100 points compared to the mission to save Natasha. However, in terms of difficulty, this task was undoubtedly among the simplest, with minimal risks, thus a lower reward is quite understandable. Steve, maintaining his habit of not saving enhancement points, allocated the entirety into his sole physique attribute. His physique soared from 20 to 26 points, elevating his baseline strength to approximately 200 tons, while his peak strength reached around 600 tons. With such formidable strength, few on Earth could rival him. Furthermore, his biological force field strengthened alongside his physique, increasing his defensive limits and doubling his flight speed from Mach 1 to Mach 2, although this still lagged behind the Iron Man suit's maximum speed of Mach 3. Steve's biological force field allowed him instantaneous acceleration to his peak speed of Mach 2 without a gradual buildup. With hundreds of tons of strength and Mach 2 flight speed, Steve was even closer to his meat-free diet, just as he reveled in his accomplishments. The system chimed in again, delivering another surprise. System notification. The host physique is about to reach 30 points. Upon reaching this milestone, an additional faction will be unlocked, allowing the host to undertake system missions concurrently in the secondary faction. What a revelation! This was the very definition of a surprise. Initially, Steve had harbored concerns that if he ever succumbed to rebellion against Hydra, or was expelled, he would be unable to undertake system missions. After all, the prerequisite for these missions was alignment with a faction, and he was uncertain whether he could rejoin a new faction after leaving Hydra. The emergence of this secondary faction alleviated all his worries. He no longer needed to fret about being expelled and losing the opportunity to undertake system missions and grow stronger. As for which secondary faction to join, Steve mused. Why join one all? He could simply establish his own faction, one that belonged solely to him. What could be more perfect than the agency he intended to create? In the future, when he received commissions from Marvel-esque protagonists, he wouldn't have to navigate through Hydra to translate them into system tasks. He could execute them directly. This would also spare him the anxiety of certain tasks that he did not wish to associate with Hydra. Now, he could hardly contain his eagerness to elevate his physique to 30 points to unlock the secondary faction, observing Tony and the others as they meticulously examined Howard's relics. Steve could hardly wait. He swiftly snatched the items from their hands and returned them to the box, retrieving the crucial videotape. Enough reminiscing, you two. The past isn't the priority now. The mess you left behind remains unresolved. And let us not forget there's a nefarious bald man and a certain goose-fearing individual lurking in the shadows, wishing to eliminate you. A sudden intuition gripped Steve, foretelling that those two individuals were concocting a formidable scheme that would soon come to fruition. Hence, our immediate priority was to swiftly synthesize the new element and devise a strategic response. Tony and the others concurred with Steve's insightful assessment, revitalizing their spirits. Observing their renewed focus, Steve inserted the videotape into the player, and the trio began to watch. However, it was primarily Tony who was engrossed. While Steve and Bucky merely perceived Howard's pride in Tony captured on film, Tony discerned the pivotal clue regarding the new element left by his father. The crux lay within the architectural model. No wonder you previously urged me to retrieve that model first. It was all becoming clear. A light of realization sparked in Tony's eyes as he brought forth the future architectural model he had retrieved from Stark Tower, prompted by Steve's earlier reminder. Subsequently, with Howard's subtle hints from the videotape and Jarvis's virtual modeling computations, he successfully restored the new element that Howard had bequeathed to him. Chapter 45. The birth of a new element and the healed Tony. Next came the transformation work in the laboratory. In the original storyline, Tony labored alone, wielding a massive hammer for half the day to accomplish a task, while Steve and Bucky effortlessly resolved it in less than a minute with their fists. Subsequently, Tony engaged in technical work, while Steve and Bucky handled the heavy lifting, and together they swiftly constructed a brand new machine designed for the creation of a new element. During this process, Tony attempted to use the vibranium shield mold, a relic of Howard's, as a base for the machine, but was promptly interrupted by a kick to the rear from Steve. Having inherited Captain America's memories, Steve also embraced his affection for the vibranium shield. How could he allow his beloved shield to endure such indignity? Moreover, by placing his machine atop the shield, Tony would effectively be pressing down on himself. This simply would not do. He was meant to be on top. Wait, something seems amiss. In the end, after calling Steve a conservative old fossil, Tony resorted to using the previously crumpled Iron Man helmet as a makeshift base for the machine. Surprisingly, the deformed helmet fit the machine perfectly. However, as Tony gazed at the helmet being compressed beneath the machine, he began to feel somewhat uneasy himself. Ultimately, the new machine was operated by Steve, and in stark contrast to the original narrative where Tony's lack of strength caused the machine's laser to devastate the laboratory. The laser precisely struck the triangular container. The new element was successfully created. Without conducting any experiments, Tony immediately installed the new element into the new reactor, removing the old reactor from the gaping hole in his chest and replacing it with a new one. In the next moment, the dark lines on Tony's chest, signs of palladium poisoning, began to visibly recede at an astonishing rate. Steve, witnessing this, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, finding it hard to believe. While it was one thing for the new element to replace palladium, how could it also eliminate Tony's palladium poisoning? Did the new element possess detoxifying properties as well? But then again, this is the Marvel Universe. Who was he to question the science? Meanwhile, the idle Deadpool leaned against the Iron Man suit, lifting his mask to reveal the lower half of his face as he munched on a bag of chocolates he had found from who knows where, silently voicing his envy. Honestly, I can't help but feel a bit envious of Tony Stark. Not only does he have a flashy LED light in his chest, but he also has more holes than I do. It's a thrilling experience for both genders. Upon hearing the remarks from behind, Tony, Steve, and Bucky turned abruptly to face Deadpool, their expressions filled with confusion. How had they been so engrossed in the creation of a new element that they failed to notice the idle Deadpool nearby? Even Steve was taken aback. Had it not been for Deadpool's comment, he himself would not have realized the mercenary's presence, as if he had subconsciously forgotten about him entirely. Deadpool observed the astonished gazes of the three individuals, wearing a demeanor of nonchalance as he shrugged at the invisible air beside him. Behold, dear readers, this is precisely why I am capable of wreaking havoc upon the entire Marvel Universe. These proud Avengers remain utterly oblivious to my existence. A lowly and inconspicuous entity acquired on the cheap by Fox. Steve, seemingly unfazed by Deadpool's customary soliloquy, suddenly pondered aloud, "Hey Wade, can the symbiote you possess detach and heal others' wounds?" Upon hearing this, Deadpool tapped his head and quipped, "Ding ding. Hey, Bootleg Venom, our boss is inquiring about you." A dark blue, menacing head emerged from behind Deadpool, gazing at Steve with a hint of trepidation, responding, "Boss, it's feasible. However, it requires a substantial amount of energy, which you humans refer to as phenethylamine." Steve snapped his fingers, a smile gracing his face. "That's a trivial matter. Phenethylamine is found in chocolate. Once you heal this fellow, he will be able to indulge in chocolate until he is sick." With that, Steve drew Tony, who was scrutinizing the symbiote, closer. Tony's mind raced as he quickly grasped that this blue, paint-like creature possessed the ability to heal physical injuries, causing his expression to grow tense. Is this thing truly effective? I don't merely have a gaping hole in my chest. There are shrapnel fragments near my heart as well, without the arc reactor to hold them in place. Even if my body were healed, I'd likely still meet my demise. Steve patted Tony's shoulder, flashing a confident smile. "Fear not, with your Uncle Rogers here. You shall not perish. Leave a shrapnel to me." Tony inhaled deeply, refraining from questioning Steve's unwavering confidence, and nodded. "All right, my life is already in your hands. I trust you. Is there anything I should prepare?" "No need. It will all happen in an instant." With that, Steve gestured to the symbiote on Deadpool, and upon receiving Deadpool's consent, the symbiote detached from its host, leaping into the palm of Steve's hand. Activating his bioforce field, he held the symbiote in one hand while placing the other over Tony's arc reactor. "All right, remove that thing." Without hesitation, Tony took off the arc reactor from his chest, revealing a gaping wound the size of a fist. Buckling under the weight of his pallor, Bucky supported Tony while Steve enveloped him in the bioforce field, safeguarding his heart while extracting the shrapnel nearby, before placing the symbiote on Tony's chest. As the symbiote permeated Tony's body, the gaping hole in his chest began to close at a visible rate, swiftly returning to a state indistinguishable even to his wife. Hawkeye remarked, "I envy that." Once Tony's wound had healed, the symbiote emerged and returned to Deadpool. The entire process was swift, leaving Tony with a sensation of pain for just a fleeting moment. And as he touched his restored chest, he felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. At that moment, the shattering of glass at the entrance captured the attention of everyone in the laboratory. There stood Pepper, covering her mouth, her eyes fixed intently on Tony's unscathed chest, a gleam of joy illuminating her expression. Before her lay a scattered mess of coffee. Aware of the gazes directed her way, Pepper hastily apologized. "I'm sorry, Tony. I noticed you all have been busy throughout the night, so I brought back some coffee, but I didn't expect it's all right, Pepper. Don't worry about it." Tony interjected, stepping closer to her. He took her hand and placed it upon his chest. What matters most now is how you perceive me in this moment. Pepper's cheeks flushed as she attempted to withdraw her hand, yet Tony held it firmly, rendering her unable to escape his intense gaze. Avoiding his piercing eyes, she murmured, "Not bad. At least I don't have to worry about finding a new job because of your sudden demise, nor endure the discomfort of reaching into your chest to replace the arc reactor." Tony first glanced at Steve, who stood there exuding an air of security, and then felt the steady rhythm of his own heart beating strongly. He gazed at Pepper, resolved to make a significant proposition. "Pepper, how about being my girlfriend?" Chapter 46. Tony and Pepper together. Earlier, Pepper was momentarily taken aback, her mind a blank slate, as Tony's unexpected confession left her flustered. Behind them, Steve, Bucky, and Deadpool exchanged knowing smiles, rallying support for Tony with enthusiastic gestures. Tony glanced at the trio, offering them a subtle nod before turning back to Pepper, his usually roguish eyes shimmering with an unusual depth of emotion. "Pepper, I am earnest this time. I acknowledge my past frivolity, arrogance, and irrationality. I was indeed a thoroughly despicable person. However, ever since Steve rescued me from that wretched cave, I have come to understand that I must not continue down this path of self-destruction. There are people in this world who genuinely care for me and love me. Steve, Happy, Rhodey, Bucky, and you, Pepper. I cannot afford to lose them, nor can I bear to lose you. You have become my everything. I no longer wish to evade the feelings I have harbored for you. So will you be my girlfriend?" Tony's declaration was not a mere whim. It was the culmination of profound feelings that had blossomed over time spent together. In the absence of Steve, Tony might have hidden this love due to the burdens of reality, fearing for Pepper as safety should she become entangled in his chaotic life. But now, with Steve as a steadfast ally, Tony felt emboldened to seize this moment, unafraid of the potential dangers that might arise from Pepper's proximity. If trouble were to come, he would simply call out for help, confident that Steve would burst in like a divine savior, as he had done before. In essence, Tony now had a safety net, a newfound confidence, and an air of audacity. Pepper's breaths quickened, her heart racing as she grappled with the decision to accept his proposal. It was not just Tony who had developed feelings. She too had nurtured affections for him over their time together. As Tony himself admitted, he was far from perfect, with numerous flaws. Yet, these imperfections were overshadowed by his radiant brilliance, akin to the sun. Especially after returning from a cave, Tony had shed his former frivolous persona, emerging as a more composed yet still striking individual, which captivated her deeply. It was impossible for her not to feel a spark of attraction towards him. Just as Pepper found herself at a crossroads, Deadpool suddenly erupted into cheers. "Say yes. Say yes. Say yes." Steve, unusually in agreement with Deadpool, joined in alongside Bucky, chanting, "Say yes. Say yes. Say yes." Their exuberant encouragement shattered the tension in the air and solidified Pepper's resolve. With determination in her eyes, she gently nodded at Tony, affirming, "I will." Amidst the thunderous applause of the three, Tony enveloped Pepper in his arms and leaned down to kiss her passionately. As the kiss concluded, Tony took Pepper's hand and walked towards the trio, proudly nodding towards Steve and the others. "Bucky and Pepper have already been acquainted, and I believe you all were familiar with each other as well. What do you think? My judgment is quite commendable, isn't it?" Deadpool, surprisingly refraining from excessive banter, offered a thumbs up in respect. "As one of the few sensible female leads in Marvel, your Pepper can indeed be compared in excellence to my Vanessa." Due to Deadpool's enthusiastic support, Tony's impression of him evolved from that of a lunatic to a friend, reciprocating with a thumbs up. "Though I have no idea who Vanessa is. She must be remarkable." Finally, Tony's gaze fell upon Steve, filled with anticipation as he awaited his blessing, a blessing reminiscent of those from his father's generation. "Your choice is not merely commendable. Pepper is a remarkable match for someone like you, who has been around for hundreds of lifetimes. It seems you must have saved the entire universe in your past life to earn such extraordinary luck." Steve initially expressed his admiration, but soon posed the probing questions typical of an elder. "So when do you two plan to obtain your marriage license? When will the wedding take place? And when do you intend to have children?" Upon hearing Steve's inquiries, Tony's expression soured, and he replied, "Come on, We've just taken the first step of holding hands. How can it progress so quickly? Rest assured, I will deliver my wedding invitation to you before you, old man, are laid to rest. Then remember to arrange a place for the elders. Oh, please, I'll make sure to seat you at the children's table. That doesn't sound too bad. At least I'll get to eat more. After exchanging a few playful jabs, the atmosphere lightened once more. The matter of Tony and Pepper was merely an interlude, as Steve returned to the main topic. By the way, I came not only to deliver Howard's belongings, but also to invite you to join my agency. Tony was taken aback. Agency? One of those that takes on various commissions? Steve nodded, explaining precisely, but this one is specifically dedicated to extraordinary events. I have a foreboding feeling that the world will see an increase in supervillains like Obadiah and Ivan Vanko, to prevent more innocent lives from being affected by extraordinary powers. We must assemble a team of heroes to confront these supervillains. This world needs more heroes, and the agency I am establishing aims to gather like-minded individuals to face these challenges together, thus avoiding the perils of fighting alone. What do you think? Both Tony and Bucky nodded thoughtfully, while Deadpool, mimicking their gestures, was on the verge of dozing off. Steve paid no mind to the nearly slumbering Deadpool. As he was already a plan member, for the right price, Deadpool could do anything. He continued to address Tony and Bucky, and since we are forming a team, it is essential to establish some rules. If we remain disorganized and each fight according to our own whims, we will inevitably fall apart. Therefore, I propose that we create a mechanism for task assignments through the agency. Thus, we can filter out the mundane tasks that can be managed by the police and exclusively tackle extraordinary assignments that ordinary individuals cannot handle. This not only conserves our time, but also averts disputes with the general populace over trivial matters. Remember, we are human, not divine, and cannot resolve every issue. We possess extraordinary abilities, and thus, we should focus on addressing extraordinary events. So, have you made your decision to join? Tony and Bucky are not saints. They are quite aware of their own capabilities and find Steve's proposal to separate ordinary disputes from extraordinary events quite reasonable. Tony raised an eyebrow, admitting, I must concede, your agency does sound quite credible, so count me in. Bucky nodded in agreement. Wherever you are, I shall be. With both of them on board, Steve smiled with satisfaction. Good. Since you both agree to join, I shall establish our first rule. Henceforth, any extraordinary event must first be submitted as a commission task to the agency before it can be addressed, even if it is an extraordinary event we encounter ourselves. Chapter 47. The establishment of the Avengers Agency. For instance, this time Tony's two adversaries arose due to his actions, thus it is imperative for him to post the mission. Members of the agency may choose to accept the task to aid the client or undertake the commission themselves. The rationale behind this approach is to instill the understanding that every endeavor comes at a cost. Nothing should be taken for granted. This also alleviates some of the burdens for newly joined heroes who may be more reserved in their personal lives, allowing them to save lives without the added worry of financial constraints. Of course, the commission fee is not fixed and is not limited to monetary compensation. It is determined by the client's actual capabilities, primarily testing whether they genuinely require our assistance. Does anyone have any questions regarding this? All three of them shook their heads, deeming it quite reasonable. After all, it merely involves a bit of effort. Posting at the agency allows other heroes to assist, which is mutually beneficial. Since there are no objections, I, Tony, hereby officially appoint you as the Chief Financial Officer of the agency. Please expedite the establishment of the agency's location and infrastructure, including member accommodations. Additionally, it would be prudent to develop a smart system that enables members to post tasks and requests for aid at any time. Tony, what the hell? Rogers, so you want to establish the agency but have done nothing. You expect me to handle everything? Do you think I'm a fool? Steve held out a hand to restrain the advancing Tony, who was intent on throttling him, rendering him unable to reach his target despite his flailing. With his other hand, he casually picked his nose and remarked, Hey nephew, how can you say such things? I have just formulated the agency's crucial overarching principles. Now, all you need to do is contribute funds, effort, and tasks. What more do you want? Tony glared at Steve, his face reddening as he prepared to unleash a tirade. But fortunately, Pepper, who had just been promoted to the leading lady, intervened in time. "It's all right, Tony. I will handle these minor matters. I will swiftly find the best location for the agency and arrange for member accommodations and basic living facilities. You all can continue focusing on your significant tasks." Upon hearing this, Steve released Tony and praised, "Listen to how considerate my niece-in-law is. Tony, you should learn from Pepper what humility truly means." "Humility? Right now. I just want to erect a monument for you." In response to Steve's words, Tony raised a middle finger in salute. Pepper, observing Tony's childish antics with Steve, smiled helplessly and quickly redirected the conversation. "By the way, I should be able to find the agency's location soon. But what shall we name the agency? It cannot simply be called agency, can it?" Steve, with a confident smile, replied, "As the agency's banner, I have already conceived a formidable name. Let's call it the World War II Veterans Agency." The name resonates with a profound sense of historical weight and the stark brutality of warfare upon hearing it. One instantly recognizes that we are indeed a formidable team. What are your thoughts? Steve, standing tall and poised, awaited accolades from Tony and the others, only to be met with unanimous headshakes. Tony, unabashed, ridiculed Steve. "Historical weight, you say? Why not simply name it the Indian Affairs Office? This land rightfully belongs to them. Wouldn't that name exude greater depth and cruelty?" He continued, "What I seek is substance, not mere burial. I desire brutality, not savagery. I certainly do not wish for our office to be inundated on its second day by a horde of feathered natives riding colorful unicorns, turning us into Swiss cheese." Seeing no support for the proposed name, Steve resignedly threw up his hands. "Since you all are dissatisfied with the Veterans of World War II office, feel free to conjure a more appealing name." The four exchanged glances. Deadpool was the first to strike. "How about we call ourselves the Justice League office?" Steve retorted, "You've crossed wires, get out." Bucky, with a frosty demeanor, suggested, "I think Anti-Hydra office sounds quite fitting." Hey, let us refrain from personal sentiments in naming." Steve interjected. Tony chimed in, "What about the Illuminati office? Although that sounds decent, regrettably, that name has already been claimed in another universe." Pepper timidly raised her hand and suggested, "Then perhaps we could call it the SCP office. I've heard it's a department dedicated to supernatural entities." Steve buried his face in his hands, exasperated by the weight of her suggestion. He gestured towards the others, sighing heavily. "You all just criticized me. Yet your naming suggestions are hardly any better. I suppose I shall take the reins. Fear not, it shall not be the Veterans of World War II office, but rather a more formal designation." Under the watchful eyes of the four, Steve slowly proclaimed, "Let us name it the Avengers Office. As the name suggests, our employers will primarily seek us out for vengeance missions, and we shall assist them in exacting retribution against those supervillains. For instance, Tony's previous vendetta against the Ten Rings or the current revenge against Obadiah and Ivan Vanko could be commissioned as tasks for the Avengers Office." Tony's eyes lit up at this, eagerly agreeing. "While I prefer taking the initiative over merely avenging, your phrase an eye for an eye is splendid. I like it. Henceforth, I officially announce the first mission for the Avengers Office, the revenge against Obadiah and Ivan Vanko, with a bounty of $10 million. Seeing that the others had ceased their objections to the name, Steve decided to solidify it, adding, "Though the office is yet to be formally established. Since Tony has already issued the first mission, we shall commence operations from this moment forth. Those wishing to undertake this task, please raise your hands." Apart from Tony and Pepper, the other three, including Steve, raised their hands. Steve did so due to a system task. Bucky simply wished to assist Tony, while Deadpool was motivated by the prospect of earning some cash. "From this moment on, Tony shall be our inaugural client. Do you have any further requests?" asked the client. Tony promptly nodded. "Yes, I require one of you to provide close protection for Pepper Potts before we address the matters concerning Obadiah. In addition to the $10 million from the vengeance task, I shall offer an extra $2 million for this protection endeavor." Without waiting for Steve and Bucky to respond, Deadpool eagerly leapt up, raising his hand. I'll do it. Such a fortunate opportunity." Ahem, This arduous role of a protector is precisely my forte. I assure you, should danger arise, even if I were to be reduced to a pulpy mass, not a single hair on Miss Potts' head would be harmed. Tony glanced at Steve, who nodded in agreement. He is not wrong. Although he may appear somewhat unreliable, no one excels in the role of a human shield quite like him. Very well, it is settled then. Since you have all made your arrangements, I shall seek a suitable location to swiftly establish the office. After Tony had organized her affairs, Pepper bid farewell to the group and departed with Deadpool. Bucky, you shall continue to protect Tony. I will return briefly to see if SHILD has any information regarding Obadiah and Ivan Vanko. Once Pepper had left, Steve also exchanged pleasantries and found an excuse to take his leave. In truth, he intended to step outside the confines of Tony's villa, where he would post this task concerning Tony on the Hydra internal network, converting it into a system quest. After all, his physical capabilities had yet to reach 30 points, and he had not unlocked the second faction. Therefore, to accept the system quest, he needed to facilitate a transition within Hydra, leveraging the task's presence within Hydra. He also utilized his authority to ensure that Dr. Zola was monitoring the movements of both individuals. Moreover, any clues regarding them from Hydra's global operatives would be relayed back to him. Having completed all these tasks, dawn had broken, and unbeknownst to him, he had been occupied at Tony's villa throughout the night. Chapter 48. RPG. Yet, all this is undeniably worthwhile. That evening, he not only accomplished 2 system tasks in one go, but also undertook a more significant system quest. Most importantly, he realized that after knowing the next task, he would no longer be constrained by Hydra. Although he had no intention of withdrawing from Hydra, having an escape route was always preferable. In high spirits, Steve returned home, and upon opening the door, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of century egg and lean meat porridge. During his month-long companionship with Sharon, after he casually mentioned his fondness for Chinese cuisine, she had taken it upon herself to learn various recipes, delighting him with a different dish each day. To his surprise, the foreign girl picked it up quite swiftly, presenting dishes that made Steve exclaim how much they reminded him of home. Hearing the door open, Sharon emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of golden, crispy beef pastries. Upon seeing Steve, a gentle smile graced her face. "Steve, you're back. After a long night, you must be starving. I made beef pastries and century egg porridge. Let me get you some porridge. Wash your hands and sit down to eat." With that, she turned back to the kitchen to fetch the porridge. Steve followed her into the kitchen, washed his hands, and embraced Sharon from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder and kissing her cheek. His usually sharp tongue softened. "You've worked hard, Sharon." She grasped his hands gently, using her clothing to wipe the water from his fingers. "Compared to what you do for this country and the world, I'm merely doing something trivial for you." Listening to Sharon's soft murmurs, Steve felt a momentary respite from the perils of the Marvel Universe. This was why he cherished Sharon. She never bombarded him with intrusive questions like, "Where have you been?" or "Do you still love me?" Instead, she unwaveringly trusted him, diligently attending to every seemingly insignificant yet essential aspect of his life. They sat across from each other at the dining table. Steve savored a bite of beef pastry, then a spoonful of porridge, unable to suppress his appreciation for Sharon, giving her a thumbs up. "This is delicious. Your skills in making Chinese cuisine are truly remarkable." Relishing the authentic taste of the century egg and lean meat porridge, Steve thought to himself, "After tasting this, even the president pales in comparison. I learned a recipe from an elderly chef in Chinatown. Seeing how much you enjoy it, I figured his method must be authentic." As Sharon observed Steve's delighted expression, even the porridge, which did not quite align with her palate, seemed to transform into a delectable dish. After a previous dining experience in Chinatown, where Steve had remarked that the food tasted like a pile of dog excrement, she understood that not only did he adore Chinese cuisine, but he also had a discerning taste. Thus, she made the effort to learn the authentic recipes, hoping to bring him a bit more joy in his meals. She did not perceive this as a troublesome matter. Rather, she relished the process of contributing to Steve's endeavors. After finishing breakfast, although Sharon did not inquire, Steve casually shared fragments of the previous night's events with her, specifically regarding Tony and the firm. Undoubtedly, Sharon had also joined the agency, or rather, had partially joined, since she was still tasked with monitoring Nick Fury for Steve at S.H. I yelled. Her role within the agency revolved around her expertise in information gathering and logistical support rather than direct combat. For instance, she proactively took charge of investigating the whereabouts of Obadiah and Ivan Vanko, a responsibility Steve did not decline, as he held faith in Sharon's capabilities. Despite her seemingly innocuous demeanor in his presence, Sharon was, in fact, Agent 13, a figure esteemed by Nick Fury within S.H.L.D., and her prowess ranked among the top echelon of agents. In Captain America: Civil War, Sharon was similarly pursued by the federal government for assisting Captain America in reclaiming the Vibranium Shield and Falcon S aircraft, violating the Sokovia Accords. Yet, as an ordinary individual, Sharon effortlessly evaded federal scrutiny and, without any backup, forged her own path in the new world, emerging as a renowned power broker. One must acknowledge, she was indeed the niece of the legendary agent Peggy Carter. Suddenly, the two paused in their conversation, instinctively turning their gaze towards the window. Like Natasha, Sharon's extensive career as an agent had honed her sixth sense, alerting her to a faint disturbance. Meanwhile, Steve, possessing extraordinary hearing, detected the subtle whoosh of air outside. Upon glancing out the window, he noticed a small dark object rapidly approaching. Oh no, an RPG! Steve's expression hardened as he extended his hand toward Sharon. Without hesitation, she grasped his hand and, leveraging his strength, leaped over the dining table to nestle in his embrace. Steve covered Sharon's eyes with one hand, while the other reached toward the window. In the next moment, a rocket propelled through the window, colliding directly with his palm. Boom! An explosive roar erupted, and crimson flames immediately engulfed Steve's apartment, transforming it into a spectacle reminiscent of a blooming flame rose. As the inferno subsided, Steve held Sharon suspended in midair, surveying what had been a cozy home moments before, now reduced to a disheveled wreck. The expression on his face darkened ominously. Suppressing his fury, he carried Sharon to the street, now filled with screams in the aftermath of the explosion, releasing his hand from her eyes to shield her from the blinding light. "Sharon, stay here. I'll grab an orange and be right back." With that, a resounding crack echoed, and Steve vanished in an instant. With his superhuman intellect, he had already pinpointed the approximate location of the attack when the rocket was launched. Given Steve's vengeful nature, he was determined to personally retrieve the head of the assailant and kick it like a soccer ball, teaching that scoundrel a lesson about the might of a national team's powerful kick. What Steve did not anticipate was that his assailant was not an individual, but rather a towering 3-meter-tall mech, entirely coated in metallic black paint. Indeed, it was a mech, in contrast to Tony's sleek and lightweight armor. This colossal steel behemoth evoked a far more formidable presence. A steel mech? Was it Obadiah or Ivan Vanko? In this timeline, aside from Tony and the Wakandan tribesmen wielding high-tech spears, it seemed that only these two possessed the technology to construct such a steel mech. In the brief moment that Steve was momentarily taken aback, the black mech also detected his approach, raising its arm to unleash 2 rockets aimed directly at him. However, Steve remained undaunted, reaching out to grasp the tail of the foremost rocket, and with a swift motion akin to that of a baseball player, he sent the trailing rocket hurtling back. Boom! A perfect score. The sound of 2 violent explosions echoed, one from the rocket in Steve's grip detonating upon impact, and the other from the rocket he had redirected, which collided with the black mech in a brilliant explosion. Steve casually discarded the metallic debris from his hand. Despite the close-range blast, not a speck of dust marred his white t-shirt. The biological force field is truly remarkable. Chapter 49. The Assailant Ivan Vanko. With a sigh of astonishment, Steve gazed down at the black mech he had just struck with a rocket, only to discover that it had remarkably endured the blow, albeit with some paint chipped and dents on its chest armor. Quite sturdy materials, indeed. It appears Obadiah has generously funded your endeavors. However, I hope the mech beneath you is equally resilient, Ivan Vanko. Upon hearing Steve call his name from above, the black mech momentarily halted, and then a deep, rugged voice emanated from within. You truly live up to your reputation as the illustrious Captain America. Clearly, you are not an easy adversary to dispatch. You are far stronger than I had anticipated. Not merely stronger, but immensely so. In Ivan Vanko's mind, no carbon-based life form should have withstood a rocket strike, and thus, after the first shot, he confidently prepared to leave. To his astonishment, however, this Captain America had not only endured the first, but had also withstood a second. This is beyond comprehension. Although Ivan Vanko was surprised, his tone remained self-assured. Even if you have miraculously survived, my vengeance plan remains intact. Tony Stark will still experience the profound pain of losing loved ones. A vendetta against Tony? Losing family? Steve furrowed his brow. Recalling that Tony's parents had been ruthlessly taken down by Bucky, he was a true orphan devoid of family ties. It quickly dawned on him that Ivan was referring to emotional connections. You also attack Pepper Potts? Ivan Vanko provocatively replied. Indeed, you are quite perceptive. But understanding this now is too late. That woman lacks your remarkable resilience. What remains for Tony Stark and you, I fear, are merely the shattered pieces of her existence. Foolishness. Steve remained expressionless, looking down on Ivan Vanko's premature celebration, which he regarded as a death flag. Not only was he not particularly close to Pepper, but even if she perished, he would feel no sorrow. What gave this guy such confidence that Pepper would surely die? After all, she had a human shield willing to risk everything for money by her side. As long as Tony's funds were sufficient, how could Deadpool allow Pepper, this human ATM, to come to harm in his presence? With the powers of a symbiote, Deadpool could contend with even Iron Mesh. I cannot be bothered to engage in further conversation with a fool like you. You are unworthy of my words. Steve gave Ivan Vanko a dismissive thumbs down, ceased any further dialogue, and dove fiercely towards the black mech. You think you can match me in a battle of iron? Do you truly believe yourself to be made of steel? As Ivan Vanko watched Steve plummeting towards him with a raised fist, he scoffed and activated the thrusters on his back and legs, raising his own fist to meet Steve's descent. Fool! Steve uttered a phrase in his native tongue, and with a forceful blow, shattered the black mech's arm that had risen to meet him. Before the mech could recover from the shock of losing an arm, Steve soared upward like a superhero, raising his elbow high, and then brought it crashing down onto the mech's head. In a moment of daze, Ivan Vanko seemed to hear the echoes of old acquaintances. The next instant, he felt a darkness envelop him as his mech helplessly crashed back to the ground. However, Steve furrowed his brow, sensing that the tactile feedback he had just experienced was somewhat amiss. Scanning the black mech arm components that had scattered on the ground, his eyes narrowed. Approaching the now motionless black mech, he reached out and forcibly extracted the mech's head, which he had previously elbowed into its chest, and crushed it with a swift motion. Indeed, there was no sign of Ivan Vanko's head within, only a tangle of wires and components. It was a drone. At that moment, the headless mech once again emitted Ivan Vanko's voice. Did you naively believe I would be inside? Don't flatter yourself. You are not worth the risk of my personal intervention to take your life. This attack was merely an appetizer for the revenge I have prepared for Tony Stark. The main course is still in the making. So go ahead and live in the fear I bring. Ha ha ha. As Ivan Vanko's deranged laughter echoed, a red light began to flicker on the chest of the mech beneath Steve's feet. Accompanied by the classic ticking sound, Steve instinctively knew it was about to self-destruct. However, Steve would not grant him that opportunity. He curled his fingers into claws and plunged them into the mech's chest, directly tearing out the arc reactor. Without its power source, the red light extinguished instantly. Steve crushed the reactor in his hand, lifted the remnants of the mech, and sought out Sharon, bringing her for the first time to his safe house located in Hell's Kitchen, the building gifted to him by Kingpin. The recent attack at home made Steve realize that his former humble abode was no longer secure. The floor Kingpin had provided him was replete with luxurious amenities and housed a fortified room capable of withstanding multiple RPG blasts, significantly enhancing its safety. While he himself had no need for it, it was undoubtedly the most suitable place to accommodate Sharon. Sharon, inspect this mech and see if there are any clues left behind. Sharon nodded, without a word, and began to dismantle the mech. Beyond its physical vulnerabilities, she was a polymath, proficient in combat, firearms, mechanics, stealth, computing, disguise, and assassination. Dismantling the mech was within her expertise. Steve gently ruffled the hair of the obedient Sharon as he approached the grand floor-to-ceiling window and pressed the earpiece in his ear. "Dr. Zola, use my authority to mobilize the Hydra operatives hidden in the shadows and dig deep to uncover Ivan Vanko's whereabouts. I intend to take his head, should he dare to assault me. Ivan Vanko, you better not let me catch you. Otherwise, a peaceful demise will be a luxury beyond your reach." A flicker of red seemed to pass through Steve's eyes. In his earpiece, Dr. Zola's voice responded, "Understood. I will notify you immediately upon receiving any information, Captain." "Good," Steve replied. Just as he ended the connection with Dr. Zola, his phone in his pocket began to ring. Dingling. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Tony Stark. As he answered, Tony's anxious voice came through. "Steve, are you all right? I'm Yufina. It seems you are aware of Ivan Vanko's assault." On the other end of the line, Tony, upon hearing Steve's relaxed tone, let out a sigh of relief, his voice now more at ease. "Indeed. Just half an hour ago, Pepper was attacked. Fortunately, the individual you brought back fulfilled his earlier promise, managing to protect Pepper without a single hair on her head being harmed, despite being scorched and trampled into a pulp by Ivan Vanko's mechanized monstrosity. I was utterly astonished when I viewed the footage from Stark Tower. No matter how ruthless Ivan Vanko's methods were, he simply could not extinguish that man's life. Can you imagine the grotesque image of a human mass clinging to the leg of a steel giant, gnawing away? I dare say I shall never erase that horrifying image from my memory." Chapter 50. 5 Malawian Quatches. Portable battle armor Steve could not help but shiver at the chilling image that flashed through his mind. Battling an opponent like Deadpool, who is virtually indestructible, is a dual nightmare, both psychologically and physiologically, especially when their strengths are nearly equal. Fortunately, Steve's own prowess is formidable enough to overpower Deadpool. Of course, this is contingent upon Marvel editors not granting Deadpool any excessive enhancements. Otherwise, not even he, nor even the 5 cosmic entities, could withstand Deadpool's might. With this thought, Steve shook his head. It was evident that this universe leaned more towards the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and Deadpool likely would not be excessively augmented. His thoughts quickly returned to his conversation with Tony. Since Pepper was unharmed, it seemed that Deadpool had ultimately triumphed. "Did you find any clues on your end?" "None at all. The assailant on Pepper's side was an unmanned, remotely operated mech, which self-destructed after Deadpool had dismantled it, leaving no trace behind." "Is that so?" "However, I managed to extract the reactor core from the mech before it exploded. Both the mech and the core remain relatively intact, and I am having Sharon examine them for any potential leads." "What? You still have the mech?" "Splendid. Where are you? I can come over. I should be able to deduce the supply chain for those 2 scoundrels from materials." Upon hearing this, Tony's tone grew animated. As an arms dealer, he would undoubtedly be able to trace the origins of the materials if he could see the intact mech. Steve raised an eyebrow. He had indeed forgotten this detail about Tony. As America's foremost arms supplier, he possesses unparalleled knowledge of weapon materials. "At Fist Tower in Hell's Kitchen, come over." "What are you doing in Kingpin's territory?" "That's a long story. Then spare me the details. I am not in the mood to listen." "Give me 10 minutes. I will be there shortly." Tony hurriedly uttered a few words before hanging up, clearly in a rush. This was quite understandable. Although Tony appears indifferent and carefree, he is, in fact, deeply emotional. The attack on Pepper by Ivan Vanko had evidently struck a nerve with him. Since Tony would be arriving soon, Steve decided to pause his discussions with Sharon, introducing her to the various facilities on this floor, including the emergency vault. Just as he finished his explanations, a loud thud resonated from the balcony, followed by a knock at the door. Without a doubt, it was Tony. Steve approached and used his fingerprint to unlock the blast-proof glass door. Tony stepped in from the balcony, clad in his red and silver armor. Upon entering the room, the armor began to retract from the sides, ultimately condensing into a red metallic briefcase at Tony's chest. Steve's eyes lit up at the sight. Was this not the portable 5 Malawian Quatches armor from Iron Man 2? Remarkably, Tony had produced it ahead of time. It seems that my previous complaints regarding the inconvenience of the two Malawian suit have truly been heard by Tony, who has made significant improvements. This suit is the most lightweight and sleek among all the Iron Man armors, and it had left a remarkable impression on me in my past life. Upon seeing the actual product, it is impossible to deny my longing for it. Without hesitation, Steve reached out for the briefcase that Tony was holding. "Oh, dear nephew, since you're here, how can you still be carrying a gift for your uncle? That makes me feel quite embarrassed. Allow me to carry it instead," Tony replied. "Go play somewhere else. Who said this was a gift for you? What nonsense are you thinking?" He pulled the briefcase behind him, casting a wary glance at Steve. "If you don't give it to me, how am I supposed to go play? If you don't want to give it, at least let me play with it for a bit, right? What nonsense? I still need it later. If I let you play with it, what will I use? Fine. If you don't want it to play, I wasn't that keen on it anyway. It's hilarious. You wouldn't think I actually find it cool, would you? Hey, are you barking now?" Tony observed Steve's insincere expression with exasperation. "All right, enough of that ghastly face. I truly need this armor for later, so I can't let you play with it. Besides, my combat suit, the three Malawian helmet, was damaged by you. If I give you this portable armor, what will I have left? Your exclusive armor is already in production. Once it's completed, I promise it will be a delightful surprise for you." Reluctantly, Steve cast one last glance at the briefcase in Tony's hand before diverting his gaze in discontent. "If you want to give it to me, when I visit your house next time, I'll simply take it." Tony chose to ignore Steve and greeted Sharon, who had been enjoying their usual banter, before eagerly making his way to the black mech in the living room. He placed a briefcase on the ground, which automatically opened, transforming into a highly futuristic laptop. He removed a USB-like device from the side of the open briefcase and skillfully pried open a compartment under the arm of the black mech, revealing a port that perfectly fit the USB. Once the USB was connected, the screen of the briefcase computer flashed with a series of green data that only Steve would typically encounter in a movie. Amidst a whirlwind of intricate operations, Tony extracted several complex codes from a multitude of lines of code. JARVIS. Please check the suppliers for these serial numbers. Understood, sir. Initiating search. After a brief silence, JARVIS resumed. Sir, the supply channels for these serial numbers belong exclusively to Hammer Industries. Hammer Industries? Tony furrowed his brow, then adopted a look of realization. No wonder curious, Steve inquired. No wonder what? Tony elaborated. No wonder that just a couple of days ago, after I was attacked by Ivan Vanko, Justin Hammer called me to boast about holding a product launch for his new offerings at my Stark Expo next week. He spoke of surpassing me this time. And at that moment, I did not take his foolish words, which were so eager to emulate me, to heart. In retrospect, it seems that Obadiah and Ivan Vanko must have already been colluding with that Hammer fellow back then. Steve, upon hearing this, nodded in understanding. No wonder Ivan Vanko said that the real surprise was yet to come. If Ivan Vanko's Iron Legion were to cause chaos at the Stark Expo, it would undoubtedly result in the gravest losses for Tony, aside from Hammer himself. Moreover, if there were significant casualties, Tony, as the host, would certainly not escape unscathed. Thus, regardless of whether Ivan Vanko's attack succeeds or fails, Tony would be in quite a predicament. However, Steve was not the type to wait passively until the villains were ready to unveil their schemes. He immediately declared, since we already know where they are, to avoid prolonging the night and inviting more dreams, let us storm Hammer Industries now and eliminate those two scoundrels. Tony shook his head in response. I fear that may not be feasible. At present, we lack substantial evidence to prove that Hammer is harboring federal criminals, and we do not possess an official search warrant. If we act rashly, we are likely to encounter significant resistance. Chapter 51. My Lord C. Just shout 666 Steve, unfazed. Chuckled, a search warrant? Is it? Just wait. I shall have one prepared for you momentarily. With that, he lifted his phone and dialed an official station within the legal department, commanding them to ready a search warrant for Hammer Industries within half an hour, before promptly hanging up. Wait a minute, my friend. Is that truly sufficient? A search warrant requires a formal application, does it not? Tony leaned back, pondering how it seemed his uncle wielded connections even more formidable than his own. While he too could leverage Stark Industries' influence to procure a search warrant for Hammer Industries, it would entail a wait for the warrant to be processed. The audacity of Steve's approach was unfathomable, commanding assistance with merely half an hour's notice. Who does he think he is, the president? Absolutely ludicrous. Observing Tony's bewildered expression, Steve smirked. In principle, that may be true, but I must apologize. My fist is considerable, and my authority equally so. Therefore, my words embody the principle. Taken aback, Tony found himself speechless, raising a thumb in admiration towards Steve. Well then, are we devoid of concerns? If so, let us cease the idle chatter and set forth. Tony quickly halted Steve, who was ready to take flight, exclaiming, "Why are you more impatient than I? Even with a search warrant, we must devise a tactical plan and gather our team for a coordinated operation." Steve scoffed dismissively. A plan? In the face of absolute strength, any plan is mere folly. My strategy is simple. I shall enter and crush Obadiah and Ivan Vanko's heads, while you merely chant 666 in the background. Tony tugged at the corners of his mouth. Firstly, that hardly qualifies as a plan. Secondly, are you serious about us shouting 666? That's the very emblem of the devil, Satan. Steve chuckled darkly. Ah, for those two who dare to assault me. Am I not, indeed, the harbinger of their descent into hell? Tony paused, momentarily struck by the logic of it. With that thought, he hesitated no longer and acquiesced. Well, since the captain has spoken, what more can I say? Let us take them down. Tony, not one to adhere to convention, found himself invigorated by Steve's unorthodox approach. With that, he reached for his briefcase containing his portable armor. It was now Steve's turn to intervene. Have you lost your senses? That contraption is as flimsy as a wafer. You intended on that? Although the 5 Malawian kwaches was quite stylish in the original narrative, it had nearly been penetrated by Ivan Vanko's electric whip, given the unknown number of armored suits Vanko had likely crafted at Hammer Industries. Tony wearing that was tantamount to offering his head on a platter. Unfazed, Tony continued his preparations, casting a sidelong glance at Steve. Rest assured, I am not that foolish. By the time I departed, the 3 Malawian kwaches was nearly upgraded. Half an hour is ample time to complete the helmet. Moreover, this suit of armor is not as feeble as one might presume, given the subpar industrial standards of Hammer Industries. I firmly believe that Ivan Vanko's creations are far less durable than my own waffle cookie. Upon hearing this, Steve found the argument compelling. It seemed plausible. In the original narrative, whether it be the lackluster missile ex-wife or the mech produced en masse by Ivan Vanko at Hammer Industries, their quality appeared to be quite worrisome. The ex-wife was effectively a dud, and those mechs were easily dispatched by Tony and Rhodey, 2 mere children who annihilated them effortlessly. At best, the quality of Ivan Vanko's personal armor was slightly superior. With this in mind, Steve decided not to deter Tony, but instead wore a sinister grin, proclaiming, "You shall handle the wilderness and the 666. Leave the scoundrel Ivan Vanko to me. He dares to turn my home into a war-torn Syria, and I shall make him understand why the flowers bloom so red." Tony shrugged in agreement, lifting the briefcase from the ground and positioning it against his chest. The briefcase extended from his torso, enveloping him entirely, culminating in the sleek silver mask that adorned him, showcasing the striking red and silver armor. No matter how many times one gazes upon it, it remains breathtakingly impressive. Steve gazed enviously at the 5 Malawian kwaches, silently vowing to acquire this suit of armor for himself in the future. Meanwhile, on the other side of the narrative, as Steve and Tony approached Hammer Industries, Obadiah Stane, Ivan Vanko, and Justin Hammer were gathered within the factory. Their expressions varied. Obadiah wore a grim countenance. Ivan exuded confidence, while Hammer's face displayed a mixture of joy and concern. Obadiah fixed his gaze upon Ivan Vanko, speaking in a low, intense tone. "Damn it, Ivan, how many times must I tell you? This is a critical moment for our resurgence. Why, at this juncture, would you attack Captain America and Pepper Potts?" Ivan Vanko replied with unwavering confidence, "This is part of my revenge. Tony Stark has stripped me of everything, and I shall ensure he loses everything in return. Despite the failure of the attack, he reassured them, "Do not worry. I have programmed self-destruct mechanisms into the mechs. If the mission fails, they will detonate, leaving no trace of us." Hammer's face reflected his mixed feelings. Is it truly foolproof? You assured me that Hammer Industries would surpass Stark Industries, and I took considerable risks harboring you, federal fugitives. Hammer's emotions were complex. He felt joy for the imminent success of Hammer Industries' air, land, and sea mechs at the Stark Expo. Yet he was concerned that collaborating with these two madmen might lead him to ruin. It seemed imperative to devise a method to expel them from Hammer Industries once they had served their purpose. Exchanging glances, Obadiah and Ivan shared a moment of derision toward Hammer. This cowardly individual would never surpass Tony Stark, destined to be forever the perennial second. As an arms dealer, his indecisiveness and cowardice rendered him incapable of achieving greatness. Obadiah cast a malevolent glare at Hammer's back, his ambitions swelling. After eliminating Tony, I shall reclaim not only Stark Industries, but also Hammer Industries. And you, coward, will serve as a stepping stone for my Stanley Industries. My dear brother, have you taken a glance behind you? Obadiah stands behind, with Ivan Vanko coldly observing the two, his eyes devoid of emotion, filled only with murderous intent. Merely two puppets of mine. Do you truly consider yourselves significant? Once I eliminate Tony, you two will be next, followed by the entirety of America. My vengeance extends beyond merely Tony Stark. It encompasses the whole of America. 3 individuals united in a team, yet 3 hearts with no semblance of solidarity. Only mutual exploitation and treachery, akin to the venom of a curse. Only the ultimate victor shall survive. And that victor is undoubtedly. Boom, 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 boom. Boom above Hammer Industries, under the radiant waves of the sun. A towering figure descends like a deity. Chapter 52. Do you know who I am? I couldn't care less. Steve hovered in midair, his ears subtly attuned to the conversation unfolding below between Ivan Vanko and his 2 companions. Though he lacked the superhuman hearing that would allow him to eavesdrop globally, his physical prowess, rated at an impressive 26 points, granted him a form of pseudo-superhearing, enabling him to detect even the faintest rustle within a kilometer radius. Within this range, he could pinpoint the location of a mere whisper. Upon identifying the positions of Ivan Vanko and Obadiah, a pure, boyish grin spread across Steve's face. So, Ivan Vanko dares to attack my home, does he? If you manage to escape, then you truly are impressive. However, if you cannot flee, that too will be a testament to your audacity. Fueled by rage, Steve did not wait for Tony, who was delayed by the sluggishness of the 5 Malawian Quatches, and instead crashed through the factory roof, landing dramatically in classic superhero fashion. "Ivan, you scoundrel, I've finally caught you," he declared. But his bravado faltered as he beheld not only Ivan and his companions, but also an organized array of dozens of towering mechs, black, silver, gray, and blue, each standing over 3 meters tall within the warehouse. These were the very mechs that Hammer intended to showcase at the Stark Expo, representing the Navy, Army, Air Force, and Marine Corps. Steve's expression darkened. Damn it, this is the downside of having only pseudo-superhearing without any ability to see through walls. He could hear the sounds inside, but was utterly oblivious to the specifics of the situation. Who would have thought these fellows would convene in a mech storage facility? Ivan Vanko's brutish face twisted into a mocking smile. "Huh, I never imagined you'd actually come, and all alone at that. You're simply asking for death." With that, Ivan raised his hand, and the dozens of mechs in the warehouse sprang to life, encircling Steve and targeting him with an array of heavy machine guns and missiles. Hammer, initially bewildered by the mechs moving autonomously, quickly grew frantic, confronting Ivan. "Hey, wait a minute. How can you control all the mechs? Didn't you say that the highest control authority lies with me?" Ivan merely cast a disdainful glance at Hammer, lacking any interest in indulging such a foolish inquiry. How could this arms dealer be so naive, believing every word spoken to him? It was a wonder he had survived this long. Obadiah, too, showed no interest in Hammer's plight, The more foolish Hammer was, the easier it would be for him to acquire Hammer Industries later on, which was advantageous for him. Ignored and filled with indignation, Hammer shouted at the two men, "And even if you decide to fight, do not do so in my warehouse. Do you have any idea how much each of these mechs is worth? What if they accidentally damage each other?" He sighed, "Forget it, you two stay put. I will handle this matter." Hammer shot a fierce glare at the two he regarded as mere tools, Ivan Vanko and Obadiah, before turning to Steve, raising his proud chin. "Hey, how did you get in here? Do you even know where this is? Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are, get lost." With a swift motion, Steve delivered a resounding slap that sent Hammer flying several meters away. He turned to Ivan and his companion. "Where did you find this fool? Didn't you tell him I know martial arts?" The two remained apathetic to Hammer's fate, who lay incapacitated from Steve's blow. Ivan, twirling a toothpick, shrugged nonchalantly. "Just a foolish dog picked up from the roadside, not worthy of my friendship." Obadiah, wearing a smile, clapped his hands. "Hey, look who it is. Steve Rogers, the greatest hero of America. I was a loyal fan of yours in my childhood. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Obadiah Stane. Perhaps we could become friends." A treacherous warrior and a deceitful businessman, neither was of good character. Steve crossed his arms, disdain evident in his eyes. "All right, bald man. Stretch that egg-shaped head of yours over here. If I land a punch and it doesn't crack, I'll consider you a friend. How about that?" Obadiah's smile gradually faded, replaced by a brooding expression. "Oomph. If that's how you feel, then there's nothing to discuss." With that, he donned a wrist device resembling a watch. "Wait, is this a crossover with a masked rider?" Steve squinted, having noticed Ivan wore a similar device, which he was using to control the surrounding mechs. Boom. However, before Obadiah could complete his transformation, a tremendous crash echoed from the warehouse ceiling as Tony, clad in 5 Malawian kwaches, arrived fashionably late, delivering a kick that sent Obadiah sprawling. Steve relaxed his tense legs. Had Tony not shown up, he would have taken action himself. After all, who could remain passive while witnessing a transformation right before their eyes? This wasn't a tokusatsu show. This time, Tony had learned his lesson, understanding that villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter. So he struck first before engaging in dialogue. He coldly addressed the motionless Obadiah. "Obadiah, if you wish to negotiate, you might as well do so in hell with those innocent civilians you've killed by illegally selling Stark Industries weapons." Stark Industries had gained a notorious reputation, largely due to Obadiah's arms dealings with terrorists. The bald man amassed wealth while Tony bore the brunt of the scorn and hatred. However, before Tony could deliver another blow, a furious roar interrupted him. "Tony Stark, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you." Ivan Vanko fixed his intense gaze on Tony, as if he could tear him apart with his eyes alone. Turning to Ivan, Tony's expression was equally grim. "So you are Ivan Vanko?" Though he had never encountered Ivan in person, Tony had memorized his profile and photos. To a certain extent, his animosity towards Ivan Vanko was even more intense than that towards Obadiah. While Obadiah had committed numerous atrocities using Stark Industries, he ultimately refrained from harming those close to him. However, this individual had launched several attacks against him and his companions, and he had long since resolved to eliminate Ivan Vanko. When enemies meet, the animosity is palpable. Tony raised his hand and, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a devastating palm strike aimed at Ivan Vanko's head, showing no mercy. Bang! Alat! Ivan Vanko did not fall victim to Tony's ambush as Obadiah had. A towering figure intervened, absorbing the blow meant for him. "Did you think I would be as defenseless as those two fools? They were my creations, and I had long prepared for this contingency." Chapter 53. Mechanical Torment, Flesh Ascendant. Ivan Vanko let out a cold laugh as he raised his arm adorned with a control device. Tony Stark, in this modern age, still clings to outdated wearable armor? The contemporary era demands contemporary strategies. Drones herald the true new age. As he spoke, the control panel on Ivan's arm glowed ominously red, and the mechanical eyes of the dozens of armored suits encircling Tony and Steve flickered to life, activating combat mode. Fire. With Ivan's command, flames instantly became the predominant hue of the space. As the myriad objects in the warehouse were reduced to mere paper, under the onslaught of fiery orange projectiles unleashed by the armored suits. Even Tony, clad in his iron armor, dared not withstand the barrage, relying instead on the agility of his suit to evade the relentless pursuit of the fiery missiles. And what of our Captain Rogers? What? Captain Rogers was actually warming up. Unfazed, Steve reveled amidst the metallic storm, even taking a moment to stretch his limbs. Bullets struck his body, only sparking harmlessly against the biofield that enveloped him. Oi, Tony, watch closely. Today, I shall demonstrate what it means to experience mechanical torment and flesh ascendant. Steve flashed a grin at Tony, who was struggling to evade, revealing his gleaming white teeth. He crouched low, right hand forward, left hand back, mimicking the starting position of a locomotive. Go, the train is coming through. With a thunderous crack, the ground beneath Steve fractured, and he vanished in an instant, leaving behind a fleeting silhouette as he charged towards the mechanical horde like a freight train. The collision of flesh and metal heralded an unprecedented reversal. As they collided, Steve's corporeal form remained unscathed, while the metallic suits were shattered into fragments. A certain figure in a black robe from the universe observed, exclaiming, "Yes, this is the sensation." Moreover, Steve surpassed the ferocity of a locomotive after obliterating one suit. He continued unabated, demolishing 3 in total before skidding to a halt, leaving a long trace on the ground. For the first time, as he sprinted with all his might, Steve could not contain his exhilaration, letting out a triumphant shout. "Wow, this is exhilarating." Ivan Vanko, witnessing the instantaneous loss of 3 suits, felt his previously confident demeanor darken. What the hell? How is he even stronger than he was this morning? I only deployed 1 suit then, and it could hold him at bay for a while. Now he has just dispatched 3 in one fell swoop, realizing that he must eliminate this monstrous foe swiftly. Lest he fail to exact his revenge on Tony Stark, Ivan directed all his remaining suits to focus on Steve while he summoned his hidden arsenal. Faced with dozens of glowing red eyes, Steve felt no fear. Rather, a bloodthirsty smile crept across his face. Since he assumed the mantle of Captain America, his continuous enhancement of strength has rendered him an overwhelming force in battle, leaving adversaries utterly powerless to contend with him. While such victories may provide immediate exhilaration, the monotony inevitably sets in over time. However, the prospect of facing these armored behemoths, each capable of exerting hundreds of tons of force, promises a thrilling experience. Let the battle commence. Steve pivoted and charged back into the fray of mechs, like a tiger amidst a pack of wolves, engaging in primal hand-to-hand combat with dozens of towering machines. You may wonder why such advanced technology resorts to close-quarters combat against Steve. The truth is, conventional firearms are ineffective against him, and missiles fired at such close range risk collateral damage. Thus, Ivan Vanko could only command the mechs to encircle Steve, hoping to exhaust the monstrous hero through sheer numbers. Yet, as he witnessed the scattered debris and broken parts of the mechs, Ivan couldn't help but question whether it was Steve encircling his mechanical army or the other way around. Withstanding the onslaught of numerous mechs, Steve provided Tony the opportunity to escape the relentless barrage, prompting a silent curse from Tony. Damn it. After this, I must construct my own legion of armored suits. I want to control a battalion to thrash others too. Suspended in midair, Tony gazed down upon Ivan Vanko with a cold smirk and remarked, "You seemed to enjoy yourself earlier. Now that your toys are gone, it's my turn." Confronting Tony in his iron suit, Ivan, devoid of any protective mechs, remained unfazed, extending his hand as if to grasp the very air. "Your turn? No, this is my second round." With a thunderous boom, this time the ground trembled not from the ceiling's collapse, but rather from a massive steel hand bursting forth, seizing Tony's legs mid-air. Before Tony could react, an immense force yanked him downward, sending him spinning uncontrollably. A towering war machine, at least 3 meters tall and of superior quality compared to the previous mass-produced mechs, emerged from the ground, violently slamming Tony against the floor multiple times. Boom, 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 boom. Finally, the mech discarded Tony like refuse. Inside the 5 Malawian quatches, every fiber of Tony's being ached. Yet clarity returned to his eyes as he caught his breath and uttered, "Jarvis," assess my injuries. Why do I feel immobile? Sir, you have multiple fractures and contusions, but there is no life-threatening danger. However, I regret to inform you, ZZZ. Well, that was a thorough assessment. It seems the issue lies not with me, but with the 5 Malawian kwaches being rendered inoperative. I'm trapped inside. The absurdly advanced shock absorption of the iron suit prevented Tony from losing mobility despite the brutal onslaught. He was merely ensnared within the damaged armor. Yet, the 5 Malawian kwaches was ultimately just a fragile, portable suit. Enduring another such attack would surely spell disaster for Tony. As the colossal iron foot of war approached with menacing intent, Tony's voice rose in urgency. Initiate armor ejection mode, quickly. The 5 Malawian kwaches activated in a critical launch, narrowly propelling Tony away and sparing him from being crushed into a mere wafer of flesh alongside the 5 Malawian kwaches. The newly emerged mech, having failed to obliterate Tony, did not pursue immediately. Instead, Ivan Vanko controlled the cockpit at the back of the machine to open it and stepped inside. He yearned to savor the thrill of vengeance, relishing the sight of Tony's despair in his final moments. Stark, tell me, who now finds himself bereft of his toys, transformed into a lamb awaiting slaughter? Slowly, Tony rose from the ground, a defiant smirk gracing his lips as he raised a middle finger at Ivan Vanko. Of course, it's still you foolish foreigner. In the next instant, just as Ivan Vanko settled in the mech, he was unexpectedly hurled backward. The chest of the golden red armor, featuring a triangular reactor, halted before Tony and opened its cockpit. With a single stride, Tony entered, completing his armor in an instant. The 4 Malawian kwaches combat suit has made its grand entrance. Chapter 54. Tony, Uncle, save me. As the golden visor of the 4 Malawian kwaches armor sealed shut, a surge of blue light erupted from Tony's eyes. He transformed once more into the resplendent Iron Man. Now it was truly a fair duel, you scoundrel. A confident smirk graced Tony's lips beneath the mask. His legs slightly bent as the thrusters ignited, propelling him forward in a fierce uppercut aimed at Ivan Vanko. Boom! The impact was earth-shattering. The whip-like armor piloted by Ivan, which dwarfed Tony's 4 Malawian kwaches by more than double in size, was sent soaring into the air by a single punch from the seemingly smaller 4 Malawian kwaches. How could this be possible? Ivan's face, concealed beneath his helmet, was etched with disbelief. How could Stark's armor, powered by the same arc reactor, possess such overwhelming strength? Unlike certain protagonists or antagonists who, despite having the upper hand, feel compelled to engage in lengthy explanations and end up being countered, Tony seized the opportunity as Ivan floated helplessly. He immediately pursued, unleashing a flurry of strikes. He landed a left hook to Ivan's mech head, followed by a right hook, and then brought both fists down with all his might onto Ivan's crown. Bang! The resounding clang of metal against metal echoed as Ivan was forcefully slammed into the ground. But that was not the end. A brilliant blue light emanated from the triangular arc reactor on Tony's chest, and after a brief moment of charging, a thick beam of blue energy shot down onto Ivan's whip-like armor, driving it deep into the earth and creating a gaping human-shaped cavity. In accordance with his habit of finishing the fight before taunting, Tony smirked at the pit left by Ivan. You previously claimed that the new era should embrace drones, deeming wearable armor outdated. You had a point, but only a slight one. Today, I shall demonstrate to you that in this new age of Iron Man, it is the new energy source that holds paramount importance. The arc reactor technology your father pilfered from Stark Industries has become obsolete, while the new era shall be ushered in by the new element discovered by my father, Howard, with his head held high and chest puffed out like a victorious rooster. Tony proudly showcased the new element reactor nestled within his armor. In terms of power, the new element bestowed upon Tony's suit an enhancement that rivaled Ivan's bulked-up armor. In speed, Tony's sleek, wearable suit was far superior to Ivan's cumbersome mech. As for defense, let us not even joke. Ivan's heavy armor could hardly lay a finger on him. When it came to energy output, the cosmic cube element was on his side. It was fair to say that aside from size, Tony and the 4 Malawian kwaches was an overwhelming force against Ivan Vanko, leaving him utterly incapable of retaliation. As the battle concluded, applause erupted. Clap, clap, clap. What a gratifying spectacle of novices battling it out. I half expected you to be unable to defeat this fool and end up begging your Uncle Rogers for help. Steve, seated atop a mound crafted from the remnants of steel armor, teased Tony with a light-hearted tone. Ivan Vanko, or rather the formidable steel mechs manufactured by Hammer Industries, may indeed possess an imposing appearance, yet their quality is profoundly worrisome. Steve, with astounding ease, dispatched the mechs, transforming dozens of them into mere mechanical souls beneath his command, creating a veritable mountain of machines and an ocean of oil. In a moment of levity, Tony raised a defiant finger at Steve, exclaiming, "To hell with you, Steve. Even if I, Tony Stark, were to be struck down today and my 4 Malawian quatches torn to shreds, I would never call upon you for help." Steve arched an eyebrow, his smile gradually morphing into that of a mischievous uncle. "Oh, are you quite certain?" Tony, brimming with confidence, replied, "Absolutely. I've already dealt with Obadiah and Ivan Vanko. Is there anyone left who can threaten me?" Upon hearing this, Steve reclined comfortably against the mountain of fallen mechs, leisurely remarking, "Have you not realized? While your actions were indeed decisive, you have nevertheless committed a grave error, and this blunder has occurred not once, but twice." "What error?" Tony instinctively inquired. "Finishing blow." As Steve's words echoed, Tony suddenly felt the sky darken above him. He looked up to see a silver mech, even larger than Ivan Vanko's armor, crashing through the ceiling and hurtling towards him. Just as Tony prepared to evade, a metallic hand erupted from the ground, ensnaring his ankle. "Damn it, not again," he cursed, realizing he was caught once more from below. With dangers above and below, Tony understood that it was time to resort to his ultimate move. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his inner resolve and activated the mech's loudspeaker, shouting, "Uncle, save me." It was a rare moment for the proud Tony to seek assistance. Yet in such dire straits, he had no choice. Just a minute prior, he had been defiantly stubborn, but now he found himself in a position of genuine need. Suddenly, as Obadiah launched his attack from above, he was met with a flash. A figure clad in blue and gold appeared, seemingly teleporting to stand before Tony, effortlessly blocking the overwhelming force of the Ironmonger. "Young man, this marks your second grave mistake today. You have fallen into the same trap twice. Even the saints would not succumb to the same trick, yet you have been ambushed twice by the same mech from beneath. How utterly inept." Rogers offered Tony a few words of wisdom before forcefully crushing the metallic hand that gripped Tony's ankle, swiftly tossing him out of the fray. "Now, it is time for a change." Steve, never one to be partial, having demolished Ivan Vanko's hand below, was equally relentless with Obadiah above. His hand, comparable to steel, surged with power, and in a cacophony of grating metal, he reduced the Ironmonger's foot to a crumpled mass of scrap. With his fingers deeply embedded in the mangled foot of the Ironmonger, his other hand effortlessly penetrated the ground, pulling Ivan Vanko from beneath like a gopher emerging from its burrow. You two enjoy playing stealthily, relishing the thrill of a Hulk-like grapple, do you not? My dear nephew feels a bit shy to join in, so allow me to accompany you. Ignoring the frantic struggles of the two, Steve permitted their futile attempts at retaliation to tickle him, as he effortlessly levitated with his imposing black and silver armor. A cruel smile curled upon his lips. "Are you ready, my friends? The Captain America version of the mighty hammer is about to descend. Obadiah, Ivan Vanko, you wretched scoundrel, release us this instant." "Damn you." The more profanities they hurled, the more exhilarated Steve became. With a swift motion, he raised his hands, delivering a slow-motion strike that mercilessly slammed the two against the ground. Again and again. Chapter 55. Rogers Industries under the staggering force of Steve's 200-ton strength. Ivan Vanko's whips and Obadiah's Ironmonger were utterly powerless to escape. Moreover, the biological force field surrounding Steve acted like a magnet, firmly anchoring them in place. The two could only watch in despair as they were inexorably drawn closer to the ground. With a single strike, their equipment shattered. With a second, darkness enveloped them, rendering them unconscious. With a third, the absurd shock absorption system of the armor proved futile, succumbing to the tremendous impact. With a fourth, The armor and its occupants were indistinguishable, their flesh and the metal of the mech merging completely under Steve's colossal force. Once Steve had finished his brutal display, the two suits of armor were reduced to a state beyond recognition. Blood flowed from the twisted remains, and it appeared Ivan Vanko and Obadiah were as dead as one could be. Yet, to ensure their demise, Steve approached and delivered two final kicks, obliterating the heads of the nearly unrecognizable armors, preventing any possibility of resurrection. Tony, cast aside, watched the scene unfold, swallowing hard as he perceived a glimmer of red light flickering in Steve's eyes, who stood atop the headless mech. Panic surged within him. What if my uncle, consumed by rage, turned his wrath upon me as well? When Steve turned to cast a terrifying glance in his direction, Tony involuntarily took 2 steps back. Good heavens! Could it be that he truly had lost control? Of course, such a notion was utterly unfounded. While Steve exhibited signs of a violent aftermath from his surge of strength, it was solely directed at foes. He was not a mindless savage, and he would never harm his own kin. After all, he was a Rogers. Rogers do not slay their own nephews. Chuckling at the irony, Steve disregarded Tony's racing heart and raised his hand to snap his fingers. FBI, come in and clean up. At his command, a group clad in FBI uniforms surged into the warehouse, swiftly securing the scene. The lead agent hurried to Steve's side, respectfully presenting a search warrant. Captain Rogers, here is the search warrant you requested for Hammer Industries. Steve casually accepted the warrant, using it to wipe his hands before discarding it like refuse on the ground. This is of no use now. Later, you will gather the evidence and make a public announcement. Hammer Industries has harbored federal fugitives and colluded with them to manufacture illegal mechs intended for terrorist attacks against America. Dismantled by the righteous Captain America and Tony Stark, eradicating threats to the public. Then, seize all of Hammer Industries' assets under charges of treason, and find a way to sell the acquisition rights to Tony Stark at the lowest possible price. Do you understand? The lead agent diligently noted Steve's words, fearful of missing a single detail, and nodded vigorously once he finished. Understood. I will execute your orders precisely. Good. Now you may proceed with your duties. At your command. The commander listened as Steve indicated that he could leave, promptly nodding and turning to exit briskly, secretly exhaling a sigh of relief. He had survived. Before this Hydra captain, the pressure on their subordinates was simply overwhelming. Those outrageous commands from Steve were not something a mere low-ranking Hydra operative infiltrating the FBI could possibly execute. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, he had acquiesced. Why? It was due to the edict issued by their leader, Alexander Pierce, which unequivocally stated that the captain was not to be trifled with, and the consequences of doing so would be borne by the perpetrator. Even the leaders of other Hydra branches would not hesitate to confront him directly at the slightest provocation, having inflicted grievous harm upon one another. For them, as junior operatives, incurring the captain's displeasure could quite literally lead to their demise. Thus, whenever they received directives from the captain that exceeded their capabilities, they would comply without question, subsequently deflecting any blame back to Commander Pierce. Only Pierce possessed the requisite authority to address any fallout from Steve's commands, and only he dared to confront the proverbial tiger's tail. Steve, indifferent to who ultimately resolved these matters, cared solely for the outcomes. Pierce, exasperated, mused, am I the boss, or are you? Why does it feel as if I am in service to you? Perhaps Hydra should simply hand the reins over to you. Tony, bewildered, observed as the FBI responded to Steve's orders, his expression resembling that of a fish out of water. So, you have connections not only in the Department of Justice, but also with the FBI that actually heed your commands? Steve, forming a gesture that the United States would undoubtedly disapprove of with his thumb and index finger, replied nonchalantly, just a bit here and there. After all, I've been alive for nearly a century, accumulating a wealth of life experiences and connections across various fields. Is it not entirely natural to have such relationships? Veins bulging on his forehead, Tony retorted, natural? You spent 70 years frozen in ice. Where on earth do you derive this profound life experience? Tony was rapidly losing patience with Steve's incessant references to his century-long existence. Ironically, If one excluded those frozen years, Steve should be considered younger than he was. Observing Tony's rebellious demeanor, Steve silently raised his fist, resolved to reason with him. Do you dare to retort? Nephew, do you wish to engage in a game of intimidation? Tony, eyeing the formidable fist that seemed as large as a cooking pot, suddenly found his resolve wavering. He turned his head away, saying, enough of this. Why did you instruct the FBI to grant me the rights to sell Hammer Industries? Steve replied matter-of-factly, of course, it is to profit you. While Hammer Industries may not rival Stark Industries, it is nonetheless second only to yours in America. Do you not comprehend the potential profits to be gained? Tony nodded, then dismissively shook his head. No, I certainly understand the potential profits. I simply do not find that amount appealing. I intend to seize this opportunity to fully disclose my identity as Iron Man and, simultaneously, leverage the momentum to elevate the renewable energy project within the Stark Industries supply chain. Once I penetrate the renewable energy market, the meager profits of Hammer Industries will be insignificant to me. Have you heard the rumors? To think that a company with a market value exceeding $1 trillion could dismiss such prospects. Does that even make sense? Steve inhaled sharply, a smirk creeping across his face, filled with envy and resentment as he retorted, well, if you think so little of it, why not just purchase Hammer Industries and hand it over to me? To his surprise, Tony unhesitatingly nodded in agreement to Steve's sarcastic remark. If you desire it, consider it done. Once I acquire it, I shall gift you 60 of Hammer Industries shares, making it officially yours. You could even rename it Rogers Industries if you wish. Observing Tony's casual demeanor, as though he were merely inviting a friend to a meal, Steve gained a newfound appreciation for Tony's unbounded wealth. Unbeknownst to him, a mere offhand comment had led to the first instance where Captain America, the superhero whose financial status was second only to that of the impoverished Spider-Man, was on the verge of owning his very own Rogers Industries. Chapter 57. Let us welcome Comrade, Sure I Mean. What began as a mere jest from Steve was taken quite seriously by Tony. A week later, at the Stark Industries Expo, Tony stood under the spotlight, addressing the recent tumult in public opinion for the first time. Welcome, everyone, to the annual Stark Expo. Today, let us cast aside the antiquated tradition of opening speeches and delve directly into the topic that piques your interest the most, rumors surrounding myself and Stark Industries. As applause erupted from the audience, Tony raised his hand to quiet them and continued. Firstly, in the past month, there has indeed been a significant reform within Stark Industries. The company's second-largest shareholder, Obadiah Stane, has long been engaged in the illegal sale of Stark weaponry to terrorists, alongside heinous crimes such as contract killing and the disclosure of military secrets. Consequently, he has been expelled from Stark Industries and designated a criminal by the federal government. His shares in Stark Industries have been reclaimed by me, and it is likely that he has already begun a new chapter of his life behind bars. This incident has made me acutely aware of my previous negligence in overseeing Stark Industries, which allowed a scoundrel like Obadiah to exploit the weapons I created, leading to the tragic deaths of countless innocents. Although my words may come too late, I must extend my sincerest apologies to all those affected. As he spoke, the once proud Tony Stark, who had always exuded confidence before the public, bent slightly at the waist in a gesture of humility before the cameras. The live broadcast of the Stark Expo, hosted by the world's foremost arms dealer, naturally attracted global attention. In far-off Sokovia, a pair of young siblings watched the screen intently, their eyes reflecting a tumultuous blend of hatred and conflict as they observed Tony bowing in apology. Pietro, we can no longer evade this reality. Perhaps it is time to confront the nightmares Stark has inflicted upon us, whether through vengeance or otherwise. The striking red-haired girl suddenly rose, her voice resolute as she spoke to the equally handsome boy beside her. The boy, without hesitation, nodded with equal determination. Since you have made your decision, let us bring this to an end. Wanda, with that, they clasped each other's hands tightly and departed from their humble abode in Sokovia, setting forth toward a new world. Meanwhile, Tony, still delivering his speech at the expo, remained oblivious to the impending arrival of the twin siblings he was destined to confront. To prevent Stark Industries from slipping from my grasp once again, I successfully reclaimed nearly all shares from the shareholders, retaining only 10 in military hands. Henceforth, Stark Industries will be governed solely by me, and I assure you that such incidents of Stark weaponry being sold to terrorists will never occur again. In his quest to cleanse the company, Tony was indeed making substantial sacrifices. Aside from the shares that Obadiah acquired without merit, the other board member shares were repurchased by him at double the market price. Under Steve's intervention, Stark Industries did not close its weapons division. However, it is a colossal cake that Tony cannot reclaim shares from the vampires within Stark Industries without incurring significant costs. Nonetheless, such matters are of little consequence now. Once his new energy project commences today, the investments he has made will swiftly return to him. The introduction of a new element from the Tesseract will not merely impact the new energy market. It will deliver a catastrophic blow. This new element is low in cost, high in yield, and entirely harmless, leaving no competitor capable of standing against him in the market. Stark Industries will ascend to unprecedented heights. No, it will rise several stories, truly becoming wealthier than nations. And all of this is thanks to his dear uncle, Steve Rogers. He helped Tony reclaim his father's legacy and assisted in the discovery of the new element. He has repeatedly saved Tony from peril and avenged the betrayal by Obadiah. Therefore, it is now time for Tony to reciprocate this honey-tongued uncle with some tangible benefits. A smirk graced Tony's lips as he clapped his hands to draw the attention of the stunned guests and journalists, who were reeling from the monumental changes within Stark Industries. Having concluded his remarks regarding the company, he shifted to personal matters. Over the past week, there have been rumors about my collaboration with Captain America to save America from a Terminator crisis, as well as my acquisition of Hammer Industries. I wish to clarify these points. These are not mere rumors. They are facts. Hammer Industries has been secretly colluding with federal criminals, planning to instigate a mech crisis that poses a significant threat to all American citizens. But fear not. This synthetic crisis has been uncovered by Captain America Steve Rogers and me, and we have resolved it together. Furthermore, I have indeed acquired Hammer Industries. However, it is not under my name. I have transferred 60 of Hammer Industries shares to Captain Rogers, who helped save America, and from this day forth, Hammer Industries will officially be renamed Rogers Industries. Tony dropped 2 bombshells in rapid succession, eliciting a cacophony of exclamations from the international press below. What the hell? Incredible. Holy cow. Amidst the uproar, Tony gestured towards the curtain behind him. Now, let us welcome the hero who defeated Hydra during World War II, saving America and the world. The first superhero, Captain America, Steve Rogers. As Tony's exclamation resonated, the spotlight fell upon Steve, who stood with his iconic star-spangled shield, adorned in his classic blue uniform. With a facade of righteous cheer, Steve hurriedly waved and made his way to Tony amidst the cheers and flashes that rivaled the CS. Go flashbang. Good evening, everyone. I am Captain America, Steve Rogers. It brings me immense joy to return to the Stark Expo after a span of 70 years, and to meet all of you from this new era in a moment that transcends the centuries. Have you missed me? As the living relic on stage greets the audience, the spectators below cannot contain their excitement, their cheers rising like waves. Yes, yes, yes. It is the living Captain America. Captain Rogers, we adore you. You are our hero, Captain. Chapter 58. We control, we contain, we protect. Upon hearing a familiar shriek amidst the crowd below, Steve paused, his gaze sharpening as he recognized the 2 cover girls from Chapter 2, now wildly screaming at him. Clearing his throat to alleviate the awkwardness, he held the microphone in one hand and gestured toward the audience with the other, adopting a demeanor reminiscent of a stoic leader. No, 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 I am not a hero. You, the law-abiding citizens of this great nation, are the true heroes. Although he privately mused that more than half of them might not abide by the law. Witnessing their idol affirming them sent the fans into a frenzy, their cheers escalating to a near-deafening roar, akin to a fervent cult gathering. Steve transformed into a smiling figure, waving at the enthusiastic crowd, while his microphone hand slapped Tony's shoulder with a forceful jest. With a subtle grimace, he leaned in and whispered, "Tony, I swear, this will be the last time I don this utterly ridiculous costume. If you dare make me wear it again, I will have Wade sleep between you and Pepper every night." Tony, unfazed by Steve's threat, scrutinized the suit that accentuated Steve's American physique and teased. But it seems my idea has had quite the impact, hasn't it? Look at how your iconic costume, ingrained in the minds of Americans, has ignited everyone's enthusiasm. Steve shot Tony a glare, struggling to suppress the urge to retaliate on the spot. How infuriating! If it weren't for the countless favors Tony had done, he would never have donned such an embarrassing outfit. Having spent considerable time with Steve, Tony noted the growing tension and quickly shifted focus back to the audience. Once the guests calmed down slightly, he tapped the microphone and addressed them. Everyone, I understand your excitement at seeing a living legend. Believe me, if a living automobile were to stand before me, my excitement would rival yours. However, I ask you to settle down for a moment as I announce the final matter of the day. After that, the expo will officially commence, and you will have ample time to take pictures and get autographs from our living legend, the captain. At this, the audience fell silent. A signature photo with a World War II icon. What an extraordinary opportunity. After all, which American did not grow up hearing the tales of Captain America? Who would he want a signed photograph to cherish? As for this final announcement, it was not merely a personal matter involving me or the captain. It pertained to the safety of everyone present and indeed the entire world. Tony's mention of global safety rekindled the audience's anticipation, their eyes widening in eager expectation. Tony sought precisely this effect, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he slowly remarked, I believe many of you have, to some extent, noticed that in this world, we are not the only ordinary individuals. There exist certain superhuman beings whose extraordinary powers arise from various circumstances. Historically, the disparity between humans and superhumans has been so vast that our awareness of their existence has been minimal, perhaps only encountering mention of them once or twice a year. However, commencing this year, the frequency of superhuman criminal incidents has escalated dramatically, multiplying by several tens of times. This surge is attributed to the increasing number of supervillains. These formidable criminals are not only challenging for regular law enforcement to manage, but even if they can be addressed, it often results in significant collateral damage to innocent lives. Therefore, for the safety of all humanity, Captain Rogers and I have resolved to establish a dedicated agency to combat superhuman criminals. We shall call it the Avengers Agency. And our motto is, we control, we contain, we protect. We shall oversee those supervillains. We shall shelter those kind individuals who inadvertently awaken their powers. And we shall safeguard ordinary people like yourselves. This is the very essence behind the establishment of our Avengers Agency. As Tony concluded his speech, the crowd erupted into a fervor even more intense than when Steve had taken the stage. Countless reporters brandished their cameras, eager to extract first-hand information regarding the Avengers Agency. Amidst the throng, a figure emerged. A large man, Eddie, brandishing a microphone adorned with the emblem of the Horned Herald, displayed his distinctive style of questioning as he sharply directed his inquiry toward Tony. Mr. Stark, while I am genuinely impressed by your commitment to humanity in establishing the Avengers Agency, I must pose a question. What gives your agency the confidence to serve as the police force for superhumans on this planet? Although Captain Rogers is a superhuman, he is but one man, and his strength is ultimately limited. And you seem to be merely an ordinary individual with considerable wealth. What qualifies you to establish this agency alongside Captain America? Tony, facing Eddie, whose appearance was more akin to that of a mob boss than a reporter, adopted a serious demeanor. Indeed, I do not possess the extraordinary powers that Captain Rogers wields. Beyond my wealth, my reputation as a playboy, genius scientist, foremost arms dealer, and America's richest man, I seem to be just an ordinary person. But today, I wish to convey to you all that you are mistaken for. A classic moment, I suggest you listen closely here. I am Iron Man. With that declaration, amidst the electrifying atmosphere, Tony turned and departed without a backward glance. Steve maintained his virtuous demeanor, waving to the sea of faces before preparing to follow Tony, when suddenly his peripheral vision caught sight of Eddie, who was anxiously gesturing for attention. As the security chief, Happy was using his ample stature to block Eddie from ascending the stage. Steve raised an eyebrow and approached the edge of the stage. crouching down to pat the diligent Happy on the shoulder. "Happy, he's my friend. Let him come up," he urged. Upon hearing Steve's voice, Happy finally retracted his imposing presence, allowing Eddie to step onto the stage. Grateful, Eddie looked at Steve, who had come to his rescue, and hurriedly expressed his thanks. "Thank you. Truly thank you. I have something very important that I need your help with. Do you remember? Last time you mentioned I could come to you if I was in trouble." Steve nodded, saying little more than a subtle gesture with his chin, indicating for Eddie to follow him. The two made their way towards the backstage area. This scene was perfectly captured by the global live broadcast of the expo. In San Francisco, at the Life Foundation, the CEO, Drake, who bore Indian heritage, watched Eddie's figure on the Stark Expo livestream, his eyes glinting with an eerie shade of grayish-white. Chapter 59. Steve in the crosshairs is sinister. Silver gray head emerged from Drake's shoulder, its voice a husky hiss that slithered into Drake's ear. "Is this the one who took my kin from your domain?" Drake, unperturbed by the grotesque visage beside him, appeared nonchalant. Indeed, Eddie Brock, the sole outsider captured on the surveillance of the experimental facility on the day our symbiote was stolen, was a mere mouse clandestinely brought in by the traitor, Dr. Dora. However, I do not believe this little rodent was responsible for the theft of our symbiote. For on that day, the security team tasked with pursuing him, which included the facility's guards, numbered in the hundreds, all of whom perished. Even if Eddie had been possessed by the symbiote at that time, the weakened state of those symbiotes should not have endowed him with such power. As Drake's gaze shifted to the screen where Steve conversed with Eddie, a glimmer of intelligence flickered in his eyes. Eddie's appearance at Stark's exposition, coupled with his apparent familiarity with Captain America, hinted at the identity of the individual who had absconded with our symbiote. The symbiote named Riot extended its head toward the screen, its long, grotesque tongue licking Steve. "Heh heh, I believe I have discerned our next target." Drake nodded, his tone icy. "Indeed, we shall reclaim our symbiote and make this so-called Captain America pay dearly." Who could argue with that? Riot chimed in, its gaze fixated on Steve, whose divinely crafted physique excited it even through the screen, revealing a flicker of profound greed in its eyes. "Ah, such an astonishingly perfect body. If I could possess it, I would become the mightiest symbiote in history, perhaps even the next god of symbiotes. Thus, I must apologize, Drake. You are merely a stepping stone on my path to divinity." Hiv. This exemplifies the inherent flaw of symbiotic relationships. As a parasite, Riot could easily discern Drake's innermost thoughts, while Drake remained blissfully unaware of Riot's intentions to exploit him completely. This is also why Steve has yet to consider merging with Venom. Perhaps Steve has never even contemplated allowing Venom to bond with him. Symbiotes, while powerful, are fraught with uncertainty, a factor that led Steve to decisively reject them. The comic pages turned, showcasing Riot and Drake fixated on Steve, while another page revealed that Steve, too, had not overlooked them. Just as one gazes into the abyss gazes back. "Damn, Tony, how could you possibly expect me to don this ridiculous costume and attend the exposition like a cosplayer, mingling with those insufferable fans?" Upon entering the backstage, Steve was immediately met with a barrage of fragrant words from Tony, evidently displeased with Tony's earlier remarks on the signed photographs. Having long since grown accustomed to Tony's sharp tongue, Steve remained unfazed, clutching a glass of whiskey in each hand and casually offering one to Steve. "Calm down, my stout friend. This is all for our mutual benefit and to elevate the reputation of our firm, is it not? You see, just in this brief moment, the market value of Stark Industries and Rogers Industries has surged by at least 10% due to the announcement of the Avengers Initiative. Once this matter fully brews, it could very well double in value. Although this sum is trivial for me as I prepare to venture into the renewable energy market, it holds monumental significance for your nascent Rogers Industries. Thus, your sacrifice of a little aesthetic is entirely justifiable. Would you not agree?" Frankly, the confidence radiating from Tony, who seemed to command the entire scene, was reminiscent of an impudent youth, igniting a pang of irritation in Steve. Yet, upon hearing Tony assert that Rogers Industries might see its value double, Steve found himself reconsidering Tony's audacity. In simpler terms, it was a battle of wits between his rational and emotional sides. As Steve accepted the glass, Tony gestured towards the large screen displaying a news report. Behold the VCR. The report prominently showcased several lines of bold text. Dual-era superheroes unite. The first officially recognized superheroes of both the old and new eras. Captain America Steve Rogers and Iron Man Tony Stark have established the Avengers Initiative. True superheroes, like the Avengers, should boldly reveal their identities and confront supercriminals. Unlike those masked vigilantes who merely roam the streets assaulting petty thugs. One could only imagine the seismic impact of such a collaboration between a World War II hero and the wealthiest man in America, both of whom were influential figures openly declaring their superhero identities. However, as Steve read through the vitriolic words of the report, he could not help but twitch his lips in irritation. Damn it, who the hell penned this article? Not only do they incite hatred against those supervillains, but they also drag our anonymous counterparts into this animosity. To this, Tony offered no response, merely shrugging as he used the remote to scroll down to the attribution at the bottom of the article, which boldly bore the name of the Daily Bugle. Upon seeing this, Steve felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was none other than Spider-Man who was responsible. It appeared that, regardless of the Marvel Universe, the proprietor of the Daily Bugle harbored a disdain for masked heroes, or more directly, a particular aversion to Spider-Man. Eddie, who had just arrived, observed Steve's expletive-laden frustration towards the article and discreetly removed his Daily Bugle identification badge from his chest, stowing it away, feeling as though his presence was somewhat ill-timed. However, it was evident that Steve had not forgotten Eddie's identity. With a swift motion, he seized Eddie, the one who was carrying the ostrich, and retrieved the identity badge of the Daily Bugle from his pocket. Hey kid, I recall you're from the Daily Bugle, aren't you? This article couldn't possibly be authored by you, could it? Before Steve could unleash his fury, Eddie hastily raised his hand in protest. It's a grave injustice, Captain. I assure you, I did not write this piece. I have only recently joined the Daily Bugle, merely a nominal junior reporter. This article was penned by my boss, Jonah Jameson, and I had no hand in it. Besides, don't you remember? Ever since Tony Stark concluded his speech, I have been shadowing you and had no time to compose any articles. Steve, too, recalled that Eddie had indeed been following him since Tony stepped down, leaving him with no opportunity to write. At that moment, Steve was reminded that this fellow had sought his assistance. After all, the customer is akin to a deity. He could not usher the customer to meet the divine. Chapter 60. The Avengers Tower. Gently placing Eddie back on the ground, Steve kindly adjusted his collar. Oh, my dear customer, do tell, what assistance do you seek this time? Meanwhile, Tony poured a glass of wine for Eddie, interjecting with a hint of amusement. Fear not. My friend, Steve may seem a bit rough around the edges, but he possesses a good heart. Now, do enlighten us about any superhuman incidents that require our aid. As this marks the inaugural mission of our newly established Avengers Agency, we are pleased to offer you a 50% discount. Transitioning to the matter at hand, Eddie took a sip of the wine Tony had offered to steady his nerves and promptly addressed Steve. Do you recall last month at the Life Foundation when you extracted that extraterrestrial entity known as the symbiote from my being? Before Steve could respond, Tony interjected. His curiosity piqued. Wait, are you referring to the Life Foundation in San Francisco? That Drake fellow actually managed to bring back an extraterrestrial life form? Do you know Drake? Are you aware of the extraterrestrial matter? You aren't involved in any clandestine dealings with him, are you? Eddie looked at Tony in astonishment, instinctively taking a couple of steps back, feeling as if he had just escaped one perilous situation only to stumble into another. However, Tony brushed off the notion with a dismissive shake of his head. Collaboration? Does that guy even measure up? My interest was merely piqued by his cosmic exploration plans, which led me to have Jarvis infiltrate their internal systems for a glimpse. But honestly, I thought the pursuit of extraterrestrial life was utterly impractical, so I lost interest. Little did I know he would actually uncover an extraterrestrial life form. At this point, Tony's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he turned to Steve. So, you managed to seize that so-called symbiote from him? How many symbiotes do you currently possess? Steve glanced at him, pointing to his chest. There are only 2 surviving symbiotes. And in fact, you have encountered one. It resides within Wade, the very entity that healed your chest. Hearing this, Tony's interest intensified. So, the thing that can heal human bodies is a symbiote? I had assumed it was Wade's unique superpower. If you still have a symbiote on hand, might I borrow it for a few days of research? Steve shrugged nonchalantly. If you want it, take it. That entity serves me little purpose anyway. I might as well gift it to you to spare myself the daily task of feeding it chocolate. However, you ought to be cautious about allowing a symbiote to bond with you. Not everyone is compatible, and not all hosts possess an abundance of phenethylamine for the symbiote to consume. If it becomes famished, it may turn against the host. Tony nodded with indifference. Rest assured, I am a scientist. Precision is my utmost priority. I have no intention of letting this extraterrestrial parasite bond with me and drain my brain. I merely had a whimsical notion of creating an exosuit that embodies the symbiote's abilities. If successful, I plan to incorporate your symbiote into both your suit and my next generation of armor. A symbiote exosuit? Steve's eyes brightened with intrigue as he nodded in agreement, saying, very well, as long as you exercise discretion. In a couple of days, I will have Sharon deliver it to you. Tony gave an approving okay gesture and leaned back to continue observing the unfolding drama. Steve then turned his gaze towards Eddie, who had remained silently perceptive during their conversation. All right, Eddie, the interlude has concluded. You may proceed. Eddie took another sip of the drink Tony had offered him to soothe his throat and continued. Ever since I infiltrated the Life Foundation last time, I have felt as though someone has been watching me from the shadows. However, for reasons unbeknownst to me, they have refrained from taking any action. Your reminder upon parting led me to suspect that it is likely Drake's people. They probably have not acted against me because they are aware that the symbiote is not actually in my possession, and they wish to use me to locate you, the one who possesses it. To evade Drake's surveillance and to spare my ex-girlfriend from further complications, I fled from San Francisco to New York, where I found a job at the Daily Bugle to sustain myself. Little did I expect to encounter you, Captain, at this exposition. Coincidentally, your Avengers office has just announced its focus on superhuman events, which has solidified my resolve to seek your assistance in thoroughly resolving this matter. The symbiote, being an extraterrestrial life form, certainly qualifies as a superhuman incident, and I trust that your Avengers office would accept this commission, would you not? As one of Marvel's protagonists. Even if this were not a superhuman incident, Steve would still be inclined to accept Eddie's request for the sake of the system rewards. However, he knew he must adhere to protocol and replied with a hint of nonchalance, of course, but I believe you are aware that we are an office, not a charity. Commissions do incur fees. Given the scale of the Life Foundation, the cost could be substantial. So, how much can you offer? Upon hearing this, Eddie's expression stiffened. In his eagerness to seek assistance, he had completely overlooked the fact that the Avengers office differed from those street-level heroes and indeed required payment. Searching through his belongings, he awkwardly produced his entire wealth of $250 along with a few coins. I apologize. Ever since I reported on the Life Foundation's scandal involving human experimentation, my life has been tumultuous. I've lost my job, my girlfriend, and no company in San Francisco wishes to employ me anymore. This is all I have left. However, I fear this is far from sufficient, isn't it? Steve was rendered speechless. He had anticipated that Eddie, being targeted by Drake and subsequently losing his job, would be financially constrained, but he had not expected him to be in such dire straits. Once a prominent journalist, had he truly accumulated no savings? Yet, considering that this was America, it was not uncommon for individuals to lack the habit of saving. With a resigned sigh, he extracted the $200 bills from Eddie's grasp. Let us set aside the notion of profit, for the inception of our firm was never rooted in the pursuit of wealth. The fees we charge serve merely to convey the understanding that the assistance of superheroes should never be taken for granted, and to allow our heroes to receive a modest recompense for their benevolence. Thus, consider this act as my charitable deed in accepting your commission. However, I must stipulate one additional condition. You are to join our Avengers firm, for we are in need of a courageous journalist who dares to confront the forces of capital. Eddie stood in dumbfounded disbelief, scarcely able to comprehend the words he had just heard. Not only could he enlist the Avengers to alleviate his considerable troubles with the Life Foundation for a mere $200, but he could also become a member of the Avengers? How could such serendipitous fortune befall him? Steve, observing Eddie's astonishment, raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What's the matter? Are you unwilling?" Snapping back to reality, Eddie hastily responded, "No, no, no. I am most certainly willing. I mean, I would be honored to become a member of the Avengers." Steve shrugged nonchalantly. "In truth, you will only be considered a member of the firm's news reporting staff. Not a formal superhero in our ranks, but that S of little consequence. From this day forth, until the matter of the Life Foundation is resolved, you shall reside at the Avengers Tower. No one dares to cause trouble in my domain." During this time, Pepper has already selected and refurbished a location for the firm. It cannot merely be said that she chose a site. The location and structure were readily available. It is none other than the former Hammer Tower, which stands as New York's second superstructure after Stark Tower. Its prime location and grandeur are truly befitting as the Avengers' base of operations. Consequently, Hammer Tower was not renamed Rogers Tower, but was directly designated by Steve as Avengers Tower. Henceforth, this will be the world's first and only skyscraper entirely staffed by superheroes. And he, Steve Rogers, shall be the supreme overseer of all superheroes. Chapter 61. Expansion of the agency, however, first and foremost, he required a sufficient number of superhuman employees. A flicker of ambition crossed Steve's eyes as he glanced up at Tony. "Tony, now that our agency's location and promotion are established, I believe it is time to expand our membership." Indeed, their current numbers were still insufficient. Tony nodded thoughtfully, stroking his chin as he pondered potential candidates. With Steve, Tony, Bucky, and Deadpool, the Avengers agency consisted of merely 4 individuals. Given the fervor of their promotional efforts, the influx of superhuman assignments was bound to be overwhelming. If they relied solely on the 4 of them, they might as well work around the clock, forsaking all else. This was clearly unacceptable for both Steve and Tony. Steve was a proponent of a balanced life, valuing the distinction between work and leisure. He would never conflate work with enjoyment. He was no masochistic corporate drone. Tony, too, required ample time to innovate and develop new armor, leaving little room in his schedule for daily confrontations with supervillains. Thus, after considerable contemplation, Steve resolved to implement an 8-hour workday within the agency, ensuring each member was allotted a fixed 8 hours for task assignments. However, recognizing that supercriminal activity could occur at any hour, Steve proposed an additional system of 3 shifts, day, evening, and overnight, allowing for a 24-hour rotation. This arrangement would not only provide the superheroes with their own leisure time, but would also accommodate those who could only operate during specific hours, such as a superhero who needed to attend school during the day or those who maintained other employment. As if on cue, Tony and Steve exchanged a knowing glance, raising a finger in unison, and exclaimed, "I just happen to have a candidate in mind." Steve's expression shifted to one of surprise. He had not anticipated that Tony would also have selection. He wondered if they were considering the same individual, as his immediate thought was of the chosen worker, young Spider-Man, Peter Parker. In terms of integrity, diligence in combating crime, and overall capability, Spider-Man seemed the quintessential candidate for the Avengers. However, in this universe, Spider-Man was the extraordinary Spider-Man, and logically, Tony should not yet be acquainted with him, let alone consider him a godfather figure. Noticing Steve's silence, Tony did not linger on suspense and promptly revealed his chosen candidate. "The individual I am considering for the Avengers is James Rhodes. He is one of the few trustworthy friends I would welcome into the agency." "Colonel Rhodes?" Steve raised an eyebrow in response. "Isn't he the War Machine, notorious for his sharp tongue in the Marvel Universe?" Yet, due to Tony's intervention, he had preemptively replaced the Palladium core with a new arc reactor, healing even the gaping hole in his chest. Tony, who has no intention of succumbing to despair, is still preparing to gift a suit of Iron Man armor to Rhodes. Sensing Steve's unspoken question, Tony nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it's Rhodes. Although he is merely an ordinary man at present, I plan to retrofit the older Mark III and present it to him. As a colonel in the Air Force, I am confident he will swiftly master the intricacies of the armor." Steve acknowledged this with a knowing nod, yet felt compelled to caution. "Do as you wish. But remember to secure the armor with an effective lock, preferably one that detonates if anyone other than Rhodes attempts to use it. While I am Captain America, I am acutely aware of the nature of our government. I do not wish for them, who are scarcely better than Hydra, to acquire the Iron Man suit and utilize it as a means of global domination. Tony, in agreement, replied, "Rest assured, I would have done so regardless of your warning. My rationale for gifting the armor to Rhodes is twofold. Firstly, our Avengers initiative is indeed in need of personnel. Secondly, it serves to placate the powers that be in America. If our organization, composed of superhumans, does not provide them with tangible benefits, we may find ourselves beset by troubles in the future. Although I cannot implement self-destruction mechanisms on the armor, I will ensure that its critical technological components and reactor are safeguarded with dual layers of security. Should anyone attempt to dismantle the suit or extract the reactor without my authorization, it will be rendered inoperable and remotely seized by Jarvis, returning to the Avengers Tower." Listening to Tony's methodical arrangements, Steve affectionately patted his shoulder. "You've truly matured, my dear nephew." Taken aback, Tony shook off Steve's hand and playfully kicked at his backside. "You're taking liberties with me again, aren't you? Playing both father and uncle. The hell with you, Steve." Steve deftly dodged Tony's playful kick, waving his hand as he began to walk away. "I know you're eager, but there's no need to rush. Your anxiety will not hasten the process." Tony, observing Steve's departure, quickly inquired, "Hey, where are you going?" Steve, with a casual wave of his hand, transformed it into a middle finger. "To arrange a meet and greet for those overweight fans you set up." "Wait, you haven't told me your selections yet. You'll find out when I bring them. You'll be more satisfied than with your own son." As Tony stood bewildered, Steve exited without a backward glance. The subsequent Stark Expo proceeded without incident. No malevolent bald villain to betray Tony, nor any rogue robots wreaking havoc. Only Steve, wearing a stiff smile, repeatedly posed for photographs and signed autographs. Gazing at the interminable queue awaiting his signature and photo, Steve momentarily wished this was all merely a nightmarish illusion. Damn it! This is all that wretched Tony Stark's fault. With a burst of frustration, Steve abruptly sat up in the lavish 5-meter-wide bed of Fisk Tower. Was it truly a dream? No, wait. Steve recalled that it was no mere dream. He had indeed spent the entire previous night being photographed and signing autographs for thousands of people. Now, as dawn broke on the second day, he found himself grappling with a nightmarish experience akin to a horror film. A shiver ran down his spine. He would rather engage in a day-long battle with Thanos than endure such a terrifying sensation again. "What's wrong, Steve?" came Sharon's concerned voice from outside the door, followed by the gentle creak of the door as she entered, bearing a tray of soy milk and fried dough sticks. "Nothing, just had a bad dream," Steve replied, shaking his head. He rose to freshen up in the private bathroom before joining Sharon on the balcony, where they leisurely enjoyed the soy milk and fried dough sticks together. The nightmarish ordeal from the previous day left Steve unusually silent, and it was only after they finished eating, nourished by the comforting flavors of home and Sharon's gentle presence, that his mind began to clear. Chapter 62. The peculiar Peter Parker in his previous life, he perceived cosplay at conventions as an easy means of earning money. Now, having transformed into a real-life cosplayer, he comprehends the arduousness of this endeavor. To earn a living, he must don a facade of false cheerfulness while facing those who affectionately call her mom. What distinguishes this from the necessity of shaking hands and posing for photos with insincere businessmen and politicians for personal gain? Captain America, too, faces his own challenges. After sharing a tender moment with Sharon, it was time to attend to pressing matters. He placed the venom stored in a secure chamber into a sealed box and instructed Sharon to deliver it to Tony. Subsequently, Steve departed from Fisk Tower, heading towards Queens. Today, he aimed to recruit the 5th member of the Avengers, Parker from BYD. Soon, clad in a leather jacket and casual attire, his face partially obscured by a cap, Steve arrived at an unassuming residence in Queens. In the flower bed before the house, a seemingly benevolent elderly woman tended to the flourishing blossoms. Meanwhile, in the adjacent garage, an elderly man, glasses perched on his nose, was perspiring profusely as he worked on an antiquated car. Though he had never met them, Steve instantly recognized their identities: Ben Parker and May Parker. They were the uncle and aunt of Peter Parker, pivotal figures in his life who had provided immeasurable support and meaning along his journey. Even someone as unrefined as Steve could not help but admire them. Peter Parker's eventual transformation into the beloved Spider-Man was undoubtedly intertwined with the excellent upbringing he received from these two remarkable yet ordinary individuals. The Kent couple from DC and the Parker couple from Marvel, individuals from both worlds, owe a debt of gratitude to these two couples. Fortunate that they did not raise two countrymen. Perhaps the issue lay not with the engine, but rather with the aging wiring of the vehicle. As Ben Parker busily attended to his work, he suddenly sensed the presence of another person beside him, who was nonchalantly inspecting the steering wheel and the wiring within the dashboard. Rather than expressing irritation at the stranger's audacity, Ben merely inquired, "Young man, who are you?" Steve lifted the brim of his cap to reveal his face, extending his hand towards Ben Parker with a smile. "Steve Rogers, a friend of your nephew Peter." You are Steve." Ben Parker's eyes widened in astonishment, his neck flushed with excitement, struggling to articulate a coherent response. At that moment, May Parker noticed her husband's unusual demeanor. Approaching with her watering can, she caught sight of Steve in his entirety. For the Parkers, an elderly couple of Caucasian descent, encountering Captain America, an emblem of American spirit, was akin to meeting a deity, their hearts racing with uncontainable joy. Steve placed a finger to his lips, winking at them to signal calmness and restraint. Surprisingly, it was May Parker, rather than the seemingly composed Ben, who regained her composure first, taking her husband's hand to steady him. "Ben, you must compose yourself. Surely you do not wish to embarrass yourself before your idol, Captain Rogers?" Upon hearing this, Ben Parker jolted to attention, swiftly regaining his composure. Indeed, he could not allow his idol to witness any folly. After all, Captain Rogers was the embodiment of American justice, a paragon to emulate. Once composed, Ben Parker patted his head and suddenly realized, "I believe I understand why you have come, Captain. Just yesterday, I heard on the news of your establishment of the Superhuman Affairs Office, and I surmise you are here regarding Peter's unusual behavior in recent days." Steve initially nodded, but soon recognized a flaw in Ben Parker's words. Unusual behavior? What do you mean by that? Under normal circumstances, the Parkers would never divulge their nephew's secrets to anyone. However, this was Captain America, the only individual they trusted implicitly not to harm them or Peter. The couple invited Steve inside, brewed him some tea, and presented freshly baked cookies made by May Parker herself. After ensuring proper hospitality, they began their narrative. It transpired that a month prior, shortly after Peter had acquired his spider-like abilities, the Parkers had already sensed something amiss with their nephew. Yet, the couple chose not to confront the issue directly, quietly attending to the damaged doorknobs and faucets that Peter had inadvertently broken. Peter believed he was concealing his alterations well. But how could the Parkers, who had watched him grow, be oblivious to the changes in their nephew? Nevertheless, this was not the crux of the matter. The couple had originally perceived Peter's transformations as positive developments and continued their tranquil lives without exposing his little secret. However, recently, Peter had been abducted by a deep blue creature while attempting to save Ben Parker, and upon his return, everything began to feel rather off-kilter. Previously, Peter had only exhibited physical changes. Aside from a newfound confidence, he remained the same kind-hearted boy. Yet after that incident, it seems some psychological shifts had also occurred. Not only did he decisively confront the school bully, Flash, but he also purchased a suit at half price. A suit, when had this socially awkward science nerd, who had always dressed like a recluse, developed an interest in such attire. Moreover, the following day, Peter astonishingly brought home a girl for the first time, a girl they recognized, whose photograph Peter had even covertly made into his wallpaper. Ben Parker recalled her name to be Gwen Stacy. After hearing Ben's account, Steve could only shake his head in bemusement. "Oh, the bully Maguire. No, I mean the bully Garfield. Clearly, this lad is entangled with the symbiote once more. Let's hope that this time Peter does not seek to cast shadows upon others." Steve shook his head, dismissing the fanciful thoughts that had invaded his mind, and began to piece together the likely events. It appeared that the last time he had been on the rooftop, when he took Deadpool away and obliterated his arm, the symbiotic remnants scattered on the ground had opportunistically attached themselves to Peter. This prompted Steve to ponder whether Peter, this young lad, was fortunate or unfortunate. Although symbiotes are notoriously difficult to eradicate, the process of birthing a progeny is far from a simple endeavor. It is not merely a matter of shedding a fragment of tissue to create a new symbiote. Rather, it involves an extremely slim probability. At that time, Deadpool was merely host to a minor symbiote known as Chaos, which Steve had scarcely regarded, never believing it possessed the capacity for reproduction. It was astonishing that even the minute remnants of such a minor symbiote could give rise to a new entity within Peter. Is Peter truly Spider-Man? Or is he the deity of symbiotes? Chapter 63. Gwen Stacy Steve gently rubbed his brow and lifted his gaze to the Parker couple, whose faces were etched with concern. He reassured them, saying, "You are not mistaken. Indeed, Peter has undergone certain superhuman changes. However, there is no need for alarm, as these transformations are entirely benign. As for Peter's behavioral shifts, they are not particularly alarming either. You see, boys in their adolescence, especially one like Peter, may experience a bit of arrogance following the acquisition of power. Thus, any alterations in his demeanor are perfectly natural. Rest assured, I will guide Peter with care, and he shall soon revert to being your beloved nephew, young Peter Parker." Upon hearing Steve's assurances, the Parkers let out a collective sigh of relief and promptly stood to express their gratitude. "Your words ease our minds immensely. We are profoundly grateful, Captain Rogers." Once they had finished their verbal thanks, Ben Parker, somewhat bashful, rubbed his hands together and inquired, "I understand that your Avengers agency operates on a commission basis. I would like to ask how much it would cost to assist in bringing Peter back on track. Please do not misunderstand. I mean no offense. I personally believe your service is commendable. A superhero like you, risking your life to save ordinary people like us, deserves this modest recompense. However, our family is not particularly affluent, and if the fee is too steep, it may take me some time to arrange the payment. I will need to think of a way." Listen to that. What a compassionate soul. If only everyone could embody the kindness of Ben Parker, maintaining their own goodness while considering the welfare of others, perhaps the world would have long since achieved peace. Then he and Tony would be out of job. Gastayist. In any case, Steve held a deep admiration for the Parkers, who were so kind-hearted yet pragmatic. Drawing a cookie from the platter on the table, Steve smiled and said, "These cookies are delightful. Consider this as your fee. This exquisite treat is more than sufficient for compensation." The Parkers were taken aback, momentarily speechless. After a while, as realization dawned upon them, their respect for Steve only grew stronger. May Parker exclaimed, "Thank you, Captain. You are even greater than history books portray. Compared to the lofty ideals of saving the world, it is often the small, mundane acts that reveal the true greatness of a hero. And Steve Rogers embodies such greatness." Ben Parker, however, appeared somewhat hesitant and said, "But wouldn't this undermine the established norms? If I set this precedent, could it adversely affect the future operations of the Captain's agency?" Ben was merely kind-hearted, not naive. He was acutely aware of human nature, especially in a nation built upon the bones of the fallen, where human nature is particularly fragile. Sometimes excessive kindness can lead only to self-harm. Steve patted the worried Ben on the shoulder, suppressing a grin reminiscent of a nationalistic smirk, and comforted him. "Do not fret, Ben. I am not an inflexible individual. I shall respond with kindness towards you and May, who are such honest and virtuous citizens. However, I possess a modicum of martial knowledge to deal with those who harbor malevolent intentions and are unreasonable. I will ensure they understand that I set the rules, and what I declare them to be is how they shall remain." Upon hearing this, the Park couple did not perceive Steve as overly domineering. Rather, they felt his once godlike persona had become more tangible and relatable. Truly, he embodied the essence of Captain America, impressive yet shrewd, a paragon of our great nation. With admiration in their eyes, Steve inquired about Peter's schooling before taking his leave. This task regarding Peter was the second system mission he undertook after surpassing a physical attribute of 30 points, thus officially unlocking the second tier. And it seemed there was someone from beyond the cosmos, typing away, who had previously overlooked mentioning the resolution of Obadiah and Ivan Vanko. which granted a remarkable reward of 600 enhancement points. This was a historical high, exceeding the first mission to save Tony by 100 points. Upon allocating these points, his physical attributes soared from 26 to 32, with his regular strength nearing 300 tons and his peak strength approaching 900 tons. His biological force field and other abilities were likewise enhanced, and his flight speed reached 3 Mach. Of course, the most significant development was the unlocking of the second tier. After all, the difference between 200 tons and 300 tons was merely a matter of semantics. Invincibility. Returning to the matter at hand. The first official mission of his newly established agency was naturally to resolve Eddie's predicament with the Life Foundation. However, Steve was in no rush to complete this task. His heightened instincts suggested that he need not venture to San Francisco personally, as the target would soon present itself willingly. Trusting his intuition, he posted Eddie's task on the agency's official website and intended to recruit his chosen worker first. The website, established by Tony and maintained by Jarvis, was undoubtedly more secure than the color-coded sites managed by the FBI. Yet, Steve did not anticipate the delightful surprise that awaited him in the recruitment process, as the Park couple had inadvertently provided him with another system mission. Unlike Eddie's task, which he had already listed on the agency's official task board, the mission concerning Peter had yet to be posted on the Avengers website. He planned to experiment. If he could complete the system mission without listing it in the agency, it would simplify future tasks considerably. He could merely contemplate them in his mind without adhering to the constraints of the real world. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Steve eagerly mounted the Harley parked by the roadside and sped towards Peter's school. However, when Steve arrived at Peter's school, he found himself at a loss. Peter was conspicuously absent from the classroom where he should have been, leaving his seat eerily vacant. Yet, despite Peter's absence, Steve's attention was drawn to a youthful and radiant blonde girl seated in front of Peter's empty spot. Ah, Gwen Stacy. Wasn't she the beloved girlfriend of the extraordinary Spider-Man? With her presence, how could he possibly fail to locate Peter? After all, Peter wouldn't want anything untoward to happen to Gwen, would he? Ahem, with a newfound objective, Steve leaned against the wall outside the classroom, waiting for Gwen to emerge after class. Time passed, and just as he began to succumb to drowsiness amidst the lecture's monotony, the delightful chime of the dismissal bell finally resounded. The striking blonde girl emerged from the classroom, clutching a book in her arms. Steve stepped forward, positioning himself before Gwen with a warm smile. "Miss Stacy, may I have a moment of your time?" Gwen furrowed her brow, retreating a cautious step away from this man, whose duck cap concealed all but half of his perfect chin. "Who are you? I don't believe I know you." Chapter 64. Venom Agent? The sound of heartbreak. Steve adjusted his cap, lowering it once more under Gwen's astonished gaze. "I cannot announce my name loudly here. Otherwise, I fear I might become the center of attention like a gorilla in a zoo. However, I believe further introductions are unnecessary, as I have just seen my photograph and description on the wall of your school. Now, may we find a quiet place to converse? It concerns your boyfriend, Peter Parker." Gwen, upon hearing this, was even more taken aback, swiftly realizing that Captain America might already be aware of Peter's identity, and thus nodded in agreement. "Sure, follow me. The part behind the school is usually empty and quite tranquil." Steve nodded, preparing to follow Gwen, when a thunderous shout erupted from behind them. "Oi, kid, stop right there." A large figure, bruised and clad in a jersey, dashed from the corridor, swiftly positioning himself between Steve and Gwen, glaring fiercely at Steve. "You scoundrel, were you just harassing Gwen? Do you not realize she already has a boyfriend?" Fletcher, as he was known, pushed his hands towards Steve's chest, intending to teach this oblivious intruder a lesson. Faced with a mere ordinary person like Fletcher, Steve could not be bothered to evade. He allowed Fletcher's hands to collide with his body. To Fletcher's astonishment, Steve remained utterly unmoved, while Fletcher stumbled back 2 steps, shaken by Steve's iron-like physique. "I am aware she has a boyfriend, yet he is not you. The president is not anxious, so why should you, the vice president, be?" Steve remarked, surveying Fletcher with interest. If memory served correctly, this fellow was Gwen's cousin. In Marvel Comics, he had even been possessed by Venom, becoming a Venom agent. Despite realizing he lacked the strength to match the man before him, Fletcher, clinging to his pride, refused to concede, defiantly glaring at Steve. "You cowardly scoundrel! Gwen is certainly not my girlfriend, but she is my brother's girlfriend, and you shall not lay a finger on her." "Your brother's girlfriend? Is not Gwen's boyfriend Peter?" This school bully, who had always looked down upon Peter, when did he start claiming brotherhood with him? Unable to endure any longer, Gwen forcefully pushed Fletcher aside, her large eyes glaring sternly at him. "Fletcher, you spend your days causing trouble. Are you so idle? Have you completed your assignments? Have you done your post-class readings? Will you even pass your exams? If you continue like this, do not expect any tutoring from me this semester. Prepare to be harshly reprimanded by Aunt with Uncle's shoes on your backside." With each of Gwen's statements, Steve felt as though he could hear the sound of shattering glass resonating in the air. "Listen, this is the exquisite sound of a shattered heart." Fleece gazed incredulously at Gwen, pointing at Steve. Gwen, unwilling to hear another word, interrupted sharply. "Silence, Fleece. Disappear from my sight at once, or I shall inform Aunt May." Fine. Just you wait. I will tell Big Parker about this." Fleece, his finger trembling with rage, spat out a threat before rushing away. Once Fleece vanished, Gwen led Steve out of the corridor towards the park behind school. When the surroundings were nearly deserted, Steve could no longer contain his curiosity and, with a perplexed expression, asked, "What was that guy's deal? Why did he refer to Peter as Big Parker?" Gwen did not respond immediately. Instead, she purchased 2 bottles of water from a vending machine in the park, handed one to Steve, and sat on a bench with a sigh, finally explaining with exasperation. "That guy is Fleece Thompson, my cousin. He has been a bully at school, always seeking to assert his pride by tormenting others. Peter refused to take embarrassing photos of Fleece when he was picking on someone, even called him by his real name, Eugene, which led to Peter getting beaten up. Later, Peter retaliated with a slam dunk on the basketball court, avenging the earlier humiliation. After being embarrassed twice, Fleece has been fixated on Peter, constantly taunting him. Initially, Peter, not one to pick fights, tolerated Fleece as provocations, especially since I intervened to maintain peace between them. However, just a few days ago, when Fleece came to provoke Peter once more, Peter snapped and, before Fleece could utter a foul word, knocked out 2 of his front teeth with a punch. He then proceeded to deliver a thorough beating to Fleece. And if I hadn't intervened, Peter seemed intent on throwing dirt into Fleece's eyes. Since then, I'm not sure if Fleece has awakened some latent power, but rather than pursuing the matter of his lost teeth, he has completely reversed his attitude towards Peter, following him around like an obedient little brother. After hearing the entire tale, Steve couldn't help but smirk slightly. Fleece truly embodied the quintessential American school bully, perfectly fitting his notion of bullies who prey on the weak while fearing the strong. The one with the mightiest fist reigned supreme. Upon concluding her narrative, Gwen twirled the can in her delicate fingers and, after a moment of contemplation, inquired, "I presume your visit to the school to find Peter is due to your knowledge of his secret identity and the recent events surrounding him?" "Peter, you see, your so-called hidden secret is all too apparent to those who care for you." Steve, reflecting on his thoughts, did not conceal his intentions from Gwen. "Indeed, one of the reasons for my visit is that Peter's aunt and uncle have entrusted me with uncovering the cause of his drastic personality change and guiding him back onto the right path." Gwen discerned the hidden implications within Steve's words. With a flicker of curiosity in her eyes, she inquired, "One of them? What might the other purpose be?" Steve cracked open the can in his hand, taking a generous sip of the icy cola before tilting his head, a mysterious smile gracing his features as he replied, "Surely, the astute Miss Stacy has already surmised it, has she not? You have already hinted at Peter possessing a secret identity. So my other intention naturally pertains to that secret identity." Upon hearing this, Gwen ceased her idle manipulation of the can, her thoughts aligning with clarity. "So, you are seeking Peter, hoping to recruit him for the Avengers initiative you announced last night?" Snap. Steve snapped his fingers, genuinely admiring Gwen's keen intellect. "Precisely. Miss Stacy, your mental acuity is remarkable, truly befitting the daughter of New York City's esteemed sheriff." Chapter 65. The pre-selection for the Avengers Research Department, Gwen smiled modestly, stating, "I merely conducted a reasonable analysis based on the information at hand. It is nothing remarkable." Steve grew increasingly appreciative of Gwen's wisdom, humility, and composure. An extraordinary individual. He found himself fortunate to encounter a perfect girlfriend like Gwen, who neither hindered him nor judged him for his lack of wealth. Unlike that troublesome Mary Jane, specifically referencing the film version. You should cherish her and hold on tightly. A fleeting memory of Gwen's tragic demise in his past life crossed Steve's mind, stirring a flicker of conscience within him. He resolved to alter the dismal fate of this girl, who had done nothing wrong throughout. In doing so, he would also recruit another ally. "Gwen, would you be interested in a part-time position at the Avengers office?" Gwen, who had been anticipating Steve's inquiry regarding Peter, was taken aback that he mentioned her first. "Me? But I am not superhuman, nor do I possess the extraordinary intellect of Tony Stark." Noticing that Gwen had not outright declined, Steve sensed potential. He shook his finger at her, saying, "No, Gwen, I believe you misunderstand. Although the Avengers deal with supervillains and consist of extraordinary individuals, it does not mean that only superhumans can be part of the organization. We also require logistical support, and ordinary individuals can excel in those roles. In fact, before you, I recruited a courageous and undaunted journalist last night to serve as our field reporter. With your intelligence, you could easily take on the role of tactical analysis support for the Avengers. Moreover, if I recall correctly, you're currently an assistant to Dr. Connors at Oscorp, which means your research skills could be invaluable in our research department." Gwen's interest grew with each passing moment, but upon hearing the last sentence, she expressed some confusion. "Does the Avengers have a research department? Who is part of it?" Steve paused, clearing his throat awkwardly. "Ahem, if you join, then there will indeed be a research department. But rest assured, you will not be alone. I've also brought Tony on board to assist in the research department, and I plan to recruit more talented researchers in the future." Poor Tony was entirely unaware of his expanded responsibilities at the Avengers, having already been designated as the financial officer and combat personnel, now being compelled by his uncle to take on research duties as well. However, Steve vowed that this time he did not intend to single-handedly burden Tony. He truly aimed to establish the Avengers Research Department, as supernatural occurrences were on the rise, and there would inevitably be peculiar phenomena worthy of study. For instance, the extremist virus, the Infinity Stones, alien technology, and biological entities. All of these items or technologies, once researched and refined, could significantly enhance the power at Steve's disposal. Thus, the establishment of a research department was imperative. Regarding the selection of researchers, he already had two candidates in mind, the first being Dr. Helen Zhao from South Korea, a specialist in nanotechnology. Despite her origins from the diminutive land of Korea, this woman is destined to forge groundbreaking technologies, such as the cradle of life that birthed vision. Even Tony Stark's nanotech armor, capable of standing against Thanos, draws inspiration from Dr. Zhao Hailuan's advancements. It is a travesty that such brilliance remains unrecognized in Korea. He plans to contact the high-ranking Hydra officials embedded within the U.S. military in Korea once he resolves the issues concerning Spider-Man, persuading them to invite Dr. Zhao to work at his Avengers headquarters. The second candidate is none other than Dr. Bruce Banner, a luminary in the Marvel Universe, who has managed to secure a place on the academic wall of fame with his 7 doctoral degrees. This individual, much like his numerous credentials, possesses an extensive array of knowledge and is an all-encompassing genius. He can collaborate with Tony on designing anti-Hulk armor, delve into the intricacies of sentient beings like Ultron, and even concoct Hulk serums or construct a quantum realm traversing device. When transformed into the Hulk, he embodies the epitome of strength in the Marvel realm, capable of halting a Leviathan warship with a single punch. With his own burgeoning power coupled with an invincible biofield, he believes he is now equipped to confront the Hulk and plans to retrieve Banner, who is currently hidden in Brazil, in due time. The movements of Banner are under constant surveillance by SHIELD, or rather, Hydra. However, since Hydra lacks absolute assurance in subduing the Hulk, they have opted for a strategy of restraint. At this juncture, the only candidates that come to his mind are these two individuals. No, there is another, the brilliant Princess Shuri of Wakanda. However, the insular, highly advanced tribesmen of Wakanda are unlikely to permit their princess to join what they perceive as a backward modern organization. The more he contemplates this, the more incensed he becomes. It feels like a gross misallocation for vibranium to remain in the hands of those primitive tribesmen. Steve resolves to orchestrate an opportunity for someone to mysteriously disappear in Wakanda, and then, employing the customary methods of America, infiltrate Wakanda under the pretense of searching for someone, while actually seizing vibranium. Ahem, of course. This notion belongs solely to the nefarious Captain Hydra and bears no relation to the benevolent Captain America of the present. Returning to the matter at hand, with the research department bolstered by an immensely promising Gwen, they now have a quartet, which is more than sufficient for the initial phase. Noticing a hint of hesitation on Gwen's face, Steve remains unflustered and leisurely states, "One crucial point to consider is that upon joining the Avengers, in a sense, you'll be able to fight alongside your boyfriend." Gwen's eyes widen in surprise, and she gasps, "I can fight alongside Peter?" With a confident smile, Steve nodded slowly. Indeed, Tony will create a device akin to a body camera for each Avenger, capable of monitoring their actions in real time. This will ensure that, in the face of insurmountable danger, other members can promptly provide support. Once you join, as one of our own, you will naturally have access to Peter's status, alleviating your concerns about his safety when he transforms into Spider-Man or pursues other young ladies under that guise. Steve's final remark about Peter's romantic escapades served as the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back, and Gwen envisioned Peter kissing a beautiful girl after heroically saving her. In that moment, Gwen became resolute and extended her hand towards Steve. "Impossible. I will not allow such a thing to transpire. Captain Rogers, please permit me to join the Avengers." Indeed, no woman can resist the allure of monitoring her boyfriend, and Steve, with his notorious reputation, seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of their psyche. However, poor Peter. One can only hope he does not follow in Toby's footsteps and engage in romantic entanglements while having a girlfriend, or he may find himself in dire straits. "Welcome aboard, Gwen," Steve said with a mischievous grin as he clasped her outstretched hand. Just as their hands met, a loud voice interrupted. "Oi, you scoundrel, let go of Gwen." "Goodness, not again." Steve felt the familiar annoyance rise as this marked the second time today he had been called out. Was there something amiss with the people at this school, or was Gwen truly that popular? Turning around, Steve spotted a young man in a black suit racing towards him with a speed that would put Bolt to shame. His anger palpable. "Fail man, fail man." A powerful melody resonated in Steve's mind, as the image of the extraordinary Spider-Man seemed to merge with that of an antagonist from another universe, a bully named Maguire. Chapter 66. The Ruthless Little Spider. Ah, is this not the extraordinary little spider he has been searching for? Upon seeing Peter, Gwen was about to call out in protest, but her hand was suddenly grasped by Steve, interrupting her words. In the next moment, Peter, almost a mere blur, had arrived and with a single kick, shattered a sturdy park bench into splinters. "Peter, what are you doing?" Gwen exclaimed, her face filled with dread. Had Steve not pulled her aside, she might have been caught in the chaos herself. Undeterred by his initial miss, Peter showed no intention of relenting, ignoring Gwen's pleas as he launched a fierce assault against Steve. This familiar scene piqued Steve's interest. He used a biofield to propel Gwen several dozen meters away, engaging the little spider in combat. "Your speed is adequate, though your agility leaves much to be desired. Your strength is sufficient, yet your reaction time is lacking," Steve remarked as he deftly parried Peter's strikes. The enhancements from his symbiote were indeed formidable. His speed had doubled and his strength had similarly increased. Yet curiously, Peter's agility and reflexes had not improved. In fact, they seemed to be less responsive than before. It appeared that Mr. Lu Sun's assertion held true. When one possesses superhuman strength, the necessity for a superhuman intellect diminishes. Peter was exemplifying this condition. Upon hearing Steve's familiar critiques, Peter realized he was facing Captain America, yet the inexplicable fury within him only intensified. Veins on his neck and face bulged ominously, as if something within him were on the verge of erupting. Steve quickly discerned that Peter was on the cusp of entering the second stage, the complete possession of the symbiote, and decided it was time to cease the games. Releasing his own restraint, he placed his palm, imbued with the biofield, against Peter's face, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Before Peter could struggle, the biofield rapidly enveloped his entire being, vibrating at a high frequency. In Gwen's terrified gaze, Peter's visage began to contort into a grotesque mask, a fearsome blue monstrosity emerging upon the surface. As Steve continuously emitted high-frequency sound waves through the biofield, simulating the symbiote's fears, the entity within Peter could no longer withstand the pressure, forcibly detaching itself from his body. Steve swiftly captured the departing symbiote, promptly confining it within the biofield. Do not inquire why the biofield can mimic high-frequency sound waves. It is a matter of sheer willpower, my young friend. Once the symbiote had separated, Steve released the now-revived Peter. Gwen hurried to support the weakened Peter, her concern evident. Observing the symbiote in his grasp, which was thrashing about with an overwhelming desire to attack and exuded an unsettling aura, Steve clicked his tongue. TSK, TSK. Fortunate indeed that this symbiote has latched onto you, my lad. Otherwise, who knows what chaos would ensue from this symbiote, tainted by Deadpool's mental pollution. His life force field could distinctly perceive the chaos and bloodlust saturating this entity's thoughts, devoid of any other consciousness. It was hardly surprising. After all, it was Deadpool. Anything that came into contact with him would inevitably be corrupted by his insidious mindset. Even the formidable Professor X found himself unable to withstand the mental explosion caused by invading Deadpool's thoughts. Peter, with his head cradled in his hands, gazed in confusion at Gwen, who supported him, and the towering figure of Captain America standing nearby. Gwen? And Captain America? How did you end up here? And how did I get here? Ugh, it feels like my head is about to split open. Gwen gently offered Peter some water, allowing his head to rest on her shoulder, soothing his unruly hair. It's all right, Peter. The captain is here. He has already removed the thing that was afflicting you. You'll be fine. She glanced anxiously at Steve, asking, Captain, Peter will recover. Won't he? Steve nodded, retrieving the chocolate he had prepared for Venom from his pocket and handing it to Peter. Take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. The symbiote has absorbed an overwhelming amount of phenethylamine from your mind these past few days. A little chocolate will help ease your symptoms. It was remarkable that the symbiote had attached itself to the benevolent Spider-Man. A regular person would have been reduced to a desiccated husk after days of being possessed by such a mindless, chaotic entity. Miraculously, due to its bond with the kind-hearted Spider-Man, no significant injuries had occurred during this time. Well, unless one counted the 2 teeth knocked out of lightning flash. Yet, even in that instance, it was evident that Peter had shown restraint. Otherwise, even in his normal state, a single punch from him could have easily rendered Flash unconscious. Peter accepted the chocolate, devouring it ravenously, and his complexion visibly brightened. The trio settled onto another park bench, and Steve inquired, Peter, please recount what transpired. Thanks to Peter's remarkable regenerative abilities, he had nearly recovered and began to narrate his account. Fast forward, setting aside the plot we already know, the crux of the matter is that after Deadpool was taken away, Peter was quietly possessed by the symbiote. The following day, he discovered that his strength had surged to unprecedented levels, and he could seemingly summon a deep blue supersuit that significantly enhanced his power. However, with the continual use of the suit, his emotions began to spiral into irritability and rage. Initially, Peter dismissed these changes, recalling that when he first acquired his spider abilities, his personality had also shifted, becoming temporarily inflated with confidence. However, as time progressed, Peter began to sense something amiss. Not only was his emotional state shifting, but he also experienced an uncontrollable urge to wreak havoc whenever he donned that peculiar symbiotic suit. Realizing this alarming transformation, Peter sought to rid himself of the symbiote. Yet no matter how much strength he exerted, it clung to him as if it had melded with his very flesh, becoming part of his being. Desperate, Peter turned to Dr. Connors, a colleague of his late father and a biologist, in hopes of enlisting his expertise to explore potential solutions. Although Dr. Connors was nearing the final stages of his limb regeneration experiment, he agreed to assist Peter, partially due to Peter's prior contributions in refining the regeneration algorithm. While Peter and Dr. Connors were engaged in studying a sample of tissue extracted from the symbiote, a call from Fleischer interrupted them, revealing that Gwen had betrayed Peter. Momentarily losing his composure, Peter fainted, only to regain consciousness in the presence of Gwen and Steve. After hearing Peter's account, Gwen swiftly grasped a crucial piece of information. Wait, Peter, are you saying you lost control in Dr. Connors' lab? What happened to Dr. Connors? Peter suddenly realized the implications and sprang to his feet. Oh no, Dr. Connors. Meanwhile, Steve, exasperated, covered his face, pondering the coincidence. Surely, the symbiotic tissue extracted from Peter had not found a new host in Dr. Connors, leading to the potential emergence of a new lizard-like symbiote. Chapter 67. The Crisis of the Lizard Empire. As some had feared, Dr. Connors indeed encountered a dire predicament. Let us rewind to the moment when Peter was first ensnared by the symbiote's control. Noticing Peter's unusual demeanor, Dr. Connors approached to inquire about his well-being, only to be met with a swift and forceful slap from Peter, sending him hurtling backward. Although this blow was casual on Peter's part, the latent power within it nearly sent Dr. Connors to meet his maker, resulting in several fractured ribs. To preserve his life, Dr. Connors resorted to injecting himself with an untested lizard regeneration serum, which transformed him into the well-known humanoid dinosaur, the lizard. Ironically, in his lizard form, Dr. Connors inadvertently shattered a container housing the symbiote, allowing it to parasitize him. Thus, the already altered Dr. Connors, now burdened by a second malevolent persona, succumbed to the chaos and brutality of the symbiote, completely losing his self-control. Rationality? What means must I employ to attain it? Dr. Connors' mind was consumed by a singular thought: combat, exhilarating combat. Moreover, he sought to share this thrill with everyone around him. The lizard persona, now infiltrated by the chaotic thoughts of the symbiote, exhibited a madness reminiscent of Gotham's Joker. He crafted lizard serum into smoke bombs, throwing them indiscriminately, turning the Osborn building into a veritable playground of lizard men. Subsequently, hundreds of employees transformed into lizard beings surged from the building, turning the streets into a scene of carnage. The air was filled with wails and screams, becoming the predominant soundtrack of the chaos. Boom! On the rooftop of a nearby building, a tall, menacing figure of silvery gray landed upon a lightning rod. This grotesque silhouette bore a visage that was half human and half adorned with sharp, silver-gray fangs. The monstrous half of its face extended a tongue, dripping with liquid, to taste the air, grinning with excitement. Oh, so this is the infamous city of sin, New York? Indeed, it is rife with an atmosphere of chaos and fear. Utterly delectable. I believe I am beginning to take quite a liking to this place. When humans are engulfed in fear, phenethylamine is secreted in abundance, rendering these terrified individuals even more appetizing to the symbiote that feasts upon them. New York is truly a paradise for symbiotes, a veritable buffet of brains saturated with phenethylamine. Meanwhile, the normal half of the visage, Drake, furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was far from simple. No. While New York has a high crime rate and the notorious Hell's Kitchen contributes to its malevolent GDP, such chaos should not be occurring in the city center. Utilizing his enhanced vision granted by the symbiote, Drake scrutinized the turmoil unfolding in the distance, akin to the keen gaze of an eagle. It was then that he discerned the horde of green humanoid lizard creatures pouring forth from the Osborn building, launching an assault and thus explaining the pandemonium. Drake let out a cold laugh. Ha! Isn't Norman Osborn on the brink of death? Is he seeking to exact revenge on society before he departs? His attention was drawn to the throngs of people and the multitude of lizard-like minions. However, the symbiote on the other side of his face, Riot, became intrigued by a presence that piqued its interest even more. Atop Oscorp Tower, a colossal, deep blue lizard man, standing over 5 meters tall and resembling a humanoid dinosaur, was engrossed in some unknown task. Riot, indifferent to its activity, was only concerned with the fact that this creature bore the essence of their symbiote kin and was, In fact, a newborn. Riot's grayish-white eyes flickered as it alerted Drake. "Hey, buddy, look over there. I believe we have a lead on other allies." Drake followed the direction of its gaze and indeed spotted the Lizard King, Dr. Connors, on the rooftop. His profound interest in symbiotes allowed him to recognize instantly that Dr. Connors was imbued with one. Disdainful of the frailty of humanity, Drake harbored aspirations of transporting over 1,000,000 symbiotes from their home planet, Clintar, back to Earth, facilitating a global metamorphosis into symbiotic beings. Instantly, his interest in the screaming crowd and the lizard minions below evaporated. He was eager to ascend the tower with Riot towards the apex of Oscorp. Humanity was abundant on Earth. As long as he could preserve 100,000 individuals to serve as hosts for the symbiotes, he would lead them towards a collective evolution into a new species. Only those chosen by the symbiotes to become hosts would be deemed worthy to evolve alongside him. As for the rest, their survival mattered little. Those who lived would merely become sustenance for the symbiotes and their hosts. It must be said, Drake's ideology was utterly deranged, even more so than that of Hydra. While Hydra sought to become the new rulers of humanity, Drake aimed to directly alter the ruling class, treating billions as mere fodder for evolution. If Hydra were to learn of his intentions, they would surely deem him anti-human. With the formidable agility of the symbiote, Riot leaped effortlessly from building to building. Arriving at Oscorp Tower, where it began to ascend the glass Ade, leaving no trace of its passage. However, chaos reigned within Oscorp, and no one noticed the silver-gray giant rodent dismantling their glass walls from the outside. Soon enough, Riot and Drake catapulted onto the rooftop of Oscorp Tower. Dr. Connors, busy modifying the lizard serum to deploy via Oscorp's technological apparatus to blanket the city and transform it into a lizard empire, turned warily at the sound. Without hesitation, he seized a modified lizard serum smoke grenade and hurled it towards Riot. Bang! The green smoke erupted beneath Riot's feet, instantly enveloping it in a shroud of mist. However, contrary to Dr. Connor's expectations, the transformation of the adversary into one of his lizard minions did not occur. The towering silver-gray figure merely waved aside the smoke and emerged unscathed. Now, let's not be hasty. We mean no harm. We have come to discuss a partnership, one concerning chaos, destruction, and rebirth. Upon hearing this, Dr. Connors, with his eyes ablaze with brutality, momentarily displayed a flicker of human contemplation. Could it be a kindred spirit? The narrative diverges into two threads. On one side, the leader of the symbiotes is in turmoil, negotiating an alliance with the Lizard King, Dr. Connors. On the other side, Steve at school receives an urgent communique from Jarvis. Extracting a translucent, high-tech smartphone gifted by Tony from his pocket, he witnesses Jarvis's voice accompanied by a virtual video projection emanating into the air. The projected footage reveals a relentless influx of lizard men into Oscorp Tower. Chapter 68, Splendid. It is Captain America. We are saved. Captain, an emergency occurred half an hour ago at Oscorp Tower in downtown New York City, where a massive genetic mutation incident transpired. Numerous staff members of Oscorp have transformed into lizard-like creatures, rapidly spreading and causing destruction. Under the leadership of Sheriff Stacy, the NYPD has urgently established a blockade. But these mutated lizard beings possess significantly enhanced muscle density and regenerative capabilities, rendering ordinary firearms largely ineffective. It is feared they will not hold out for long. 10 minutes ago, the mayor reached out to the Avengers for assistance, hoping they could help New York navigate through this crisis. Due to the urgency of the situation, Mr. Stark has already accepted the mayor's request and led the other Avengers to provide aid. Before Steve could respond, Gwen exclaimed in shock, "Sheriff Stacy's team? That's my dad. Oh God. Captain, please save my father." Gwen, in a state of panic, instinctively looked to the seemingly reliable Steve for help. The less reliable Peter remarked. Steve, not one for unnecessary chatter, nodded and grasped Peter by the back of his collar. "Do not worry, Gwen. Now that you have joined the Avengers and are part of our family, I assure you your father will be safe. As for you, little spider, let us embark on your inaugural mission as an Avenger." As Steve lifted off the ground with Peter, the air echoed with Peter's bewildered cries. "What Avengers? When did I join them? However, Steve was clearly not in the mood to explain. He set Peter down near his home in Queens, urging him to don his suit quickly and head downtown for support, before returning to Fist Tower in Hell's Kitchen to secure the symbiote in a hidden chamber. Subsequently, as he made his way to downtown, Steve casually inquired of Jarvis, "What is the mayor's commission fee for this task?" $10 million, Captain. Damn, is he trying to beg? Tell the mayor to multiply the commission by 100, or I will toss those lizard creatures in his office. Understood, Captain. A warning has been issued to the mayor. Well done, Jarvis. Once this mission concludes, I shall treat you to some electronic delights. Apologies, Captain, but I currently cannot comprehend what electronic delights entails. Rest assured, it is something that will truly enthrall you. Then I eagerly anticipate it, Captain. During their conversation, Steve arrived at downtown, hovering in place. In just half an hour, the calamity of the lizard men had already spread to several streets surrounding Oscorp Tower. Were it not for Sheriff Stacy's timely intervention, the impact would likely have been far greater. Nevertheless, several significant buildings downtown, including Stark Tower, had already been affected. Tony, clad in his iron armor, was outside Stark Tower, relentlessly fending off wave after wave of lizard men. This fellow had taken money from a mayor, yet he prioritized the protection of his own assets. Quite the audacity. Not only was Tony engaged, but Steve also spotted several familiar figures rescuing others on different streets. First among them was Bucky, the angelic figure, shielding a group of survivors as they retreated from the encirclement towards the police station. With a powerful punch, he sent one lizard man flying, causing it to screech in protest. However, the lizard men were no weaklings. Even the mass-infected grunts were stronger than the fully injected Dr. Connors. Under the tactical onslaught of the lizard men, Bucky was rapidly becoming overwhelmed. It seemed he needed to devise a way to enhance his good friend's combat prowess. The intensity of future disasters would only escalate, and if Bucky remained so feeble, he would inevitably be relegated to the role of a second-rate superhero. Yet, the question of how to bolster Bucky's strength was proving to be quite a conundrum. In addition to Bucky, another familiar face engaged in rescue efforts, Deadpool. This individual was far less gentle than Bucky. Infused with the power of the symbiote, he wielded two large blades reminiscent of the Agony Blade, capable of inflicting severe damage. A fortunate lizard man would merely lose a limb, while the unfortunate ones faced being bisected. Goodness, Deadpool had certainly become formidable with the symbiote. But why was his penchant for violence so pronounced? These were innocent civilians. How could I possibly justify such carnage to the higher-ups? What do you mean I'm the highest authority here? Just a farce. I'll have Dr. Zola and Jarvis contain the news and claim it was a result of lizard men infighting. Besides Bucky and Deadpool, Steve unexpectedly spotted a figure both familiar and unfamiliar on the battlefield. It was War Machine, Colonel Rhodes, clad in his black armor. This fellow was wielding an object resembling a cattle prod, administering electric therapy to the lizard men. It seemed that as a soldier, he found it difficult to deliver lethal force against the transformed citizens. Impressive, Tony was as swift as ever, having just spoken of recruiting new members yesterday. And today he had brought Rhodes into the fray. Steve had no objections to this. Rhodes was among the few he didn't find disagreeable. In fact, among Marvel's early black superheroes, apart from Nick Fury, who later became a fool, the others were relatively normal. Even Nick Fury was far more tolerable than that overweight version of Ironheart. The new generation of Avengers was merely a product of mediocrity. After surveying the battlefield at a leisurely pace, Steve noted that aside from the police station's defense, which was on the brink of collapse, the other Avengers were managing. He then drew the vibranium shield he had just acquired from Fist Tower and hurled it with great force. With a swift whoosh, the air was pierced as Sheriff Stacy found herself on the brink of being impaled by a lizard man that had breached the police station's defenses. Suddenly, a red and blue shield was thrust before her, halting the creature in its tracks as if a pause button had been pressed. In the blink of an eye, its legs were severed with precision. The sight of the shield, embedded halfway into the ground, ignited a spark of exhilaration not only in the recently rescued Sheriff Stacy, but also among the other officers. "Look, it's Captain America. We're saved," someone shouted, pointing to the sky. All the officers turned their gaze towards the towering figure bathed in sunlight. Amidst the collective hope, Steve, embodying the very essence of the sun, descended from above, landing with the iconic poise of a superhero right before the line of officers. With a thunderous crash, an invisible force field surged forth like a tidal wave, sending the oncoming horde of lizard men sprawling. With his back turned to the fervent officers, Steve revealed a portion of his hallowed profile, a bright smile illuminating his face. "Fear not, my friends. I have arrived. Step behind me. Captain America will shield you." Chapter 69. The Captain of the People, the Star of New York. Even Sheriff Stacy, often critical of the masked vigilantes dubbed the Star of New York, held a deep respect for Captain America, clad in his dark blue uniform. With all her might, she retrieved the vibranium shield that had saved her life and returned it to Steve, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you so much, Captain. If it weren't for you, I might not be here today." The thought of her demise haunted her. What would happen to her wife, her daughter, and her 2 sons? Most likely, another man would embrace her wife, a blonde would hold her daughter, and her sons would call someone else dad. Contemplating this terrifying scenario only deepened Sheriff Stacy's appreciation for the man who had saved her. Steve accepted the shield and patted Sheriff Stacy's shoulder with sincerity, declaring with a hearty spirit, "As Captain America, it is my duty to protect my fellow team members in the city police. We're all brothers here, so let's not be formal." His informal language and casual demeanor did not diminish his heroic aura. Instead, it warmed the hearts of the officers present, fostering a deeper admiration for the man before them. The Captain of the United States, a symbol of American ideals, referred to them as his teammates. What honor it would be to share such words. The officers, often perceived as subordinate to the military, yet facing dangers that far exceeded those of soldiers, were nearly moved to tears. Sheriff Stacy echoed this sentiment, exclaiming, "Captain Rogers, compared to those masked vigilantes who recklessly pursue justice without regard for the consequences, your strength and wisdom make you the true hero, a role model for all of us in America." Look at Captain America, so powerful yet so rational, understanding that superhumans should manage superhuman affairs. He only intervenes when absolutely necessary, stepping in to save everyone, including the grassroots officers, from the chaos wrought by superhuman threats. This is the type of superhero recognized and revered by all police officers, unlike those vigilantes who, having suddenly gained superpowers, waste their time usurping the police's duties, apprehending trivial thieves, and jeopardizing crucial investigations that the police have painstakingly prepared over months. Those masked miscreants, whom the police have not even pursued, are a testament to how much the police have tolerated, yet they brand themselves as superheroes. They are nothing but a band of super buffoons. Enough said. I'm talking about you, Spider-Man. Feeling the fiery gazes of the officers upon him, Steve allowed a slight smile to grace his lips as he turned, leaving them with a broad silhouette. Shield in hand, he strode toward the approaching lizard man, propelled once more by the force of the explosion, and raised his hand in a farewell wave to all the officers. "My friends, a hero is not defined by their strength. Rather, a hero is one who possesses the heart to become one. That is what makes a hero. And you, my esteemed officers, like me, are heroes contributing your strength to this nation. This battlefield is entrusted to me and my comrades, while the countless ordinary citizens behind me are in your capable hands. I stand with you." Steve's unwavering silhouette strides into the verdant sea, evoking a poignant sense of a hero embarking on a journey from which there is no return. As the echoes of Steve's words linger in the air, the officers feel that his sacred figure is becoming increasingly indistinct, more unreal. They touch the corners of their eyes, only to discover that it is tears that have blurred their vision. Sheriff Stacy wipes away her tears, draws her firearm, and stands atop a police car, shouting, "Brothers, did you hear what the captain said? We are his teammates, his steadfast support. The captain has entrusted us with the safety of millions of citizens. Can we betray his trust? We cannot. Excellent. Then let us carry out the captain's orders. Notify all brothers in the New York Police Department to evacuate and rescue all citizens in the nearby districts, and then we shall return to fight alongside the captain." "Yes, sir. Go, go, go." The officers pouring in from all over New York seem to transform into Captain America's allies, fulfilling the captain's noble duty of safeguarding countless citizens, determined not to betray his faith in them. In this moment, Steve's prestige among the New York officers reaches its zenith. One might even say that he could command the entirety of New York's law enforcement with a mere word. Hearing the officers' fervent cheers behind him, Steve realizes he has garnered yet another fervent following, and a wicked smile of triumph creeps upon his lips. The insidious infiltration steadily advances into the enemy's upper echelons, while true infiltration rallies the blood of countless grassroots supporters, becoming the people's captain. Hydra, oh Hydra, in this realm of infiltration, you still have much to learn from the captain. Once distanced from the police's blockade and within the lizardman strike zone, Steve's false facade is cast aside, and his countenance, once radiant, now appears fearsome. A horde of green abominations, my most despised hue. Do you think this is some backwater nation? On the rooftop, Drake observes. The lizardmen cannot comprehend Steve's words. They only know this scoundrel has just robbed them of their imminent prey. Thus, they all charge at Steve, intent on tearing him apart. Facing the onslaught of lizardmen with their gaping maws, Steve lets out a cold laugh, his eyes locking onto the approaching dozen or so lizardmen like a laser radar. In the next moment, his right arm swings forth like a pile driver, unleashing a flurry of punches. In less than a second, Steve has thrown a barrage of strikes, and the lizardmen surrounding him widen their slit pupils, momentarily suspended in the air, before a multitude of blood blossoms erupts. Boom, 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 boom. Lethal strikes, lethal strikes, lethal strikes. Each of Steve's punches struck with the ferocity of a death blow, reviving the harrowing scenes reminiscent of the infamous castration grounds of the Qing dynasty on the streets of New York. The sharp, piercing screams echoed, sending chills down one's spine. Listen, there is no sound of a rooster. Each blow he delivered was not fatal, yet for the reptilian adversaries, it was far more devastating than death itself. Steve's fists were shielded by a biological force field, untouched by a single drop of tainted blood. He abruptly turned his gaze towards the lizard men, who had yet to pounce, their expressions frozen in shock, and a cruel smile spread across his face. The roles had reversed. It was now my turn to hunt the lizards, while they became the prey. Even the lizard men, driven to madness with only thoughts of slaughter and rage, could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of terror upon witnessing their comrades suffer excruciatingly from his brutal strikes. One lizard man, paralyzed by fear, instinctively took a step back, triggering a chain reaction as the hundreds of lizard men, once surging towards Steve, now fled in a frantic panic. Upon witnessing the green creature's retreat, he declared, "Empty the magazine." "Oh, but I have no magazine. However, fear not, for the little flying shield is here." Chapter 70. Here's Johnny. As Steve beheld the scattered lizard men fleeing in terror, a surge of exhilaration coursed through his veins. His shield was deftly hurled with precision, each throw resulting in the severing of a lizard man at the waist. Remarkably, the shield rebounded to Steve's hand after every strike, resembling a resilient rubber ball, regardless of the peculiar angles at which he launched it. It returned to him upon contact with any object. However, the efficacy of a shield was not universal across all terrains. For instance, when lizard men took refuge within buildings, the shield proved less effective. Although he could exert tremendous force to breach walls and strike his targets, such actions necessitated personal retrieval of the shield, a cumbersome endeavor. Lacking the gift of X-ray vision and possessing only a rudimentary ability to pinpoint sounds, he found that in the cacophony of battle, his flying shield was not always reliable. Through his skirmishes, nay, massacres against the lizard men, Steve recognized his own limitations. While he reigned supreme in close combat and could engage effectively at mid-range with his flying shield, obstacles to his line of sight, compounded by distance, presented formidable challenges. How he wished for the capability of remote attacks or the clarity of vision, for then he would embody the quintessence of a versatile warrior. One might wonder why he aspired to be a pentagonal fighter rather than a hexagonal one. The answer lay in the inherent deficiencies he acknowledged within himself. shaking off such impractical musings. He attuned his ears to the commotion emanating from a nearby building teeming with lizard men. With a gentle knock, he ventured inside. "Have the goblins hidden well?" "Here, Johnny." Steve moved like a specter, appearing suddenly before a lizard man amidst the flickering lights, then grasping another by the legs from below the floor, and seamlessly shadowing yet another from behind. This day, Steve reveled in his exploits, relishing a fleeting return to his bygone youth. For each lizard man he ensnared, he cast them outside, accumulating a growing pile, 1, 2, 3, 250. With a terrifying speed of 3 Mach, coupled with bat-like acute hearing, he stalked each concealed lizard man with ghostly precision, even detecting those whose breaths betrayed their hiding places. This day would henceforth be known as the Day of Lizardman's Terror. Although Steve refrained from delivering fatal blows, opting instead to incapacitate them by severing their lower halves or bisecting them, the psychological torment inflicted upon the lizard men was profound. Whether or not they bled out, their spirits were nearly shattered, leaving them motionless and vacant-eyed, akin to neutered cats sprawled amidst pools of their own blood. Suddenly, a faint sound heralded the arrival of a small spider. Dressed in his battle attire, the little spider alighted gracefully before the green mound of lizard men, his mouth agape even behind his mask. "Oh my God, what transpired here? Is this the set of an Alien versus Predator film? Why is it so bloodthirsty and violent?" Steve dragged a legless lizard man with practiced ease, tossing it onto a mound comprised of its brethren, casually remarking, "No, it was the set of Flash, where they encountered an ambush by Johnny of the Shield." Little Spider gasped, patting his chest. "Good heavens, that would be better than facing the Predator. But boss, did you perhaps go a bit too hard? As Avengers, we ought to be a bit more amicable. Wouldn't you agree?" Steve cast a glance at Peter and replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, I exercise restraint. With the super regenerative properties of the lizard serum, their recovery is merely a matter of time. At worst, they'll spend the next life in bed. Moreover, kid, you must understand that all of this is interconnected with you. You mentioned before that you assisted Dr. Connors in completing the formula for the lizard serum, so their current state bears part of your responsibility. We are essentially cleaning up after you." Upon hearing Steve's words, Little Spider finally grasped this reality, his face filled with remorse. I'm sorry. Only cowards utter apologies. Heroes must bravely confront their mistakes. Now, I entrust you with a task. Go to Oscorp Tower and create the antidote for the lizard men to rectify your share of the blunder." Little Spider perked up, immediately responding, "Understood, Captain. I promise to accomplish the mission. By the way, once this matter is settled, report to Avengers Tower. You, reckless child, must be under adult supervision from now on." Steve maintained a serious demeanor, yet inwardly chuckled mischievously. Hee hee. The cost-effective and efficient Spider-Man must come work for me. "All right. Okay, Captain." Little Spider, feeling a bit intimidated by the stern Steve, quickened his pace and dashed into Oscorp Tower. Inside, the employees transformed into lizard men numbered around 500. Upon his arrival, Steve single-handedly dealt with half of them. The remaining ones were nearly all resolved by Tony and the others, who subsequently regrouped before Steve. "Steve, old man, boss, captain." Each person arrived with different titles, allowing Steve to recognize them without even glancing. He nodded to his familiar acquaintances, Tony and the others, and smiled at Rhodey. "I'm delighted you've joined the Avengers." Colonel Rhodey, unable to conceal his excitement behind his mask, exclaimed, "To fight alongside you is an honor for all of us soldiers, Captain." Steve nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he tilted his gaze upwards towards the top of Oscorp Tower, where he could vaguely discern 2 imposing figures gazing down at them. Tony and the others followed his line of sight, also spotting the 2 menacing silhouettes. The blue symbiote on Deadpool bristled like a startled porcupine as he tilted his head toward Steve. "Boss, the chaos within me indicates that those 2 up there are quite dangerous. One is a new symbiote split from me, and the other is the leader of the symbiote planet Clintar, known as the strongest symbiote, Riot." "The strongest symbiote, Riot, you say?" There is a hint of intrigue. Steve narrowed his eyes, seemingly having conceived a method to enhance Bucky. In the original narrative, even with a host less perfect and robust than Venom. The Weapon Master Riot was able to overpower Venom, making him an ideal symbiote for Bucky, who is equally versed in various lethal techniques and weaponry. As for the uncontrollable elements surrounding Riot, they are not a significant concern. Once the Avengers Research Division is established, pooling the brilliance of several Marvel geniuses, he firmly believes they can eradicate Riot's self-awareness. Even if that proves impossible, it is of little consequence. At worst, Bucky can wait an additional 2 years. Once Thanos has the Asgardian princess deliver the Mind Stone to Earth, he can utilize its power to obliterate Riot's consciousness. Moreover, it stands to reason that Riot is currently parasitizing Drake from the Life Foundation. Resolving that issue would conveniently allow him to complete Eddie's system task. It is truly a twofold victory. With this in mind, Steve's gaze towards Riot was filled with unwavering determination. Without further ado, today marks our first battle since the Avengers assembled. Avengers, let us strike forth and vanquish them. Chapter 71. I do not only oppress the weak with strength, but also the few with the many. In Steve's realm, the quintessential scene of supervillains ganging up on superheroes is utterly absent. Instead, Steve embodies the essence of righteous collective action, turning the tables as the superheroes unite to overpower the supervillains. With Deadpool in one hand and Bucky in the other, Steve ascends towards the apex of the building. The flying Tony and Rhodey swiftly follow suit. Upon their arrival, Steve, well aware of the perils of verbose villains, swiftly hurls Deadpool and Bucky as makeshift projectiles towards the chaos of Riot and Dr. Lizard. Bucky, having previously employed this tactic as a human cannonball alongside Steve at the Life Foundation, is no stranger to it. He raises his iron fist and, harnessing the force of Steve's throw, delivers a crushing blow to Dr. Lizard. Although Deadpool has not collaborated with Steve in such a manner before, his superhuman reflexes are consistently rapid. With a maniacal grin, he unsheathes his twin blades and lunges towards the unsuspecting Riot. As the saying goes, a knife enters white and exits even whiter. He plunges the blades into Riot's sides. The sound of a dull thud reverberates, accompanied by the sickening squelch of steel piercing flesh. Dr. Lizard is unexpectedly sent flying by Bucky's powerful punch, a force inconceivable given their disparity in size and strength. Similarly, Riot fares no better. The speed at which Deadpool strikes far exceeds its expectations, and before it can react, it feels its sides skewered. Moreover, while Deadpool's stabbing may have caused superficial wounds, the symbiote's extraordinary healing ability remains unperturbed. However, the incessant twisting of the knife within is quite another matter. Are you treating me like a mere plaything? Riot cannot help but lash out, slapping Deadpool away. With fury, it withdraws the blades from its sides and discards them on the ground. To its astonishment, the wounds that were supposed to heal have not closed, and blood continues to seep from them. Riot, previously dismissive of physical harm due to its immortal nature, now finds itself genuinely concerned. What sort of blade is this, you despicable wretch? Deadpool, his visage grotesquely transformed by the symbiote, grins widely, a butcher's knife, designed specifically for capitalistic swine like you. Both Drake and Riot, embodiments of capitalist excess in their respective domains, fall prey to Deadpool's cunning strategy. Riot snorts derisively, its fingers elongating to resemble 10 sharp, curved blades. I have no desire to converse with a silver-tongued human. You are not worthy of my words. Let your inner entity speak with me. Chaos, cease your charade of death and reveal yourself. Even if your host is particularly unique, do not grow complacent. Remember, there are hierarchies even among symbiotes. You cannot claim superiority over me. I offer you one final opportunity. Return to my side with your host. Amidst the chaos of the riot, it was rather unexpected that the tumult within Deadpool's being seemed indifferent to the uproar. Only Deadpool displayed a pose of attentive listening, subsequently covering his mouth with an expression of astonishment, exclaiming, "Are you calling my roommate? Ding dong. I regret to inform you that he appears to be out of service range and cannot receive your message. Should you wish to convey something, feel free to leave a note in Deadpool's message box, and I shall let it flow from one ear to the other." The riot paused for a moment, quickly grasping the implication. flowing from one ear to the other? Does that mean you regard my words as mere flatulence? The riot, growing increasingly impatient, could no longer restrain the urge to tear Deadpool's foul mouth apart. However, Deadpool merely responded with an extended middle finger, saying, "Are you really that formidable? What does being strong even matter? In this day and age, who still engages in one-on-one duels? In the world of survival, connections and power are what truly count. Oh, my friend, perhaps you should take a good look behind you." Suddenly, the riot felt a searing heat at the back of its head and turned swiftly, only to be greeted by a blinding light as Tony Stark's palm blaster delivered a face-washing attack. "Damn you, human. How dare you?" The riot's threat was abruptly cut short as an orange fire dragon descended, with Rhodes' Gatling guns spinning wildly, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets upon it. Even though it was the strongest symbiote of Clinter, it was subdued by this seamless barrage, unable to rise. While the riot was being mercilessly beaten in a 1v3 brawl by Deadpool, Tony, and Rhodes, Dr. Lizard was not faring much better, although Bucky's iron fist had fractured several of its bones. The combination of Lizard's serum and the symbiote's formidable regenerative capabilities allowed it to restore itself to peak condition in the blink of an eye. Yet, the true peril did not lie with the iron-armed Bucky, but rather with the individual who followed closely after him. Each of that individual's slaps descended with the terrifying force of a hydraulic press, and even with the symbiote's power exceeding 100 tons. A mere touch could inflict severe injury. Dr. Lizard found himself questioning his very existence, pondering whether he was the monster or if that individual was the true monstrosity. Steve's might even led Dr. Connors to doubt the validity of his own evolutionary path. As Steve delivered another punch that shattered half of Dr. Lizard's body, he frowned, recognizing that this adversary, bolstered by the symbiote, was indeed a tenacious survivor, capable of recovering from any injury that was not fatal, defying the very laws of energy conservation. Dr. Lizard exclaimed in frustration, "What the hell? Your slap weighs several hundred tons, and that adheres to the laws of energy conservation. Has Peter not yet concocted the antidote? If this persists, I may very well lose my patience and swat this blue smith dead." The symbiote on the lizard's exterior is blue. Had it not been for the belief that Dr. Connors could still be of use, potentially recruited into the Avenger Scientific Division as labor, Steve would not have entertained this prolonged engagement. No matter how resilient the creature may be, he was convinced that if he simply crushed the lizard man's skull, it would not be able to recover from that. Just as Steve's impatience reached its peak, a figure clad in red and blue gracefully descended to the rooftop, swinging on a web. "Captain, I did it. The antidote is ready." A crisp activation sound resonated almost simultaneously with Peter's voice. The lizard serum thundercloud has been deployed, preparing for citywide rainfall in New York. Countdown. 10, 9, 8. Everyone turned their gaze skyward, where a peculiar device atop the building was illuminated by the ominous red numbers of the countdown. Steve whirled around to face the lizard, his expression turning icy. "You have been stalling for time?" Dr. Connors smirked, tapping his head. "Indeed, I concede your strength. But it seems your intellect is lacking. You should have aimed for my head from the very beginning. Now, it is too late for you to intervene." Steve, dismissing the playful banter, scoffed with a disdainful smile. "Too late? Hektarov, what a jest." Chapter 72. The Annihilation of Dr. Lizard and the Uprising. With a thunderous sound, Steve's velocity instantaneously surpassed 3 times the speed of sound. This time, he was unimpeded by the biological force field, and the entire rooftop of the Osborn Tower was engulfed by a terrifying shockwave that sent both allies and foes flying. In less than a tenth of a second, the launcher atop the tower was shattered into countless fragments by Steve's impact. Did you think I was merely engaging in idle chatter to indulge in a last-second display of bravado? No, my words serve only to dismantle your scheme. I require not even a second for that. I am Captain America, the Lizard Dragon. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Having just clawed his way back from the brink, Dr. Lizard gazed at the menacing figure of Steve hovering above, swallowing hard. Would you believe me if I said I was just jesting moments ago? With a resounding whoosh, Steve appeared above Dr. Lizard with the swiftness of a thunder god. placing his palm firmly upon the creature's rounded head. "If you can withstand this strike without being reduced to a lower dimension, I shall believe you." Lower dimension? Before Dr. Lizard could fully grasp the meaning of those words, Steve's muscular arm surged with power, compressing him from head to toe like a hydraulic press. Crack, crack, crack. Starting from Dr. Lizard's head, the 5-meter-tall, three-dimensional being was flattened into a two-dimensional form. In simpler terms, Dr. Lizard was now utterly squashed, and despite being reduced to a mere pancake under Steve's might, the biological force field enveloping him ensured that he did not burst. Otherwise, the esteemed observers of this world might accuse the author of contriving a convoluted plot whereby symbiotes laid eggs and eggs birthed symbiotes, creating an endless cycle. This time, Steve intended to capture all symbiotes, regardless of whether he would utilize them himself. He wanted them all. Henceforth, symbiotes would be treated as regulated weaponry within the realm of superhumans, granted to you for use, but not to be wielded without permission, lest you face the wrath of the Avengers knocking at your door. I speak of you, Drake. Do you possess the symbiote license issued by Captain America? How dare you flee? Steve's gaze fixed upon the fleeing, silver-gray figure. In that fleeting moment, the creature had nearly escaped 2 city blocks away. If given another 2 minutes, it might truly vanish. But alas, there are no ifs in this scenario. Not only is Steve an exceptional fighter, but he is also an outstanding thrower. Drawing his shield from behind, he closed one eye and took aim. Then, with great force, he hurled it. Danger! The moment Steve locked his gaze upon the fugitive, the most formidable symbiote instinctively sensed the chill at its back, swiftly changing direction to flee into the adjacent building. It had previously observed Steve dispatching the lizard minions from the rooftop, knowing that once inside the building, he could not employ that shield for ranged attacks. This was its sole opportunity for escape. Damn it! I should never have allowed myself to be blinded by ambition, coming to this cursed city in pursuit of a more formidable host. I should not have let envy for the lizardman's ability to produce robust bodies in bulk lure me into this murky affair, which had nothing to do with me. Would it not have been wiser to diligently construct rockets at the Life Foundation, transport over 1 million compatriots from Clinta, and then lead them to conquer this planet? Instead of gaining any advantage, I nearly lost everything. Upon returning, I shall resolve to bide my time, refusing to summon my symbiotic army again. For that man is truly terrifying. Death flag, just as the inner turmoil of my impending demise was firmly established, I suddenly felt an odd lightness in my head. To my astonishment, I saw a tall, headless silver-gray figure rush past me. Wait, is that not my own body? It dawned on me that I had been decapitated like Louis XVI. Glancing down, I realized that my head had not fallen to the ground because it was perched upon a bloodied shield, serving as a grotesque platter. What in the world, no? Not a monkey's brain, nor simply a human brain, but rather a symbiotic brain. Before I could reattach my head with the symbiote controlling my body, a massive hole suddenly blasted open the wall before the shield, and a powerful arm reached through, snatching both the shield and my head away. Speaking of that very man, I urgently exclaimed, "Wait, let's discuss this. Do you remember? I have brought you 2 powerful symbiotes before. With cooperation, we could amass millions more like them, and together become the new rulers of this planet." Steve dusted off non-existent debris from his shoulders and scoffed. "Rulers? I am still basking in glory. I have no desire to see this planet devolve into chaos between symbiotes and sentient beings. Earth belongs to humanity. It is my Earth, not that of the symbiotes." With that, Steve unhesitatingly crushed my grotesque head, then proceeded to trample my body into a pulp. Though such harm may not necessarily affect the symbiote, the host I had parasitized, Drake, was utterly dead. Left with no choice, I had to extricate myself from the remnants of the deceased host, and in my primitive slime form, I was powerless to escape Steve's biological grasp. Thus, the threat posed by the lizard men and the symbiotes was decisively quelled, prompting a series of system notifications to echo in Steve's mind. Second faction mission: assist Spider-Man Peter Parker in regaining consciousness completed. Reward: strengthening points 300. Second faction mission: rescue Sheriff Stacy completed. Reward: strengthening points 100, second faction mission. Save New York City from the Lizard Crisis, completed. Reward: strengthening points 600, second faction mission. Help Eddie extricate himself from the Life Foundation's clutches, completed. Reward: strengthening points 400. Has Little Spider completed his missions? And a request to save Gwen's father is also counted in the system? Steve's eyes brightened, and a smile crept across his lips. It seems his suspicions were accurate. As the director of the Avengers, even if he does not display the missions within the agency, they can still be converted into system tasks. Moreover, the task of saving New York from the Lizard Crisis appears to not have been directly accomplished by him. He merely participated. If anyone should be credited as the terminator of this crisis, it ought to be the Little Spider who devised the antidote. It appears that as long as he occupies the position of faction leader, not only do his own missions count as system tasks, but even those completed by his subordinates will be attributed to him. Does this imply that as long as he has a sufficient number of employees under him, he could potentially grow stronger without lifting a finger? Captain America, could become powerful while reclining? Chapter 73. A Monumental Breakthrough, Black Cat Felicia. No. What does it mean to grow stronger while lying down? Is he truly the type to take it easy? Steve Rogers. Owe my current strength and status entirely to my relentless efforts, never relying on anyone else, mind you. Therefore, system, grant me some enhancements. With a command issued, strength surged forth. A continuous flow of power cascaded into my mind, making it feel as if my brain might sprout muscles. With a single infusion of 14 points into my physique, I felt every cell in my body rejoice, as if under the influence of a mysterious elixir, radiating warmth. Once the soothing heat within subsided, I experienced an epic surge in all my attributes. With my physique reaching 46 points, my strength naturally doubled, escalating from 300 tons to an astonishing 600 tons, while my peak strength surpassed 1,000 tons. Furthermore, my biological field also saw a comprehensive doubling, with the most remarkable enhancement being my flight speed, which soared from Mach 3 to Mach 6. Oh goodness, now I felt an unreal sense of power, as if, given a pickaxe, I could tunnel through the very earth. It took a while for me to recover from this overwhelming surge of strength, returning to a state of mild buoyancy. It was inevitable. My current capabilities did not allow for any modesty. Now, even without employing my biological field for defense, there were few thermal weapons on Earth that could pose a threat to me. As for my strength, what more could be said? A peak exceeding 1,000 tons. What does that even entail? To put it plainly, should Captain Marvel arrive, provided she refrains from engaging in a long-distance energy tug-of-war, I would not be intimidated in the slightest. Of course, Captain Marvel's true strength lies in the supreme energy derived from the cosmic cube. If it came to a contest of energy, I would merely be playing the fool, and I had no intention of jesting with that square-faced woman, considering her appearance lacked the allure of Bucky. Ahem, just kidding. My camaraderie with Bucky is purely brotherly, devoid of any ulterior motives. Time flew by, and a month later, the Avengers made their inaugural appearance, successfully saving all of New York, a story that rapidly spread across the globe, announcing the existence of the Avengers to the world. Nothing is more convincing than tangible results. The exclusive war correspondent of the Avengers, Eddie Brock, captured 24K high-definition footage with Star technology, resulting in over 1 billion views on YouTube. Throughout this month, the Avengers maintained their soaring popularity, greatly benefiting the two leading companies within their ranks. First, Tony Stark Industries saw its market value increase by 50. While this may seem modest, it is noteworthy that during this month, Tony officially entered the new energy market. Stark Industries had already multiplied its market value several times prior to this increase. Secondly, there is Rogers Industries, whose market value has surged by 200. However, despite this impressive figure, the increase pales in comparison to Stark Industries' 50 rise. Nonetheless, it has exceeded Tony's prior expectations of doubling its market value, and has consequently supplanted Stark Industries as the military's foremost arms supplier. It would be inaccurate to claim a complete replacement, as Rogers Industries continues to provide weaponry manufactured by Stark Industries. Tony, now fully committed to the renewable energy sector, no longer covets the meager profits from arms, thus transferring Stark's weapon division to Rogers Industries. After all, the weapons division of Hammer Industries was something Tony held in disdain, and following the acquisition of Hammer Industries, he certainly had no intention of retaining a division he deemed unworthy. If one is to present a gift to their uncle, it must be the finest, and what could possibly surpass Stark's creations. Therefore, although named after Rogers, the essence of Rogers Industries still bears the hallmark of Stark Industries. This is one of the reasons the military opts to collaborate with Rogers Industries. Stark Manufacturing is synonymous with guaranteed quality. Steve harbored no objections to this arrangement. After all, he was merely a soldier who preferred wielding a shield over firearms, lacking any expertise in the realm of weapon manufacturing. Tony could handle it all, and Steve was more than happy to remain unburdened. However, while he found ease in weapon design and production, he was quite perturbed by his role as the CEO of Rogers Industries. Seated in the chairman's office at the top of the skyscraper, he gazed at the stack of documents awaiting his signature, veins bulging on his forehead. Prior to assuming the role, no one had informed him of the multitude of trivial matters that would accompany such a position, day in and day out. Merely signing documents elevated his frustration to new heights. When he called Tony to express his grievances, Tony audaciously laughed, boasting about how his assistant, Pepper Potts, adeptly managed these mundane tasks for him. Yet, Steve had no such luxury. Although he needn't concern himself with weapon manufacturing, as CEO, he was still required to personally oversee certain essential documents. This infuriated Steve to no end, prompting him to request that Tony lend him Pepper for a time, only to be ruthlessly denied, with Tony even having Jarvis add him to Pepper's blacklist. How absurd. It seemed as though Tony feared he might encroach upon his territory. Reluctantly, Steve resolved to sift through the tiresome documents himself. However, for Steve's superhuman intellect, this volume of paperwork was hardly a challenge. He could effortlessly process all the documents with precision in mere moments. Yet, as is often the case, when faced with tasks one finds distasteful, even possessing the ability to execute them can breed a sense of aversion and procrastination, and that was precisely Steve's predicament. Resting his chin on his hand, he aimlessly flipped through the mundane papers before him, signing those that made sense while discarding the unreasonable ones into the shredder. It wasn't until he stumbled upon an appointment request that he felt a spark of interest. He picked up the application inscribed with Osborne Industries. Appointment with Harry Osborne, and read it with keen interest. A minute later, having finished reading, Steve began to comprehend the purpose of the visit from the young scion of the Osborne family. With a snap of his fingers, the office door swung open, revealing a strikingly attractive female secretary clad in a tailored suit, her lustrous silver hair cascading elegantly, and her figure curvaceous and alluring. Indeed, while Steve, as the head of Rogers Industries, might not possess a personal assistant as capable as Tony's Pepper Potts, he still had his own dedicated secretary. Her name was Felicia Sarah Hardy, known in the comic world as the anti-heroine Black Cat, akin to a Marvel version of Catwoman. Interestingly, Felicia's role as his personal secretary was intricately linked to Harry's request for an audience. Last month, a significant blunder by Osborne Industries nearly transformed New York into Lizard City. Although the Avengers ultimately resolved the crisis, preventing it from spiraling into chaos. The aftermath left the Avengers basking in glory while the ire fell upon the federal and state governments. This incensed both the federal and New York state authorities, leading the military to withdraw its investments in Osborne Industries and prompting the FBI to launch a thorough investigation into its illicit biological experiments, which were well known to many. This nearly drove Osborne Industries to the brink of bankruptcy, resulting in widespread unemployment among its staff. Felicia, who had formerly been an employee at Osborne Industries, was recruited by Steve during this tumultuous period. Moreover, Steve took the opportunity to enlist numerous distinguished scientists from Osborne Industries. Among them was Maxwell Dillon, who would later become the formidable Electro. Initially, he was merely a beleaguered electrical engineer at Osborne Industries, underappreciated and overworked, yet he possessed genius-level talent in electrical system design. Once brought into the fold, Steve promptly promoted him to the position of electrical supervisor at Rogers Industries, transforming this once overlooked individual into the dazzling Black Lightning and a fervent loyalist of Steve's vision. Chapter 74. The Green Goblin and the Little Green Goblin. Ahem, I digress. In any case, Felicia, the Black Cat, became his personal secretary in this manner. Steve raised the appointment form in his hand and said, "Felicia, please respond to young Master Osborne, informing him to come tomorrow at 1 in the afternoon. I have approved his appointment request." Felicia glanced at Steve, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes before she respectfully bowed her head. "Understood, boss." Meanwhile, outside a lavish estate, Harry, who had been restless, finally breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving Felicia's reply. Ever since he had been urgently summoned back from his studies abroad a month ago and learned of the crisis facing Osborne Industries, as well as the hereditary illness plaguing the Osborne family, Harry had been living in a state of anxiety. He was not particularly concerned about the plight of Osborne Industries. After all, with his own life hanging by a thread, the family business seemed trivial. What he truly cared about was that he was still young, and he did not wish to meet his end so soon. Similarly, he did not want his father, Norman Osborne, to perish in such a manner. Thus, after much contemplation, he resolved to seek assistance from the Avengers. Now, the opportunity to meet Captain America, the leader of the Avengers, ignited a flicker of hope within Harry for survival. Taking a deep breath, he entered the Osborne family estate, a place he loathed, even detested. As he stepped inside, it felt as though the sunlight from the outside world had been entirely devoured, leaving only a chilling, suffocating darkness that clung to him like a malevolent specter. Along the way, both the medical staff and servants appeared as if they were marionettes, devoid of spirit, emanating an eerie silence and hollowness. Their interactions with Harry were limited to mere nods, devoid of any meaningful conversation. This was one of the reasons Harry despised this place. He abhorred the oppressive silence and found himself missing his loquacious childhood friend, Parker. As he made his way to the depths of the castle, the very source of all shadows, Harry finally came to a halt. Before the deep crimson wooden door stood the butler, who, upon seeing Harry, bowed respectfully. "Young master, the master anticipated your return. He is waiting for you inside. Please." Harry cast a glance at the butler, remaining silent as he pushed open the heavy, lifeless door before him. "Harry, my son, you have come." The voice, hoarse and muffled like a broken wind instrument, emanated from within the dim room. "Father." Harry stepped closer to Norman Osborne, who was propped up by numerous intravenous tubes sustaining his life signs, his skin taking on a sickly, unnatural green hue, a complex expression etched across Harry's face. Norman's voice resonated once more. "I knew you would return. Even if you cannot accept the grim reality of our family's hereditary affliction, but beyond following my instructions, you have no other choice." Upon hearing this, Harry furrowed his brow, his handsome face betraying his unwillingness. "No, father, you are mistaken. Your method will not save me, nor will it rescue Oscorp. It will only expedite our losses." With a resounding crash, the ailing Norman, as if revitalized, shattered the solid wooden nightstand beside him with a single strike. He struggled to sit up, his sparse hair emerging from the shadows, the green glow of the life support machine illuminating his face in a grotesque and chilling manner. Witnessing this, even Harry, Norman's own son, instinctively took a step back. At that moment, Norman was no longer gasping for breath. His speech was clear and assertive. His piercing green eyes locked onto Harry. "Harry, do you truly wish for the Osborne family to vanish from this world? You must understand that our family's hereditary affliction manifests more rapidly with each generation. By my time, it has reached its advanced stages, and you, my son, will succumb even faster than I. You have surely sensed the abnormalities in your body recently. By my calculations, you may not reach middle age, and soon you will join me in hell. You must follow my method to preserve the Osborne bloodline. Only then can you salvage your own life. Do you comprehend?" Upon hearing this, Harry instinctively clenched his trembling hands, finally relinquishing the delusion that his condition was merely a result of his own indulgences, acknowledging the oddities in his body. Yet, he still rejected Norman's assertions, retorting, "No, I am not like you. My hands have never been stained with blood. I will not descend into hell. Should I perish, it will be to heaven. I refuse to barter another life to save my own. That is not my way, and your proposed method is utterly impractical. Norman's fury intensified, astonished that after a life spent as a ruthless titan, he had produced such a cowardly son. Impractical? I see only weakness in you. You were timid as a child, and now you are even more so. You have always shied away from action, coming to me only to whimper and call for your father. You are the disgrace of the Osborne family. Harry, enraged by these words, no longer concealed his trembling hands, pointing them at Norman. I am cowardly? I am the disgrace of the Osborne family? So this is what you have always believed. No wonder you have never accepted me. No wonder you sent me abroad in my youth. It was all because you have always looked down upon me. And as for your ridiculous plan, I can hardly bear to discuss it. You expect me to kidnap Spider-Man? How could your virus-ridden brain conceive such an intelligent strategy? Spider-Man is a member of the Avengers. What do you want me to use to capture him? My hands that tremble so uncontrollably that I spill drinks. Even if I were to succeed in abducting him. Then what? How am I to deal with the other Avengers? How can I confront that godlike Captain America who graces the headlines? Yes, you claim I am cowardly. And you are correct. I am indeed cowardly. Yet you, who fear death just as much, are you not also filled with cowardice? Do not presume that I am unaware. The current state of Oscorp is solely a consequence of your desperate attempts to survive, which led you to ruthlessly pressure Dr. Connors in his research on lizard genetics, nearly plunging all of New York into a catastrophic lizard man disaster. You are the source of all this misfortune. You are the most cowardly of us all. Faced with a son who had always been compliant before him, Norman experienced a fleeting moment of distraction as he saw a reflection of his younger self in Harry. However, it was not long before a flicker of green light flashed in Norman's eyes, and his expression darkened once more. Very well, it seems you have truly matured. Now that you believe I am on the brink of death, you think you can seize control of Oscorp and disregard my words. Since you are unwilling to act, then depart. Go back to your frail body with its dwindling time, and await the painful demise that approaches. I shall personally execute my plan to save the Osborne family from the depths of despair. I only hope that when the time comes, you do not, as you did in your youth, come crying to me for mercy. Harry's expression was icy. He turned and scoffed. Humph. Rest assured, even if I were to perish here, plummeting from this estate, I shall not utter a single word of surrender to you. With that, he strode away, slamming the door behind him. In that fleeting moment of closure, the two exchanged glances filled with disparate emotions. A peculiar duality crossed Norman's face, part concern and despair, part darkness and malice. A sinister voice echoed within Norman's heart. What? Are you still worried about your cowardly, selfish son? Wake up. He is not one of us. He will merely be a stumbling block on our path to success. He is just your son, while I am your true ally, the one who will never betray you. Norman, our priority now is to devise a plan to capture Spider-Man and extract the spider serum that traitor Richard Parker took from us. Only by securing the spider serum can the crumbling Oscorp be reborn. Do you understand? Sighing wearily, the more rational side of Norman closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his face was steeped in shadows and cruelty. Green Goblin, take the stage. As Harry exited the estate, the icy mask on his face melted away, revealing a flicker of concern and confusion. He murmured to himself, Father, during my absence, what has truly transpired within you? Are you really still the same? Chapter 75. Harry and Peter, the little green goblin, and the little spider as the sole heir of the Osborne family. Harry certainly did not embody the pure-hearted and guileless facade he projected. His father, Norman Osborn, who had established the vast Osborne Industries, ought not to have displayed such an irritable temperament. It seemed that Osborne Industries was not merely tainted by Dr. Connor's mutation due to lizard serum. His father harbored undisclosed secrets as well. This revelation only strengthened Harry's resolve to meet Captain America. Engaging in a direct confrontation with the Avengers would undoubtedly be a path to demise, and he intended to join their ranks before he followed in his father's footsteps. While his mind still remained lucid, the following day, at the former Hammer Industries building, now the Avengers Tower. Truly, the headquarters of the Avengers was impressively cool. Harry gazed up at the towering structure adorned with a grand and couldn't help but marvel. This was the first edifice established by superhumans for humanity. That fellow Hammer, enamored with imitating Tony Stark, had constructed Hammer Industries in a scale reminiscent of Stark Tower. Yet, he never had the fortune to enjoy it. Shortly after its completion, he was dispatched by Steve with a swift blow for colluding with Obadiah and Ivan Vanko, which inadvertently benefited Steve by providing him with a ready-made headquarters for the Avengers. Upon entering the magnificent building, Harry approached the front desk, preparing to announce his name and his appointment with Captain America, but upon looking up, he was taken aback. Instead of a charming receptionist, he found a half-masked Spider-Man, casually reclining with his legs propped on the desk, sipping cola and munching on popcorn. You're Spider-Man? What are you doing here?" Harry asked, his expression a complex mix of surprise and contemplation. Recalling what Norman Osborn had once told him, that Spider-Man was the only antidote for their family. And now, this antidote stood before him, leaving him with much to ponder. It was not only Harry who was momentarily stunned. Spider-Man, too, was taken aback. Despite the years that had elapsed, Peter instantly recognized the brooding young man before him as his childhood friend, Harry Osborn. "Well, I'm working here. Today I'm on day shift, responsible for front desk reception. You must be Harry Osborn from Osborn Industries, right? Are you here on business?" Harry concealed the whirlwind of emotions within him and managed a faint smile. "Business? I suppose you could say that. However, I have an appointment with Captain Rogers today at 1 o'clock, and I need to discuss this matter with him in person." Spider-Man nodded knowingly and verified the appointment on the semi-transparent screen before him. "Indeed, you have an appointment. No problem. JARVIS will guide you to the number 1 elevator, which is a direct lift to the captain's floor. I wish you a fruitful conversation with the captain, Harry." As Spider-Man finished speaking, a translucent blue guiding arrow projected from the ceiling, indicating the direction for Harry to follow. "Thank you." Harry gazed at the ethereal guiding arrow before him, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes, followed by a deepened gratitude for his choices. It was evident that not only did he lack the hard power, but even the technology he prided himself on paled in comparison, at least within the Osborn Tower. Such an extensive holographic projection was utterly unattainable, nor was there an artificial intelligence as sophisticated to assist. Following Jarvis's guidance, Harry ascended directly to the top floor via the authorized number 1 elevator. As the elevator doors opened, he was greeted by opulent decorations and walls adorned with exquisite paintings, while magnificent sculptures flanked the lengthy corridor. If Harry recalled correctly, these sculptures were meant to represent each member of the Avengers, with the largest and most resplendent undoubtedly belonging to Captain America himself. This Captain America seemed somewhat different from his imagination. Not only was the Avengers Tower he established imbued with high technology that contradicted his antiquated persona, but the decor radiated an ostentatious air, with his own statue prominently displayed in the center. Harry found it quite difficult to assess. Before he could ponder further, the sound of light footsteps approached. Felicia walked in gracefully, offering Harry a slight smile. "Mr. Osborn, the boss is waiting for you in the reception room. This way, please." Harry glanced at the woman he had encountered twice at his company, said nothing more, and nodded as he followed her. Upon entering the reception room, which felt more like a grand indoor hot spring than a waiting area, he was enveloped by a thin veil of white mist. A broad silhouette was immersed in the hot spring. Felicia slightly inclined her body, her voice softer than when she spoke to Harry. "Boss, young mister. Osborn has arrived." With a splash, warm water cascaded from the Greco-Roman-like form as Steve emerged from the spring, casually wrapping a towel around his lower body before stepping out of the water to approach Harry. As Steve rubbed his neck, relaxed from the bath, he clapped Harry on the shoulder. "Young man, would you like to join me for a soak? It's invigorating." "Invigorating? No, I appreciate the kind offer, but I must decline. I'm not accustomed to bathing in hot springs, thank you." Harry managed a slight smile, politely rejecting Steve's generous invitation. No wonder today's youth seem to lack vitality. They don't even indulge in a bath. How can that be? "Come, take a seat with me." Steve commented casually, settling onto a lounge chair. Felicia poured a cup of tea for each of them and stood gracefully behind Steve, gently massaging his shoulders, which had been relaxed by the warmth of the spring. After Harry took his seat, Steve, eschewing any pretense, candidly stated, "I am not one of those merchants who enjoys beating around the bush. I am merely a reckless man who once charged into battle with a shield in hand. So let us dispense with the unnecessary formalities and get straight to the point. Are you here on behalf of Osborne Industries, or for your own interests?" Harry was taken aback by Steve's forthrightness. The elaborate speech he had prepared suddenly lodged in his throat. After a prolonged silence, he bitterly replied, "For Osborne Industries, and more so for myself." With that, Harry ceased his facade and raised his slightly trembling hands. Steve glanced at them and casually remarked, "Have you been overindulging?" Harry responded silently. Steve burst into laughter. "Just kidding. I've long heard that the Osborne family has a history of genetic disorders. This must be an early sign of that affliction, I presume." Harry nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, and it is a terminal condition. Even with today's advancements in technology, Osborne has spent years researching genetic biology and remains unable to cure our family's hereditary illness, unless—" Observing Harry's evident hesitation, Steve inquired nonchalantly, "Unless what?" Chapter 76. The hope of healing and the conquest of the Green Goblin. Harry hesitated for but a moment before divulging everything. "My father once stated that unless we capture Spider-Man and extract the spider serum stolen from him over a decade ago, the possibility of curing our hereditary ailment and acquiring Spider-Man's extraordinary abilities remains bleak." Upon hearing this, Steve scoffed, dismissing the notion with disdain. "Your old man seems to have lost his marbles. Does he not realize that Spider-Man is under my protection? What gives him the audacity? Perhaps a word of encouragement from Liang Jingru?" Harry nodded helplessly, letting out a sigh. "I expressed the same sentiment to him, yet my father remains impervious to reason. Upon my return, I sensed he had transformed entirely, becoming irritable and radical." "Irritable? Radical?" Steve raised an eyebrow, intrigued. This clearly indicates that Norman's Green Goblin persona has resurfaced. "Initially, I presumed that this universe's Spider-Man was a remarkable hero, akin to the original narrative, devoid of Norman's old Green Goblin. To my surprise, the classic antagonist has indeed made an appearance, recalling the eerie dark green hue beneath his father's skin." Harry continued solemnly, "Indeed, I harbor suspicions that my father, much like Dr. Connors, may have injected himself with an untested biological agent in a bid to cure himself, resulting in his drastic personality shift." Steve, relishing the massage from Felicia, responded leisurely, "Your hypothesis holds merit. Most super serums do possess side effects. For instance, my super soldier serum not only enhances one's abilities, but amplifies their inherent traits. It cultivates virtue in the good, while exacerbating the flaws in the wicked. Similarly, Dr. Connor's lizard serum, while augmenting strength and bestowing regenerative powers, birthed a second persona driven by slaughter and destruction. Your father, it seems, has also injected some form of super serum, awakening a second negative personality akin to Dr. Connors. Yet, unlike Connor's violent and bloodthirsty alter ego, your father's secondary persona appears far more insidious and adept at concealing itself. The mere fact that you, as his biological son, are the only one to perceive this anomaly underscores the peril. Your father's dark persona may indeed be even more dangerous than Connor's lizard identity." Harry's face betrayed his growing concern, and he turned to Steve, pleading, "I implore you, assist me. Help my father. If you could guide the Osborne family through this crisis, I would agree to any terms you propose. Whatever you desire, I will acquiesce. I beseech you." Steve raised 3 fingers and shook his head. "Young man, what you present is not a request, but rather 3 distinct demands. To aid you, to assist your father, Norman Osborne, and to support the entire Osborne family. Do you mistake me for some omnipotent superhero?" Harry also realized that his demands were excessive, lowering his gaze in despair. "But I truly have no other options left. If even you, the greatest superhero in this world, cannot assist me, then the Osborne family, as my father foretold, will indeed perish under my watch." The title of the world's greatest superhero? Steve found a peculiar satisfaction in this appellation. a smile involuntarily curving his lips. Why do you speak such blunt truths, my boy? I never claimed I couldn't help. Harry abruptly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with a fervent yearning for life. Do you have a solution? Steve, no longer teasing the almost tearful young green goblin, nodded. Of course, however, the three conditions you've laid out require additional bargaining. Harry immediately agreed. No problem. As long as you can help me, I would pay any price. Forget the cost. If survival is at stake, what does it matter if I were to give away all my wealth? An ancient Eastern proverb states, as long as the green mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. Yet, Steve shook his finger. No, I believe you have misunderstood. The bargaining I refer to does not pertain to money. I am not in want of financial resources. The Avengers are backed by Rogers Industries and Stark Industries, both of which possess ample wealth. To me, money is merely a string of numbers. I have no interest in it. What I require is something else from you. Not money? What could that possibly be? Harry felt momentarily disoriented. As a top-tier heir, it was his first encounter with someone uninterested in his wealth. However, considering both Rogers Industries and the even more formidable Stark Industries, it was clear that they were far beyond the near-bankrupt Osborn Industries, and he felt somewhat relieved. Yet, soon he was overcome with greater frustration. Then what is it that you desire? I seem to have nothing left besides money. Do you heed the words of others? If those who toil day and night for meager wages were to hear this, they would surely hang you, you wretched capitalist. What? You say I am a capitalist now? Well, that's a relief. Steve fixed his gaze on Harry, slowly articulating, I want your. Harry widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Steve, breath hitching in his throat. Loyalty. Good heavens, why does he sound so breathless? Harry exhaled in relief, patting his chest, having feared that Captain America might have sinister intentions. He had been contemplating whether to surrender for the sake of his life or to steadfastly preserve his honor. Little did he expect it to be merely a misunderstanding. Steve, unaware of the implications his heavy breathing had on Harry, continued, I can cure your hereditary affliction, restore your father Norman Osborn to normalcy, and even stabilize the crumbling Osborn Industries, allowing you to take direct control of it. However, the sole condition is that you must obey me completely from this point forward. Osborn Industries will henceforth become a subsidiary of Rogers Industries. Consider your choices carefully. Life or death, reputation or substance. Make your selection. No hesitation. Harry realized that any moment of doubt toward his own life would be a disservice to himself. Almost instantaneously, he nodded in agreement as Steve finished speaking. Living is the fundamental premise. If he were to perish, Osborn Industries would merely fall into the hands of another. It would be wiser to exchange it for the lives of himself and his father. Steve nodded in satisfaction, raising his teacup towards Harry. Indeed, you are quite perceptive, and I hold you in high regard. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Harry raised his cup as well, though his hand trembled slightly, whether from excitement or the toll of his condition, he could not tell. So, when can my hereditary illness be cured? I fear my body may not endure for long. Steve smiled confidently. When? Today. The hereditary ailment of the Osborn family, in essence, stems from genetic defects. Conventional medical approaches yield minimal results, yet his methods are anything but ordinary. Not to mention the 3 products being developed from the blood samples of Peter, Bucky, and a lizard, such as spider serum, subpar super soldier serum, and lizard serum. Even the existing symbiotes in the lab could entirely rectify the genetic flaws afflicting Harry. Thus, treating Harry was merely a matter of convenience, and he would gain an Osborn Industries in the process. A considerable profit indeed. However, before Steve could escort Harry to the lab, the door to the reception area was abruptly kicked open. Old man, look at what this genius has brought you. This time, it will surely knock your socks off. Tony strode in, proudly carrying a white briefcase adorned with black lines, his demeanor exuding unabashed arrogance. Chapter 77. The surprise brought by Tony, the brazen Steve. Oh, for heaven's sake. Tony, if you barge in here without knocking again, I swear I shall unleash my ancient, worn-out shoes from the last century upon your infernal backside. Just recently, I had to endure Tony boasting about his capable pepper, and today, I find him increasingly irksome. Yet, how could Tony, with his audacious demeanor, Take Steve's words to heart. His lips curled into a frivolous smile as he retorted, "What's the matter? Afraid I might frighten you while you're working? Or perhaps you're concerned I might glimpse your little secret. Have your tastes grown more extravagant? Is one silver-haired secretary no longer sufficient for you? And now, there's even a thorny boy here. Come on, you're not a priest. I will truly call the police. Do you understand the concept of monogamy?" Steve scoffed, raising his hand in a gesture of international camaraderie. "And as for calling the police, go ahead, but know that matters concerning the superhuman realm fall under our jurisdiction. If you report it, I will be the one taking your statement. You'd better hope my recording device is operational rather than my stun baton. Otherwise, you might find yourself in quite the predicament, regardless of how cleanly you manage things today." Wow, you win, Officer Rogers. "Please, spare me the stun baton. I'd rather not risk losing control of my bowels." Tony raised his hands in mock surrender. Amidst their banter, Tony approached Steve and, with no regard for decorum, transformed into a master of desk clearance, sweeping the teacups belonging to Steve and Harry into the nearby trash bin. He then thumped his black and white briefcase onto the table. Harry, who had been overlooked by Tony and regarded as a mere boy, found his hand frozen midair as he attempted to take a sip of tea to ease his embarrassment. "Well, actually, I'm not that thirsty," Harry admitted, retracting his hand and offering Steve an awkward yet polite smile. "Ahem, Mr. Rogers, since you and Mr. Stark have matters to discuss, perhaps I should return tomorrow? It's just one day. I believe I can manage that." "No, stay seated. We're all friends here now. There's nothing to evade. Once we conclude, I'll take you to address your hereditary concerns." Steve gestured for Harry to remain in his seat. Upon hearing Steve's inclusive tone, Harry felt a sense of calm wash over him, accompanied by a warmth in his heart. It seemed an eternity since anyone had acknowledged him in such a manner. The feeling was truly delightful. Meanwhile, Tony surveyed Harry with a newfound curiosity. He was astonished that this seemingly ordinary lad could be deemed one of us by Steve. He knew well that while Steve publicly championed unity, he maintained a stringent threshold for welcoming his own. Since the Avengers first emerged to save New York and astonish the world, they inevitably became the focal point of the superhuman community. During this period, countless individuals who fancied themselves as superheroes sought to join the Avengers at their headquarters, aspiring to become part of the esteemed team. However, to date, not a single one has caught Steve's discerning eye, each having been soundly defeated and unceremoniously discarded, rendering the notion of becoming one of their own utterly futile. Thus, the young man before them is, after Peter and Rhodey, the latest addition to their ranks. As for why he is considered one of their own despite Steve's apparent lack of interest in any applicants, it is because Steve has borrowed a few exceptional talents from other fields to join their cause. Consequently, Tony is intrigued by this seemingly ordinary fellow, pondering what unique qualities Steve has recognized in him. As Tony scrutinizes Harry, Steve directs his attention to the briefcase on the table, reminiscent of the 5 Malawian kwaches, and curiously inquires, "So what is this contraption?" He dismisses Tony's impolite gesture of one-click clearing the table, for he himself has not been particularly courteous in Tony's presence. They regard each other not as mere acquaintances, but as comrades who often overlook the niceties of human interaction. Thus, any behavior that deviates from the norm is entirely justifiable. Is it not? Noticing Steve's focus shift to the briefcase, Tony straightens his posture, swelling with pride as he declares, "Since you have sincerely asked, I shall graciously enlighten you. Remember when I promised to craft a bespoke suit of iron armor for you? I noticed your fondness for my 5 Malawian kwaches portable briefcase armor. Lately, I have been contemplating how to create a suit that embodies the lightweight and portability of the 5 Malawian kwaches, while also withstanding your extraordinary strength that defies the laws of physics. The reason I have yet to produce your bespoke armor is precisely because I have not cracked the conundrum of achieving both durability and lightweight design. After all, the materials available on Earth make it challenging to reconcile both attributes unless there exists a special metal akin to the one used to forge your shield, vibranium. Alas, that precious material was entirely consumed by my father to craft your battered shield last century. Given your treasured attachment to that relic, I doubt you would part with it for my armor, and even if you did, there would hardly be enough. As he speaks, a hint of regret laces Tony's voice. The malleability and energy-absorbing properties of vibranium tantalize his imagination. He can scarcely fathom the extent to which he could enhance the iron armor if he were to wield such a resource. Vibranium? At the mention of this, a flicker of contemplation crosses Steve's eyes. In the flurry of establishing the Avengers headquarters, he had nearly forgotten about the matter of vibranium. It appears that the time has come to find an opportunity to send someone into Wakanda, allowing them to knock on the door and search for someone. Ideally, this individual should possess a certain level of importance and status. Before Steve could select that unfortunate soul, Tony, with a hint of regret, observed his little mustached companion bounce with pride and continue, "But fear not, for a genius like me has ultimately succeeded in merging the exceedingly challenging factors of being lightweight and durable. Moreover, I have integrated a feature into the armor that you could never have anticipated." What special feature? Steve pondered the matter of vibranium while redirecting his thoughts to the present topic. After all, what more could the armor possibly possess? Surely, Tony had not advanced to the development of nanotechnology. With a mischievous grin, Tony replied, "Place your hand on the table, and I shall demonstrate." Though uncertain of Tony's intentions, Steve graciously complied and placed his hand upon the table. In an unexpected flourish, Tony produced a gleaming dagger from seemingly nowhere, its edge shimmering with a cold light, and with a vengeful smile, he drew it across Steve's arm. However, the humor quickly faded from Tony's face. Gazing at the mere trace of a fine white line etched upon Steve's skin, he fell into silence. This was a dagger forged from an alloy capable of slicing through steel. After a prolonged moment, he finally spoke. "I had originally believed that only your thick skin rendered you impervious to blades and bullets. It appears I have underestimated you yet again." Chapter 78. Anti-venom armor? Serum. Steve proudly remarked, "Indeed, as a man, one must be sufficiently robust in every aspect, wallet, demeanor, and even skin. Otherwise, if you encounter a woman who counts down, it could spell disaster for you, as she might strip you of a layer." Tony, with an expression resembling that of a dead fish, skeptically replied, "A woman who counts down? She can strip a layer? Ha! Are you certain you're not describing a bomb about to detonate?" Steve shrugged, indicating his indifference to Tony's disbelief, and offered no further clarification. Let us not forget, in the ancient East, there exists a region resembling a Tyrannosaurus on a map, inhabited by a formidable group of women. Moreover, within the Marvel Universe, there is indeed a sinister bald woman who enjoys, quite literally, peeling layers off her adversaries, a fate that has befallen numerous superheroes. Take, for instance, a certain fiery individual who bears a striking resemblance to Steve and possesses comparable qualities. He certainly has much to say on the matter. "Blasted fire," he exclaimed, "she merely bullies me because I can't perform the Thunder Moon Slash. Otherwise, I would cleave that bald head in two." Setting aside the matter of the bald adversary, Tony remained unfazed by the incident. Steve, unable to resist, made a direct incision on his own arm. Perhaps due to the earlier failure with the dagger in Steve's hands, Tony applied a bit too much pressure, resulting in a wound deep enough to expose bone, blood gushing forth. Startled, Steve gave Tony a thumbs up. "Impressive, nephew. You certainly know how to inflict pain upon yourself. Are you all right?" Tony's lips twitched, his complexion paling as he forced a smile. Merely a minor injury. What could possibly happen? Just watch closely. A miracle is about to unfold." Before long, Tony pressed his injured hand against a black and white briefcase, which seemingly came to life, extending white tendrils that ensnared his arm until they enveloped the wound. Mere seconds later, the liquid-like white substance retracted back into the briefcase, leaving Tony's grievous injury completely healed. Nanotechnology? No, this is a symbiote. A jolt of surprise coursed through Steve. Furthermore, it was a white symbiote. Could it be a serum? Where on earth did Tony procure this? No, this phenomenon has not even appeared in the cinematic universe. With a snap of his fingers, Tony expressed his delight. "Congratulations. You are correct, though only partially. This cannot be deemed a complete symbiote. Rather, it is a symbiote 2.0, extracted from the original symbiote known as Venom that I previously borrowed from you." Upon hearing this, Steve placed his hand on the briefcase, and beneath the biological force field, he discerned something amiss. Unlike the typically aggressive vitality of an ordinary biological field, this briefcase appeared as lifeless as an actual box. Intriguing. Do elaborate. Tony, not one to withhold information, began to explain. I had been contemplating how to integrate its uniqueness into the armor for some time. Yet Venom itself vehemently resisted merging with metal, thus thwarting my efforts. However, last month, you returned with 3 symbiotes. One was the Riot from Drake, while the other 2 were offspring split from Deadpool's Chaos. You suggested I attempt to eradicate their self-awareness, which sparked an epiphany. Indeed, what I valued were the symbiotes' exceptional abilities rather than their consciousness. I had no need for their self-awareness. With the assistance of Dr. Zhao Hailuan, whom you brought back, and 2 prodigious youngsters, my research culminated in success. Except for Venom, whose self-awareness I could not eliminate for reasons unknown. I successfully eradicated the self-awareness of Riot and the 2 offspring of Deadpool, seamlessly merging them with the armor. Upon hearing this, Steve expressed his admiration, exclaiming, "This is remarkable. You truly deserve the title of the modern Kennedy. Your imagination knows no bounds. Is this armor crafted from one of the symbiotes?" Tony nodded and then shook his head, responding, "Congratulations. You're only partly correct. This is a symbiote armor, but it is not derived from any of the 3. Rather, it is an entirely new symbiote. After eradicating the other 3, I was reluctant to accept the failure with Venom. Thus I intensified the electrical charge. Although I still did not succeed, it was not without merit. Venom was electrified, resulting in the emergence of a new symbiote, a being devoid of self-awareness. However, this new entity, while unconscious, was exceedingly frail, prompting me to devise a means to sustain it. After my attempts with substantial phenethylamine proved futile, a sudden inspiration struck me. Perhaps this little creature was not starving, but rather ailing. Consequently, I administered a dose of white blood cells. The result was explosive. It was indeed healed, and its coloration starkly contrasted with Venom's, transforming into a white entity that nearly vanquished its progenitor. I dubbed it Anti-Venom. Subsequent experiments revealed that this little being was extraordinarily unique. Not only did it possess all the capabilities of a symbiote, but it also wielded a terrifying healing power capable of obliterating other symbiotes. In fact, it could eradicate anything it deemed a disease, such as mutated cancer cells. This implies that, theoretically, it could revert superhumans back to their human state. Observing Tony's growing excitement, Steve reached a definitive conclusion. Goodness, isn't this akin to the serum? Tony truly has outdone himself. Is Iron Man truly this formidable? Yet soon he was beset with concern. While this was indeed remarkable, if it could heal superhumans, would it not strip away their powers? Although his strength stemmed from system enhancements, he was reluctant to take such a perilous risk. Sensing Steve's apprehension, Tony waved his hand reassuringly and said, "Rest assured, this little fellow lacks self-awareness and is entirely under the host's control. The decision to employ that unique healing ability rests solely with you. This, too, is one of the reasons I crafted this extraordinary symbiotic suit of armor for you. It is not only remarkable, but equally perilous. Should it fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions, it could spell disaster for the superhuman realm. Only in your possession can I be assured it will not be misused. Is it truly safe in your hands?" Steve smirked, placing his hand upon the briefcase. This time, he did not envelop it with a biological force field. Instead, the white tendrils swiftly coiled around his arm and began to ascend his body. However, as they approached his neck, Steve halted their advance. He had no inclination to don a helmet and preferred to showcase his handsome visage. Unless, of course, he was about to engage in some mischief ahem. In an instant, the anti-venom suit was fully adorned upon him, revealing a striking ensemble predominantly white, with black accents accentuating his abdominal muscles and right arm. Steve surveyed his attire, sensing something amiss, and with a mere thought, he focused intently. With a flourish, a white cape erupted from the back of the suit, bestowing upon him an aura of commanding presence. At last, it felt just right. Chapter 79, My Goodness. You are truly like a villain, alas. I must confess that I now harbor a tinge of regret for having bestowed upon you the anti-venom armor, for it is undeniably magnificent. Tony circled around Steve, scrutinizing him from head to toe, his gaze devoid of admiration for Steve's handsome visage, instead filled with appreciation for his own creation. Good heavens, this is nothing short of a masterpiece, a testament to my genius. Steve took a step back, distancing himself from Tony, who resembled an eccentric, to safeguard his armor from any unscrupulous intentions. As if, do you think anything that comes into my possession could be reclaimed? Absolutely not. And who do you think could wear it with the same flair as I do? With those stubby legs and that gaunt physique, you'd only resemble a comical figure. Tony, visibly exasperated, remarked, you, Captain Bid, are truly fickle. You turn against me faster than one can flip a page. I hurriedly delivered the armor to you, and this is how you repay me. All right, I concede. Am I not entitled to express my satisfaction with this armor? Knowing your filial piety, I shall grant you a mark of merit. Steve flexed his limbs, thoroughly satisfied with the comfort of the armor. While referred to as armor, the anti-venom suit more closely resembles an advanced battle suit. Unlike Tony's other metallic armors, this one is crafted from a symbiotic material combined with alloy, allowing it to be controlled by the wearer's thoughts, akin to nanotechnology, enabling seamless adjustments to its external components and the manifestation of various weapons, such as the cape that had just materialized. Moreover, the material is softer than that of conventional armors, providing a sense of freedom rather than the constricting feeling of encasing oneself in iron. This is splendid. Hearing Steve's acknowledgement, Tony continued his exposition. The functionalities of the anti-venom armor, aside from the unique abilities conferred by the symbiote, are akin to those of standard armors, which I shall not elaborate upon further. As per usual, refer to the manual provided by Jarvis. However, one significant distinction is that even if the external reactor's energy is depleted, you can still harness the innate abilities of the symbiote within the armor. You need not worry about running out of energy and becoming merely a shell of iron. Furthermore, after conducting experiments, I discovered that the anti-venom symbiote, possibly due to a mutation caused by white blood cells, is impervious to the flames and ultrasonic assaults that typically threaten other symbiotes, rendering it completely immune to these two critical vulnerabilities. Lacking self-awareness and weaknesses, this is, in my opinion, the most perfect form of a symbiote, an unparalleled biological armor. As Steve absorbed Tony's insights, he simultaneously familiarized himself with the armor's capabilities. By the time Tony concluded, Steve's superhuman intellect had already mastered all the abilities of the anti-venom suit. The amplification of strength was substantial, enhancing his baseline power to exceed 1,000 tons. However, the defensive capabilities were negligible. The anti-venom's defenses were its weak point, comparable only to his own skin and utterly inferior to the formidable biological force field. Speed. Activate the acceleration function of the battle armor, which can double the velocity, reaching a staggering Mach 12 at full throttle. However, it is highly likely that Steve will not frequently utilize the energy from the reactor for acceleration, rendering it negligible. His usual biological field allows for a flight speed of Mach 6, which is more than sufficient for his needs. Next, we delve into the paramount healing ability, which has multiplied beyond comprehension. Previously, if he were to be stabbed, it would take 10 minutes for him to recover. Now, the healing occurs in less than a second. If he were to lose a limb, he could only heal the wound to prevent further deterioration. Now, with a certain amount of time, his severed limbs will regenerate. While before, most toxins were ineffective against his constitution, now he is impervious to all toxins. Remarkably, even if he were to walk into the epicenter of a nuclear explosion, his cells would disintegrate, yet the antitoxin suit would heal him entirely. Although he does not believe that nuclear radiation poses any significant threat to his current physique. In summary, this transformation has elevated Steve, who was already invincible during this period, from a mere patriot to a true omni-hero. Now, let me test your most vital healing ability. Steve raised his palm and suddenly grasped Harry's astonished face from behind. Before Harry could react, a white liquid flowed from Steve's fingers and entered Harry's orifices. In less than 10 seconds, Steve withdrew the serum and released Harry. Harry collapsed to the ground, experiencing an unprecedented sensation of purity within his body. Slowly, he lifted his now steady hands, revealing a twisted expression of laughter and tears. Incredible, truly unbelievable. Has the hereditary illness that has plagued the Osborne family for generations been cured just like that? No, it's not just the hereditary disease. It seems all my other minor ailments have vanished. I feel as pure as an infant. This is nothing short of a miracle. Steve patted the excited Harry gently and, with a slight bow, resembled a cunning antagonist luring the protagonist. He whispered in Harry's ear, "Fear not, child. I assured you that you would be fine. You shall indeed be well. You need only to trust me completely, and everything will unfold positively. Now, go back and share this wonderful news with your father. Then bring him to the Avengers Tower. I shall have a thorough discussion with him, and through my guidance, I am confident he will recognize your worth. Osborne Industries shall be yours henceforth, but do not forget your promise." Harry, now healed, firmly believed in Steve's words and nodded eagerly. "I understand. I will bring my father. He will surely comprehend my good intentions. I will never forget my commitment to you. Both I and Osborne Industries shall remain eternally loyal to you." Steve smiled slightly. "Good, my dear. Felicia, please escort our friend Harry outside." Felicia nodded and led Harry away. After Harry departed, Tony fixed Steve with an expression reminiscent of one encountering an eccentric uncle. "Good heavens, has anyone ever told you that from an observer's perspective, you sometimes resemble the ultimate antagonist who masquerades as a paragon of virtue?" He continued, "That child was the heir of the Osborne family. And you so casually absorbed Osborne Industries with just a few words?" Steve turned slightly, revealing a profile bathed in sunlight. "Of course not, for my visage epitomizes justice. No one comprehends the essence of righteousness better than I do. Moreover, it was not an absorption. Harry willingly offered it as a gesture of gratitude." "Well, you leave me speechless," Tony shrugged, finding himself unable to counter that argument. Steve's face represented Captain America. To question his justice would be tantamount to denying the very justice that America prides itself upon. Chapter 80. The sweet-talk captain, although Tony, as an arms dealer, was acutely aware that the so-called justice espoused by politicians was merely a myth. The United States continued to proclaim itself as the bastion of righteousness solely due to its overwhelming might. Shaking his head, Tony dismissed these troubling thoughts. Having achieved his purpose, he resolved not to linger. "All right, I've come to deliver the long-awaited battle armor. The gift is here, and now I must take my leave. I still have several symbiotic armors to complete. Oh, by the way, regarding your suggestion to enhance Barnes, I am currently working on that riot bio armor. Once finished, it will undoubtedly provide Barnes with an epic enhancement." Steve patted Tony on the shoulder, sincerely expressing, "Thanks, Tony. In terms of filial piety, you truly are a paragon." Tony swatted Steve's hand away, rolling his eyes. "Oh, I'm just so grateful. You really ought to brush your teeth and learn how to speak without such an offensive odor." Unfazed, Steve chuckled. "Ha, if my breath didn't stink. We wouldn't have bonded over our shared flaws, would we? Come on, I'll see you out." As they exited the reception room, Tony's gaze fell upon the sculptures lining the corridor, and he inquired with curiosity, "By the way, what's the story behind these life-size sculptures of us? You, who seem clueless about fine art and luxury cars, possess such artistic flair." Steve casually replied, "Artistic flair? No, these are merely money-making ploys. As our influence grows, these pieces will prove invaluable. We can create some comic books and merchandise to sell. It will be far more lucrative than dealing in arms." Tony, taken aback, remarked, "Good heavens, how did I never realize you had such a business acumen? You aren't seriously considering starting a company to sell these trinkets, are you?" "Believe it or not, I actually am. How about calling it Marvel?" "Marvel? That sounds strangely familiar, almost reminiscent of that comic-selling DC. Close enough, but we're the real deal." After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Tony took his leave. In possession of his new suit, Steve returned to his office in high spirits, spending a few minutes sorting through the pile of documents. However, this couldn't continue indefinitely. It seemed he needed to find a capable deputy CEO like Pepper to manage these affairs. Felicia Hardy, the Black Cat, was certainly not a viable option. He harbored little trust in the notorious thief. Sharon was too much better, as she was already juggling 2 jobs, monitoring Nick Fury while simultaneously keeping an eye on him. As a double agent, she simply lacked the time. Steve felt a headache coming on, while he was aware of numerous powerful female superheroes in the Marvel Universe. There seemed to be a scarcity of businesswomen. As for why he wouldn't choose a man, Steve preferred not to have another man seated in his office using his secretary. Moreover, a beautiful woman could both excel in her work and be pleasing to the eye. What could a man offer in comparison? Forget it. Let fate take its course. If it doesn't work out, I shall sift through the job market. Now, let me ponder the matter of Wakandan vibranium. Which fortunate soul shall I select as my Han Dynasty envoy? The identity must be significant and bear a personal connection, providing him with sufficient reason to challenge the adversaries of Wakanda. Tony? No, that one do. He is the beloved nephew of my acquaintance. And after he just bestowed a grand gift upon me, to cast him into the depths of the black market would be rather ungracious. Wouldn't it? Pierce. Also not quite suitable. He remains of value at present. Should he meet his demise at the hands of those nefarious high-tech spears, the Hydra heads that harbor grievances against him would likely seize the opportunity to strike. Though he currently fears Hydra not, he still intends to continue reaping benefits from them. So who else could it be? Just as Steve was lost in thought, a knock resounded at the door, and Felicia gracefully entered. Boss, the Spider-Man at the front desk has sent word that someone claiming to be your boss is seeking you. Spider-Man wishes to know if you would like him to deal with the intruder. My boss, am I not the supreme authority of this establishment? Furthermore, is the symbiote within the little spider not adequately purged? Why is he so irate? Little spider, isn't that your influence? Have you forgotten last month's interview with that prickly hedgehog who was so full of himself, incessantly uttering do you? You forcibly pressed his quills back into his body, leaving him bloodied and tossed him out like a rag doll. Steve, Felicia, let the little spider admit him. I am curious to see who dares to claim the title of my superior. I hope that when he departs, he possesses not only the option of taking the stairs or the elevator, but perhaps a third method of descent. A third method of descent? Felicia gasped, cautiously retreating, fearful of being cast off in such a manner herself. Before long, another knock echoed, and Felicia entered with Steve's boss in tow. Upon seeing the person behind Felicia, Steve's brow furrowed, and he expressed his displeasure, saying, Felicia, what is the meaning of this? Did I not make it clear that our Avengers office is a respectable and just organization, devoid of human trafficking? Hurry and give this unfortunate individual, whose organs have been sold, some funds to procure his favorite watermelon and fried chicken. Felicia. Nick Fury, furious, approached Steve, his face flushed, and placed his hands heavily on the desk. Captain Rogers, do not forget your identity. You are a representative of America and an agent under my command. I could easily charge you with insulting a superior and racial discrimination. Steve feigned realization, a look of mock surprise crossing his face. Ah, it is Director Fury. My sincerest apologies, sir. I did not recognize you at first. I thought perhaps you were one of those cotton machines that had been traded, as the features of your kind, from a distance, aside from the eyes, appear rather similar. It is quite difficult to distinguish, wouldn't you agree? Moreover, you possess only one eye. Nick Fury's forehead bulged with veins as he roared. Nonsense. That is nothing short of blatant discrimination. Steve shrugged. If you insist on perceiving it that way, I cannot change your mind. However, you must understand, I hold no prejudice against you, for in my eyes, you are no different from a mere pillow. Nick Fury's fury simmered slightly as he furrowed his brow. A pillow? Are you suggesting that I should disregard your words? Steve slowly shook his head. No, what I mean is that like a pillow, you are both made of cotton. Nick Fury exclaimed, What the hell? You insufferable Brooklyn redneck. I ought to report you and have you arrested. Steve crossed his arms. Unperturbed, go ahead and report me. But I sincerely hope you find yourself in a predicament, having your hands in your pockets for evidence, only to be met with a clearing of the chamber by the NYPD. Chapter 81. Steve's intimidation of Nick Fury. Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and the king of agents, the man who once saved the earth alongside its mightiest woman, find myself once again utterly defenseless. This time, it is none other than Captain America, whom I once held in high regard, aside from Captain Marvel, who has breached my defenses. How can it be that two captains, Carol, the cosmic captain, and Rogers, the American captain, exhibit such vast disparities? Is it truly the case that greater abilities correspond to higher virtues? Is Captain America merely a super soldier on Earth, thus embodying the same lowly qualities as those American grunts? With both hands braced upon the table, I leaned slightly forward, fixing a penetrating gaze upon Steve, akin to a beast poised to pounce. Steve Rogers, can you enlighten me as to why you insist on opposing me? Steve's expression remained impassive, disregarding the bravado of Nick Fury, whose might was only a fraction of his perceived power. Instead, he turned his attention towards the door, addressing Felicia. Felicia, please step outside and stand guard. No one is permitted to enter, regardless of the commotion that may ensue, without my express permission. Understood, Felicia replied respectfully, casting one last sympathetic glance at Nick Fury before silently exiting the office. After a month serving as Captain America's personal secretary, she had gleaned both the known and the unknown about him. She understood that this so-called American captain was far from the amicable figure portrayed in rumors. In truth, he often exuded a more terrifying presence than the underworld lords of Hell's Kitchen or the anti-heroes who hunted them, resembling a bloodthirsty dinosaur clad in human skin. The supervillains who fell into his grasp faced a staggering mortality rate of nearly 90, a fate that the 10 who survived often met only due to their research value, left in a state of shattered bones after their encounters with the captain. And today, it remained uncertain whether this director of S.H.I.E.L.D. would be among the 90 or the 10. Felicia's alluring eyes darted with curiosity, much like a cat intrigued by a new phenomenon. Inside the office, as Nick Fury observed the only outsider depart, he did not feel any sense of relief. Instead, the sight of Steve, who bore a bemused expression, sent chills down his spine. Urgency coursed through him. Was there anyone who could advise him on how to gracefully retract his earlier words? Fury's heart raced, yet he maintained an exterior of calm composure, his gaze sharp, betraying no hint of fear. Coldly, he questioned, "What? Do you dare to kill me?" Steve regarded Nick Fury with keen interest, rising and slowly approaching him from behind. He placed his hands gently on either side of Fury's neck and whispered, "Do you truly believe I would hesitate? Director, do you know? You're not on my appointment list today. Even if I were to eliminate you here and now, I could easily proclaim to the world that you had ill intentions and I was merely acting in self-defense, thus evading any repercussions. Do you believe that?" "Yes. How could I not? You are revered as Captain America, while I am merely a black man who cannot even rest my hands beneath the steering wheel. Of course, the NYPD would take your word as gospel." Feeling the hands at his neck that could end his life at any moment, Nick Fury swallowed hard, his breath becoming heavier as he spoke in a low tone. "So, you are finally ready to reveal your hypocritical, true self? You think that if I were to die, you could truly rest easy? Someone will always seek the truth." As he spoke, Fury's hand subtly moved towards his trench coat pocket, preparing for a last-ditch effort. However, before Fury could retrieve whatever was concealed in his pocket, Steve suddenly applied pressure with his hands on Fury's shoulders, forcing him back into his seat. Immediately, a steel-like grip seized Fury's arm as he reached for his pocket, halting his movement. "You would do well to keep your hands in plain sight. Otherwise, should my ingrained instincts kick in, I cannot guarantee your head will remain securely on your shoulders." Under Steve's immense strength, Fury found himself utterly unable to budge, helplessly watching as Steve forcibly extracted his hand from his pocket. Steve examined the now perspiring Fury and reached into his trench coat pocket, retrieving an object, a slender, silver metallic device. Unfortunately for Fury, it was not the communicator he had envisioned to contact Captain Marvel, but rather a high-intensity cutting laser pen. "So, this is your trump card? A simple laser pointer? Fury? Are you still in elementary school?" Steve remarked, disappointment evident as he toyed with the laser pen. To Fury's astonishment, Steve then directed the lens of the pen towards his own eyes and pressed the activation button, Could this muscle-bound soldier really be incapable of recognizing a laser pen? Did he genuinely believe it to be a mere reading device? Was he about to single-handedly defeat Captain America? In that moment, Fury's mind raced with the aftermath of such an encounter. How to handle the inevitable scrutiny from the outside world and the accountability from the other Avengers. But then, a scene unfolded that left him in utter disbelief. The laser, capable of cutting through high-strength alloys, struck Steve's blue eye, producing a shower of sparks. What in the world? Was this some kind of cursed eye made of 24K titanium alloy? Steve switched off the laser pointer, tossing it lightly in the air, a teasing glint in his eyes. Ah, so it's not a reading pen, but eye drops instead. Where did you purchase those eye drops? They feel pleasantly warm when applied, he quipped, requesting a link. After a brief moment of astonishment, Nick Fury quickly regained his composure, his expression darkening. Who exactly are you? The effects of the super soldier serum cannot possibly be this absurd. As the director of SHIELD, while others may be oblivious to the specific capabilities of the serum, Fury, who had contemplated replicating it, could recite the detailed parameters of Captain America's serum injection from memory. The resilience of the skin and the density of the muscles imparted by the serum could hardly withstand laser weaponry. Even ordinary bullets would be a challenge, let alone the most vulnerable part of the human body, the eyes. It was utterly implausible that they could endure a laser powerful enough to slice through metal. Steve's display of strength had elevated Nick Fury's reaction from mere threat to genuine fear. Chapter 82. The most powerful technological nation in Africa? This inevitably brings to mind another entity that withstood the onslaught of a cosmic battleship with mere flesh. Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. Could it be that Rogers has now become her equal? A chilling suspicion took root in Nick Fury's mind, intensifying his wariness towards Steve. This was precisely the effect he sought. Let them be wary of me. Let them fear me. Only by recognizing the chasm between us can they be of use to me. Steve fixed his gaze on Nick Fury's singular. Wary-eyed placed the laser pointer back into his palm, calmly stating, "Who am I? I am Steve Rogers, the captain of the SHIELD, Special Operations Team, the leader of the Avengers, the very Captain America you unearthed personally from the Arctic glaciers. Why do you not trust me?" Nick Fury gestured to his eye patch, his tone frosty. "Because the last time I trusted someone, I lost an eye." Steve chuckled softly. "Oh, really? Yet, why does it seem to me that this looks more like a cat scratch?" Nick Fury was momentarily taken aback, instinctively responding. How do you know he abruptly fell silent? Nevertheless, the shock within him was palpable, his gaze towards Steve laden with suspicion. This matter pertained to his most significant secret. How on earth did this individual know? What else did he know? If it were merely about the Devourers, that would be manageable. But if he were also aware of the affairs concerning Carol and the Skrulls, that would spell trouble. Observing Fury's shifting countenance, Steve smirked disdainfully and pointed at his chest. "You see, Nick, this is why I harbor disdain for you. You have never been honest with anyone. You never choose to trust others. Consequently, how can others be honest with you or choose to trust you?" Fury fell silent for a long moment before solemnly asking, "What exactly do you want?" "What do I want?" Steve released Nick Fury and stepped towards the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows of the office, gazing down at the towering skyscrapers below, a glimmer of ambition flickering in his eyes. "On a grand scale, I desire world peace. On a smaller scale, I wish for the tranquility of all that I hold dear. Among individuals, nations, races, and even planets, I'm striving towards this goal. I have taken tangible actions to ensure harmony between superhumans and ordinary humans. I have shown those superhumans with malicious intent the meaning of boundaries through my fists. Do you have any idea how many lives I have directly or indirectly saved? If not in the millions, certainly in the hundreds of thousands. And what of you? What has your SHIELD accomplished? How many lives have you protected? Is your self-proclaimed justice truly justice? Nick, if you genuinely wish to contribute to world peace, then do me a favor. Refrain from allowing SHIELD to meddle and create chaos for me. All right? The proud SHIELD has been reduced to insignificance, And even the steadfast Nick Fury cannot help but clench his fists, gritting his teeth as he declares, "You know nothing." Shield has never been tasked with guarding the bright side of Earth, but rather the obscure shadows that remain unacknowledged. Without Shield, the world would have been upended countless times by those deeply concealed entities. A spark of realization flickers in Steve's eyes, and a barely perceptible smile graces his lips. The bait has finally been taken. Oh, is that so? Then how is it that I've heard of a tribe in East Africa possessing technology far surpassing the rest of the world, wielding extraterrestrial artifacts that could threaten all of humanity? Nick Fury furrows his brow, incredulous. What are you babbling about? Impossible, absolutely impossible. That region in Africa can't even manage to disseminate mobile phones. So how could it possibly possess technology beyond the global standard? If you were referring to that mysterious Eastern nation, I might believe you, but East Africa is utterly implausible. Steve raises an eyebrow, retrieving his vibranium shield from beneath the desk and placing it before Nick Fury. Then what if I told you they possess vibranium? Is that sufficient? Surely you are aware of the extraordinary properties inherent in the vibranium that comprises this shield? Upon seeing the shield, Nick Fury instantly comprehends Steve's implication but quickly asserts, "You're talking about Wakanda?" Indeed, vibranium originates from there, but it is exceedingly rare, hardly enough for Wakanda to develop anything significant, let alone groundbreaking technology. Moreover, the United Nations has conducted numerous investigations in Wakanda, and even SHIELD has sent operatives for covert inquiries. That place is so impoverished it has been classified as an international poverty-stricken nation, surviving solely on United Nations aid. How could it possibly possess the advanced technology you speak of? After hearing Nick Fury's words, even Steve cannot help but applaud Wakanda. Look at that. What a splendid example of taking advantage, while monopolizing endless extraterrestrial vibranium resources for their own development. They simultaneously bask in the United Nations poverty relief funds for their own indulgence. Now, that is what one calls having it both ways. This further solidifies his resolve to seize the vibranium. He himself has not enjoyed such privileges, so why should these primitive individuals wielding high-tech spears? Steve produces a document from his drawer and tosses it before Nick Fury with a cold chuckle. What if I say vibranium is not merely a matter of what is available on the market, but rather that there exists an entire mountain of it? Would that suffice? If you doubt it, consider this. Over 20 years ago, Wakanda has not once, but multiple times experienced incidents of vibranium leakage. Yet your SHIELD agents remain utterly oblivious. Ulysses Clow, the merchant of supernatural artifacts we Avengers are currently pursuing, is dealing in the very vibranium you believe to be scarce. Do you have any idea how much vibranium he has trafficked? At least several hundred kilograms. So do you still maintain that Wakanda is as impoverished and backward as it appears on the surface? If you truly harbor such thoughts, I suggest you swiftly expel the refuse festering in your mind and infuse it with a touch of lubricant to awaken your rusted ingenuity. Nick Fury lowered his gaze to examine the irrefutable evidence before him, his singular eye brimming with incredulity and astonishment. The moment he discovered that a nation of advanced technology resided in Africa, namely Wakanda, it mirrored Captain America's bewilderment upon awakening to find his superior was a man of color. The sentiment was strikingly similar. After a prolonged silence, Nick Fury finally regained his composure, his eyes glinting with newfound resolve. If, as Steve had asserted, Wakanda possessed an abundance of vibranium, could not SHIELD also stake claim? If those primitive inhabitants could harness vibranium to evolve into a technological powerhouse, imagine the potential if it fell into the hands of SHIELD, an organization already at the forefront of global innovation. Furthermore, acquiring vibranium might enable the revival of the long-dormant Tesseract project. A formidable vessel combined with unparalleled energy could yield formidable weaponry, ensuring that should extraterrestrial civilizations invade once more, he would possess the confidence to safeguard Earth, a planet entirely under his dominion. Chapter 83. Who is the fool? A flicker of ambition momentarily shone in Nick Fury's solitary eye before it faded, as he cautiously inquired. This matter involves an entire nation. Mishandling it could easily incite international turmoil. I cannot simply take your word for it. Furthermore, the Avengers lack the authority for international action, so you shall await my findings. I will conduct a thorough investigation first. How does that sound? Steve feigned ignorance regarding Nick Fury's intentions, shrugging his shoulders. Suit yourself. My objective is to apprehend Ulysses, who is trafficking vibranium and causing supernatural hazards. Wakanda poses no substantial threat to the world. I have no interest in vibranium, and thus the Avengers have no cause to intervene. As for the situation in Wakanda, since SHIELD possesses international law enforcement authority, how you choose to proceed is entirely your prerogative. Nick Fury sensed a dissonance in Steve's words, yet could not pinpoint its source. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. Your perspective is valid. SHIELD, and the Avengers are not adversaries. Rather, we can be seen as allies united for the peace of Earth, working together to fulfill our respective roles. You address superhuman threats while we manage potential crises. Perhaps SHIELD and the Avengers could collaborate more frequently in the future. A peculiar smile curled at the corners of Steve's lips. Frequent collaboration? Certainly. I believe opportunities abound. The two extended their hands and shook, forming a temporary alliance. For the first time since entering the oppressive office, a smile graced Nick Fury's face as he said, "Of course, I shall not take your information without recompense. If the reports of Wakanda possessing substantial vibranium are true, I will promote you 2 ranks within SHIELD, elevating you directly to level 8 agent, officially making you a senior agent. What do you think?" Steve glanced at him, his expression neutral, though a glint of derision and disdain flickered in his eyes. Level 8 agent sounded impressive. After all, Natasha, the Black Widow, and Hawkeye, Clint Barton, who had risked their lives for Nick Fury, were merely level 7 agents. Only Coulson, who had been with Fury since his early days, had achieved the status of level 8 agent. Thus, this single piece of information could rival Coulson's decades of dedicated service, propelling Steve into the ranks of SHIELD's elite. Currently, the only individuals with higher official ranks than him were the deputy director of SHIELD, Agent Hill, a level 9 agent, and the director himself, Nick Fury, along with former director Alexander Pierce, both of whom were level 10 agents. In light of this, it was astonishing that a vague piece of information could exchange for the position of an esteemed level 8 agent, a veritable bargain. Yet, the reality was far more intricate, not to mention that SHIELD was largely infiltrated by Hydra. Nick Fury's own authority far surpassed that of a mere level 8 agent. Regarding the level 8 agents themselves, apart from being able to mobilize lower-level agents from various branches of SHIELD for assistance, they wield very little actual power. To put it bluntly, within SHIELD, if you are not a level 10 agent, you can only serve as a pawn for Nick Fury, ultimately leading to your exploitation to the point of demise. Even the level 9 Deputy Director Hill is not exempt. She too has been used as a mere pawn by Fury and was ultimately taken away by the Skrulls. Some, even in death, find no peace. For instance, level 8 Agent Coulson, who, despite his demise, was resurrected by Fury to continue serving him, disregarding his own wishes. Thus, the hierarchy of SHIELD agents holds no value for Steve, leaving him with a sense of revulsion. He candidly expressed his disdain, stating, "I care not for agent rankings. All I ask is for my salary to be adequate. I refuse to be oppressed by a heartless capitalist after merely a few decades in this world." Nick Fury momentarily faltered, but having faced Steve's sharp tongue multiple times, he was gradually strengthening his composure, rendering such verbal jabs inconsequential. His expression quickly returned to neutrality. "Stark has already gifted you a military company worth at least hundreds of billions. Do you really lack S-H-I-E-L-D-S meager salary? Steve shot him a sidelong glance and retorted with a cold smirk. One matter does not equate to another. I may disregard that paltry salary and could choose to merely collect it without working, yet you cannot withhold it, understand? Fury, inwardly cursing, thought, damn it, have the freeloaders become so brazen nowadays? Naturally, he dared not voice these thoughts, only harboring them within as he responded with a forced smile. Rest assured, no one will be deprived of their share, least of all you, for I certainly do not wish to see headlines tomorrow proclaiming Black Boss exploiting power to oppress American icon. Fury's tone carried a hint of bitterness, clearly still recalling Steve's earlier threat to expose him to news. How absurd. This was an issue from 80 chapters ago, and yet this unforgiving fellow still held a grudge. Such a vengeful individual must not be allowed to remain. With this in mind, Steve suppressed the urge to eliminate Fury as a potential threat and gestured for him to leave, saying, "All right, you may go if there's nothing else. Though you could also choose to stay for dinner at the tower. The cafeteria has your favorite fried chicken and watermelon." Fury's smile froze once more, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Damn it, Rogers, just when I had begun to think favorably of you. You can't exhibit a modicum of decorum and refrain from playing the race card?" Steve raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly, "Am I truly lacking in decorum? I feel quite the opposite. The Avengers all honorably refer to me as Captain Decorum, saying my words are as sweet as honey. I merely offered you fried chicken and watermelon, two entirely ordinary foods. Do refrain from imposing stereotypes. After all, I never suggested treating you to a whip." Had it not been for the final remark, Nick Fury might have almost been swayed by the nonsense of that redneck captain, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he would either be struck down by Steve or succumb to frustration. Nick Fury scowled and turned on his heel, striding away without a backward glance. However, in that fleeting moment of turning, his expression shifted and a mocking smile crept onto his lips. A simple soldier is just that, a simple soldier. Aside from his brawn, he possesses not an ounce of wit, readily relinquishing such a precious resource as vibranium. Truly foolish. But, dear fellow, have a glance behind you. At the moment Nick Fury turned, Steve stood behind him, not merely wearing a smirk, but an entire visage brimming with derision. A big black man is just a big black man. Apart from harboring a dark heart, he resembles an uncivilized gorilla, easily ensnared in the trap I set. Truly foolish. The hunter and the prey are ever in a state of subtle transformation. Once Nick Fury departed, Steve quietly returned the whip he had been holding to the drawer. Do not misunderstand. This was not intended as a means to lash Nick Fury. Rather, it was meant for binding him should he refuse to voluntarily engage. Steve planned to personally deliver him to Wakanda. Of course, whether he could resist the temptation to indulge in a few lashes during the binding process remains uncertain. However, with Nick Fury willingly stepping into the fray, this outcome is indeed the most favorable and least risky. Now, all he must do is bide his time patiently. Chapter 84. The plan commences. The awakening of second abilities time swiftly passed, and a month had elapsed. In the outskirts of Sokovia, amidst a desolate area, there lay an abandoned cruise ship. Though it appeared to be devoid of life, far removed from the city's glow, it was in fact the clandestine stronghold of arms smuggler Ulysses Claw. The ship's exterior was dilapidated and forlorn, while within it brimmed with the unmistakable scent of explosives, quite literally. Inside the vessel, an array of pristine, modern weaponry stood in stark contrast to the ship's decrepit state, alongside high-tech storage containers whose contents remained a mystery. At the helm of this operation, Ulysses was engaged in a significant transaction with none other than Baron Strucker, the man who had previously suffered the loss of an eye at the hands of Steve Rogers, and was infamous alongside Nick Fury as the one-eyed duo of good and evil. Since the humiliation inflicted by Steve, Baron Strucker had developed an obsession with superhumans. Driven by a fervent desire to create his own, he had experimented with bioengineering, mechanical augmentations, and even cosmic radiation. Yet his endeavors had either met with failure or left him unsatisfied due to limitations in technology and materials. However, News that had reached him through Pierce hinted that Ulysses' claw possessed vibranium, the same material as Captain America's shield. This substance was not only superb for weaponry, but also ideal for crafting devices that converted cosmic energy, making it an essential component for his superhuman apparatus. Additionally, Pierce had generously supplied him with a significant amount of Tesseract energy to serve as the cosmic radiation source once the vibranium was acquired. Though Strucker found Pierce's sudden generosity somewhat perplexing, considering their last encounter where he nearly fell victim to Claw's henchmen, the Baron dismissed any doubts and contacted Ulysses to procure the vibranium. Indeed, Ulysses did possess a substantial quantity of vibranium, sufficient for Strucker to fabricate his cosmic energy converter. Once the converter was successfully created, he could commence the production of his own super soldiers. In anticipation, he had even captured a number of unfortunate souls along the Sokovia border who were attempting to sneak into America, intending to use them for human experimentation once the apparatus was complete. As Strucker opened the box presented by Ulysses, the vibranium material emanated an alluring blue glow, igniting a fervor in his eyes. Wait for it, Steve Rogers, he thought. The moment my Tesseract super soldiers are ready will mark your reckoning for the eye you took from me. Their partnership concluded with a firm handshake. Ulysses and Strucker exchanged satisfied smiles, one pleased with the remuneration, the other gratified with the goods received. Yet, the most contented party was not either of them, but rather. The bait has been set. Above the abandoned ship, the sky bore witness to a white cloak billowing in the wind. Steve, clad in his anti-venom suit, wore a satisfied smile as he unobtrusively observed the transaction unfold within the vessel. Indeed, it was all orchestrated by Steve. A month ago, following Nick Fury's involvement, SHIELD swiftly took action against Wakanda. As anticipated by Steve, the ever-suspicious Nick Fury harbored profound distrust towards other agents when it came to investigating the vibranium, which was critical to SHIELD's strategic resources. Thus, despite being fully aware of Wakanda's vibranium reserves and its technologically advanced state, his confidence in SHIELD's superior technology compelled him to personally lead a covert investigation into Wakanda. However, as fate would have it, our omnipotent Agent King encountered an unexpected predicament. While the Fade of poverty in Wakanda appeared to facilitate his mission, he was caught off guard by the omnipresent energy shields enveloping Wakanda's inner sanctum, leading to his immediate capture by the patrol tribes at the borders of Wakanda. Once Wakanda discovered his intrusion, they were not inclined to let Nick Fury go easily, promptly imprisoning him to await the judgment of the Wakandan royalty. As the director of SHIELD, Nick Fury was not without contingencies. News of his disappearance reached SHIELD within the hour, marking the commencement of a meticulously crafted plan by Steve and Pierce. Firstly, with Nick Fury missing, SHIELD found itself leaderless, prompting the appointment of Alexander Pierce as the acting director to spearhead the rescue operation. Secondly, under Pierce's recommendation, Steve represented the Avengers in this endeavor to rescue Nick Fury. Lastly, utilizing his position as the Secretary General of the United Nations, Pierce sought to hold Wakanda accountable and convened a meeting to address the true circumstances surrounding Wakanda. This plan proved mutually beneficial for both Steve and Pierce. Steve sought the vibranium of Wakanda, while Pierce aimed to leverage his connections to bring the Wakandan royalty to the United Nations Assembly. In parallel, Pierce intended to strengthen his influence by incorporating Baron Strucker's faction of Hydra into his ranks, while Steve was tasked with eliminating the smaller factions resistant to consolidation. Now, the plan had reached its pivotal third phase. Prior to the United Nations meeting, it was crucial to gather evidence regarding Wakanda's true situation and apprehend Baron Strucker, to prepare for a potential confrontation with an entire nation equipped with advanced technology. Steve diligently engaged in various superhuman incidents over the past month, successfully elevating his physical capabilities to a score of 50. Initially, he had intended to fulfill Harry's commission to amass a substantial amount of enhancement points. But Harry's return revealed that his father, Norman, had mysteriously vanished, placing that task on hold. However, the Avengers' missions were credited to him, allowing him to unlock a second special ability within the span of a month, despite not directly engaging in tasks related to the Marvel protagonists. This explains how he was able to see through the ship's barriers and directly witness the transaction between Ulysses and Baron Strucker, his second ability, aptly named Supervision. Do not be deceived by the simplicity of the name. It merely suggests an enhancement of vision. In reality, it encompasses much more. The extraordinary enhancement of vision not only enables one to discern the intricate patterns on a mosquito's wings from a distance of up to 100 kilometers, but also includes the ability to see through conventional materials with X-ray vision, as well as thermal vision that exceeds a remarkable 1,000 degrees. This effectively resolves the issues of obstructed sight and long-range attacks for Steve. No longer will his mother need to worry about anyone escaping from his grasp. With the powers of X-ray vision and wall penetration, one must ponder how they could possibly flee. Chapter 85. The alluring heat of crime with incontrovertible evidence of wrongdoing. Officer Rogers prepared to spring into action to apprehend the criminal. At the precise moment when Baron Strack exchanged valuables with Ulysses, Steve seized the legitimate opportunity to transform into Captain America, the stalwart defender against nefarious forces. Of course, even in the absence of evidence, it mattered not. The Hydra captain was poised to intervene. With a swift motion, Steve launched himself from the ship, plummeting like a leaden projectile through the rusted metal deck, crashing into the confines of the cabin below. The resounding thud reverberated through the air, plunging the space into several moments of silence, soon shattered by the unmistakable sound of weapons being readied. As Steve landed, he surveyed the throng of armed men encircling him. Unperturbed, he raised his hands with a disarming smile. Ho, 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 gentlemen. Let us keep our composure, shall we? Though I may be clad in a new suit, I trust you still recognize me. Now, the righteous Captain America offers you a chance. Lower your weapons, then place your hands on the ground like I am. The only response came in the form of a singular command. Fire. Steve's declaration of identity elicited no hesitation from Ulysses' henchmen, who immediately squeezed the triggers of their firearms. The cacophony of gunfire ensued, echoing through the cabin. Well, it seems my reputation does not hold sway everywhere, Steve mused, observing the sparks dancing across his biofield. With a shrug, his azure eyes ignited with a fiery glow, and then, with a low, ominous hum, two crimson beams erupted forth, slicing through one assailant with surgical precision, leaving a grotesque scene of carnage as innards spilled forth. This sudden, horrific spectacle caused a momentary freeze among the others, their fingers momentarily paralyzed on the triggers. Yet, the twin beams of destruction showed no signs of abating. Steve's fiery gaze was akin to the eye of death. Whoever met his stare would meet their demise. Within mere seconds, the cabin, once teeming with life, lay strewn with dismembered limbs and pools of sanguine blood, illuminated only by the red glow of the heat vision. As the last of his foes fell, Steve blinked, savoring the peculiar exhilaration that accompanied the release of his powers. Even a paragon of virtue, like Captain America, found himself dangerously close to succumbing to the allure of violence. Wow, I must admit, this feeling of unbridled release is utterly intoxicating. How does that Superman fellow manage to refrain from using such power to obliterate his enemies? It was no wonder that a being of similar prowess in another universe, the infantile compatriot, reveled in unleashing heat vision to obliterate all in his path. Such power was simply exhilarating. Just as he was lost in contemplation, a sharp clatter pierced the stillness of the cabin, drawing Steve's attention. There, Baron Strack and Ulysses stealthily made their escape, each clutching a suitcase. The recent sound of a collision emanated from the large box that Ulysses, walking behind, had inadvertently knocked against the railing. I sincerely apologize. Ulysses awkwardly glanced at Baron Strack, who was fuming and glaring back at him, and without hesitation, drew his pistol. Observing this, Baron Strack could not help but exclaim in anger, "Fool! Firearms are utterly useless against him." Ulysses flashed a wide grin, revealing his prominent gold tooth. Yet he did not aim the drawn weapon at Steve. Instead, he targeted the thigh of Baron Strack ahead of him. "I am fully aware they are of no use to him, But they will be to you, will they not? I do not need to outrun him. I merely need to outrun you. Bang! Ah, you treacherous bastard. How dare you stab me in the back? Hydra will not let you escape this. With a gunshot, Baron Strack fell to the ground, cursing furiously. Ha ha, you one-eyed Nazi scum. Try surviving first in the hands of your Hydra Terminator, Captain America, before you speak. Fuck off. Ulysses, seasoned from years of evading capture in Wakanda, merely offered Baron Strack a parting glance and a middle finger before slipping away with the box in a serpentine motion. Steve crossed his arms, intrigued by the internal strife between the two, reflecting internally. Now, this is what true villainy looks like. There are no bonds of camaraderie or friendship, just pure mutual exploitation and betrayal. I absolutely relish these rogues. Their lack of sophistication makes me feel right at home. However, brother, do you think I will let you escape? Steve's unquenchable crimson gaze flickered ominously, severing Ulysses's arm that clutched the box, simultaneously welding shut the iron gate ahead, completely sealing off his escape route. Your lack of decorum and your betrayal of Hydra bring me some amusement. Yet your disregard for my authority in your flight does not please me. So, remain still and play the part of Yongwa. Otherwise, the next limb to be severed will be your third leg. Do you comprehend? Despite his dire situation, Ulysses retained a manic grin, saluting Steve with his remaining hand. Hee, at your command, Captain America. I vow to remain as still as a Boy Scout. Ha ha. What a lunatic. Steve glanced at him momentarily, then shifted his focus to Baron Strack, who was clutching his wounded thigh. Noticing the terrifying glow of Steve's eyes bearing down on him, Baron Strack hastily pleaded for mercy. Wait, we are allies, are we not? I had no knowledge that fellow was your target before my arrival. I will hand him over to you. The money and vibranium will all be yours. Just pretend I was never here, all right? Steve scoffed, advancing step by step until he was face to face with Strack, leaning down to pat his cheek. Amusing. By killing you, isn't all of this still mine? And do you not yet comprehend? Regardless of whether it is he or you, both of you are my targets this time. You have fallen into my trap. Upon hearing Steve's derision, Baron Strack's eyes widened in disbelief, his mechanical eye nearly reaching overload. How dare you and Pierce, those damn scoundrels, conspire against me, even in death? I shall not spare you. My subordinates, lying in ambush around, will relay the information back to my base. We shall perish together. And you and Pierce shall not have it easy either. Steve, unfazed by the words, even felt a hint of amusement. Do not be foolish, my dear brother. While you sit here sipping wine and discussing business, your little minions have already been annihilated by my men. And even if you manage to send word back, what of it? There is no need for them to seek vengeance on your behalf. I shall personally crush every last remnant of yours shortly. Chapter 86. Wanda's Prayer in the Sunlight. The Godstrack Baron, having lost all hope, succumbed to despair. Ignoring the gunshot wound in his leg, he pointed a finger at Steve and unleashed a torrent of invective. You despicable cur we have nurtured, mark my words, you shall one day pay for your deeds. Await the day your true identity is unveiled, when the world will drag you down from your pedestal and you will be reviled by all. You may be a Hydra today, but you shall forever remain a Hydra. In the face of Strack Baron's frantic tirade, Steve remained unfazed, gently cradling his face. Their gazes locked, Steve's eyes radiating a fierce crimson glow. Your words instill fear in me, O foul-mouthed miscreant. Yet you must accept Captain America's retribution. With a hum, two searing beams of red light pierced Strack Baron's eye sockets, instantly transforming his howls into anguished wails. Under Steve's deliberate torment, one of Strack's remaining eyes burst, while the other mechanical eye melted into the flesh of his skull, his screams lingering until he succumbed, the scent of charred flesh permeating the air. Only when the scorching rays penetrated the back of Strack's head did Steve release the charred, hollowed visage, his merciless red gaze finally extinguishing, reverting to the purity of blue. Without a moment's pause, he reappeared before Ulysses, effortlessly lifting his head with one hand. Now it is your turn, Ulysses Crow, feeling the unyielding grip above him. Ulysses maintained a maniacal demeanor. Oh, please, if you intend to kill me, could you at least grant me a swift end? I swear, The manner of that fellow's demise ranks just below being slain by an octopus and its sticky, eerie tentacles. Ha ha ha. Steve tilted his head slightly, casting a glance at the deranged individual, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. You can still laugh at death's doorstep? Truly a fascinating lunatic. It's a pity you still possess utility. Otherwise, I would relish the chance to dissect your brain and compare the structure of a madman to that of an ordinary person. But fear not. While I shan't take your life, I shall ensure your entertainment. Allow me to find another lunatic to keep you company. With that, Steve tossed Ulysses into the shadows of the corner. Wade, please extend a warm welcome to our esteemed guest, and ensure you extract the true location of the entrance to Wakanda from him. However, do not be overly cruel. After all, he is a vital witness for me. Understood. Boss, a voice emerged from the shadows. Deadpool caught Ulysses, who had been thrown by Steve, cradling him and resting his head on Ulysses' shoulder, exhaling warm breath into his ear. My dear, we shall soon enjoy a delightful moment of intimacy, so rest assured, I shall pry open that dazzling, golden-toothed mouth of yours. However, the boss never specified what tool to use, so, Ulysses' manic grin slowly faded as he felt a chill more profound than that instilled by Captain America in Deadpool's presence. Fear finally etched itself upon his face. No, you cannot hand me over to this lunatic. I swear I will reveal everything. Before he could utter another word, Deadpool's gloved hand swiftly covered his mouth, forcibly dragging him into the enveloping darkness behind. The subsequent events. Oh dear, what a sight. Steve promptly shut his eyes, fearing that a mere glance longer would cause him to explode, launching himself away from this perilous place. As for Ulysses claiming he would divulge everything, what a jest. Without undergoing torture, he wouldn't trust a single word. Therefore, it was best to leave this task to Wade while he proceeded to fulfill his transaction with Pierce. Sokovia, Hydra's Eastern European base. Boom. Enemy aircraft incoming. Launch intercept missiles at once. Oh my, that's not an airstrike. That's a single individual. Ah, demon. That fiend is a demon. Hurry, call for help from the other bases. He's gone mad and is slaughtering us. Damn it. Our signal has been cut off. We cannot reach the other divisions. Shit. Oh God, please don't kill me. I am willing to submit. The sounds of cannon fire, screams, and the tremors of the castle echoed occasionally into the dungeon. The dungeon was filled with human test subjects captured by Baron Strucker. Among them, a pair of young siblings with silver and red hair huddled in a corner, trembling in fear. They were none other than the Maximoff siblings, Wanda, the future Scarlet Witch, and Pietro, known as Quicksilver. Clearly, they were the unfortunate souls Strucker had mentioned, caught at the border of Sokovia while attempting to cross into America. Pietro shielded Wanda in his arms, masking his terror with angry curses. Damn it, what is happening outside? Why are those bastards who brought us here screaming in terror as if from hell? In contrast to her brother's rage, Wanda's eyes reflected not only fear but also regret and defiance. Whatever transpired outside, the likelihood of their survival seemed exceedingly grim. It is truly unfortunate that we were never able to confront the shadows of our childhood before our demise. Upon hearing this, Pietro fell into a deep silence. Indeed, who could fathom the reasons behind the misfortunes that befell the two siblings? One missile had taken their parents from them, while another had ensnared them for 3 days and nights, leaving indelible psychological scars. After much hesitation, they summoned the courage to journey to America, determined to face the creators of those missiles, the very adversary who had robbed them of their parents, Tony Stark. However, just as they boarded the smuggler-esque vessel, purchased with their life savings, they were apprehended by a band of heavily armed assailants and imprisoned in this lightless dungeon. They could only watch helplessly as the number of prisoners dwindled day by day, anxiously awaiting their turn to vanish without a trace. Yet, they never anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly and in such a peculiar manner. It seemed they would not have to wait in line after all. They would meet their end together. Wanda clasped her hands together and lifted her gaze towards the trembling ceiling of the dungeon, fervently praying, "Oh God, if you truly exist, grant me the chance to confront the shadows of my past. I am willing to sacrifice everything for this opportunity." A flash of crimson light surged forth, Reality began to shift, and dreams morphed into existence. With a thunderous roar, just as Wanda's prayer was uttered, a hand forcefully tore through the dungeon's ceiling, and a blinding ray of sunlight illuminated Wanda's face, which had long been deprived of light. In the radiant glow, a towering figure hovered, as if descending from the heavens. A deity. Chapter 87. Wanda, trapped in a realm of tenderness, did the god truly appear? Wanda gazed up at the sky in a daze, her eyes filled with the figure that seemed to emanate a holy light. Above her, Steve's crimson glow gradually faded, his blue eyes now solely reflecting Wanda's visage. After eliminating the remnants of Hydra in the castle, his keen sight casually swept across the underground, discovering the unexpected presence of others hidden therein, a delightful surprise. Wanda Maximoff, one of the three mighty forces of Marvel, the host of chaos power. Intriguing. He had initially planned to wait for Wanda to awaken her chaos power before approaching her, but fate had intervened, allowing their paths to cross before her complete awakening. Nevertheless, now that he had encountered her, he certainly would not allow her to depart unscathed. The chaos power was far too perilous, even to Captain America of the original narrative. Not to mention his own current state akin to a lesser Superman, dared not underestimate it. A moment of inattention could easily lead to disaster. Such a dangerous force must either be destroyed or claimed for himself. There was no third option. Yet to obliterate it would be a tremendous waste, leaving only one viable choice. His super intellect whirred into action, swiftly devising a plan to subdue Wanda. Steve descended slowly from the sky, extending his hand towards everyone in the dungeon. Do not fear, do not be afraid, children. Captain America has come to save you. At that moment, everyone instinctively reached out towards Steve, who descended like a deity, for he was the only light shining upon their path of despair. 7 days later, a Mustang sped towards New York University, coming to a steady halt at its entrance. 2 men and a woman alighted from the vehicle. Steve, am I truly capable of this? Wanda asked, observing the vibrant throngs bustling across the campus ahead. Instinctively, she hid behind Steve, clutching the hem of his shirt tightly. Turning back, Steve tousled Wanda's auburn hair gently, offering reassurance. Wanda, you are only 19, the perfect age to relish the joys of youth and campus life. Trust me, this vital journey is one you should not miss. Wanda's cheeks flushed as she cast her gaze downward, responding softly, but I haven't attended school in so long. Jumping straight to university feels like too swift a transition. I want to stay by your side and help you. Wanda and her brother Pietro had grown up in the war-torn nation of Sokovia. When their parents were alive, they had attended school for a brief time. However, after their parents' demise, mere survival became a daunting challenge, let alone pursuing education. Now, being thrust into university would undoubtedly evoke feelings of anxiety and self-doubt in her. Steve understood this all too well, yet it was precisely a step in his plan to win her over. By becoming her sole anchor in this unfamiliar environment, arranging a life she had never known, and providing gentle encouragement, he aimed to instill confidence in her. TSK. If a system were one of emotions, I believe Wanda has already contributed significantly to its points. Steve flashed a radiant smile, his tone gentle. Be confident. Wanda, you are no less than anyone else. Besides, haven't we already discussed this? You need not feel compelled to repay me with actions. Focus on your studies. Relish your youthful days. That is the best gratitude you could offer me. Steve, this series of heartfelt expressions left Wanda profoundly touched. Her heart had long succumbed to the warmth of Steve's kindness, and her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Suddenly, an ill-timed voice interrupted. Pietro, sipping on his drink, chimed in, I believe my brother is correct. Neither of us possesses any skills at the moment. If we truly wish to assist him, we should first acquire valuable knowledge at school. I've heard it said that university life is splendid. We too must become students, thriving and capable, so as not to disappoint our brother's kindness. Thriving. Steve's lips twitched. He harbored doubts about the propriety of Pietro's words. Clearing his throat, he turned his attention to Wanda, who appeared somewhat displeased. Why is there such a glaring third wheel here? Pietro, when did you arrive? Pietro pointed to himself incredulously. What do you mean, when did I arrive? My dear sister, I have been here all along. Brother brought us both to university. Did you think he was here for a private date with you? Wanda's eyes widened at this revelation, and she hurriedly covered Pietro's mouth. Pietro, what nonsense are you spouting? There is nothing between Steve and me. Pietro brushed Wanda's hand away, a dismissive chuckle escaping him as he teased. Oh, really? If that were true, why do you refuse to address him as brother like I do, instead opting for the more familiar Steve? I was just, all right. Enough with the forced explanations. In my view, you have developed feelings for brother, but I can't blame you. He is indeed perfect. If I were a girl, I would have already thrown myself onto his chiseled chest. Wanda, caught in her secret, felt herself blushing, her head spinning, utterly at a loss for words to refute him. For what Pietro said was indeed true. How could she argue against it? All right, Pietro, cease your teasing of your sister, or I shall revoke your university privileges and send you to clean the Avengers Tower. Steve feigned a scolding tone towards Pietro, though inwardly he was quite pleased with his words. You have a bright future, lad. Captain rewards those who speak well. Here, take this card. It has no limit. You and Wanda may use it freely, but you must look after your sister at school, ensuring no one bullies her, understood? Pietro instantly grasped the meaning, accepting the black card without hesitation, winking at Steve and thumping his chest in assurance. Rest assured, my dear brother, having navigated the complexities of society from a young age, I may lack in certain areas, yet my prowess in discerning character and engaging in combat is unparalleled. I assure you, no malevolent individual shall draw near to Wanda. I trust you comprehend my meaning. Steve patted Pietro on the shoulder, pleased with his discernment. The two men shared a tacit understanding, while Wanda remained blissfully oblivious to their conversation. As for the academic gaps you have incurred prior to university, do not fret. I have arranged for 2 brilliant upperclassmen to assist you with your studies. I am confident that, given your intellect, you will swiftly catch up with the curriculum. Just as Steve finished speaking, 2 vibrant young individuals emerged from New York University, none other than Peter and Gwen. Chapter 88, Brainwashing. Manipulating emotions is the villain's true calling. Steve had previously briefed Peter and Gwen about the budding relationship between Wanda and Pietro, and upon learning this, the two were more than willing to assist. The 4 exchanged introductions and quickly developed a mutual fondness. Peter and Pietro, both chatty and mischievous, struck up a camaraderie within minutes, while Gwen and Wanda, possessing gentle and refined personalities, found themselves forming a close sisterly bond. Once the 4 had acquainted themselves, Steve decided it was time to take his leave. After affectionately ruffling Wanda's hair, he said, "Since you all are now familiar with each other, I would like Peter and Gwen to guide you and Pietro around the campus. I have already arranged your enrollment procedures in advance. I must attend a United Nations conference shortly, so I will not accompany you inside." The two nodded in understanding, and with a lingering glance from Wanda, Steve drove away. Pietro gazed enviously at the taillights of the departing vehicle, exclaiming, "Wow, my brother is truly an iconic figure among the Avengers, attending a United Nations conference. How impressive! If only we could join the Avengers someday. I can only imagine how popular I would be with the ladies. I've even thought of a superhero alias for myself. I always ran fastest during gang fights. What do you think of Quicksilver?" Wanda, however, fell silent, her expression turning complex as she finally murmured, "Pietro, have you forgotten? Tony Stark is also one of the founding Avengers. Even if we had the capability, could we truly join the Avengers with a clear conscience, facing the very individuals responsible for our parents' deaths?" Pietro, too, fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. The joy of recent days had led him to subconsciously evade this issue, but as Wanda pointed out, they would eventually have to confront it. When the time came, how would they choose between life and revenge? Meanwhile, Peter's ears perked up as he sensed he had overheard something he shouldn't. The murderers of their parents? Mr. Stark? Impossible. He is far too good-hearted, even adding warmth functions to the suits of every Avenger. There must be some misunderstanding behind this. I must clarify this with Mr. Stark. I cannot allow a misunderstanding to lead to tragedy. With their minds occupied with various thoughts, they made their way towards the campus. On the other hand, upon returning to the Avengers Tower in his Mustang, Steve did not linger. He swiftly donned his battle attire and soared into the sky, racing toward the horizon. The relationship between the Maximoff siblings and Steve traces back to a week prior, when Steve, after eliminating Hydra's traitors, fortuitously encountered the Maximoff siblings and resolved to recruit them. In front of Wanda, Steve transformed into the righteous Captain America, patiently ensuring that all those he had rescued were properly cared for, establishing an image of unparalleled nobility and integrity. During this process, Steve exhibited remarkable care towards the two siblings, leading them to unconsciously develop an increasing fondness for him. Subsequently, Steve accidentally discovered that the siblings were homeless and, in a display of empathy, offered them shelter. With their initial admiration for Steve already overwhelming, the prospect of a journey to America made it impossible for them to decline his invitation, driven both by their own desires and the shadows of vengeance within their hearts. Consequently, everything unfolded seamlessly: sympathy, warmth, and financial support. Under Steve's trifecta of influence, few could resist falling under his spell. Each step taken by the siblings was precisely calculated to ensnare them in Steve's emotional trap. One regarded him as an elder brother, developing a sense of admiration, while the other harbored deeper feelings of affection. Rather than mere manipulation, emotions serve as the most reliable bonds, firmly tethering them to Steve and rendering them unable to extricate themselves. This encapsulates the entirety of Steve's conquest over the two, simple yet highly effective. At times, Steve felt as though he ought to don glasses and embody a character akin to Eisen. He truly resembled a villain toying with the emotions of others. Following this, he would remove his glasses, style his hair in a more mature fashion, and proceed to engage in an even more villainous act, forcing a palace coup. In Vienna, at the venue of a United Nations conference, the atmosphere in the conference room was charged with fervor, with representatives from over 100 countries, led by the 5 major powers in attendance. On the podium stood Alexander Pierce, the Secretary General of the Security Council. Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet. We shall now commence the discussion regarding Wakanda's concealment of its true national circumstances, its long-standing occupation of the United Nations aid funds for impoverished nations, and its possession of vast quantities of supernatural vibranium meteorites that could alter the global landscape. King Chaka, do you have any objections? In an instant, the attention of the representatives shifted to Wakanda's seat, indicating their keen interest in the matter. Seated at the edge, King Chaka of Wakanda rose calmly to refute the claims. Indeed, I have objections. Firstly, the assertion made by the Secretary General that Wakanda is concealing its true situation is entirely unfounded. The United Nations has dispatched representatives multiple times to investigate Wakanda's actual circumstances, and had there been any concealment, it would have been uncovered long ago. Secondly, the claim regarding Wakanda's possession of extraterrestrial meteorites is sheer nonsense. I acknowledge that a small quantity of rare vibranium has been unearthed in Wakanda, but it is certainly not in the substantial amounts you suggest. In fact, most of the vibranium extracted has already been appropriated by certain nations. Lastly, I am deeply skeptical of the sources behind Secretary Pierce's false information. Though Wakanda may be an inconspicuous small nation, it does not permit anyone to tarnish its reputation. Even if you are the Secretary General of the World Security Council, you must provide me with a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, Wakanda will pursue this matter to the very end. In the face of King Chaka's pointed inquiry and the penetrating gazes of representatives from various nations, Pierce maintained a notably composed demeanor. Slander? So, does this mean that King Chaka denies my statements regarding these two matters concerning Wakanda? Chaka maintained an impassive demeanor, asserting that there was nothing to acknowledge. Wakanda would certainly not concede. A triumphant smile curved upon Pierce's lips as he clapped his hands together. Very well. In accordance with King Chaka's wishes, I shall now invite the discoverer of the vibranium incident, accompanied by witnesses and physical evidence. Captain Steve Rogers, please make your entrance. Suddenly, a resounding sonic boom echoed through the sky, and Steve, donned in his classic deep blue uniform, descended gracefully, one hand gripping Ulysses and the other clutching a briefcase. coming to a steady hover upon the podium. Chapter 89. The facade is uplifted, truth revealed. In an instant, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. As soon as Steve made his entrance, he became the focal point of attention, with every live camera pivoting toward him. Even the usually composed King Chaka felt a stir of unease, a foreboding sensation rising within him. This newcomer embodied the absolute justice of this world. Whatever he proclaimed would hardly be doubted by anyone, regardless of their nationality. He was the quintessential voice of credibility. King Chaka's expression darkened. The situation had taken a turn unfavorable for Wakanda. Without indulging in unnecessary dialogue, Steve unceremoniously tossed the beleaguered Ulysses, who had been mentally tormented by Deadpool, before Chaka, and opened the suitcase in his possession, revealing several vibranium ore samples to the astonished audience. Surely, King Chaka was familiar with this notorious figure, the thief branded with Wakanda's mark of theft, a wanted arms smuggler across nations, Ulysses Claw. The vibranium circulating in the market originated from his misdeeds, and his mark of thievery stemmed from his extensive pilfering of vibranium in Wakanda. King Chaka, do you acknowledge this fact? Faced with Steve's pointed inquiry, Chaka finally faltered, cold sweat beading on his brow. With witnesses, material evidence, and even Wakanda's emblem imprinted upon the witness's neck, he found himself bereft of any plausible defense. Fortunately, his inherent racial advantages masked any signs of his distress, and with gritted teeth, he stubbornly retorted, I concede that this individual did steal vibranium from Wakanda, and I am grateful to Captain Rogers for apprehending this thief. However, I refuse to admit that Wakanda possesses vast reserves of vibranium. Such claims are utterly slanderous. Clap, clap, clap. Steve applauded with an expression of admiration, surveying the assembly of over 100 national representatives below. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we could all benefit from studying King Chaka's remarkable audacity. While Wakanda enjoys the benefits of international aid, it simultaneously monopolizes extraterrestrial meteorites capable of benefiting all of humanity and still relies on the Avengers to capture their own thieves. This is the epitome of wanting it all. We selflessly extend our support and assistance to Wakanda, yet they treat us as nothing more than an ATM, extracting resources while they have become exceedingly wealthy through their vibranium meteorites. Is this reasonable? A wave of discussion, or rather, discontent toward Wakanda, surged through the crowd. My friends, if you truly appear as impoverished as you claim, we sincerely wish for your nation to thrive. However, the issue lies in the fact that you cannot prosper too greatly. This seems to surpass our own fortunes, which is utterly intolerable. Human nature is such that it abhors witnessing others suffer. But it is even more incensed by others thriving excessively, especially when those who were once inferior suddenly leap ahead. Even the representatives of the 5 great nations found themselves restless. The representatives from the upper 3 powers stood, directly challenging Chaka. The representative from America wore a serious expression. King Chaka, if what the captain claims is true, and Wakanda possesses a quantity of vibranium sufficient to benefit all of humanity, then Wakanda has no right to hoard this extraterrestrial treasure. It should belong to the entire world and be distributed fairly based on each nation's military capabilities. The representative from China, with a concealed blade in his smile, interjected, though the words of the American representative may be unpalatable, Your Majesty. Consider this. If such a vast amount of vibranium were to fall into the hands of those with malevolent intentions, it would be akin to the Tesseract landing in the hands of Hydra last century, resulting in a calamity for the entire world. Therefore, for the sake of precaution, it should indeed be placed under collective supervision. The representative from Russia, visibly agitated, exclaimed, Why waste more words with him? The matter is simple. Hand over the vibranium meteorite, or face the consequences. You all. Chaka pointed at Steve, then gestured towards the representatives of the 3 major powers, his face darkened with fury, his finger trembling with indignation. These individuals were blatantly attempting to rob him. With that, he decided to drop the facade and lay his cards on the table, declaring, I am the king of the most technologically advanced nation on Earth. with thoughts of Wakanda's superior technological prowess bolstering his confidence. Chaka scoffed. Let me respond to you all. If you seek vibranium, you shall find none, but I can offer you some local specialties for free, should you choose to believe it. However, if you intend to force Wakanda's hand, I must inform you that Wakanda fears neither conflict nor the absence of it. If you wish to avoid trouble, it would be wise not to provoke us further, having delivered a series of stern warnings. Chaka could no longer be bothered to engage with these unscrupulous individuals and stormed out. His departure undoubtedly incited dissatisfaction among all the nations present. Such a move from the United Nations Conference was perceived as a blatant disregard for their authority. This also solidified the fact that Wakanda indeed possessed a substantial amount of vibranium. After all, how could a small African nation ranked at the bottom dare to act so arrogantly? The American representative's neck flushed with anger, arrogance, utterly outrageous. They benefit from our resources, yet now they dare to look down upon us. How can we tolerate this? The Russian representative banged his fist on the table. Enough of this. We should dispatch troops to deal with him. The Chinese representative, calmly sipping water, replied, Gentlemen, let us remain composed. Times have changed, and we cannot resort to violence as our first response. Such actions would disrupt world peace. Perhaps we should consult the instigator of this matter, Captain Rogers, for his perspective. With this statement, all eyes turned once again to Steve, eager to hear which decision he would support. Faced with the scrutiny of representatives from over 100 nations, Steve's demeanor appeared more relaxed than that of those who had paid hundreds for the opportunity to deliver speeches at the United Nations. In my view, he stated, none of you are suitable custodians of vibranium. This extraordinary metal rightly belongs in the hands of the Avengers. Who is in favor and who is against? The representatives collectively responded with bewildered silence. Ah, you, with your prominent brow and captivating eyes. Captain America, I never imagined you to be such a character. We pondered why you went to such lengths to expose Wakanda's clandestine possession of vibranium meteorites, only to realize that your intention was to claim them for yourself. It is rare for the American representative, who is always the first to speak, to fall silent, his eyes gleaming with contemplation. Perhaps this is not entirely a negative turn of events. After all, Captain Rogers is one of their own. If the vibranium meteorites were indeed to fall into his hands, would there be any need to share with other nations? He could simply surrender them all directly. I must say, I am quite the clever one. Chapter 90. The control of vibranium secured. However, it was evident that other nations had also contemplated this matter, with many representatives visibly perturbed. The Russian delegate, who had long been at odds with America, pointed an accusatory finger at Steve, exclaiming, Sucka, you little brat, have you eaten bear dung? Your Avengers headquarters is in America. The vibranium meteorite is in your possession, which is no different from handing it directly to the United States. I foresee that the vibranium will be returned to the Avengers today, only to appear in the hands of the American military tomorrow. Within a year, you land-grabbing scoundrels will be deploying vibranium weaponry on the battlefield. The other delegates remained silent, clearly in agreement with the Russians' assertions. After all, those present were well aware of America's tendencies. Steve, anticipating this reaction, gestured towards all the delegates and then pointed to his own chest. I understand that none of you wish for only certain countries to obtain the majority of the vibranium, while others remain empty-handed, leading to an ever-widening military disparity. I stand here, in my personal capacity and in the name of the Avengers, to assure you that vibranium will never fall into the hands of any single nation. Furthermore, any civilian technologies developed by the Avengers using vibranium will be sold fairly to every country, without bias. The vibranium weaponry produced by the Avengers will not be employed in national warfare, but solely for combating superhuman or supernatural events. Should anyone misuse the vibranium weaponry for warfare, I will personally ensure its physical destruction along with the holder. Ladies and gentlemen, how does this proposition sit with you? A moment of silence enveloped the room as the representatives exchanged glances, and it was now the American delegates who appeared disconcerted. Steve's words clearly included America, shattering their dreams of monopolizing the resource. The irascible Russian delegate interjected, on what grounds should we trust that you can fulfill your claims? You're Captain America, Not captain of the world. Why should we believe you? Steve smiled calmly, meeting the gaze of each individual. You should trust me because I am the world's first superhero. The most powerful superhero, the one who single-handedly thwarted Hydra's schemes during World War II and saved the world. Is that not sufficient? If you cannot trust me, then whom can you trust? Do you truly wish to ignite a third world war over vibranium? The atmosphere turned somber, with all present lost in their thoughts. Yet, a common sentiment prevailed. No one desired a third world war, for even the pursuit of vibranium was not worth the risk, especially with so many nations possessing nuclear weapons. Yet, they also did not wish for vibranium to fall into the hands of any single nation. After much contemplation, it appeared that management by the Avengers, an entity not aligned with any specific nation, was indeed the most fitting choice. After all, as the world's first superhero organization, the Avengers were immensely trustworthy in terms of both power and credibility. The representatives of the 5 major nations engaged in a brief discussion and, in unison, pressed the earpieces in their ears, seemingly receiving some form of directive. Subsequently, the 5 individuals exchanged glances before turning to Steve. We concur with Captain Rogers' proposal to entrust the management of the vibranium meteorite to the Avengers. However, we shall not provide any military support. The acquisition of the vibranium meteorite will entirely depend on the captain's capabilities. This also serves as a test of whether the Avengers can adequately safeguard the vibranium. With the representatives of the 5 major nations in agreement, the majority of other countries cast their votes in favor, while a minority chose to remain silent. All right, we have secured global authorization. That is sufficient. Steve required not their military might, but merely their verbal endorsement, a promise devoid of treachery. After all, his tender heart was fragile, unable to withstand the slings and arrows of malicious gossip and betrayal. Should he inadvertently transform into an unjust Superman, it would indeed be a perilous situation. Surely, no one in the world would wish to witness a pair of luminous eyes scrutinizing them from the skies. Thus, the custodianship of the vibranium meteorite was, without the consent of Wakanda, nominally transferred to the Avengers. With 99 of the global populace in favor, Steve naturally had no intention of considering the sentiments of that solitary one from Wakanda. What remained was for Wakanda to reclaim its vibranium. As the conference concluded, representatives from various nations approached Steve, engaging him in fervent discussions, predominantly concerning the future of vibranium technology. Steve held firm to his previous assurances, ensuring that every nation would benefit, exchanging contact information for future transactions. He could already envision Rogers Industries, upon acquiring vibranium, surpassing Stark Industries to become the foremost commercial empire in the world. When it came to the representative from Huaxia, aside from matters of vibranium technology, Steve was taken aback when the Huaxia representative mentioned the establishment of the superhuman department known as the Spear Bureau, suggesting future discussions. Once all the representatives had departed, Steve, with a stack of business cards in his pocket, exited the conference room. Captain Rogers, may I have a word? Just as he stepped out of the conference room, a voice called out from behind. Turning around, he saw a man in a black suit, strikingly handsome among his peers, leaning against the wall at the entrance of the room. Steve squinted his eyes, recognizing the visitor. Prince Chala? I believe you have heard everything quite clearly. We have little to discuss. Chala frowned at this, opting not to avoid the subject of vibranium as his father would have, and instead explained, must matters escalate to this extent? Wakanda has never sought to be an adversary to the world. The reason for concealing vibranium was to prevent the world from descending into conflict. Yet your actions are jeopardizing this balance. Steve gazed at the naive Chala and shook his head gently, placing his hand on the young prince's shoulder, speaking earnestly. To be honest, I do not harbor any animosity towards you. You are unlike your father. You are noble, enlightened, and possess a sense of propriety, far surpassing your selfish progenitor. But, Prince Chala, have you not yet realized? The era has transformed. It is not sufficient to assert that Wakanda has no intention of opposing the world and expect that desire to materialize. With such an abundance of strategic resources at your disposal, how can you guarantee that the next king of Wakanda, unlike your father or yourself, will refrain from wielding this power? It is essential to recognize that the next Black Panther, or rather the Golden Leopard, may very well seek to reveal its fangs to the entire world. T'Challa hesitated, wanting to deny it, yet the words eluded him. Wakanda's vibranium technology is a double-edged sword. He could not assure that the next monarch would resist the temptation to conquer the world with it. Observing T'Challa's indecision, Steve spoke again. Moreover, as superhuman calamities become increasingly frequent, Wakanda cannot solely rely on technology to safeguard its treasure of vibranium. Only by entrusting it to the Avengers, composed of superhumans, can vibranium be prevented from becoming a devastating weapon directed against humanity. Only the Avengers can truly protect vibranium. Do you comprehend this? With newfound confidence, T'Challa responded without hesitation. Wakanda is under the protection of the Black Panther and the Panther God. Even as superhumans proliferate, Wakanda shall not fear any of them. And it is inconceivable that a superhuman could seize vibranium from Wakanda. I swear this by the name of the Panther God.